map and then you don't provide a map. I think we would all understand. We would want a map.
This is the back of the map. Right now, you saw that one was 108. It's all lit up. It's nice and pink on that bit. It's a little square there. Now, all of those other squares are other maps.
Okay.
So you can get different scale maps. This one is like accurate because it's a 1 to 50,000. It's the Land Ranger series, but they get all sorts of different ones, right? I've got one up on the wall that's a full scale map of the UK. That's got scale on it too, because that's how they do it. Once they've got the measurements, they can scale it to whatever size they want.
Yeah. Okay. So in this picture here, right? How much land are we talking here? Like, how many miles are we talking here? Is this like, is that 100 miles? What are we, or kilometers? Whatever units we're dealing with.
It's the UK. It's 1 to 50,000. So if you say what is it you want, the actual size of the map, then you can times it by 50,000. Because that's how scale works, right?
I don't get your question, by the way, like for real.
Yeah.
I'm asking. Okay, so that's so the map is.
They don't understand scale. They're trying to learn now. They are.
I'm asking. Okay, so the map. Okay. So the map is the entire UK then, or what?
I really
I'm asking.
want to help teach you. Can you not see that picture there, right?
Oh my god!
See that picture
I'm gonna
there?
post a
Wait a minute.
picture.
Please stop. He's asking me a question. So can you see the picture of that I've just posted?
The one with like the pink border, that whole thing.
Right, right. Now, in the top left-hand corner, that is what's on the map.
Yeah.
Right? Wait, no, whoa. To the right-hand side of that, the pink thing, that is the UK. Now, the little dot that's on that pink thing, that's the actual bit of the map.
Yeah, I understand
we're talking
that.
about.
I'm asking.
Now, if we go underneath, it says 108. That is the particular map for that area.
We understand that. We understand that there's an entire country.
Why is he asking then?
He's saying what's the total size of that chunk of the map that this particular item shows? What is the size of 108 on
What
Earth?
scale do you want it?
Actual size.
The one that you're presenting.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, he's asking.
How many miles across
area
is this 108 box?
Or kilometers, whichever. I mean, because it's UK.
So let's say it's 50 miles. Go on.
Let's say. Okay, we'll just make shit up now.
He wants to know what it is. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, we're asking for a map using scale. And what you mentioned for scale was, let's say an inch represents 100 miles. Where is that on this map, Bev? It's not fucking difficult, man.
It says it on the other one that I posted earlier.
1 to 50,000 what?
50,000, yes. We
50,000 what? Inches? Meters?
You guys don't understand scale. It's fine.
No, that's fine. Okay, hold on. No.
I tried to explain it to you earlier.
No, okay, we get that, right? But the thing is, we still for us to actually
don't get it.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so for us,
you might get it. But he's just said that he doesn't understand it.
Okay,
now you're not letting me explain it. You can understand it. Really weird.
All right, I had to mute him. Hold on a second, Bev. Arma, you're spazzing out, bro. You're spazzing out. Everyone relax.
Okay, it looks like from Google Maps,
everyone was, but
also the live streams up, everybody.
This guy's literally interrupting me right now. You guys need to fucking relax, bro. Please.
Could we identify the specific issue and address this specific issue?
I'm hoping to. Okay. If we can get there.
Okay, so can I
let me help you out. The answer to your question is like 25 miles. I went to Google Maps. I found the left edge of that, what looks like a peninsula, all the way to the right side of that river, and it's about 24.3 miles.
Okay, thank you.
Was that so hard for anyone else, especially the one presenting this, to have done?
Well done.
Yeah.
Right, we're trying to use these maps using a scale.
Yeah.
There is no scale on this map. I understand that the front cover of this packet provides a 1 to 50,000 scale. What do these numbers represent? How are they applied to these specific maps that you're now providing?
Okay. So what you do is, because when you do scale, the 1 is the real life scale. So 1 centimeter on that map, because it's a 1 to 50,000 map scale, 1 centimeter, when you actually get a ruler and you measure 1 centimeter, in reality, that is 50,000 centimeters, because 1 centimeter equals
Yeah.
50,000.
fact-
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. But the thing
That's
is,
what the scale
you have to even
means.
explain it. The fact you have to even explain this is ridiculous
No,
right now.
Jeremy, we
No.
fucking understand, man. We're asking Bev. According to this map, there is no scale. Find the scale on these two maps that he's provided. You can't. You have to apply the front cover of this book, the 1 to 50,000, that doesn't provide a unit. Where we're asking for a map with a scale.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that
So
work
he
for
just
any?
explained
Wouldn't
it.
the one?
What-
Wouldn't the
hold on.
1 to 50,000 work for any units? Couldn't you do
Okay.
inches or feet?
Yes.
Or...
Yeah, you
Yes,
could, but
yeah,
it's
that's
important
my
to know
point.
how it's defined. Of course.
And we don't know how big this map is to begin with, so we can't even do that
Okay.
without knowing how
Can
big the
I-
map is.
Like,
Right.
all
Does the 1
for
to
1
50,000
second,
represent the map on the bottom?
does
Does it represent the map
everybody
on the top left?
understand at
We
the
don't
minute,
know.
right? That there are a group of people that have been saying for God knows how long, you don't understand scale. And is it apparent right now that they don't actually understand what scale is?
Okay, so let me real fast just jump in real fast. All right, so I already understood what it meant, but the thing is, in order for me to actually apply the scale, I need to know how big the map is first in order for me to apply that scale.
Talk
Otherwise,
faster.
my bad, sorry. Okay, so in order for me to apply the 1 to 50,000 scale, right? The map, all right, I need to know the size of the map first, all right? Otherwise, it's up in the air, like, you know what I'm saying?
No, you don't.
Well, no, I get that it's 50,000 times smaller than the actual thing, but I wanted actual distances.
Like, wait a minute. The scale is 1 to 50,000.
Yeah, so it means it's...
Now, imagine if the scale was 1 to 20.
Yeah.
Right. So you measure 1 centimeter and that represents 20 centimeters in reality. We fucking get it, Bev. What we're saying is if you provide a scale of 1 centimeter to 50,000 centimeters, then you post this picture that has 2 maps and neither of them show a scale that it applies to. Which one does it apply to? Does it apply to the bottom map where if I measure 1 centimeter, that's 50,000 centimeters? Or does it apply to the top map, which 1 centimeter would be 50,000 centimeters? We have no indication. We have no indication.
The same map.
If I measure a centimeter on the bottom one, I'm going to measure half. I'm going to measure half. I'm going to measure half of the 108 grid.
Picture and then took a picture.
Bev, you're not understanding. There's no indication.
You're obviously not understanding.
I'll wait for you to end and then I'll finish.
Okay, right. You are obviously not understanding what scale is. It's a very, very simple mathematical process.
Yes, you measure 1 centimeter with your ruler on the map. That represents 50,000 centimeters in reality. Where am I wrong or misunderstanding?
Right. No, you've got it. Perfect. That's it.
Perfect.
Right?
So I'm going to continue now. So in these 2 maps that you've provided, with that scale, 1 centimeter representing 50,000 centimeters, which one does it apply to? Because there's no indication to which one it does. Because if we use that scale and I measure 1 centimeter on the bottom map, I'm going to measure halfway through the 108 grid. Does that represent 50,000 centimeters? Or do I measure 1 centimeter perhaps on the top map from West Kirby to Birkenhead? Does that represent 50,000 centimeters? There's no indication for where the scale applies.
Have you never used a map?
And that's the reply. Thank you. I think other people understand.
We don't need to prove
serious now. Please don't interrupt when you say that. Like when you open a map up, it is a map. You surely know what maps look like with symbols and roads and hills and green bits and different colors and roads and all of that, right? Well, that's the map. Right? What I've just shown you is the outside. I've not unfolded it.
Exactly.
Well,
we've been asking for this whole time is for you to show the map itself.
Why?
You're beating. Yeah, exactly.
Why would I show you the map that the scale applies to? Is that your question, Bev?
It's 1 to 50,000.
Right. We understand what the value of the scale is. We understand that you provided maps. There's no indication that 1 to 50,000 applies to specifically either map. All you're providing are random maps without scale included. And you're saying the Ordnance Survey is providing a scale. It's not a random. I'm talking about what you're providing, Bev. You said that there's a 1 to 50,000 scale. To which map does that apply? The top one or the bottom one?
The inside map.
Seems to be neither. It's the one on the inside that he hasn't shown yet.
It's the map. Yes.
There's 2 maps there. There's 2 maps there, Bev. And they're at different scales.
He's saying it's neither of them. These are on the back cover. These are not the actual maps themselves.
You guys are really bad.
Well, Bev,
right?
next time just show us the actual map, all right? Because you're like,
I did show you the map.
No, you didn't.
Never mind. Forget about this. Right, let's go on to the topic.
Didn't open it up.
Yeah, let's change subjects because
no. I don't want to change subject, Bev. You provided a scale to a map. and you provided two maps.
That's
Neither of them have a scale.
For.
Neither of them have a scale included. So which one? Hold on. Which one does that scale? Hold on, Bev.
That was
which,
two scale.
Hold on, Bev. Please hold on, Bev. Which of these maps does the 1 to 50,000 scale apply to? Which one?
The one it says. The one it
the
says.
only
right on...
one that there is there, right in front of you.
There's two maps.
The map.
There's two maps.
There's all.
Bev, what he's looking at is
right on the outside of
he
the map.
thinks that the outside drawing on the picture of the map is the fucking map.
There's two
Because
fucking maps. There's one with the grid
Why do you need to show us the inside, Bev?
This is so fucking unbelievable, Bev.
Neither of what you're looking at are the map. That is the outside cover of something that you can unfold to get the map. You're not looking at the map. You're looking at
100%. No, I agree. That's the point that I'm making, is that neither of these representations, in his picture of 46 after the hour, there is no indication of scale on one of those two. So either
the one that says
Bev,
1 to 50,000 scale.
Oh my fucking god, Bev! Because if you apply 1 to 50,000 on both of these maps, you come up with different actual distances within reality. That's why I asked. There's no indication of what the 1 to 50,000 applies to. Because if we apply it to the bottom map, the grid system where the 108 is pink, that map, if we apply 1 to 50,000, half of that grid 108 would be the representative of 50,000 centimeters. If we apply 1 to 50,000 on the top part, where we zoom in on 108,
have a look.
Bev, shut the fuck up.
There's the map.
If
a ruler on it as well.
One to
some lines on it if you want.
All right, can someone please mod? I'm trying to get to the fucking end.
Moderate, please.
Honestly, man, it's the entire fucking.
Let Bio finish. Bev is trying to show you the map with the scale on it, but let Bio finish. I don't know why he would want to, because he's asking for the thing you're trying to show him. But go ahead, Bio.
Yeah.
It's pulling fucking teeth to try to get the question answered. He thinks that he's answered it, and Jeremy, you understand. If you look at the map that he provided originally for 46 after the hour, which of those apply to the 1 to 50,000?
He's trying to show you right now, so why don't we let him do it? Go ahead.
I know we have to get to this energy level to make progress.
Go ahead, Bev.
Yeah, what Arma? Sorry.
He knows what a map looks like. Look, there's another map. It's the same map.
Okay,
just another picture of it. And like, what difference does this make? It's a 2-scale map that is 2D, that all of the distances are accurate. I mean, what is it you want to do? Where's the distortion in it?
Can you take a picture of that map's scale? Because there is a legend, there is a key. Can you please take a picture of that map scale, please? It's a legitimate question.
It says 1 to 50,000 scale. Is that not good enough?
You need to show the legend on the map. I'm gonna be condescending like you did. That give a grid system that you use for navigation. There will be a legend, Bev, and normally there's a scale there that'll show like a black and white alternating pattern to give you what represents perhaps an inch, 2, 3, or 4 inches to represent a larger number. Do you understand, Bev?
There you go.
Like that?
There you go.
Perfect. Thank you so fucking much, Bev.
Right, so it is a 1 to 50,000. Like I said right at the beginning, we've dicked about for fucking ages.
You're right. You have dicked about, and we've been asking the specific questions.
Now what?
Yeah, finally, 15 minutes after it was asked for, it's in the chat.
Oh, go on. Where's your rebuttal? Where's your rebuttal? Come on. What does the scale on that map, please? You spent so long trying to say that I'm being dishonest and all of that. I showed you the map. Okay. You wanted a bit more. Is there anything more you want?
Okay, so the reason why I originally asked for this, I don't know if anyone else asked, but the reason why I asked for this originally is because what was it? Okay, shit. Okay, yeah, the reason why I asked,
understand scale.
No, okay, no, because the reason why the reason why I asked is because you were saying something about like the angles in a triangle, right, being more than 180, right? But at this scale, right?
I did not say that. I said triangles have 180 degrees.
Yeah. And you're saying essentially that if this was if this was on a ball, right, then
no, I wasn't saying that. You might be saying that. I'm just saying this is a scale map, accurate measurements. And if I was to draw a triangle on this map with the accurate distances between the places, it would have 180 degrees.
Yes. All right.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I'm saying now that if you were to pretty much match this up with the ball, right, the warpness of it would be that's I don't even know if that's a word or not. But the point is, it would be so like it would be such a little amount of like warping, all right? Because at this scale, all right, because this map isn't like really big, right? We wouldn't really expect a lot of warping. In fact, it is more or less, to scale, all right, more or less. It would be like
it is to scale.
Yeah, more or less. I mean, if there was any error, it'd probably be down to like I don't know, like microscopic scales. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, though, yeah.
He said
I'm saying if there was, but you know what I'm saying?
The last thing Bev said was, "Now debunk it."
Now debunk it.
Yep.
Well, I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong. I'm saying that it's on that scale, it would more or less match the ball. Yeah, it would be more or less because
no, the ball is a non-developable surface. This is a two-dimensional surface. That means the surface of a ball cannot be expressed on a two-dimensional plane without distortion. Now,
yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
All of this map for the whole of the UK are to scale. Now, you can put it at any scale you want. There is no distortion.
Okay.
At which precision can you claim that?
So I'm saying that's another thing too. Yeah, go on.
I'm guessing, seeing as they've measured it 1-to-1, I guess you could say 1-to-1.
Well, I highly doubt it is 100%. Like I'm sure there's like very, 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 very like small. Like it's not going to be like 100%. I mean, it's really close, I'd imagine. But
triangulated the UK and they've got them to within the reckon about 2 inches. That's
they did
every
first order
point.
measurements. They did first order measurements, Arma.
Mm-hmm.
So that map's within 2 inches. That's pretty accurate for a
there you
whole country.
Well, yeah, 2 inches. I mean, there you go. That would be that's still an error, and that would
2 inches of any point anywhere across the United Kingdom.
Yeah. Well, okay. Like I said, that's more or less accurate. Yeah, that's more than more than
or less.
Accurate.
That's absolutely accurate, right?
Well, no, but technically, nothing's ever really accurate. I'm saying it's more or less accurate. Yeah, 99.999, whatever it is.
If it's on a flat map and it's only 2 inches off, does that work on your model?
Yeah, I mean, you could match this up and it would still line up more or less. Yeah, we're talking about like it would line up.
What do you think, Bev?
On this scale, it would. I mean, if you were to do something larger, if you were doing something much larger, like entirety of, for example, the United States, then that's where some warping might happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that's really large. But on this scale, though, we don't expect
warping of a plane grid system.
Yeah, I'm saying if we went much larger, like the United States, the entirety of it, then we would probably expect warping. But on this scale, we just wouldn't really expect
any warping of a horizontal plane.
It'd be so minute. It'd be like point
where
0.001.
Is it stated that you would expect warping of a horizontal plane? Please, can you give us that? Because you've just stated it. Then I don't know whether you heard it. Did you even know it came out of your mouth?
When you're trying to assemble 4 of these maps, you'll probably have a problem.
What was that? Sorry, it sounded
when
like
you attempt to assemble. When you
Wait
attempt to assemble 4 of these maps.
Wow, you sound way different. Wait, what did you do then?
Who cares what different I sound?
Have a cough. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's Xanic.
No,
you have to babble the whole time, man.
It's like distortion, Moyak. It's not. You've got a little bit of distortion in it.
Right. So who's this now? Are we tapping out? The guy that just claimed that you would expect distortion of a horizontal plane.
Wait, me?
Yeah, was that you that claimed that?
Well, I was saying that if you were to match this up with the like on the ball Earth, it would match up more or less. Yeah.
It's a non-developable surface, though, right? You do realize that's a mathematical term.
They don't know what a non-developable surface is. They don't understand geometry. I don't know what to tell you.
They don't know scale. I bet they don't even understand that trigonometry is used with triangles with 180 degrees either. And a right angle.
We definitely know that.
Oh, good. That's brilliant.
Have you ever tried seaming 4 of these maps together?
It's grid reference
That's
system in the
beautiful.
UK.
Have you ever tried to see?
Yes,
all of
it's
these
dead
maps
easy.
together?
It's on a grid reference system. They fit together. They're squares.
Then
Of
try it.
course they do.
You haven't tried it.
What do you mean you haven't tried it? I've just showed you a
Look,
fucking
okay.
picture.
Listen, all right.
Every map.
Listen,
Jesus.
the point is, right, all I'm saying is that
Point
it
is
would
that you guys are doing your best to do sophistry.
Is
yet
Bev allowed
again.
to interrupt like this? Just a general question.
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Let him finish.
He said yes. That's funny.
All right. So what I was going to say is the reason why I brought up the triangle thing earlier is because I did say in the past that you can't ever truly have 180 degrees on a sphere. But you can get really close to on smaller scales. We're talking about like 0.00000001, all right, on smaller scales. I was just saying in theory you can never truly have it, all right? So with that being said, if you were to draw a triangle on this flat map, right, it would still more or less represent reality. I mean, on the map you would have truly 180, while in reality you would have like 180.00000. You know what I'm saying? Like it would. It's close enough, okay? There is some error in this map, all right? Like you admitted, you said like what, 2 centimeters?
No.
So,
I didn't say there's any error in that map, did I?
You said there was 2 centimeters
over the entirety of the UK when they triangulated it last time, 1960s. That's the second triangulation of the UK. They claimed, after they'd totted up all of the triangles and put all of the positions together and made the triangles fit, they said they would be within 2 inches. That's not just 2 inches anywhere, right? It's in one position because it's triangulation.
Well, so why is there 2 inches for? I mean, is that just human error, or is that something else?
At any point, right? 2 inches.
I'm curious, do you have the source for that? I mean, did they like write a report on their triangulation?
The triangulation of the UK, 1960s.
I'm gonna make a. I'm not gonna make a. Okay, I'm gonna just say that there's possibility that maybe that 2 inches is because the surface isn't 100% flat. Maybe. I don't know.
The surface definitely isn't flat.
Okay,
absolutely not flat.
Okay, I know. Fine, if we're using that, they know. But I mean,
because
like
they triangulate from the tops of mountains.
Okay,
right? You do, so you understand how triangles work and triangulation. Now, in order for them to do that, they need elevation checks of each point of the mountain that they're going to do their points from, right? So they have to have that elevation mark. Now, how do you get that elevation mark?
Mean sea level.
Do you know how you get the elevation marks of every triangulation point?
Oh,
mean sea level.
You need see what? You need what now?
No, you don't get it from mean sea level. Do you know how you get
Yes, it is.
elevation point of every whenever they're doing the triangulation points? I don't know how many they add, but they're at the tops of mountains, right? Because they want to be able to see, so they can triangulate positions. But in order to do that correctly and accurately, because they have to make calculations, because they have to use triangulation, right, in order to do that. So there's a calculation effort, right? You have to be able to measure the direct elevation marks as well when you're doing your triangulation. Then you can map it directly. So you want horizontal distances between the two, and you want a vertical elevation of all of these points across the UK.
If you're using distances, aren't you by necessity trilaterating, not triangulating?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be on mountaintops.
Well, they were when they triangulated the UK, yeah, because you can go to all of them, right? I mean, they wouldn't necessarily be on mountaintops if there's no mountains there, but they're at the highest point. Then they can triangulate for further distances.
That's just for optics, so they're able to see in that distance rather than trying to
triangulation.
Yeah, so it's not a have to. There's a reason for it.
Yeah, that's why I said have to.
No, they don't have to. It can be done.
Would it make more sense if you wanted to, like, wouldn't it be handy? If there's a mountain there, you'd probably use
covering more of a distance.
It's faster. Less steps.
We're talking about triangulation here as well, nothing more. Just a triangle formed from 3 points.
And
I don't think we are.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I disagree with that because I don't think we're using triangulation. I think we're using trilateration. We're involving distances, not just angles.
yes,
And what's the difference?
you're incorporating topography and distance.
Yeah, that's why I said you need to have the elevations
You don't.
and the
You-
horizontal
you try.
distances. That's how triangulation works. Once you can match up the distances and the angles, then the triangles fit together. You are accurate once you can do that.
And when that's done on two known elevation points that match,
Yep.
and there's still a dip angle, what does that mean?
Well, the triangles always have 180 degrees, and you can represent them on a 2-scale map. That's the point.
No, so I'll ask it. Maybe I need to ask it a little bit more clearly. When they've done this, and between 2 points, the elevation say is 2,000 feet, and there's still a dip angle to it. What does that mean?
What do you mean a dip angle?
There's a slope. There's a percentage of fall.
And go on.
Between
Give
two,
us
between
a
two,
drawing.
between two known elevations that are the same. What would that mean?
What would that mean? What?
If you have two known points at the same elevation, and when they're doing these sites, and say that the second mountain, the second point, is below that zenith at zero, is a better way. What does that mean?
It means that you don't need to bother doing the horizontal because you've already measured the heights of the stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not answering what it means.
Okay, you don't do that. Okay.
Yes, they do.
Is that a good enough answer?
They actually do that.
No,
100%.
they don't.
Yes,
No,
they do. Yes, they do.
I found this interesting image from the 1860 triangulation of Great Britain.
Mm-hmm.
I find it interesting how their grid lines aren't really straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that worrisome for the flat?
No. Because the actual grid lines on the maps are straight. And that's the 1860s. That's the one they reckoned. Or did you find out how accurate they think they were when they did that one?
I didn't. I'm still researching it.
Isn't it?
I think it was about. I think I heard about 2 meters.
I thought if it wasn't within millimeters to you, it wasn't accurate enough.
For elevation, yeah.
Okay, but not curvature, right?
What do you mean? Curvature?
Well, because it's different. It's not the same thing.
I don't know. We're just talking about triangulation. There's no
Okay.
curvature.
Yeah, there's a difference. I tried pointing out a minute ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A big
We're talking
difference.
about triangulation from point to point.
It's horizontal
Yeah,
angles.
not anything to do with it.
If you do that over a long distances on a map, then it also does equal over 180. You can do that with flight paths with known distance. You can't.
Sean.
You can't.
Maybe he's not aware of the what happened the other day with that flight path thing.
Yeah.
You're talking about the fourth. You're talking about the fourth point. Okay, well, do
Sean,
3.
No, Sean, we're talking about triangles only having 180 degrees. Please don't obfuscate.
Okay, so if you do this on a map and it equals over 180, is it just wrong to you, Bev?
Can you draw us a triangle on a map that
show
has
you-
more
I
than
can show you.
180 degrees, please? Go on.
There you
It's
go.
in the chat, Bev.
Biodiesel. Yeah, biodiesel just put exactly what I'm talking about.
That's not a triangle, is it?
In your opinion, so ignore the lines because I don't give a shit about the lines. The argument,
Ignore the lines.
Hold on, Bev. Hold
How
on,
can you
I
say
know.
ignore the
No,
lines
I know,
of a triangle?
because you want to. So ignore the lines. There are 3 points in America, 3
come
airports.
on.
Hold on, 3 airports. There are points, 3 points. You can take a flight that takes a straight path from point to point. Assume a flat Earth. Assume perfectly straight lines. It doesn't change the measurements. There are particular heading measurements that you maintain to go from one point to another, all the way through, and to go backwards from that. There are heading
How
measurements.
many angles are in that triangle?
3.
Internal.
3. There are 3 points.
Internal.
Yeah, 3.
Internal angles.
3. How many times do you want to say it?
Just 3.
Just 3.
Okay.
There are heading measurements.
How
if
many
you're
straight lines are on that triangle?
Oh my fucking god! I'm gonna ignore you, and I'm just gonna keep talking. If you take a look at the heading from LAX to Miami, for example, you will maintain a magnetic heading of 93 degrees for that entire flight. If you maintain 93 from LAX, you will come to Miami. The same with Miami to JFK, 19 degrees. JFK to LA, 274. If you reverse these flight paths, you'll see when you go from Miami to LA, for example, it's 293. You'll find that you have to take the difference between these headings, and you'll find the internal angle from that location. For example, in Miami, looking to LA is 292 degrees magnetic heading. When you turn your head to the right till you're at 19 degrees, now you're looking at JFK. Between those two paths that you're looking exists an angle. The difference between that is 87 degrees.
So Sean can go and find us a triangle.
Oh my god!
And draw it
Shut the fuck up, Bev. So now you have a difference. Now you have a difference.
Sean, now you bumped in. Now you're talking about a triangle from something else, right?
I'll let your interruption go to its fullest. Right. So, anyways, now you have an internal angle between those two directions that you're looking. Between those two directions that you travel, there is an internal angle, and from Miami to LA and JFK, that difference is 87 degrees. You do it for all three locations, looking at the other two locations to get an angle. Again, assume a flat Earth and straight lines. I don't care. The angles don't change. The measurements don't change. When you add up these angles, they add up to 186 degrees. That doesn't change. The only implications that you have at this point, is apply spherical geometry or redefine Euclidean. I'm excited for you to do either of those.
Can you believe that they're doubling down on this argument?
That was a load of waffle, that. Triangles with more than 180
That's not a triangle.
degrees. You're seriously going with that, BioDuel, to save Sean? Sean was the one that claimed it, and now you're saving Sean with that,
see,
right?
Here's the thing, Bev. I actually brought it up knowing that BioDuel had done this, basically because I had actually told him to go to this site. So him talking about it is exactly what I'm talking about, because me and BioDuel have already talked about this. So he's not saving me. He's showing you what I'm saying.
Yeah, we've talked about it a few times over the past couple of days. Last night, pretty in-depth too.
Nice.
So so it's not a save thing.
So that's what you're going with as well, are you?
It's going with. This is how it is, Bev.
So that's your drawing that you would give us.
That's my
for
drawing.
A triangle with more than 180
asking
degrees.
me if that's my drawing. That's not a drawing.
Well, I asked you to draw me a triangle on a map with more than 180 degrees, please.
Right there. You're looking at it.
Okay, wait, BioDuo. Let me ask this question. Okay, so if I'm in Miami and I look to Los Angeles and then I look to, what was the other location?
JFK would be the other airport.
Okay. If I'm just doing that myself, I'm okay, and if I look to the west for LA, that's a straight line. And if I look to JFK to the northeast, I'd imagine, that's a straight line. And then if I'm in JFK looking to LA, that's a straight line. So I've got a triangle that has 180 degrees.
No, you don't. You have a triangle that has straight lines. The internal angles happen to add up to more than 180. There's an implication there.
It's impossible, dude.
It's not impossible. I just showed you. I just showed you that it's possible.
On a flat surface it is, but not,
not a
on
triangle
a ball.
anymore.
Okay, so
And so, hey, Travis, have you done the East Coast Drive, Florida to New York?
Have you just tried to debunk mathematics and just
no? I'm confirming a part of mathematics called spherical geometry. I'm confirming it.
Wow, that's a bold claim, isn't it?
Spherical geometry exists regardless of the Earth shape of the Earth.
You think you can
spherical geometry?
Spherical geometry by giving us that and saying a triangle has 186 degrees.
Yes, because spherical geometry applies to all to basketballs, to billiard balls.
No, it doesn't.
Whoa! Spherical geometry does not apply to balls in reality. Spheres in reality.
Yes, they're Euclidean.
I mean, I don't mind the mute because you probably saved him because he's just said.
Okay, I just muted Bev and then Bio. I wasn't even able to finish my point, okay? My point is, if I'm standing on the ground and I look toward one direction, that's a straight line. If I look toward the next direction, that's a straight line. If I go to any of those other 2 points and look to the third point, that's a straight line. On the ground, I've just made a triangle. The only way you're going to convert what I've just done over the extended plane that has conceptually 180 degrees, the only way you're going to change that is if you put in latitude and longitude. And that's where you convert what I just explained.
I would like to point out that you were trying to speak, but I had trouble hearing you, and I'm using earbuds. So I don't think that they heard you.
You were very low.
No offense to you,
Yeah, same
Travis. You sounded really, really weird.
We heard your explanation there, and I will address it. I understand what you're saying, in which you're at a location and you're making 2 straight lines. One straight line to LA from Miami, one to JFK. Absolutely understand. Let's go with that. I don't care. That doesn't change the angular measurement between those 2 straight lines, because we do have heading directions for each of them. We don't calculate the angles because we have straight lines. We calculate the angles using heading values.
You're now proving my point. If I physically do what I said and only do that conceptual action, if I pin it out, is a 180-degree triangle.
You don't know that without knowing the values of that angle. That's why we're using headings. The heading from Miami to LA is an X value. The heading from Miami to JFK is an X value. We're going to find the difference between those headings, and now we have our angular value.
Okay,
that's simple.
Okay, well, can I have this one? I'm going to go and make a brew in a minute, but I know that triangles have 180 degrees because I can mathematically prove it in geometry, right? There is a proof for it. You cannot have more than 180 degrees in a triangle.
In Euclidean geometry.
That triangle would have 3 straight lines. They're the requirements for a triangle or a trilateral figure.
Are you purposely excluding the fact that BioDual made it very clear that it was spherical geometry and that doesn't exist? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I
No, wait a minute. He did say this to me. He said he was doing spherical geometry on the surface of a basketball. In reality, a 3-dimensional Euclidean shape. It's not spherical geometry. If you draw
figures in reality are not spherical geometry. Thank you. I'm done.
Reality, just keep talking over me.
You are literally just deciding that it doesn't exist for your narrative. It does exist. Sorry.
No, you're literally deciding to ignore the point that I made that Bev is now making as well. Listen.
Okay. What's that?
Talking about distance. LA to Miami is a distance. Miami to JFK is a distance.
Okay. Would you agree? That going from LA to Miami is a heading?
Sean, why?
What?
Okay, listen. You've got 3 distances. If I then put that out on a piece of paper and write LA and then write Miami and then write JFK and draw a line between each of those, I have a 180-degree triangle. Only thing that you can do to change that is to do exactly what Bio just came in and just matter-of-factly started talking about headings, is put in headings and references for a globe.
Because that's what we live on.
I mean, no matter what you think the shape of the Earth is, there's a unique direction from, let's say, Miami, that if you walked in that direction in a straight line, you would end up at, say, LA. There's only one direction that does that, and that direction has a heading. All he's doing is saying, use the difference of these headings to get an angle at each of these corners, and then add them up. And when you do this in this sky vector site, they add up to more than 180. That's these are not a model per se. These are the headings. These are the directions you would fly to get from these places. And it doesn't match Euclidean geometry. That should say a lot about whether the surface of the Earth is Euclidean.
And
that says a lot about you guys. Everybody knows that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Yeah, but
and you guys are ignoring that.
That's fine.
It's so silly argument.
No, but we can't dig through the Earth, right? So we have to go on the surface, all right? So spherical geometry, man.
Okay, so do you think that that sky vector that BioDual uses, you understand that is actually used by real pilots? Any pilot, flat earther pilot, can even say they've probably even used it. You understand that you're talking about all these other things, and all BioDual is saying is using the known heading at which every airplane will use. It equals more than 180, and you're arguing that a triangle is a straight line. Okay, well, explain how these headings that are known equal more. Spherical geometry is a thing, and just the fact that we know it's a globe and we're using it, and you think it's a flat Earth, doesn't mean it does not exist. It exists.
You still have to show the curvature of this globe that we don't see.
Okay, well, then you'd have to accept the evidence that we're actually providing, and not just say you guys assume it's a globe.
What you're showing is two bending lines over land, which is silly. You know, airplanes they fly level. Yeah, they fly level.
Okay. Does a plane fly using its headings?
Yes, and they go level, and they also have to follow instructions from the ground and where to turn.
Okay, so if they follow these headings, these headings
and they also follow the other rules like when to turn left and right, and which altitudes to stay on. Yeah.
Okay, so if they fly one heading straight to it, and it equals more than 180, what does that do to them?
I just told you.
No, you
they
didn't.
also follow instructions when they take off, depending which bearing they are when they take off.
It was a mouthful
so many
of
other
questions.
factors.
All you're doing is trying to prove your point by using your model. Of course, your model is going to prove your point.
Okay, and if we're doing that, and the distances that we're using match up to any known mileage that you can calculate your damn self,
Sean,
what is using this model that you're saying is so wrong about it? If it still works, so if we use these headings our globe, if we use these headings on our globe model and they work, the distances work, what is wrong about it?
I don't need to use your globe model to get to another location.
Okay, if that's the case, pull up your Google Earth or whatever you want to use to triangulate and find distances, and tell me if the distances you find.
Why don't I just drive? Why don't I just drive from down to the next? That's going to give me my distance, bro.
Well, roads aren't going to do the same thing planes are, so that would kind of throw it off a little bit. But no, hang on. So if I say from LA to New York is 2,500 miles, would you agree?
Okay. This is something that I brought up earlier, and I'm going to ask you now. It's very related. It's on point. Okay. If I'm looking at the atlas and I see, I'm going to go old school. I'm going to drive across the country. I'm going to drive in a stick shift, man. That's how old school I'm going, bro. And I get out my atlas and I see from Baltimore to LA is 2,500 miles. My question to you is, if I said, oh, you know what, I think I'm going to fly, and I go to Delta Airlines and I put in Baltimore to LA, is it going to tell me 2,500 miles? Is my flight distance?
Yes, and your driving distance will be something like 2,700 because of obviously roads aren't a straight path.
Totally didn't hear what everyone else just did. So never mind.
Wait, didn't that was exactly so 2,500 miles straight to LA from there would be 2,500 miles. But if you drove, it would be more because roads aren't straight. And if you ask them, yes, they'll tell you the mileage.
Right. A flight path is just the most ideal, most efficient distance. It doesn't have to deviate for hills and trees and roads and blah, blah, blah. It'll be that straight path.
So triangles with straight lines and more than 180 degrees is what you're claiming.
I'm saying the
over the curved landmass.
What I'm saying is the most efficient route would be a flight path. These flight paths from point to point. You do 3 cities and you connect all these points. You could let's assume a flat Earth and
straight lines. That's just a triangle, right?
That's fine. Let's assume straight lines on a flat surface on a flat Earth. I don't mind that assumption at all.
Straight lines in reality, right? I mean, that's what we've got to go off.
That's
you know
fine.
what a straight line is in reality, right?
God damn it, Bev. Let's make that assumption that from LA to JFK is a perfectly straight line on a flat Earth on a flat surface. I don't care about that assumption.
It's not on the flat Earth, is it? It's an airplane. Airplanes don't go on Earth. They fly in the air. Let's just have a straight line in reality in the air, right? Like a plane is.
I have a prediction for Globe Earth. You won't let me finish my statement. Please confirm my prediction when I continue. Let's make that assumption that these straight lines from point to point are straight on a flat surface. These are the most efficient and shortest distances between these points. What doesn't change are the measurements of the headings that you must maintain throughout this path. Those heading values, when you take the difference between them, whether you're looking from LA to JFK and Miami, or from another point looking at 2 cities, those heading values don't change. When you take the difference, you apply it to an angle at that location. We come up with 3 angles. When we add those angles, they always come up greater than 180. There are implications there.
Then you didn't fly in a straight line.
There are implications there. You either have to apply spherical geometry or you have to redefine Euclidean. I'm excited for either option.
Wow, is that the options? Have they not sorted that out yet?
How do you know the angle?
The Globers have sorted this out.
How do you know the angle that you started off at? Hold on. How do you know the angle that you started off at was the straight line to the other place you were going to?
Because you have a magnetic heading in reference to north. North is your reference of 0, and then every deviation has a numerical value. We instead of, like I said in chat, instead of saying go east but kind of south of east, you would say travel at 94 degrees, and then you would maintain that direction for the entire time and arrive at your destination.
Oh dear, you've just messed up there.
Here we go.
Yep. You made an uh-oh.
Yeah.
Give this man the floor.
You was on about magnetic headings, weren't you there?
Bio. What you just said caused your travel to be an arc.
Oh, come on, Travis.
What?
You don't know
Travis,
what weapon we've just unleashed.
Was
Hello,
just
can you hear me?
speaking. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you was just on about magnetic headings there, weren't you?
That would be correct. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Well, get out all the maps for America and have a look at the plus and minus you've got to do to take the magnetic deviation into consideration. So therefore, if you're on the East Coast, the West Coast, it's different. So therefore, it will not be accurate because you've got to keep on changing as you travel across America.
Oh, come here. Come here.
Jeremy.
You're a hot
mic, Jeremy.
I did notice that he was saying we as well, so I just wondered if he was the guy, doing it.
Well, Wardenclyffe, if you would like to revise the diagram that I've proposed here with the calculations, I recommend that you do that. Please account for this magnetic deviations that are occurring, and please let me know what you find. I understand. I understand your claim.
It's your map. You're the one that presented it.
Yeah, the simpler question is, are the headings here on your image true headings or magnetic headings?
Right. That's why I make the calculations for both. Both of them come up greater than 180. I'm only referring to magnetic because it's easier to discuss in this setting.
Listen, if you're
it won't be a straight line then, because you'd have to keep on changing your heading.
I was just talking.
Right.
Okay, if you are using, when you talk about taking a magnetic reference, it's like using a compass, right?
Yeah, of course.
Then your movement is going to be on an azimuth. You're creating. Now I understand. And I agree with you 100%. You're right. Absolutely 100%. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What did you provide?
Again.
I've said it. I've said it now 3 times, so I think that I forced myself to say it one more time in case the other 2 weren't heard. I'm not going to do it again.
How about a flat earther reiterates what your point is? Because I don't understand what your point is. Perhaps someone else does understand, and they can reiterate for you.
If you're flying east or west, you are flying in a circle.
Right. If you're traveling east, that would be a heading of 90 degrees. Let's say that you're traveling for 1,000 miles. In that 1,000 miles, if you're not changing direction, are you still heading east 90 degrees?
Yes.
No.
Thank you.
Welcome to Flat Earth again.
Okay. If the catchphrase is an argument, it's a weak argument. But you can make the argument, of course.
Well, I thought I just made the best argument, because if you're traveling east to west, west to east across America, you've got to change your heading because you've got to carry on because of the magnetic variation. So therefore, you're not following a straight line. You're actually doing magnetic all the way. So you follow.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just not straight line.
The same thing.
Happy days.
Therefore, not a triangle, right?
Yep. Correct. Therefore, not a
correct.
But by all means,
it's a curved flight path. Yeah, not up and down.
The altitude change doesn't make a difference to the direction that you're heading. By all means, edit the diagram that I have, or present a new one with the calculations, accounting.
Curved.
Never mind.
You've drawn it correctly.
Obviously, you won't be muted or moderated, so I'm going to moderate myself like an adult and not talk through you.
My question is, wouldn't, like, say you're at New York City, right? Wouldn't the path of equal latitude that you would take by heading, say, due east or due west be different from the Great Circle route if you just traveled straight? Like, if you initially started east or west and then traveled straight, I think those paths would be different, right? This is for bio.
Just put in the chat that he disagrees. I don't know whether that's him.
Hey, so I'm trying to play back in my mind what Bio said about flying east and the 90 degrees. I was dividing the circle into quarters. Was that what he was talking about? Because that's why I answered yes, because I thought that's what he was saying.
Time to shift on there. It's a bit pointless trying to do triangles and talk about aeroplanes, right? It's not one of the best ways of talking about triangles and spherical geometry. At least I wouldn't choose to do that. I wouldn't choose to
There's
draw
a difference
triangles.
between flight paths and actual, like point-to-point angles, creating the triangle from 3 positions. They're just, flight paths or something stationary.
That's correct. That's airplanes is not the tool that we use to measure angles.
Yeah, whereas you could get a two-dimensional map that's to scale and draw a triangle on that map. All of the distances would be accurate and the triangle would have 180 degrees. I mean, that's provable through geometry. Going to an airplane is hardly a rebuttal to say that you can get triangles with more than 180 degrees. A ridiculous claim.
Oh dear, have I done it again?
Oh dear.
That's wrong, Bev, if you have a fundamental religious belief in a globe.
You could just redefine straight and then bring in a whole new concept of how you make angles together and interpret it all completely different, and then just write numbers on things and say you can have triangles with more than 180, which is a mathematical impossibility. But some people still
and curved
think it's
horizontals.
possible. There's so many mathematic geometrical impossibilities involved in the spherical geometry.
Yo, first of all, who muted me? Was I hot micing again?
Yeah.
And did we ever sort
Yeah,
out?
you were.
Sounded like you were having some
my
bit
bad,
of funky
guys.
time. We
bad.
we didn't want to hear it.
So did we ever get the thing sorted out with them? You got to know exactly which angle you leave from to your destination to get more than that 180-degree triangle.
I think we've decided that you're not very. It's not a good idea
No,
to do
they want to use
triangles with
spherical
airplanes.
geometry. They want to use spherical geometry, but they won't give us any of the axioms of spherical geometry.
Yeah, they want to use airplanes to do spherical geometry, which is ridiculous.
I know.
I mean,
When you
like
start
that
off,
is one of the tactics that they're using.
yeah, but when you start off your flight, how can you be sure that you're pointed exactly at the place that you're going to?
I'll is Warden still here? Yeah, I'll let Warden explain that because he does it best. He's the guy that knows.
Yeah, like you'd have to be spot on.
Shit, I thought that was Mr. Sensible.
I mean, how much are these angles off by fractions of a degree, or 180 point what? 181, 180.3 degree. How many degrees are they getting in this triangle?
It's not
In
a triangle.
Maya's example, it's 6.
I know. 186. 186?
I think so.
That's what he said. Gone quiet.
That's a guess.
Warden, are you still here? You can let Jeremy know how.
Like, let's say I'm going to take off from New York and I'm flying to Paris. How can I be sure that I'm pointed directly at Paris and I'm not even off a smidge?
He said it's got something to do with the magnetic deviation as you're flying. You have to keep adjusting it. So although you think you're going on the same straight line, because you're adjusting for magnetic deviation, you're not actually going in a straight line, right, along that heading.
Plus, you're getting blown all over by the wind up and down, left and right the whole time, too. But yeah. All right. Was there a coherent rebuttal from the Globers for that, or?
It's called a heading, Jeremy.
Yeah. That's your rebuttal, a heading?
Yeah.
You don't leave the airport pointing over it.
Oh.
Oh gosh, that's bad.
Who was that?
Bro, you sound like somebody put you in a fucking coffin and buried you underground.
Wow, that's the shitest mic I've ever heard. Well done, Kosho.
So far,
pretty bad. That was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Kosho, are you in the shower again?
Jesus Christ, Kosho. Come on, bro.
Please don't call us from your shower. Thank you. Is this still the same?
Don't try that again, Kosho. I mean, like, unless you're saying, like, did that work? No, it didn't.
You don't leave the airport. What's the answer? Where you're going? We Kosho, we can't hear you.
That's awful.
Yeah,
I think I
Kosho's
might
in a
have heard
hurricane.
you say airport, but I mean that would have been it if you did say that.
Yeah, I think I caught airport out of all that.
We know you don't know anything about flying planes anyway, Kocho. So I mean,
Kosho's one of the top Globers. Like I said before, it's not about how smart you are. It's about how slick you are with the tongue. You know, you gotta have that silver tongue.
Warden Cliff flies helicopters. That's why he knows about these things.
What's it called? Magnetic declination or deviation? You said.
I don't know.
Magnetic deviation. Yeah.
There you go.
Is that different than declination?
I don't know because I haven't got a clue what that word means.
All right, fair enough.
That's like the magnetic field all around the Earth. It's different. So it's like in one area, you might say like, add 3 degrees onto your heading. And then another area, it could only be 2. And then carry on and it could be 4 degrees. So that's why you never fly in a straight line. You fly in the same heading, but you're always altering the deviation.
Oh, that was their rebuttal. Their rebuttal to what you said was heading. Do you have a rebuttal for that, or I don't think it really needs one?
They think an aeroplane is the air ruler.
Yeah, your heading is always going to be the same. Your heading is always going to be the same. So like if you're flying, I don't know, 186 degrees, you'll always be flying 186 degrees. But then you've got to alter your path. So like if it's +4, so that makes it up to 190. So then 4, you actually turn to 190, but you're still on 186, if you get what I mean. Because of the +4 the magnetic deviation.
Plus, you're getting blown all over by the wind, left, right, up, down, right?
Right. I don't think it's the path that matters, though. It's
you compensate
at
for the
each
wind
of the
anyway.
3 points what the headings are to get to each of the places. And if at a given place, say the deviation angle is 5 degrees, okay, so both your headings are off by 5. But those, like, if they're both off in the same direction, then the difference is still the same.
No.
I mean, this is at the same location. This is just definitional.
Hold on, have you ever flown before? The guy that's talking there.
Flown in a plane or flown like as the pilot?
As the pilot, yeah. Or
No, not
like,
as a
you know,
pilot.
are you part of the plot? Oh, okay.
As a pilot. So what's up now? That's it. You lost again. You guys are taking big L's all over the place all year. You guys had a rough year this year. You Glober guys. It's gonna be all right.
Yes.
No, I don't think
We
you
had a
come back
rough
next
year.
but
We had a rough year in the year of the sextant. Oh, damn.
That's correct.
I don't know who
Sections,
named
when
it
you
that.
understand them, don't
What?
work
I
on
don't
a
know.
flat Earth. Shit, there's that problem.
What?
What are you saying?
Flat sextants don't work on a flat Earth.
They're just an angle measuring device. What do you mean they don't work?
It would work anywhere.
They
Yeah.
just measure angles. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
You're right.
Like,
The
where did
device
you get that argument from? Who said
The
that?
device itself would work. However, it would not be able to use the math that we use to know the angles, locations, and to be able to accurately plot our position.
Trigonometry.
Yes.
Trigonometry. Yeah, you can definitely do
Spherical
trigonometry.
trigonometry.
No,
yeah.
there's no such thing.
There's not?
Can I get the axioms for that spherical trigonometry?
Spherical trigonometry. There's trigonometry, right? You know how that works. Triangles, right angles, 180 degrees.
So the course that I took on spherical trigonometry, did I dream that?
It's so non-existent, it has its own Wikipedia page.
How about that?
What's that? Spherical trigonometry.
I think
Wow,
Euclid wrote
brilliant.
about it. Didn't Euclid say some stuff about it?
Who's on the potty?
Did Euclid write about spherical trigonometry?
Yeah.
Left lane. That's the funniest thing you said all day.
Have you seen it? Have you ever? Should we
I
go
mean,
and
no,
have a
I'm
look?
asking.
Which book
I'm
do you
asking.
reckon it'd be in?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just asking if did Euclid write about spherical
I
trig?
doubt it. I doubt it. But I mean, if you want to go and have a look, see if you can find it.
I second that. I
Be my
second
guest.
that.
Looks like Menelaus of Alexandria is the one who established bases for spherical triangles.
Mm-hmm.
And that was 100 AD.
Have they got straight lines?
Well, no, these are spherical triangles.
Okay. So triangles still have 180 degrees, right? And there is a mathematical proof for it. In fact, it's axiomated, isn't it?
Yeah, in Euclidean geometry.
Yeah.
Yes, if it's on a flat plane. But
Also, wait a minute. Also, in reality,
you can have a
it works.
And in fact, when it is in axiomatic form, it
Hey,
always
White
has,
Knight,
it always
RC
has
Maisty. Hey, White Knight, RC Maisty.
Why are you clipping
White
me?
Knight. Excuse me,
Why
sir.
are you
You just jumped. You
All
just
of your
jumped
mods
in
in here
on a
now?
conversation that
Your
was
mods
already.
now?
Yeah. Let him talk. How about that?
It's fine. Let RC go. Go ahead, RC. What do
All
you
right,
got?
RC, you go ahead. Jump on in there.
Yeah, anytime you have an axiomatic expression, you always have premises of those axioms. One of the premise of the axiom of 180 degrees in a triangle is that it is on a planar surface.
Thank you, RC Maisty.
So the axiom is only true when it's on a planar surface. If it's on a spherical surface, then there are different rules that are based on.
All right.
It's not
Can
an
you give me those spherical axioms, please?
Sure, I can post those.
Thank you, RC Maisty. Can you also tell me how to calibrate a water level?
I really need to know that too because I want to get a water level, but I want to make sure I can calibrate it first. So
Calibrate the water level.
I mean, if your water level is not calibrated, you could be all over the place. You're not gonna know.
Especially if you stored it upside down.
There you go. Just posted it.
You step on it.
Which chat, RC? We're looking in Livestream 1.
Live stream one.
I don't see it. You sure? You posted it in Livestream 1?
There you go.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Maybe
Probably in the wrong chat, Maisty, but that was like, like
I've renamed it.
I like that. Air ruler.
Actually, Arma gave us the technique last night. He told us to imagine Superman flying through the air while pissing.
Well, because the whole point was trying to, line up, ground with whatever, but.
Nice. You could have drawn us a picture. You get Jose to do
What
a crayon
was that?
drawing of it.
Oh, I
Wait,
missed
someone
that.
did a
I
drawing
can't
of it?
remember that.
Someone did an actual
What's
drawing.
Superman doing?
Yeah, I just
Pissing. You've got to imagine Superman flying and pissing at the same time.
Oh, yes.
What's that? Define the perpendicular.
I just
Drawing like straight
Yeah.
lines.
I just
Perpendicular.
Oh. Wait, what'd you post here, RC? What's this? This is the spherical geometry stuff, right? Nice.
Where's this? All right, Wolfram. Ooh, gone for the big boys.
I posted the actual image, makes it a little easier. Thanks, RC Maisty.
Yeah. The only problem with that spherical geometry is the moment you draw it onto a ball, it stops being spherical geometry. Turns into Euclidean, just drawing shapes on balls.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
And where is the ball in the first place?
They have to do it on a basketball or something like that, right?
Yeah. Do that on the 3.
Yeah, farming the consequence.
Look, that's fine and all, but we're just. Why
No,
are we even
hold on.
arguing this? Okay, my bad. You go.
The original point was, are there premises to axioms? And the answer is yes. And one of the premises to an axiom of 180 degrees in a triangle is a planar surface.
So what's your
straight lines
interpretation in yours?
Yeah, spherical triangles don't
How
have
do you
straight lines.
describe a triangle in spherical geometry? Go on. Good luck.
The lines on a spherical triangle are on the surface of a sphere with a given radius.
There you go. So would you be also assuming that three non-collinear points are coplanar?
3 non-collinear points are coplanar.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
3 non-collinear points.
Okay.
Just any 3 random non-collinear points would be classed as coplanar. 3 coplanar.
On a sagittal.
You need 4 points. You need 4 points to be able to establish or create any proof around any given set. That is.
Yeah, but is it not a mathematical proof that 3 points, 3 non-collinear points are coplanar? Like in reality, right?
No, if you need a 4th point.
No, I'm just saying 3. Just 3.
In order to establish 1 as 2 is or 3 is collinear and 1 is not.
Yeah, but I'm just saying 3 non-collinear points. That means they're not on the same. I'm talking to everybody else, right? Not assuming that you, right? There's loads of people in the room. Some people might not understand, right? So 3 non-collinear points means 3 points that aren't on the same straight line.
Yeah, your picture helps a lot. Thank you.
Right, so 3 points that aren't on the same straight line would end up being coplanar. That's a mathematical fact.
You can't actually establish that unless you've also indicated a 4th point that is non-coplanar.
Provable though within reality and geometry. That 3 non-collinear.
Bev, you didn't hear my lesson. You didn't actually hear what I said.
You just added another one and started talking about 4 for some reason without acknowledging the statement that I just made.
Is there no mods in here right now, I guess? Because I've been reamed, I don't know, 8 times for clipping.
I'm here. What do you want?
And Bev's done it 50.
What do you want? You want a mod?
So I want you to shut the hell up so that I can finish the sentence.
Okay. Well, first off, please acknowledge the 3 thing first.
Oh my gosh. I literally said that and all you did was start talking again. So shut the hell up for a second and let me talk. So if you want to establish any type of proof with any given 3 given points in reference to anything else, then you must establish a 4th point that is non-coplanar to the other 3 so that you can establish any axiomatic proof around the other 3.
How does it not suffice to just construct a plane from the 3 points?
That's fine. You can construct a plane from 3 points. What you can't do is then start trying to create proofs about them that reference other things, right? Or
wait a minute, RC. I didn't ask to do anything else. I just said, is it not true that 3 non-collinear points are coplanar?
If you want to, you can draw a plane with 3 points.
Yeah, by making a triangle.
Is that not the definition of coplanar, if such a plane can be constructed?
You can, but you cannot establish those, like, any other proofs around them. Like, you might try to say, all right, and a vertical to those that plane is now X, Y, or Z. Like you have to start
no, wait a
making
minute.
claims
This is
about
this is
that.
where we were going.
I
Was
don't
with
think
the
he's trying to do
triangle.
that.
Was just making a triangle, right? If those 3 points, three
I understand what you
non-collinear
said now.
points, please, RC, if those 3 non-collinear points are coplanar, then you can also draw a line from each point to each point, and that would be on the plane that is on. That making those lines straight. That is the very definition of a triangle.
Yes, that is a definition of a planar triangle. Yes.
A triangle.
A
Right?
triangle on a
the
plane.
triangle.
No,
right? With
on-
straight lines.
Because there is not only a triangle, there are multiple types of triangles. A spherical triangle is another type of triangle.
Where's your definition of that, please?
It was
I
in
already
the
posted
thing he
that.
presented.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that you are trying to narrow the definition of a triangle to a planar triangle.
To something that's provable.
And spherical triangles are things that you can also create axioms around.
But you can't prove it.
Yes, you can.
No, the moment you try and start drawing shapes on balls, lines on balls, in reality, it becomes 3D. Right?
Yes, good job. And that is reality.
But that, no, that wouldn't be, those 3 points would not be coplanar. If they are, they would cut through the surface of it, making a triangle with 180 degrees.
Are you talking about proofs in reality or proofs in mathematics?
Now, are you starting to see why I want to make sure that you understand that if you want to try to reference these 3 points in reference to anything else, then you need to have a 4th point that you can establish what is planar versus what is not. Because what you try to do just there is conflate a planar triangle with a non-planar triangle, like a spherical triangle. And that is incorrect.
Doesn't exist spherical triangles.
Sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, doesn't exist such a thing as spherical triangles. That's nonsense.
I'll back that.
Yes, that exists.
There's no such thing.
But something that you just said right there, Meisty, if I may, you're saying you need a 4th point, but you're using 3 points to then say that the over 180 degrees is therefore spherical. Where's your 4th point then? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, what you're misunderstanding is that if you want to try to make any claims about that plane in reference to anything else, okay, then you need a 4th point to establish, okay, here is one plane, and this 4th point is not on this plane. Okay?
No, the proof would
part of-
be
that's part of-
there's
why are you
3,
questioning
they
what
are
I'm saying?
on a plane.
Why are you
If
telling
you
me
want
not
to deviate
Hey,
from that,
why is
you
no
need to
mod
prove it.
actually enforcing any rules right now?
Yeah, I thought you were done too, RC.
I literally was in the
okay.
middle of a sentence. I literally
You took a long
breath.
breath or something. Yeah, you took a breath. That's what gave
Oh
it
my
away.
god! So I'm not allowed to breathe. I have to just speak gen-wise, right? Non-stop.
Just moan about it for a bit.
Or you can complain.
Or you could do it, or you could just say what you were going to say
Ricky,
right now.
if you're in here, you can shut your hypocritical.
Complain about that too.
I just got back in here to hear you complaining, RC. Instead, while it was quiet, while you had the mic, you could have carried on. Is there anything else you want to discuss with me, sir?
Yeah, just say what you wanted to say, RC. Go ahead.
What I said was, if you want a plane, you want to try to make any claims about that plane, then you need a 4th reference point to establish planar versus non-planar within your system. If you're trying to use something and claiming planar geometry, all on the same plane, you can do something that says, okay, here I'm showing you that we're not working with planar geometry by looking at a 4th point. That point you get a z-axis, and we're working in 3D space. And if it's a sphere, we can do things called spherical triangles, which there are proofs for, and I offered them to you in the chat.
Sure, maybe Bev would be better to answer this, but isn't Euclidean 3D geometry, and then what's the spherical
first?
What's the spherical one? That's only 2D, right?
Well, I think so. Yeah, you don't have a z-axis, do you?
Yeah, that's
in
crazy talk.
spherical geometry. That
We don't live in
I'm sure
2D.
you're just
Yes, you
debunked
do.
yourself there, RC.
So
Jeremy's
you,
quite
you
right.
do have it one in spherical geometry.
You did really
It's with
well
the
there.
it's with the radius.
No, you can't
Oh.
just adjust the radius of your surface. I mean, come on.
Wait,
There
you
is a
been
That's
reference.
why.
You're
That's why
doing
it needs a
really
fourth
bad
point.
here,
There is a
RC.
reference
It needs
to
the
a
fourth
radius
point on the
in
surface
spherical geometry.
in order to create the
You guys have
There
been
is
bulge.
a
telling us.
reference
Hold
to
on a
a
second.
radius in
Hold
spherical
on, guys.
geometry.
Hold on.
which
You guys have
establishes-
been telling us for years that spherical geometry, you were on the surface of a sphere, it's 2D, and now you're saying no, it's 3D.
What I said
Or you
was
just
that
flip-flop
a
and
reference. Oh my gosh.
My
What
bad,
I
go
said was that in reference to a spherical triangle, you're going to reference a radius, which means that we are not just talking about 2 dimensions. There's indeed a third in order to create a proof around
So
it.
let me get this
Thank you
straight.
very
Let me
much.
get this straight. Hold on, Bev. So you're saying the triangle that's on the sphere, that triangle is 3D?
It has 3 dimensions of reference.
But it's only on a 2D object, though. The surface of the sphere is supposed to be 2D, and the triangle is 3D. This is very confusing, Bev. Are you getting this?
Yeah.
You being
Triangles, they have
confused.
straight lines, man.
You being confused
double
about it doesn't
speeds.
mean that it's right. So the
Is the
point
surface of the sphere 2D or 3D? Not you, Bev. I know what it is. I want to hear Micey say it's 2D, and then I want to hear them say the triangle on it is 3D somehow. I don't know how that fucking works, but
the
Because it's called
surface
double speed, Jeremy.
the surface itself creates 2 dimensions. Creating something that you want to describe on that surface is done in 3.
Do you listen to yourself when you talk?
I
That was
don't
a
even.
nightmare
So you have
for a minute. Well done,
So you have
Jeremy.
a 3D.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
I don't know. You have a 3D object on in a 2D space. What's that look like?
I said you have a 2-dimensional surface that you are
2D.
describing.
I understand
X and
2D.
Y.
Okay,
Shut up, Jim.
dimensions.
That you can describe in 2 of the dimensions. If you want to describe shapes in reference to the entire object, then you can use that 3rd dimension in order to describe those shapes, such as with spherical triangles.
The entire object is 2D, though. You guys have been telling us
The
this whole
entire-
surface of the sphere is
The
2D.
entire object is 2D. The surface is just
Now we're just using a little.
Listen.
Now you're saying a little piece of the
Jeremy,
object
would you shut up?
You
is
just had a
3D
2D
somehow.
There are
object then,
2
Jeremy. You missed
Yeah,
it
how
out.
do you take a little
surface
piece?
is
Hold on. How do you
2
take a little?
Oh
Hold
my
on,
gosh.
RC. I have a question. Hold on. Yeah.
Why are you
How
not
do you
letting
take
me answer your first question?
Oh, all right. I didn't realize I even asked the question. Go ahead.
Yes, I know, because you're not listening to
All
yourself.
right. What was my question?
Your question was, how do you have a 2D surface on a 3D object? Because
No,
the
it's
surface
reversed.
can be-
Reverse that.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
Because
No,
the
that
surface.
was okay.
Oh
He
my
turned it
god.
into a 2D object as well, and you missed it.
Because
This
the
is
surface
talk over RC
is-
hour here in the live stream.
Yeah, my bad, RC. Go ahead.
Because the surface can be described in 2 dimensions with an X and a Y coordinate system. The object as a whole is a 3-dimensional object, which can be described in 3 coordinate systems, X, Y, and Z. If you want to describe the overall shape of something drawn on the surface of that object, you may use all 3 coordinate systems, X, Y, and Z, in order to describe that thing. When it comes to spherical triangles, we use the radius of that sphere in order to describe one of the aspects of that triangle.
Okay, so let me just get it straight. If you have the surface of the whole sphere, then it's 3D. You said a lot of
If
stuff
you want
there
to
that was
describe the whole object that you are looking at.
the whole surface of the sphere.
Indeed.
All right. Are
No,
you like? Why do you just change the words I say in order to ask?
Why
say
don't you
something
just
different than what
answer
I'm
the
saying?
question, please?
did.
So if we want to describe the whole sphere, the whole surface of the sphere, we
No,
say
the whole
surface.
sphere and the whole surface of the sphere are 2 different things.
Okay, so the whole surface of the sphere is 2D, right?
The surface of the sphere can be described in 2 dimensions.
Yeah, so the whole surface of the sphere is 2D. Okay, we got that. So now, how do we
No, I
take a
said
little?
the
How do
surface
we
can be
take a little?
described in 2 dimensions. The whole
Is that not what being 2D is?
3.
This is getting beyond a joke, right?
Well, because you're just not saying the things back to me that I'm literally saying.
Right, he's
Can-
paraphrasing. Is
I'm
it
going to
not?
be going in a minute. I'll go in live stream too because this is beyond a joke. But I'm just pointing out that 2D is length times breadth, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what's the length and the breadth of a sphere, please?
Thank you.
Whatever. Oh my gosh.
Latitude and longitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Give us the dimensions of the length and breadth of the two-dimensional surface of the sphere that you've got.
Sure. You can call it, if you want to do that on a surface of the globe, you can call that latitude and longitude. No problem.
They're circles, right?
Latitude and longitude.
Yeah, are they circles?
You can describe them in 2 dimensions of something that you would call a circle, but that would only be one subsection of a 3-dimensional object.
So you would give, because I mean, I know a circle is a 2-dimensional shape. So when you say the 2-dimensional surface and the length times breadth, so you've got the length as a circle and the breadth as a circle.
If you want
your length times your breadth of your two-dimensional surface.
If you want to subdivide them into 2-dimensional descriptions and call it a circle, you can do that.
Yeah, you want to double talk and make up a load of rubbish so that you obviously
If you
talking
do,
to
I'm
something what a
literally
two-dimensional
just saying
surface is. I mean, that's
what
fine.
actual geometric
It's
definitions
just
are.
like it's absolute. If anybody wants to listen to this, I mean, you can stay here, but I'm going
No, you're
to.
you're just upset that I'm giving you concise,
See you later.
geometrically accurate answers to something.
I mean, if you want to describe it in terms of the extent to which those coordinates can go, then I guess if you go with a standard latitude longitude, you would have something like -180 to 180. So a total, I guess, breadth you'd call it, or this would be east-west of 360 units, degrees, whatever. And for for longitude, north-south, it'd only go from 90 to -90, so 180. That's in a sense like the, I guess, equivalent kind of length and width would be how far east-west can you go, how far north-south can you go. And then there's this property that it wraps around.
Yeah, but the problem is that east-west and north-south, there are 2 horizontal lines. You're describing a horizontal and a vertical line crossing in the middle. That's not how we navigate.
I'm not talking about navigating or horizontal lines. I'm talking about directions in latitude, longitude.
Yeah, from a central point, going towards the horizon, in any direction, you're going to go horizontally.
I mean, the only direction you can go in, say, spherical geometry is along the surface.
But it doesn't exist spherical geometry. We're just saying that. You go whatever direction you go horizontally.
And it's only conceptual.
My girlfriend asked a good question a little while ago, and I'd like to pose it to you guys, to the flirts in the room. How do I measure the amount of material it would take to cover a baseball?
Square feet, square inches, square centimeters. Since no one wanted to answer, sorry. Your girlfriend's really smart, though, and gets the basic shit that is being talked about right now.
How many straight lines on that same ball?
Oh, so, I mean, what was the point of this whole argument anyway? Like, was this like a poor, like a poor argument to, oh, a ball can't exist or something? Like, what?
Bev thinks that triangles on spheres don't exist. That triangles must be.
Yeah, don't exist now.
Okay. And so if they don't exist, then what? I mean, it doesn't, it doesn't disprove, like, it's just, I mean, I guess if that's what you guys want to argue about, that's fine. I thought this was a flat Earth debate, so it's like,
The question comes back to navigation and the fact that we use spherical geometry in order to determine our latitude and longitude.
So let me get this straight. His argument is that spherical geometry doesn't
that's not
exist, therefore
entirely
the
true.
ball can't exist. That's essentially his argument because he can't understand it, and therefore he's not. It's dumb. It's
I don't know if
No,
it's
you
that
don't
shallow.
use spherical geometry. No, you don't use spherical geometry.
You
No.
use
Sure
the
do.
radius. Yeah, you do. You use radiuses around the North Pole on the grid expanding outwards, but never converts into a sphere.
Yeah, I mean,
That's not the
latitude
way
and
my-
longitude are a spherical coordinate system. They are measured in degrees.
Yeah, on a flat surface. Yeah.
What?
How
would you use
No,
degrees on
hang
a
on,
flat
hang on a
surface?
second. Let me just interject here, please. Cartesian coordinates are two-dimensional.
You have radiuses.
You can convert those into a spherical coordinate system. There is a calculator to do such thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that would be
But they are
polar
not
coordinates
spherical.
if they were
What you would
two-dimensional.
be doing is actually the opposite because latitude and longitude are not Cartesian, they are spherical. You can, of course, just like you said, convert them to Cartesian coordinates if you want, but they start
It's in
off measured in
circles.
degrees.
It's in circles around the center point.
I figured out how to rephrase my question if you guys aren't in the middle. RC, you still there? RC, you still there?
Yes.
Okay, so we have this 3D, we have this 2D surface of a sphere, and then we're going to take a little piece of that surface, and it's going to become 3D now.
No, you have a 2-dimension. You can describe the surface of something in 2 dimensions, and you can use that 2-dimensional surface on a 3D object.
Right, so the surface of the sphere is 2D, but now this piece of the surface of the sphere is somehow 3D.
Well, the surface was
Is
always.
the surface of Earth two-dimensional?
I don't know. According to these guys, is. I just want RC to say that we get a.
How do you get elevation from a two-dimensional coordinate system?
That's not what we're talking about, though.
So if you're dealing with elevation, by definition, you're no longer dealing with surface.
I mean, you kind of
Call
said.
Earth's surface two-dimensional.
There's
Come on,
still-
guys.
yeah. I mean,
Pick
there's
it up.
Okay.
Elevation is the distance above a surface.
But I mean, you could also, like, if I don't know,
You could just have a bumpy surface.
This is such a stupid argument.
Therefore, three-dimensional surface.
Yeah, correct.
No,
unless you
Yeah,
can.
what's the
unless
point
you
of all
can-
this, Rob? I mean,
unless you can
Earth is still
mail
a
to
sphere,
one of us
regardless of your
a 2D piece
misunderstandings.
of the ground.
Yeah, you could dispatch a helicopter to a mountaintop with two coordinates.
That is globe.
Well, that's why I brought up like it's such a crude example, but the Superman pissing, like the whole point is that you're still traveling over sort of like a 2D surface in a sense because like it line. I don't know. This is stupid. Lines up. It's just man.
Well, it comes back to the fact that we don't understand navigation. And navigation apparently doesn't work, even though it's used every day for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Oh well, it works very well.
Oh, navigation does work.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, for your flat map every time.
But only when we use the spherical trigonometry required.
No,
it
not
work.
not correct. It doesn't exist spherical trigonometry.
Whatever. Don't. This is. If you guys want to continue,
Sure
this story,
does.
I'm just gonna whatever.
Well, hold on, George. You seem to know a lot about maps. Why don't you tell us a little bit about maps?
About what?
Maps.
Maps.
Well, they're flat pieces of
There's
paper,
not.
and you can rub them, and they
There you
don't
go.
have any depth. And they're
So
flat
is there an
pieces of
accurate one?
paper, and
Is there an accurate
it
one that
depends on if
maybe
it's accurate or not. Well, that depends on if it's accurate or not.
We've been using it. That was your whole point. You said that we don't like to navigate. Yeah, we love to navigate. We know how to navigate.
Okay. And do we have an accurate one, say, for shipping distances?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure military uses them.
2021, they
they're all
only get better, right?
Are,
They should only get
are the
better.
distances of those shipping routes known?
They only get
Yeah,
more.
I'm sure they are.
Hold on, GMOC. I'll agree with
All
you.
the
in just
maps
a
are
second.
flat. All the maps are flat.
Okay,
The military
cool.
ones or
Got
not,
it.
they're all flat.
Got it. On across the flat maps, do we know distance?
Yeah.
Okay. So we know the distance between distant ports. And when we put those distances together, the known distances no longer can make a flat plane.
And
I think that's pretty the world is.
So
all right. So how are we navigating? Which boat?
Oh, you know me. Let's
What
talk about
type
the
of boat?
Fenday Globe. Let's talk about the Amoka 60s.
What type of boat is that?
It's a sailboat.
It's a sailboat. Oh, okay. So you know that when you use a sailboat, you go with the current. You
Tell me
don't
about
travel in a
Tell
straight
me about
line.
using a sailboat.
You don't travel on a straight line on a sailboat. It would be silly to say that. What you try to do is keep your bearing as close as you can, but you don't travel on a straight line on a sailboat now.
Right? Yeah. And what is
So why your
I watch
question then?
sailboat.
If you know that you don't travel on a straight line on a sailboat, I don't understand why you're asking me that.
I was watching a sailboat race the other day, and they kept showing this thing called the VMG. What does that mean again, George?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you knew everything about sailboats.
No, I don't know everything about sailboats. Who told you that?
Oh, well, you're talking about knowing the distances they travel and how it's measured. So I figured you would know the basic terminology behind it. Like VMG. Come on, even Jeremy knows what that is. I've taught him.
And what's your point?
So
I
you
don't know the
know-
terminology used. What's your point?
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and teach it to you, unless any flat earther wants to explain it.
Your point was that traveling from point A to point B was something confusion there. I don't know. I don't understand your question.
These are known distances. And
Yeah.
when we put them...
So what this has to do with the red herring that you just brought up?
So a VMG that stands for velocity made good. It is the theoretical position of the boat if they were able to travel on a straight line. However, they do not travel on a straight line, which is why there's a difference between VMG and boat speed. So I'm more than willing to have this conversation with you, George.
So what this has to do
VMG
with
is
point A and
always
point B?
lower than boat speed. Always.
So they're going from point A to point B, not on a straight line.
Right. The
Right.
VMG path would be the straight line.
I agree with you. But it doesn't mean that the shortest distance between point A and point B is not a straight line, though.
Right. No, that's exactly what it means.
Right. So once that you
The
have those
shortest-
two locations, you can draw a straight line between those two locations, can you?
I'm sorry. Once I have a straight line, I can't draw a straight line?
No. Once that you have 2 points, you can draw a straight line between them, no?
Yes.
So you
And we
have 2
call
points in the
We
map.
call that line.
You have 2
our
points in
VM.
the map.
We
Yeah,
call
you
that
have
line
where
our V.
you have the point of where you are, and you have the point of the destination. You draw a straight line between point A and point B. What's the problem with that? You check your bearing and you try to keep that bearing. Obviously, you want to get used to the wind and everything else.
Yep. And if you're going
Yep.
over a long distance, you're going to have to turn back and forth. so you keep your average more or less along that VMG, even though you can't
Yeah.
head along.
See,
And now you
nice
understand why
conversation.
sailboats tack or
No
jibe.
ball was mentioned. See,
Yeah, it turns out I know a lot about sailboats, huh?
that's good, man. Good for
Yeah.
you.
No.
And I know they prove, or I'm sorry, I keep using that word and I need to stop. They show great evidence for the shape of the Earth.
Look, man, I have water phobia.
There you go.
I have siblings that's what they do for a living. Yeah, they travel on boat. They go 2-3 days off coast. It takes them 2-3 days to reach destination in high sea.
Awesome. Do they know about
But I don't
your?
like it. I don't like it. I hate it actually.
Do they know about you being a flirt?
Oh yeah, and they understand how the sextant works. It makes sense.
They agree with you.
Of course.
Oh, I know personally, I would be very interested in speaking with a sailor who knows how a sextant works, who thinks the Earth is flat.
Well, they use the same method, triangulation, for different things. You know, that's how they
No,
find
don't. Hold on.
where.
Stop,
Listen,
George.
before these new
You've already made a
technologies
mistake,
that
sir. You've already made a mistake. Sextants don't use triangulation.
they are angle devices.
They use
They
trilateration.
measure. Yeah, they
They don't
measure
use
angles.
triangulation. Very
They
important
measure
difference.
angles.
Angles would give you known distances. Yes.
But anyway, fishermen, yeah, a few years ago, they used to have this technique. So you go out to sea, and in order for you to locate the position that you were the day before, you need to do some kind of triangulation with land, either with a church or a tree or whatever you use for your demarcation at sea. So
You're right.
we understand very well. We understand very well how these things are used. And the sextant is the same thing. You just don't have land masses as a reference. What you have is the position of the celestial bodies.
Well said, George. Well
which
said.
is exactly the same thing.
You just explained the history and why the sextant was developed and the technology behind it, changing us from a coastally locked populace to an ocean-faring populace. Well done. Now, do you want to get time in there and we can actually get our latitude too?
What do you mean?
You're giving us a history lesson, yes? You just explained how we've moved from a coastally locked populace to a populace that can now traverse the open sea by using fixed landmarks over that we could see on land, and now we can move to the sky. So you're about 2,000 years ago. Would you like to keep going?
I wouldn't say it's that old.
No, the sextant is not, but the technology is. The earliest astrolabs are freaking ancient. I would have to actually pull up the exact citation for the number. Yes, Enclaser is a trigonometric operation, but the trigonometric operation is known as trilateration, not triangulation.
Yeah, lines of latitude. They come from the position of north.
Lines of latitude come from. Okay, I'm not sure what that has to do with the known distances that you agreed to, but we'll go with
going to the GP of the northern star, yeah, on a straight line.
Okay.
Now, as you move towards the GP of the star, your angle starts to increase to the 90 degree as you approach the 90 degree. So as you move closer, or the other way around, from the 90 degree moving outwards, you start drawing circles of equal altitude. So that around that circle,
Okay, and
you
stop.
have the same
What's the
altitude, the same
what's the
latitude.
circle of what's the circle of equal altitude? What does that mean?
That means that you have a fixed point. Yeah,
A
in this
fixed
case
point?
is the north. Yeah, fixed
A
point,
fixed
like
point?
the northern star.
Okay.
Polaris.
So
Yeah.
what is the circle of equal altitude? What does that
So
mean?
that means it's a two-dimensional circle on around you. So around the North Star.
No, not
Okay.
quite, but keep going.
Okay. All
And
right.
why
Let me
what
give
what
you. Let
what
me tell you
changes that
differently.
circle from
Let me
any
tell you differently.
what changes that
Let me
circle
tell you
from any
differently.
other circle? What
Let me tell
changes
you
that?
differently.
Okay.
Imagine a street, yeah, straight road, yeah, and you have different lampposts. They're all the same height, yeah. And the lamppost just above your head, let's say it's Polaris, yeah. As you move from that 90-degree angle that you are under Polaris, as you move to the second lamppost, now you have a radius of, let's call it 200 meters. Now you're
Okay.
going to draw, with a compass, yeah, you're going to draw a circle around the lamppost. That
Right.
is your first line of latitude. Now you move to the second lamppost, yeah,
How
and it's
about we
double
say
the distance.
can we
It's double
so
the
we have
distance now. You
hold on,
draw
George.
another circle of
I
equal
know that
altitude,
George, I
and
know
so
this room.
on.
Can we use real numbers? Can we say you moved 60 nautical miles and it moved from
Whatever, yeah, you
90
can,
to
of course.
89?
Yeah, you do but those are globe maps. That's the
Well, those
thing.
are
Those are
observable.
those are the yeah,
Those are
but it's
definitional,
based on the
so
sphere, isn't it? It's
those are
based on the sphere.
definitional.
That's the thing.
Right. Oh,
But
right.
like I said, the road is straight. So as you move down the road, if you're going to look at that angle to the first lamppost, you're going to see those. It looks like the lamppost is coming down towards the horizon because you are moving away in a horizontal fashion. So
Wait. I thought you said the road was straight. You never said the road was horizontal.
yeah, horizontal road, straight
Oh,
road.
I've never seen one of those.
Oh, you never seen an horizontal road?
No.
Okay, all right.
No.
And your point is?
You already know. The question is,
I already know.
yeah, the question is, okay, so we've gone out 60 nautical miles and the star has moved from 90 to 89. If I
The
go
star
another
didn't move, it's still in the same place. That's why we picked
okay,
this particular
right.
star.
It's observed
So your
elevation.
distance to the GP of that star was 69 miles. Now you have 1 degree angle. Yeah?
Right.
For you to have the
And then
1 degree angle, you need
what if
to
I
have a
go
straight
another
line to the GP of the star, which is a perfect triangle.
What if I go another 60 nautical miles?
Yeah, you still see the star.
Well,
you still do the same reading. Yeah. Now
how
you're
many angles difference is it now?
now it's twice the value, isn't it? But you still
Okay,
need
and then I
to
move
have
out
a straight line to the GP of the star.
okay, cool.
So those are your lines of latitude.
I move out a third time and another 60
Yeah,
nautical
it's
miles.
still a line of latitude. Yeah, because
Yeah,
you
so
need to have a
how
straight
many
line
degrees?
to the center in order to draw a radius around that center.
How
And
many
anywhere
degrees?
on that radius around that circle is a circle of equal altitude.
How many degrees drop is it if I've moved
There is
3
no
times
drop.
each time?
I just told you the star
How
doesn't
many?
drop. The star is still there in the same place.
Okay, how
That's why we
many
picked that star.
degrees less is my sextant going to read if I have moved away from the GP of the star 3 times, each time moving 60 nautical miles?
It's 16 times 3, no? 69 nautical times 3.
69 nautical times 3?
Yes, 69 nautical miles times 3.
You sure on that one? Because
No?
I would say that
I disagree with those
star,
maths, because those
I
maths,
would,
like I said, they are
I would
based on a
say,
sphere. We don't live on a sphere.
hold on, George. I would say that the star has appeared to drop 3 degrees in elevation at one corresponding for each of the 3 steps I've taken. Steps being 60 nautical miles, 69 statute miles, whatever you want to call it. So I would say if I started with the star at my GP at 90, 90 minus 3 is a number, right? Would you agree with that, George?
And?
Okay. Now, if I step out to 4, is it 4 degrees down?
I don't know why you're asking me. It's not my claim. It's a globe claim. I'm not a glober.
Right. So this produces a nice linear.
What I'm telling you is, as you move outwards from the GP of that star, as long as you can see the northern star, you can still draw an angle.
Right.
And that is
every
only
time I
achieved.
step out,
That is only achieved. You know, the triangles, they only have they have straight lines. They don't have curved lines.
Okay.
That
So every
that is
time
only
I step out,
achievable on the flat plane.
every time I step out a set distance, I get the exact same change in the declination of the star. Its apparent observed altitude, right?
Yeah, you start having a more acute angle.
Yeah, right. And it's a linear function, right? It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't suddenly do like 33, 98. It's linear. Now, if I wanted to make a little model of that, what shape would it have to be?
You said linear, yeah? It used to be flat, though.
For the degree change to be a linear function,
Needs to be
what
flat.
shape? It would be flat?
Yeah.
You sure
In
on
order
that
to
one?
be linear, yeah, of course. Linear needs to be flat, no?
Oh, I don't
Am
think
I missing
math
something
agrees.
here?
Yeah, I don't think math agrees with you. What shape
So
would I have to
linear
be?
is not. So linear
Would
is
I?
not flat.
A linear function is not, no. Because a linear function doesn't mean flat.
Linear means straight.
Okay.
All right.
Maybe I don't mean this offensively, but is
Just a
English not your
question.
first language?
Listen,
linear function doesn't mean flat in any way.
Really?
No, not at all.
He means straight, linear.
No,
Yeah.
no.
So linear does not mean straight? Is that what you're saying?
Linear
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
function.
Is anyone recording this?
Is linear straight?
No, linear function. There's 2 words to that
Is a linear
phrase.
function
Linear
a straight
function.
Is that they now function on it, as if it makes a difference?
Yes, it makes a huge freaking difference. A linear function describes the relationship between 2 variables. It does not describe the surface of something. Hot damn. Shit fire. Like, this
I
is
thought I
actually
described.
straight math.
Listen,
I thought I
linear
described it
comes
pretty
from
well, but-
line. Yeah, a line is straight.
So
No, a line can be curved or straight, genius. You can have a curved line.
Yeah, for you to draw a curved line, you need a straight line first.
Oh my gosh. Just shit. Like, sweet Jesus, take me. Seriously.
You need a straight line for a radius.
You need an apple for a watermelon. Oh, sorry. I thought we were just yelling random things.
Random things.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm a pretty devout religious person, but sometimes I'm just like, maybe I'm an atheist. Like, why would God do this?
Blame
Why
it
would
on
God
God.
make people so ignorant about basic things, which is not a bad thing, just so confident that they're right about basic things when they're actually wrong? What
Yeah,
kind of
horizontal
loving God would
curve.
do that?
Why
So
don't you go and
Rob,
calibrate the water level or something?
Rob posted a pretty decent definition of what a linear function is in chat. Just if you want to have a perusal of that at your leisure, sir.
Yeah, they're all straight lines.
Yep, but they're in no way flat.
But they're all straight lines. Let's just gloss over that, huh?
No.
Oh gosh.
Oh my gosh. Like, really? Okay, so let me help you with this. This is actually dependent and
We don't need
independent
help. You
variable.
need help.
You simply ask yourself, what if I give more salt to this food? Will it be saltier or less salty? And what you see is that more salt equals more salty food. That would be a linear relationship. Like, the food can be flat, it can be round, can be freaking matter. Okay, it is simply describing the relationship between two variables that you are measuring.
You guys only see spheres in front of you.
That's all a linear function does. They call it linear because it is the opposite of polynomial. Polynomial functions do not have these type of one-for-one relationships, but polynomial functions do things like x squared. So it'll curve up rather than just go up in a direct relationship or an inverse relationship at a constant rate. A polynomial function will give you a non-constant rate. All a linear function tells you that something is simply has a constant relationship. Like, put more salt on it, the food gets saltier. Put less salt on it, the food gets less salty.
Yeah, straighter the line, more it bends.
Move 60 nautical miles away from the North Pole. Watch it drop 1 degree from its zenith.
Insane, right? It's just describing the relationship between something, not describing the surface of anything or nothing like that.
Oh yeah, it describes very well.
It's not bad to not know math. It's bad to think you know math and then make assertions about reality when you clearly don't know any math based on your misunderstanding.
Math, you say? What about reality?
In reality, every 69 miles you go away from the North Pole, Polaris drops a degree. That's reality.
It drops a degree on the vertical reading, not on the horizontal. No. The horizontal line remains horizontal to the GP of Polaris.
No, actually, it doesn't. If it would, the
section wouldn't work. Yeah.
right, if the Earth was flat,
No, it works because the section works because it's flat. It wouldn't work any other way.
I know that's what you want to believe, but Sexton.
Is it just me or is it cutting off?
Oh, I said, I know that's what you want to believe, but sextants say otherwise.
Do they? You mean
yes,
straight lines? That's how it works with straight lines.
I mean, go read the sextant manual or
Yeah,
maybe
with
the
straight lines.
boatage.
Yeah,
and then
it
come
says,
back and talk to me about.
Yeah, it says let's ignore curvature because it's easier like that, and let's also not to account for any Coriolis or none of that.
Well, actually,
Just to make it easier. Just to make it easier.
Funny enough, George. What do you remember what they call the inverse square law? You know
What
that,
about it?
George? You know, that's not a linear function. It's not a linear function. And, the inverse square law has actually quite a bit to do with things like perspective and lights and how they work and all that kind of stuff. And it's actually a polynomial function, funny enough. And you know what's the tricky thing about those polynomial functions? That they're not linear. However, the distance to Polaris or the appearance of Polaris is indeed linear. It's a linear relationship that we see, meaning that as we go farther down towards the equator, that it doesn't get smaller or seem to be getting farther away from us in any respect.
I see. Wait a second. So equator is down. So if I have to travel to the equator, if you are a pilot, when you fly to the equator, you go down, like you just said it, correct?
Oh my gosh, George! Ignore the argument.
You said when you go down to the equator.
Yes,
When you
George.
travel when you pilot,
that's a colloquial.
When you fly your airplane, are you going down towards the equator?
George, this is a colloquial way of saying going to the south.
So where is it going then?
So for example, George, I say I go
So
down
where is it going then?
to Tennessee and I go up to
So
Indiana.
where is it going then?
Whatever. Like, George, you're just
It's not going down. So where is it going then?
Oh my gosh, George, it's going south.
In what fraction? Which vector is that? Which vector is that? Is that the horizontal vector? Hello,
George, have fun in your spiral. Like,
are you going down on your airplane, going towards the equator, or are you going horizontal? Hello, is my mic working?
What he gave was colloquialism, George.
Because you're working very well, George. You're doing good. You just changed to 5 different subjects. Your brain's
So not going down. So you understand that if you were flying over the ball, you would have to go down.
What?
If you were flying over a sphere, you would have to nose down the airplane.
Do you think the Earth is the size of a tennis ball?
No, it's 8 inches per mile square. We know, to be honest with you, I didn't know the dimensions until recently.
Okay. But you now know the dimensions?
I know what they tell us, yeah, a radius of 3959 miles.
Okay, cool. So you know the dimensions. We're good.
Yeah, it would have a vertical drop of 8 inches per mile square.
Hey, George.
No.
Can you tell me
An
aerodynamically?
airplane would fly easily
George,
in an hour. Whew, the curvature, goodness me.
George, aerodynamically, what's the definition of descending? Do you know?
Losing altitude?
No.
No, you're decreasing your level. Yeah, you're decreasing altitude. You still fly. You still fly.
You know, George, aerodynamically, the definition of a descent is when the weight vector is greater than the lift vector. That's the aerodynamic definition of descent.
Yeah, that's your definition. Yeah, you still try to lose altitude horizontally.
No, that's not what the definition of descent is in aerodynamics.
The same thing. He's losing altitude.
The definition of descent is when the weight vector is greater than the lift vector.
Just to introduce a bit of gravity. You want to deviate the subject, isn't it?
No, George. I'm introducing you to aerodynamics.
Yeah, you're trying to red herring this.
No, George.
You already lost it.
You brought this shit up.
You already
and now
lost
you're
it.
lying in your bed.
With your going down towards the equator. That one was the.
You want to open the can of aerodynamic worms? Let's go, buddy. George, the definition of straight and level flight is when weight equals lift and thrust equals drag. Has nothing to do with your altitude.
And when do you go down to the equator?
It's a colloquial term for going south.
So you keep level then. You still fly horizontally.
Yeah. We'll never accept your definition of a leveled flight, RC, ever in your life, mate. Okay?
Jim, that's what every pilot and aerodynamic.
I don't give a damn what you're going to tell me about the pilots, mate. Listen clearly, yeah. Any human being out there knows what level is. When you say that the plane is flying level, is the plane flying vertical? Is the plane flying horizontal? They're going to say it's flying horizontal. Is it flying level or is it flying in a curved pattern? It's flying level. That's all they're going to say.
If it's a long enough flight, you're going to be upside down. You don't even realize.
Yeah, there you go. So there's no two ways about it. And we've got pilots' testimonies, real pilots who tell the truth.
He's gone. He's gone.
Of course he's gone. Of course he's gone.
Oh,
see, that's
he's
what I'm
still
like.
here.
I come in, I'm like disinfectant. I just clean up. No, sorry. But yeah, you know, you got to push the man. You got to push him sometimes, to tell the truth. By the way, the Polaris, for those who are listening in the live stream, I don't know how many people we got today in the live stream chat room there. Welcome you guys and dolls. The Polaris, it's supposed to be 433 light years away. That's an awful long way. 1 light year is the equivalent of 6 trillion miles. That's just 1 light year. 6 trillion miles is 1 light year. If you were given if you won $1 trillion and you had to count it, just $1 trillion, it would take you 31,729 years to count it. $1 trillion. So you wouldn't be able to live to count the thing. Okay? And they're saying that that Polaris is 6 trillion miles times 433.
So your argument against it is big numbers are scary?
My argument is it's not that far away. We can't see anything from those kind of distances.
Because big numbers are scary. Got it.
No, because
Big numbers scary. I get it. Jin.
square law
I'm
would
with you.
cut in. The inverse
Well-
square law that RC was
well,
talking
Gene-
about before he left would have just
Gene, that
destroyed
is-
your plan.
That is if you use the speed of light to do these calculations. Now, if you use the speed of dark, you're going to have different results.
Yeah, it said that. Correct. Correct.
We can't
So-
measure the speed of dark, though.
But you can measure the speed of light?
Yes, we can measure the two-way speed of light. It's done all the time.
You know, I love George's jokes, man. They're really good. If you measure the speed of dark, okay, folks, can you see how hideous it is? It's ridiculous what they're telling us. We don't see anything from 433 light years away. That it's not that far. When you look at the stars and you think they're close, that's your natural instinct telling you they are close. Okay, they're not those miles. They're not that far. 433 light years, and 1 light year is 6 trillion miles. 6 trillion miles.
So, Jin,
How wide
all
is the
I'm hearing-
universe? You know what I mean? Come on.
all I'm hearing is you say big numbers are scary. Please provide me something other than big numbers.
What we're
be scary.
saying is that's impossible to prove
Because
that.
big numbers are scary.
It's not
I got it.
provable. We
But it's
cannot
not that.
verify
It's-
any of this stuff.
It's bullshit. It's
It's
scary.
numbers that are thrown out of thin air. That's all it is.
Oh, it's bullshit
You can't
scary.
verify that.
Okay.
Verify
Yeah,
it.
the
You can't
bullshit
prove
is
it.
scary.
It's scary. I get it.
Yeah.
Big numbers.
No, it's not. It's not scary. It's just
Mhm.
downright
How do
ridiculous.
they know it's however many million light years away?
Yeah, how did they know that? That's what they tell us. You tell me.
I would ask.
They tell us.
The bullshit is scary. There you go.
Yeah, it is. It's all BS. Of course it is. It's not real. We do not live. We do not see things at those distances.
Hey,
Sorry.
Jin, everybody's in here now. You
Maybe
should
they
tell them about.
bounced a laser beam off of Polaris, and it took however many light years to come back, and that's how they measured the speed of light as well.
No,
Yeah.
guys, you got to
Someone was
listen to
waiting
Jin
around
go off
millions
about
of
I
years.
dinosaurs.
wonder how many people died during that period. What's the weight of that?
Hey, Jin, tell us about dinosaurs again.
Oh well, yeah, dinosaurs. You wanna listen to the
Oh,
dinosaurs again? Yeah.
what you feel like?
I'm ready. I'm ready to talk about the dinosaurs. And
Mad guy.
again, yesterday, I posted them a video from by Eric Dubé. It's known as Dinosaurs Never Existed. It's 29 minutes long. I made a mistake. I said it was 34 minutes. It's 29 minutes long, and everything I said about this Chinese company making 65% of the exhibits. It turned out to be 62, but they were not just in the US. They're all over the world, which is what I stated as a fact. Okay, so I got the 65% wrong. Okay, but they made
You're
them.
still
So as far
actually
as I'm
getting the facts
concerned,
wrong.
dinosaurs. It is impossible for any human being to construct from 3 fragmented tooth an animal you've never seen. Never been seen in human history, and yet they built it. They construct the bones for this thing from 3 tooth. I ask you,
So,
in good
Jin,
faith, with integrity, can you do that?
Jin, I would like to
Yeah.
point out that your movie claims that 65% of their exports go to U.S. and a European market.
All
it
over
says-
the world.
it
All
says
over the world. If you
no-
watch the video
it says
through,
nothing.
it's all over the world.
It
Across
says-
the world is the term they use.
It
Across
says-
the world. Thank you.
It
Across
says
the world.
nothing about those being displayed in museums.
Across
It
the world.
says nothing about who those purchasers are.
Why
The
would it say that? It says across the world they supply. You look at the home
Yeah.
page, they tell you they supply across the world, and they say we are very proud of the fact. They actually write those words in their home page. If you
Yep.
go there and read it, right?
but they don't
They
supply to
supply
museums,
the world.
do they?
They
They
supply the
don't.
world's museums with exhibits.
They
If you want
don't
us to make you one, they'll
supply
make one.
world museums,
No,
Jin.
yes they do. Yes they
They
do. And
claim they do not.
they do.
Do they? Right? No, Jin. Come
They
on.
do.
It took us 2
They
hours
do.
yesterday,
They do. They supply the world. Okay, they supply the world. And the thing is
but
this:
not the museums.
how can a man in England, a superintendent, the top man from the Royal Society, who is looking after the British Museum, sits down,
This
has a
is
cup of
another
tea,
lie, but
has a
I'm
cup
not
of
going
tea,
to debunk it.
has a cup of tea and a scone, and begins to think about what's going on in the past. I wonder what the animals were like in the past, right? Because remember, the word dinosaur came from this man, Sir Richard Owen. So up until that point, no one had ever heard of the word dinosaur. No one knew about the animals. Okay, so this
Hey,
is
Jin,
where it
get to the
becomes suspicious.
get to the
I'm
fun
coming.
part where they're hiding dinosaur bones for people to find.
We'll get there in a minute. Basically, yeah. So he has an idea in his head. Then a few years down the line, a man by the name of Ferdinand Vladimir Hayden, okay, finds 3 tooth in the Missouri River. What he was doing there, who knows? He found 3 tooth, 4 tooth, broken tooth. Didn't know what they were. Didn't recognize it, he says. So he sends it over to the UK. They then look at it and say, oh, this is from the, and just like that, this is from the Trochodon dinosaur. Wow. I mean, how would they know that? Never seen it. The idea of dinosaur came from a guy, the superintendent in the British Museum. I mean, I ask you, dinosaurs began suspiciously from the outset. How can you build a whole dinosaur? How would you know the size? What it looked like? That's impossible.
How do you think T-Rex feels though when he looks at his foot and it says "Made in China"?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
does he shed a tear?
What about the bones that are found in the ground?
Well,
here's the thing. Actually, I wanted to ask a question about when was the earliest find of a so-called?
There's
Hey,
one
regardless,
recorded in the Bible.
Yeah, that would be
out in Wyoming,
mid-1800s.
out in
Mid-1800s.
Wyoming, they find near complete skeletons fossilized.
Yeah. I will make this statement, which is coming out of the video, and it states this: no complete dinosaur exists. Complete bones of a dinosaur, they don't have it. That's a 0 there.
That's that near complete.
And any heads you find are just replicas, renditions, someone's idea. Okay? That's the other thing that the video highlighted in the video. Okay? So, another question, a question that was posed.
Hey,
by
Left
Eric
Lane.
Dubay.
Hang on, Jin.
a
Can I
second,
just
all right.
jump in here for a quick second, Jin?
Yeah, go ahead.
Left Lane for a citation on these full skeleton dinosaurs in Mississippi or Missouri or wherever. Can you post that in the chat, please, Left Lane?
It's out in Wyoming, and I said near complete. I didn't say 100% complete. Near complete, and there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, any skulls with those?
Yep, skulls.
Or would the
and all
skulls
that.
just happen to be missing? I think you should do a little better check into that.
Yeah.
2 was found with a complete skull.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there have been many finds of near complete skeletons fossilized.
Yeah, right. All man-made.
I mean, it's
you
just
hear
common.
the word fossilized. We hear the word fossilized, but it's all man-made. A question that was posed by Eric Dubay in the video is that why is it that these finds are only being found by palyontologists, geologists, Never the ordinary man on the street or the man in his garden. Yeah, never been found by those people. Only those related to the fields, and they're given a suggested place to go and have a look, and indeed they find the dinosaur there. Okay, that's the question that was posed. They're never found by the ordinary man in the garden, scooting around. Even the girl that found the so-called Sue, or whatever her name was, dinosaur, her dad was a geologist. Okay, so
Her husband was a geologist.
and the little girl's dad was a geologist.
No, Sue was found by an adult. She was 34 when she found her. Sorry.
But the image you sent me was of a little girl on a slope.
Right. Yeah. Different, unrelated person, Jen.
Oh, right. I thought that was her. Sorry, my mistake. Okay,
Unrelated.
well, her husband was a geologist, so it still stands that it's always someone related to the field and
The little
nothing
girl.
else. No ordinary
The
man
little
on
girl.
the streets. No ordinary man is finding this.
So the little
You
girl
say it
you
was
brought up
Yeah.
was the one who found a complete saber-toothed cat in the Badlands of South Dakota.
That's correct. Yeah. Another dinosaur.
Her,
supposedly, isn't it?
the closest that she has connection was they
Her
were
dad.
Her dad was a
Geologist. It's stated
no.
in the
Was-
articles that I read about her. Her dad was a geologist. It said. Her dad was a geologist. It said.
Okay, maybe.
Definitely, not maybe. I read it. So you didn't read that bit there, then that's what I read. So basically, for those listening on the YouTube, the claim is that dinosaurs never existed because the whole thing about dinosaurs started by an Englishman by the name of Sir Richard Owen, 1854 or something or other. Prior to that, no one knew about dinosaurs at all. There were
Have
no
you ever heard of the
finds.
city? Have you ever heard about the city of Los Angeles?
Yeah.
Do you know you have to get special permits and have special inspectors when you dig a new foundation there?
Yeah, you have to have a special permit, special license. Yes, I understand
Why?
all that. Yeah. Well, because it's supposed to be the dinosaur fossils are there. That's supposed to be, isn't that right?
Yeah. And it turns out these construction crews come across them all the time.
Yeah.
So much so
And
that they put in a mandate that they have somebody standing by, so when they come across them, they're already on scene.
It's funny how they were doing construction at the sites before the 1500s.
And
Okay.
they destroyed the
Sorry,
farm.
1800s. Sorry, and no dinosaurs were being found back then. No bones were found then. Yeah, but
Oh, you're
the
just so wrong,
Englishman.
Jen.
I'm
funny.
not wrong because that's how it started. This is why I go back to the very beginning. The whole reason Dinosauria and the word dinosaur was coined by a member of the Royal Society in Britain. His name was Sir Richard Owen. Okay? So I would be prior to that, Dinosauria and dinosaurs, there was nothing. So if you go back from that point, no one had found a bone or anything to do with dinosaurs. Nothing was found. Nothing. Okay, that's an established fact that it's not subject to your disagreement or disapproval. It's a fact, like you breathe air. That's how much of a fact it is. Okay?
Eric Dubé
Right.
and Jen said it. Therefore, it's a
Right.
fact.
That's the fact. That is a fact.
That's the
Right?
fact,
That
Jim.
Sir Richard Owen is the man we credit for bringing up the word dinosaur and dinosauria and anything to do with that. Royal Society, Sir Richard Owen, and this is happening in the 1800s. Prior to that, there were no dinosaurs. No one knew the word. No one saw any bones. But yet you're telling us about the Los Angeles site there digging away, but they never found anything, did they? Prior to that.
Oh yeah, they did all the time.
Okay. And then in
There's
Missouri,
tons of stories of construction crews coming across them, farmers pulling them out of their fields. For
not
basically as far
before
back
Richard
as we have,
Owen, not before, not
as
before
far
Sir
I
Richard
almost
Owen.
got a sentence out.
Sorry, but
For
not before Sir Richard Owen.
as far back as we have recorded history and people plowing fields, they've been finding bones in them, Jen.
Not before Sir Richard Owen. That's the
So
thing.
says Jim.
Otherwise, these bones would have been documented, and people would have known about dinosaurs before Sir Richard Owen mentioned it. So why would they credit Sir Richard Owen as being the man to, like the father of dinosaur, for example, and Dinosauria, and the whole terminology and the whole thing is credited to Sir Richard Owen, a Royal Society member of the Royal Society in Britain, superintendent to the British Museum, the #1 museum in the UK. This man is top man. Okay? Right. So prior to that, there were no discoveries of bones being made prior to Sir Richard Owen's Dinosauria story, let's say. And then you have a man in Britain, a man in the US, Ferdinand Vandermeer Hayden, finds 3 to 4 tooth in the Missouri River, and they sent it to Britain, and this is how the dinosaurs begin. They called it the Trachodon dinosaur, which means rough-toothed dinosaur in Latin, rough-toothed dinosaur. I don't know how you could make an animal. Like it said, how could you construct something from something you've never seen?
Oh, almost like they didn't, and that's not actually what happened. It's all a straw man. But that would require going against Lord Almighty Eric Dubé, right?
You see, Eric Dubé highlights in his video, how is it possible?
Lord Almighty
How can you
Eric Dubé.
construct
Say his full
an
title
animal
if you're going to
that's
call
never
him.
been seen, no records in ancient times, nothing around, but yet you can construct
All right, Jin, it's been fun harassing
a
you.
whole bipedal. It walks on 2 legs with a tail and
When-
very, very short arms. The predecessor to the T-Rex, you will note.
Hey,
You will
Jin,
note.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
I have one last thing to say, and then I'm out for a while.
All right, go on.
Get these other guys' dicks out of your throat and think for yourself, brother.
Well said. Good joke. I always think for myself.
Yeah, some just need to take their own advice.
That's right, and then you live a long time. But you can understand what's going on here now. This is very interesting because it has the implications are just amazing. In that, we the flat earthers know that we're living under a dome. So this 65 million year event that happened, that an asteroid came in and destroyed the Earth and ended the life of the dinosaurs, it's just bunkum. We're living under a dome, so that could never have happened. And thus, dinosaurs never existing is true. We didn't have that event. That event never happened. Asteroids, comets, meteorites don't come in and hit us from space. All crap. It's man-made events. These are man-made trickery events that are going on. That's what's going on there. The experts in animal physiology and anatomy say that the dinosaurs that we see that they have on exhibit, if they were to live, the dimensions, they would be crushing under their own weight. Yeah, and if the T-Rex were to topple over, it wouldn't be able to right itself. It would fall prey to another animal, basically, another dinosaur, a meat-eating one. So, and nature doesn't make those mistakes, to be honest. Nature doesn't do that. So you can see that these dinosaurs are man-made ideas. Yeah,
it's kind of like a turtle. A turtle flipping over on its back is in trouble, right?
Yeah, a turtle. Yeah, a turtle. But generally, turtles swim more than they walk. In general, don't they? Really good swimmers, aren't they? But once they're on their back, it's hard to get back up. You see. So those dinosaurs wouldn't be able to survive the massive size that they were, apparently. These are the experts in anatomy with the long neck and then a little head on the end of it. Silly things like that. Nature doesn't do that, apparently. Just seems odd. No reporter has ever seen or touched a real bone. When asked for access, they say, no, you can't. It's all locked away in vaults, incarcerated in vaults. You're not allowed to even look. Don't even ask to look, let alone touch. How dare you? The audacity. Get out of here. How dare you? Send this man out. Get him out of here. It's asking the impossible. Wants to touch. The very idea. Why do you think we have the replicas there? Go and enjoy yourself. You see? Replicas. Yeah. So, yeah, Eric Dubé's. Dinosaurs never existed. Goes a long way to exposing the lies. And as for the asteroid coming in, ending their life, that was a lie as well. The so-called impact site is too symmetrical to be an impact site, because how did this asteroid come in? If the Earth is spinning at 1,036 miles per hour on its axis, and you have an asteroid coming in at breakneck speeds, molten hit, and it impacts the Earth, it's going to impact the Earth and then continue to move into the Earth. It's not going to make a perfect circle. But guess what the astrophysicist, #1 renowned astronomer, Neil deGrasse Tyson, says? These things land and they explode and make this perfect shape. The speed and the impact can do this. Can we replicate this in an experiment? No, we can't. But yet he wants us to believe that that's what's happened. Because we've got these impact sites, supposedly asteroid impact sites around the world, across the Earth, but they're just too symmetrical. It's as if they just came straight down. Didn't come from an angle. Just straight down, bang, there you are.
Well, hold on. So you said the crater or whatever, that's from like an explosion from the asteroid or something?
Yeah, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson reckons, yeah.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then whenever the asteroid comes in contact with the ground, wherever that contact point is, that's what's exploding, I'd imagine. And so, from there, you just explosion, and that's
what
an even
about
spherical.
the speed? What about the energy and the speed at which it's coming into the Earth, and the angle it hits in? You see, I wouldn't expect to see, perfect 360-degree symmetrical circle. I'd want to see an oblong, the drag rate, the dragging. Come on, the drifting. The Earth is supposed to be spinning. Remember. Doesn't make any sense, does it?
So do you think if we were to launch like a missile, right, and it shoots at an angle, right, and then the ground explodes, and I don't know, maybe there's a crater or whatever, you think that crater should be elongated, or should it just
the aftermath of the impact would be elongated. It wouldn't be 360 degrees perfectly all the way round.
Well, I'm mixed about that, because it's impact. The point of impact is where the explosion is happening, one would assume, right? So it would be from that point where the explosion is occurring. It's not like the explosion is...
So you've got momentum.
Yeah, but I mean...
You've got the Earth. The Earth is spinning, remember?
But it's the thing... Okay, so this is the ground that's becoming exploded from the asteroid. And so... I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it.
Let me tell you something. There's a guy called Flat Earth Arsehole, known as Jake Gibson, Jake the Arsehole. Okay. Now he did a crude one. He took a BB gun, okay, and he shot at a peach, different angles, and every single one landed elongated. There was no perfectly symmetrical hit from just
I was
a BB
literally
gun.
just about to
Admit
say
it was crude.
about shooting ballistics. And using bullets on concrete or something. If you were to shoot straight at it, you'd you know, you would expect
Yeah,
quite an equal
that
circle.
that's fine.
Yes.
But we're talking about
But
explosions, though.
at an angle,
At an angle, no, you're not, are you? You're going to
That's
get.
that's
I mean,
yeah.
it's nature's look. Look, it's nature's laws here. We're talking about nature's law.
Yeah.
Nature tells us that if you put a drill at an angle, a drill on a machine, and you drill it, you're going to be drilling an elongated hole.
Yeah,
Because
no,
you've got a horizontal plane, right? So the same would be on an impact.
Well,
The
no,
same
that's
is going to apply when something is impacting on a
well, yeah.
horizontal thing. Yeah,
That's
right.
that's if we're expecting the actual asteroid to dig into the ground, but you're saying it's like an explosion, though. I mean, explosion is different from the actual, digging into, like.
But that's just Neil deGrasse Tyson's theory, yeah.
I mean,
That's
it's not.
just his theory.
He's totally
No,
not wrong, though, because I mean, at that much speed would cause, and that much energy would cause things to just,
I don't know.
pretty much
We
explode.
don't know that. We don't know that.
It's too
That's
much
an
energy.
assumption. We don't know that. That's why we're questioning it. Logically, in nature, what I've observed in nature, it would be that this is spinning, and then you have an impact. The spin is gonna drag. There's gonna be some dragging going on, some drifting,
Maybe.
because of the momentum of the Earth and the momentum of the object. Come on.
Well, I'm not gonna argue this only because I actually don't know the physics. You're right about maybe one would think this, but unfortunately I don't actually know the actual science behind it, so I'm not going to claim to know what would actually
That's
happen.
fine. You don't have to claim to know. That's why I appreciate that. Well, we're saying that it's not possible for it to be 360 degrees perfectly. It's too symmetrical. No, sorry. For it to be an asteroid site, and then there's no remnants of this asteroid. It all just evaporated like 9/11 aircrafts that hit the ground in Pittsburgh or wherever it was, Pennsylvania, Flight 93, that just disappeared, evaporated, and the one that hit the Pentagon, that also evaporated.
funny that,
Yeah.
along with the black boxes.
Yes, along with the orange boxes that
Oh yeah,
call them
orange
black, but they're
boxes.
orange. You know what I mean? Yeah. Can't find the orange box.
The black
I
boxes
just
were
did
actually found at both sides.
I just did a search on impact crater testing, and there's a whole bunch of stuff on it.
Yeah, that's right. I've looked at that stuff myself. Hard to swallow and digest what they tell me, but there you go. I haven't got the equipment to replicate that kind of thing, because if I did, I would. Believe you me. And yeah, so when we look at the asteroid impacts ending dinosaurs, and then we have Eric Dubé's dinosaurs never existed. You know what I mean? It's just another scam going on. A whole load of scamming going on. Yeah. The American track. There's a whole lot of shaking going on. A whole lot of scamming going on the flat. I mean, basically, what we're saying, we flat earthers, is this. It should be easy to prove that the Earth is a spherical ball spinning in space. It shouldn't be a nobody like me shouldn't be able to hold the professors and slow them right down to a stop and embarrass them. They cannot prove their case. It should be as easy as switching on a light, having a drink, going to the toilet, saying hello. It should be that easy to prove your case, but they cannot. Don't you think that's odd? Even you, the live stream there, right? You should be thinking to yourself, can you prove it? Can you? And if you can, please help us, because it should be that easy. Shouldn't be something that we can drag it on for years, 6 years, no evidence. Please. Yeah, man. It's a joke, isn't it? It's a joke. The heliocentric model is a joke. The emperor has no clothes on, folks. Please have a good look. Yeah, I gave up on the dinosaurs when those names began to be too difficult to pronounce. My brother was into it. He was making them in the models and that. He was well into it. I gave up. And then 2013 in Japan, they made a claim that they found what can only be called a miniature T-Rex. And then I thought 2013, the Jim wasn't a flat earther here, but I thought that doesn't sound right, because Japan is a volcanic island. What would it have lived on? Yeah, nah, I can't believe that. No, dinosaurs mainland. I thought they're trying to make. I put it down to they're trying to make money. That's all I said. It's a money scam. Yeah, they want to attract youngsters and get money. Okay, fine. Fast forward to 2017, dinosaurs never existed. When I heard that video, I said, I knew it. Oh, let me watch this thing. Wow, let me just watch this video here. 29 minutes. And everything was just, oh, no wonder. It's a moon landing hoax all over again. Wow. There you have it. Okay, folks, dinosaurs never existed. Prove me wrong. You have to bring me some bones that can actually check under the microscope. Unless you can do that, you're going to have a hard time. So what say you guys? Do you guys believe that the dinosaurs really did live?
So here's the thing, right? Do we really know what existed before we were here? Like, in all honesty, surely there was probably things that we don't know about.
I will agree with that, but can we examine it? Can we put it under the microscope and see the DNA? And can we see this thing? At least then we would know. I mean, if it's an exhibit like that, you'd think, if it was me and I'm saying this is a dinosaur from it, this is how we know. Come and look underneath the microscope. This is how we all learn about biology, yeah? And, and the dried blood and everything else. And we can learn, but they don't do that, do they? You'd think they would do that. It's necessary so that we know it's real. And then can we touch a section of the bone? Do you understand what I'm saying? And we all know what bone feels like, because you've eaten a chicken bone, a cow bone, goat bone, you know what bone, so let's have it. But the very fact that it's don't touch, don't look, almost, don't even come in, just take our word almost. Come on, man. That approach is very suspicious, don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that kind of gives me, a bit of a skepticism on, and I don't mean dinosaurs in the way they tell us, but just ancient creatures that could have existed on the earth. And I do think that maybe there are ancient races that tried depicting certain animals that we can't really understand because they're not around anymore.
Yeah, I mean, unless we have remnants of this stuff and we can actually look at it, it's hard to believe that. But I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I can't say that, because it's true. They could have been. That possibility is always there. I'm not. Evolution is not something that I follow at all. That's crap. Absolutely, we didn't come from monkeys. Right. So that's definite BS. So any skulls they've got there that's saying it's early man. Again, I want to put that under the microscope. Let me have a look. And where's the rest of the body? Why are you only finding heads only? Shut up. Where's the rest of it? Come on. A head only.
Well, I know, just like you were saying about the teeth. How can you make a body around just teeth?
Exactly. Complete with the legs of the hands, everything. It's silly, isn't it? Right. That's what I'm saying. And then they said that this event happened and it ended their lives 65 million years ago. Really? Even that is an outrageous statement in itself. To know what happened 65 million years ago. And then it turns out that didn't happen, because you can't know that. And asteroids do not rain down on our heads. So for those of you who are listening in the YouTube there, in the chat room, listen up. There is no need for you to be worrying about any earthbound asteroid, comet, what's the other one? Meteorite. Okay? They're not coming our way. Nothing's coming. Never. So don't worry about that one. That's one worry you can just throw in the bin completely. Those events have never happened. It's not going to happen. So all these observatories out there looking for the earthbound, what a waste of taxpayers' money they were. It's turning out to be now. And they recently put 2 new ones in Hawaii, because there was a big massive protest against it. lots of billions of dollars. Yeah, there you go. Just wasting money. All to keep us invested in the stars, the space, and Earth is a ball. That's all that's about. And the dinosaur thing serves that purpose very well because it answers the Earth, the life, and the what do they call it? The what's the word? I've forgotten the word. Darwinism's evolution thing, and it also addresses the space because the asteroid came in. Can you see how they link that together? Yeah. Can you see what I mean?
Yeah, it's quite obvious.
Yeah. So it's obvious it's a lie. There we are. Oh, whereabouts in England are you, my man?
About 30 clicks north of London.
Okay, so 30 clicks north of London. Let me see, 30 clicks. Are you as far as Peterborough?
No, not quite that far. About 40 minutes away from there. So closer to London.
Okay. Okay, you're closer to London. Yeah, because I've been up the breadth of England, and that's I know it quite well. So I was born in London myself, East London, Islington, but living in East London back in 1961.
Fair play.
Yeah, so I left London at the age of 38. So I've done 38 years in England, and then I'm talking to you from Japan, 21 years now. Yeah.
And it's great to hear you can't take the English out of the man.
No, no
you can
chance.
take the man out of England.
Yeah, you can't take the English out of the man. You got it. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be hard to do. No chance of that happening anytime soon. Yeah, and we got 4 boys. They know as soon as I knew that Earth was flat, they knew instantly. They knew. I had to just confirm it. 6-8 hours of just cross-referencing these videos. Let me make sure, because I'd already done the moon landings and the 9/11s and the fluoride and the Kennedy and all the other conspiracies there. That's fully checked, locked in. But this one, I just had to make sure. I already knew 5 minutes. I was already convinced 5 minutes it was already done. But let's do some cross-referencing. After that, I went upstairs. This would be Boxing Day. Upstairs, I said, right, boys, sit down, right. What shape is the Earth? Blang, blang, blang. They're telling me it's a ball. How do you know this? Just a simple that. How do you know? That's CG. Show me a picture. So they got their little smartphones out. I said, no, that's not right. That's a CGI image. Do you know what CGI means? So then when I explained it to them and then showed them the Gleason's map and then explained to them the holidays we've gone through with the basketball and the actual aeroplane that they got from all Nippon Airlines toys, we got the aeroplane. I've got them here, I've kept them because I knew they'd come in handy somehow. And I said, look, this is what would happen if we were flying. Did the aeroplane go around like this? Was it at this angle ever? No, man. Right. How was it? And then I gave it to them. Show me how the plane flies. It's level. Okay. So what makes more sense? Flying on this map, level like this to Japan, to America, or on this? So what is the shape of the Earth now? Okay. This is not real. Remember that, yeah? Yeah, they knew. They knew, man. Just told them straight. I goes, no, the Earth is not a spinning ball. It's not spinning. It's nothing. This is it. Doesn't it look good?
And then you watch Jurassic Park.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Later on, so that's 2016. So the next year, I told them about the dinosaurs because that's when I discovered it. And all my students, their mums were like disappointed. Because really, I said, no, they're not real, man. Because look, I've just gone and bought my son a futon cover with dinosaurs. Another one bought their child a pajamas, Another one took them to the museum, I said, no.
Jin, when did you become an archaeologist?
It is not, I love that question. It is not a requirement to become an archaeologist to know that the archaeologist can lie. Okay, those of you listening in the live stream in the YouTube there, you don't have to have a degree in a given subject to know the subject, unless you want to start teaching it or making your money from it, where that's a requirement. But you can study any subject on this earth to a certain degree and be an expert without the license. Okay? So
Yeah. You
sit
don't
down and eat it.
need knowledge. You don't need knowledge, training, or experience to be an
know the
expert.
knowledge.
That's
You
a
can
fantastic
acquire
statement,
that
Jim.
knowledge. You can
That's good.
acquire that knowledge without the degree. Okay? Thank you. I rest my case. I love that question.
I know. No
love that
knowledge,
question.
no
I always
experience,
remind them.
no
I
training.
always
You're an
remind them.
expert. You're
I'm an
right.
expert.
You're right, Jen.
I'm an expert. Let me tell you what an expert I am. I'm a professional expert specialist. That's what I am. Let's get that.
You're
Shakespeare of the
professional expert specialist. Nice.
Yes,
That's good,
that's
Jen.
right.
Very
That's
expert.
Thank you. Don't forget that.
I think you're
No, I'm
triggering
never gonna.
people,
I'm
Jim.
never gonna forget that you're
You
a
ever forget
professional
that. I'm an
expert
expert,
specialist in everything.
I'm a
Yeah.
professional expert specialist.
I know. That's a really good term. I like that.
What though?
Yes, don't go there.
In everything, apparently. He
That's
switched
correct.
from archaeology
Whatever
to
I
astrophysics,
put my hands
biology.
Yeah.
What else did you
Yeah,
touch
I'm
on?
living example. 40 years not been sick. One has to understand biology to make that claim. 40 years not being sick. I made my mind up at the age of 18, 19 that I'm never going to need to go to the doctor. That means I must live a healthy life. How do I do that? Nutrition, exercise, yeah, and not doing drugs and all the silly things that are out there. I'm actually a PE teacher. Okay, I've got a certificate.
Yeah, I don't know.
for that.
Michael Phelps is one of the greatest Olympians, and he smokes weed. So I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I think doing
right.
some drugs is
I'm
pretty
an
good.
expert. So thank you. So yeah, in
I know
biology,
you're a self-proclaimed professional expert specialist. I don't
Specialist.
disagree with that. It just doesn't hold up to scrutiny. But you could self-proclaim it. That's fine.
Michael
does
Phelps
hold up to
obviously
scrutiny
isn't
because
an
the Earth is
expert.
not a spinning ball. Dinosaurs never existed. Yeah.
I know. You know everything, Jen. You're
You
infallible.
know I know that.
I know you're
know
infallible.
I know that.
You're a god,
I know
Jen.
that. You can't
You're a
rebut.
self-proclaimed professional expert specialist, of course. Yeah.
You're exactly, and you yourself cannot
Have you
rebut
say that, Alan?
anything I've said.
And no planes crashed on 9/11, right, Jen? No
Yeah.
planes ever crash.
Of course, it was holograms and a specialized weapon that's a satellite, but not really a satellite because satellites don't exist. It's all of those things. Yeah, of
As
course.
far as I'm concerned, the Twin Towers came down via controlled demolition. That's without a doubt.
It was the big bad wolf.
So you're a demolition expert too. Nice,
Oh,
man.
you better believe
Did planes hit the towers, Jen?
Specialist.
Did planes hit the towers, Jen?
Yep.
Planes hit, okay. But planes didn't crash into the Pentagon, right?
Yeah, hang on a second, guys. I'm giving my son his bike. Open the door. Okay.
And 17 or so untrained pilots flew all these planes, right? Yeah.
They were
hard to
lightly trained. They weren't navigating. They were there's that specialized word with landmarks. It's just a particular direction. You see big old buildings and then you manipulate it.
Bright, clear, sunny day. It's not hard to crash into the tallest object on the horizon, right?
On a plane I've never used.
Yeah. You see me? You see me? I'm a meat and I'm a meat and potatoes. Two meats, two potatoes type of man, okay? So if I see the planes hit the building, as far as I'm concerned, the plane hit the building. The fact is, those buildings didn't come down by themselves. And you can see what's known as the squibs on the slow motion, where the floors are being blown out, the infrastructure. We know they use thermite around the main beams and that.
How do you know they use thermite? How do you know that?
We know
How do you know
this
that?
because professors in the field has said that they found spears of
All of a
thermite
sudden, you
and
trust the
thermate.
experts. All of a sudden, you actually trust
These
these
are
experts?
professors from your
Professors.
country, from America, stating this.
Nope.
Okay.
It wasn't from
Thermate
America.
and thermite. Then
It wasn't from
we see a
America. He was
demonstration.
Dutch.
We see
He was
a
Dutch.
demonstration.
He was
of
Dutch.
what
He
thermite
wasn't
can
from
do, yeah?
America.
They take a car, they open the car up, they put thermite on the top of the engine, and within less than 2 minutes, this thermite went right through the engine block, right the way through.
Doesn't put
So you
thermite in
know
the
what
building, Jim.
thermite can do, and they
Doesn't put
found
thermite in the building.
residue of this all over the place. Thermite.
Who found it?
So
Who
we
found
know.
it? Who found the thermite, Jim?
The
Who found
professor,
it?
I can't remember his name. The professor who I'm talking about, who had pieces of the thermite in a container and chips, and he
Niels
examined
Harrod. Niels Harrod is the one that did the experiment. He's never been to America. He did not find thermite himself.
Look, thermite was found. Yes.
By who?
And they said it was military grade as well.
Who said that?
The ordinary man on the
One guy.
street wouldn't be able to get this stuff. Okay.
One guy
So me and
said
you
that.
wouldn't be able to have access to this stuff. That's the level they knew. Okay.
So
then we know
you
they
trust one
used
expert.
it because hang on, because of you remember there was a piece of RSJ, you know, the I-beam that was sticking out at an angle. We have a man
That was cleaned up.
Hang on. We have
I
a
know you're
man
talking
says
about.
this. We
That was
use
cleaned
thermite.
up.
I'm going to carry on talking.
It was cut by welders who were
We
cleaning up
use
ground zero.
thermite.
That
We use thermite.
that photo
and we
was
wrap it around the beams to make the building walk. Was the terminology being used? We
how do you
walk the
put
building.
thermite on the beams of a building that's standing up and occupied?
We walk the building is what was said.
How do you put
using
thermite
thermite
on the beams, Jen?
so that the building would
Hey
fall
guys,
into
hold
its
on,
own
Jen, hold on.
footprint.
You guys, there's a lot of yelling at the moment. Can we maybe dial it back?
Yeah,
and
well,
get
the guy's
back
talking
into
over
it.
me, that's why.
That's all right. I know that tends to happen, so it's all
He's
right.
trying to talk through me. Don't do that. I don't talk through people.
No. You don't get to yell at me.
All right, just try to.
Talk through me.
All right,
Don't talk through me.
there's plenty of time that everyone can get their point out. So let's just try to go back and forth.
Yeah. So let me go back to what I was saying. You asked me where the thermite was found. I told you it was found by a professor, and he analysed it. But not only that. Don't interrupt. Not only
Professor
that.
did not
we
go there and
actually
find
we
thermite.
actually
So
have
who found
a
it?
demolition expert who says that we
Who's that?
wrap the thermite around the RSJ, the I-beam.
Who said that?
In order to walk the building so that it would fall into
Who
its
is
own
this expert? Who is this demolition expert?
Yeah, he's from Controlled Demolition. He works for Controlled Demolition.
Who is it?
I don't know his bloody name.
Well, you're the one that says calling him an expert. Who is he?
He's a demolition expert.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of demolition,
and if you want to see him say it, I will endeavor to find him speaking about.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
It's not
speaking of demolition, expert, my dad works for Dyno Nobel in the southeast of America. That is a demolition company. He's been doing it for about 35 years now. And when I was deep into 9/11, we had some pretty long conversations, and I presented a lot of information. And then he reasonably explained almost everything without even being on site. And, it's anecdotal. But
What about Building 7?
Yeah, that never got hit.
That's all Jen got is anecdote.
Building
Tell us what
7.
happened to Building 7. It
Building
came down in
7
like
was
7
hit.
seconds.
Building 7 was hit in the destruction of the towers. When the towers collapsed, the north tower fell into Building 7, caught it on fire, and did structural
Can you
damage.
hear him lying? Can you hear the man lying? Can you hear the man lying?
What-
You have Jane Stanley.
What did I say was a lie?
You have
What did I say
Jane
was a lie?
Listen to this, yeah? You
What
have
did I
Jane
say that was a lie,
Stanley-
Jim?
Hang on. You have Jane Stanley, the BBC reporter, reporting that the Sullivan building, building number 7, right, had collapsed, but it was still up, hadn't collapsed yet. Yeah? So there was no building hitting it. The Twin Towers had already collapsed by this point.
When
what
the
part of
towers
building-
collapsed,
What part of the Twin Towers hit Building 7? See, you're lying.
the north part of the north tower, the north part of the north tower hit Building 7. When it collapsed, 300 feet, Building 7 was struck by that debris, caught on fire, and burned uncontrolled for 7 hours.
You're a liar. You're an
No.
absolute liar.
Which of those words are right, Jim?
Let me remind you of
You
what
can
I
go to
reported.
architects and
Let me
engineers for
help you.
9/11. Everything I
me
just
help
said is verified by
Let
them.
me help you along. Let me help you
Jim,
along.
don't argue with it, because
I'm gonna
Al
say
Qaeda
something.
planned it all.
You might remember, those of you with good memories might remember a reporter standing underneath the Twin Towers, yeah? He says, here we are under the Twin Towers, and we're about to report, and it's raining debris, and we've got to get out of it.
Yeah.
And he had to run. And you
How is that contradictory to anything I said, Jim? How is that contradictory to anything I said?
Right? Right, and then you hear now, please speak. The building is going to be coming down soon. Is it coming down? Yes. Can you clear the area, please? Because this building is coming down soon. Those were the people there.
You want me? You want me to tell you what happened, or you gonna stop for a
That's what
second?
was said. We've got it on footage. We've got it recorded.
Can you stop for a second?
Can you clear the area now, please? The building is about to come down.
That's exactly what the firemen did.
Yes, we have. Don't be silly, mate. Your memory.
The firemen,
because you're
the
a
fire
liar.
department of New York.
You're a liar.
Okay, Jim, can you stop and let me talk?
You're a liar. And I'm
Jim,
a
can
man
you
who-
stop?
Jen, you gotta stop and let him respond. Jen,
The building is about to come
Jen,
down.
you got to stop.
Can you clear the area, please? The building is about to come down.
Yes, that's correct. That is correct. Okay. The fire department, after Building 7, after the towers collapsed, they had debris from Building 7 or from the North Tower struck the towers. Struck the towers.
It would be nice if a mod can moderate Jin, please.
Yeah, I muted him so we could get him going. I thought I could unmute him and he would handle himself. But just relax, Jen, please. Go ahead, guy.
So, so the North Tower collapses. It's on fire, right? Debris from the collapsing towers struck Building 7, causing structural damage and catching the building on fire. After the towers collapsed, the fire department went into the building, did a survey of the damage, found the fires out of control, found that there was no water supply. The fire department chief, who was in charge, declared a collapse zone and evacuated his men. That's why there are people saying, see that building that's on fire? It's going to be coming down soon. Because the fire department made the prediction. That's why no one died in Building 7.
Now you're a liar. Have you finished, the liar? We have Barry Jennings.
Tell me a lie, Jim.
We have the black guy Barry Jennings. You know, he's since passed on with his glasses. He was in the building as the floors were collapsing. He said he heard explosions, is what he said. Explosions.
He heard debris hitting the building.
No,
and it makes noise.
No. Are you interrupting?
Yes,
me?
he did.
Can you moderate, please? Please. Right. Now, what happened was Barry Jennings and his colleague, right, was walking through the building. An explosion happened, and the floor he was on collapsed. They were hanging onto the banister rails and that. That's what they were hanging on for their dear lives. Okay, Barry Jennings. Okay,
do you know about Barry Jennings got out of the building, Jim?
Hang on, you might remember Larry Silverstein saying, "Yeah, well, we had so much love of life, we decided to pull it." So they decided to bring it down. It wasn't brought down by any twin tower. It was controlled demolition. And when you see the building coming down, you saw it coming down symmetrically into its own foot. That was a controlled demolition. Stop lying. Get out of here, you liar. You're silly. You know?
All right, Jen. All right.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The fire department went in the building, found Barry Jennings, and got him out. So everything I've said is verified by what you're saying, other than your exclamation point.
You said the twin towers knocked down the building. And
no, I said it struck the building. I never said knocked it down. I said struck at the building and caught it on fire, causing structural damage. Listen to the words, Jen. Listen to the words.
Okay, but the fires were started from within the building anyway. That's the first thing.
No, that's not true. Falling debris.
Pockets of fire do not bring down our whole building. Never in the history of skyscraper building have they collapsed due to fire. But on 9/11,
you may think you're an expert. You may think you're an expert, Jen, but I'll go with the fire department of New York, who were there on the scene.
You fucking better believe it.
I'm
Can
going
you
to
name
take
another?
department.
Hold on. Can you name another skyscraper that's fallen because of it was on fire?
Yes, in Sao Paulo, there was a building that caught on fire and collapsed, fell straight down into itself.
Where?
In Brazil.
Please
Sao Paulo,
bring it
Brazil.
up. No, that didn't collapse.
Yes, it did.
You're lying.
How
Completely
tall was
down.
the building? How tall was it?
27 stories.
That's pretty tall.
Please bring it up. Bring it up. Bring it up. Because
Google it yourself,
Let's see the
Jen.
video.
Never in the history of skyscraper building have they
Sao Paulo
collapsed
fell.
due to fire.
How
Never
long?
happened.
How many days was it on fire for?
Just a couple hours.
So a skyscraper burnt to the ground and collapsed on itself from being on fire.
A 27-story building fell on its
In a
side.
couple of hours.
I don't know what you're
In a
calling a
couple of
skyscraper.
hours, folks. In a couple of hours, folks.
27
Couple of hours.
stories is pretty good.
Okay.
Is that considered a skyscraper? Or?
I don't know. You define skyscraper. I don't know what the definition is being used.
Is there some kind of structural difference in how it's
Doesn't
built?
know what skyscraper is.
Not really.
Is there a structural difference in how this building was built and how a skyscraper is built?
I don't know. You tell me.
But if you want to raise the stories, then you're really cutting down how many tall buildings have fallen just for any reason. I mean, how many?
Fucking hell, man.
How many?
Well, I mean, I'm only interested. I wouldn't dictate it necessarily on the amount of stories. I would say it's about the way it was built, the construction of it. You know what I mean?
The structural integrity.
That's reasonable, yeah.
The structural integrity.
There's no building similar to the World Trade Center 7 that ever fell or was ever even built. World Trade Center 7 was built over the top of a Con Ed station. Okay, so it was built in a very it was a trapezoid. It's a very strange way. So you can't compare apples and apples here.
I'm sorry, you've made a complete fabrication. I
What?
don't know what tower.
What did I fabricate, Jim?
Hang on a second, please. I don't know what skyscraper you're talking about that fell into its own footprint due to fire within 2 hours.
Look in the chat. Look in the chat.
Up until 9/11, no building had collapsed due to fire in the history of skyscraper building. Okay.
So
you're
the
lying
Globers
there.
still believe that it was the jet fuel that helped melt the steel.
No one's ever claimed that jet fuel melted the steel and caused the building to collapse.
So why did the building
Still
collapse
doesn't
in
have to
2
melt.
hours in Brazil?
I'm talking about the
what
towers.
brought the building down in Brazil in 2 hours?
Fire.
27 stories.
Fire.
Yeah, how? What did it do?
Because
They
beams
must have
lose
used
their
some
structural
terrible-
integrity as they approach 400 degrees. They lose like 50% of their structural integrity. The buildings are not
then
built
what
with 100% tolerance in there.
That's never happened. Every time they build a skyscraper,
I
they are
just showed you
built
one
to
where it did
withstand-
happen, Jim.
They are
I
built
posted
to
the video.
withstand fire because that's the #1 hazard is fire, and they are
Wouldn't
built.
that be
The tolerances are well beyond in the building. So you're lying. See, you're not an expert.
I didn't say I was an expert, Jim.
I
I didn't say I was an expert.
Professional.
But I will trust that the fire department of New York, who were on the scene, the chiefs that were there walking around Building 7,
And they said
certainly
this. It was like they were taking out. Pa, 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 pa.
Jen,
Do you remember
come
the
on,
words?
Jen.
Pa, 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 pa. They said, like, we take it out.
Jen,
Yes.
Jen, relax, bro, relax.
I'm relaxed, bro. I'm just
So you're just a dick?
replaying what I heard, what I learned from the YouTube. Yeah, the replay of the what's it, the loose change, where they were talking to the firemen, and they goes, it was like they were made to be brought down. Pa, 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 pa. Okay, what does that mean? Pa, 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 pa. Explosions per floor. Shut up, man.
Pa, 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 pa,
You
pa,
don't
pa,
even know
pa.
what you're talking
Structural
about,
members breaking.
Explosions going off.
do you think a building
Explosions
can
going
actually
off.
collapse without making noise? Is that what you're trying? Is that your argument?
I'm trying to say to you that the buildings
just go
were brought
whoosh.
down by controlled
Yep.
demolition, explosions placed in strategic parts of the building to bring it down, and not only that, thermite was used to get into the under
Yeah, they went to
infrastructure
a thermite
of the
factory while his building
to
is burning and installed thermite.
down. Not just the terminology of the
It's
expert.
special thermite that doesn't
Don't
catch
hear
fire,
anyone
I guess.
speaking that language.
Yeah,
So there
thermite.
you
They
go.
went to the thermite
Shut up, you
aquarium
Wallace. Shut up, you Wallace.
down on
You liar.
42nd
Shut
Street.
up, you Wallace.
Collected all the thermite at 42nd Street and put it in the building.
Listen, controlled demolition.
Oh, they
That's what
use
that
plastic
was, without
beams
a doubt. Everybody knows
instead
it.
of steel.
I don't need it.
Exactly.
Steel bends quite
And they
handily.
did a test
Any
for it.
warehouse
They
fire,
actually tried to bring it. They
and
tried to do
any
that. It never
warehouse
worked.
fire,
They
you'll
couldn't
see
bring
that
it
the
down.
structural steel starts to bend at temperatures
Yeah,
way
and the
below
towers
that
didn't
of
do
The thing
that.
is,
melting.
the fire was up on the 80th floor. The 80th floor.
That's
So what
cute.
about the floors below
Fire's been
that
destroying
weren't on
buildings
fire?
since man
Hang on.
started building them.
That weren't on fire. And the list's explanation that pancaking 1, 2, 3, 4, it wouldn't have gone down in 9 seconds. It would have taken a minute or so.
Didn't go down in 9 seconds either.
Over a minute.
Nice straw man, man. You're really building them tonight.
You haven't got a clue, mate. You're out of your league. Look, if the buildings were to come down floor by floor with the pancake theory, it would have taken over a minute to collapse that lot. Well over a minute.
Really? You got any evidence?
A minute.
That's what they said. Do the maths. You do the maths.
Do what math?
Your claim.
Down in 9 seconds. 110 floors.
It did not come down in 9 seconds. It took longer.
The only way that could happen is that you have to blow away supporting beams of all the floors to get a free fall. 9 seconds, the same speed that if you drop a golf ball, they will drop at the same rate. Yeah?
The towers didn't free fall.
Squared, man. Yes, that's what was said. 9 seconds.
Well, I don't care what was said, Jen, but it's wrong.
110 floors.
Bye,
you can watch
Jen.
the video
Nice
and you can
seeing you.
see the clock. You can watch the video and the clock, and you see it coming down by the
Actually,
clock.
I'll turn Jen down.
No, I get very passionate about this too. Let's just calm down though.
I'm calm, man.
And Jen is just not sharing the microphone. It's like 3 words.
Yeah,
come
you
out,
gotta
then Jen's on
share
it for an
a
hour.
little bit, Jim. Share a little bit.
That's because they're lying. But okay, I can share it. Just remember this, yeah. Just remember these words, yeah. The building's going to come down soon. Can you clear the area, please?
That's exactly what the fire chief said. He said the building's going to collapse. Let's pull the men back so no one else dies.
You heard 3,
all right,
2,
all right.
1, bang, 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 bang.
Okay,
And it all came down.
Jen.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
Share the mic a little bit. Come on, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm sharing the mic. Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
you're not.
Do some more
No,
live.
you're not. You're not.
Just a couple notes for anyone who's interested. No one died in the collapse of Building 7. No one died in the building, and no one died because the fire department pulled everyone back.
No, I didn't
That's
make that
an
claim.
undisputed fact.
Did I make that claim? Did I make that claim?
No, I'm just pointing out why no one
I don't know
died.
why you're putting that out. I don't know
If
why
the
you're
fire
putting that
department
out.
trying to put
We're
the
saying
fire
the
out, they would have
building came
lost
down
it.
by controlled demolition.
Jen,
It's
share the
claiming it.
microphone.
According
Yeah,
to
I'm sharing
PSA,
it.
nobody died.
According to
Period.
No
who?
one claimed that. No one
PSA,
claimed that.
nobody died. Period.
Yeah. Well, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Well, what about
People
those
did die.
flying people that came off the building? Those people seem to
Yeah.
be dead.
People died, mate. People died in that building.
Oh yeah,
People
no
definitely
question.
died.
Yeah, in the
I have no
towers.
question.
People died in the towers, certainly. No one died in Building 7, again,
Yeah,
because
that's fine. Yeah, building
the fire
7.
department
Building 7
evacuated it.
was evacuated, but no one said that. We said it was brought
Can you
down by
imagine?
controlled demolition.
Can you imagine if you were in one of those office towers and you just happen to like look up out the window and the plane's like right there? It's like
It's terrifying.
That's a
Yeah.
good chance to fill your underwear.
I had a good friend that was in the second tower.
There you go.
He heard the first impact, and he was at one of the sky lobbies when the second
Well,
plane hit.
You'd have to.
You heard it. Well done. Thanks for that input. Thank you
You'd
for
have
that.
you'd have to admit though, there's a lot of suspicious events surrounding this whole thing.
There's suspicious
only
events
what
around
came
anything that
afterwards.
happens.
Yeah,
You can say
only
there's
But
a
a
what came
Pearl
lot.
Harbor.
There's a
What
lot
came
around this
afterwards
though. I
is
mean,
Yeah.
come on, Jen,
It's
relax.
explanations
Jen,
afterwards that are suspicious.
Jen, shut up.
Jen, can you hear me talking?
Yeah, I can hear you talking, man.
Well, just relax for a minute. We're gonna chase people off if you go on a rant.
Well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. They're lying.
All right,
No,
you're
that's
getting
not
your
the
point.
point.
I'll talk to you
What
later.
the
Bye.
fuck?
Chase those
No,
lies
hold
off,
on,
man.
Mike. What do you mean that's the whole point?
It's
When
Jen's
a person
soapbox.
is lying to you, you're supposed to expose them and chase them off.
No,
That's the
we
natural
chased them
humanistic
off.
thing to do.
We fucking
Yeah,
chased
right.
him off. I love Moyak. He makes so much shit up about the globe. We got great sound
Yeah,
bites
that's
with
fine.
him.
That's you. That's you. That's your way, and that's my way. Okay, we're different. Yeah, I'm not like you. Yeah. Okay. My way is to expose and hammer them down. That's me.
Yeah, but the sound
okay?
clips is
You
good
want-
for
You
morale.
want to tickle them and play with your food and play with it? That's down to you. And make love to them.
Sound bites.
Jen,
Listen, the
Jen
sound
wants
bites
an
are
echo
good for
chamber.
Jen, the sound bites are good for morale though. Right?
Yeah, that's good.
For the
good,
troops.
good. My way is also, there are people like me out there who just want me to do what I'm doing. Yeah, go on, get them. And that's how it is. It takes all roads to smash the truth up. There are many ways.
I hear ya.
Right.
I hear
Don't
ya.
go down that road.
We do got to try to share the
That's
mic a
why I
little
like
bit more,
to,
though.
that's why I use the mic in the way I do. Like, yeah,
Yeah, but you
building's
gotta-
coming down soon. That jogs many people's memories are being jogged
Yeah,
by the
you
way
go
I
talk
speak.
over everybody. Talk over everybody.
Yeah, but if you don't share the mic and then
Carry
people
on,
want to
carry
leave,
on, carry on, carry on.
but if you
I step
but if
out.
you don't But if you
See you
don't, I'm
next
not.
week, guys. I'm gone.
No,
Bye-bye. See you
stay.
next week. See you
Jin,
next
just
week.
stay. Jin, stay.
See you next week. See you next month. See you next year.
No, don't. Jin, just stay.
Yeah, I'm joking. Come on, man.
Oh, all right.
You know, come on, man.
Seriously though, there's a lot of suspicious events.
Seriously though, they're lying, man.
There's a lot of suspicious events, like more than normal suspicious amounts of events happening around this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely.
I've got a question. I've got a question for them. Yeah. How do they explain that across the road from the Twin Towers, the Deutsche Bank was there? They found human remains, bones, and then the RSJ that was embedded into that building. Yeah. How do you explain that? A whole piece of I-beam frame was embedded into the Deutsche Bank building. How do you explain that?
What was embedded in it? A piece of the plane?
RSJ, yeah, I-beam. I-beam.
I don't know. Piece of the plane probably flung off. I mean, the shit was flying everywhere. It looked like.
Do you know what an I-beam is? Do you know what an I-beam is?
I-beam? Oh, an I-beam. I-beam.
Yes.
That'd be tough. You might be able to get an I-beam
Thank you.
disconnected like that, no?
Thank you. And there was a piece of an I-beam that was impelled into the Deutsche Bank across the road.
I bet you if we kept flying planes, if we kept doing that over and over again, we'd eventually have I-beams flying out all over the place, and at least a couple of them.
Yeah, the point is how it requires tremendous energy, which you can only gain from explosions. Yes or no?
What?
Well, I mean, could the plane have done it when it made impact with the building? That's a pretty hard hit.
It's possible, but I doubt it very much because the plane went into the building really and collapsed and blew up. and then most of the fuel was burnt up when the explosion. That orange plume, that's the fuel blowing up there. Okay, and then when you see the black smoke coming from the building, that means that the materials that the fire needs to burn is running out. It means the fire is actually going out. When you see black smoke coming off, it means there's not enough material to keep the fire going. The fire is dying.
It's oxygen starved, Jen. Is that what you're saying?
Thank you. That's the word I'm trying to say.
So all black fires are oxygen starved. So if I showed you a black
material starved of material to burn. It's what that is.
Starved of material to burn. Okay, so if I show you a fire that has black smoke, you're going to tell me that it has to be what?
Is when you get black smoke.
No, Jen, you get black smoke when you burn. Hey, hold up, Jen. You get black smoke when you burn hydrocarbons.
Yes.
You are arguing with the experts, okay?
Jen,
that's what I think, but that's where I get.
Jen,
that's where I get my information from. The experts. They say that when you see the black smoke coming out at the top of the tower, that black smoke, it means that the fire is starved of material to burn.
No, Jen, that's not what that means.
Jen, what about
it means that's when you burn fuel hydrocarbons, you get black smoke. You burn rubber, for example, you get black smoke because there are hydrocarbons in it. You burn tires, you get black smoke because there's hydrocarbons in it.
Mixture of smokes, yeah.
I was gonna say I've seen a.
I'm talking about the building.
Hold on a second. Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you barely. Jim won't be quiet for a minute. What you got, Jeremy?
Well, I was just gonna say I've seen a tire factory on fire, and the whole thing's fucking. It's all black smoke.
Yep.
Yeah, Jeremy, that's what I was trying to say, Jen. You get black smoke when you burn hydrocarbons, right? They were classified as Class B fires. Okay, it's anytime you got hydrocarbons burning, it's black smoke.
The thing they said, the experts said at the time of the Twin Towers, when we were looking at and we could see the black smoke, that was indicative of furnitures had already burnt out. The fire was on its way out, basically.
Jen,
my point is this: the fire did not.
Jen, you believe anything you read?
Shut up! You're talking over me now. The fire did not bring the building down because there wasn't enough material in the buildings left to bring it down, and it's never happened in the history of skyscrapers. Carry on.
Other than the fact I just showed you one that collapsed from fire, but it's never happened before.
Not in Brazil. Not in 2 hours.
Yeah, Jen. They also didn't have a freaking airliner full of fuel hit them.
which
Oh.
the fuel blew up instantly and on impact. You saw the orange plume. That's the fuel blowing up.
No, Jen, the fuel didn't burn.
Yes, yes, it is. Yes, yes, yes.
No, no, no.
It was. Here's my
Got two
argument.
eggs to make.
No. See,
Well, it doesn't matter. That's you can say what you
Jen,
like.
like number
say
one,
what
you
you-
get
you
wrong
can say
about
what you
why you
like.
have black
The
smoke.
fact is, when you see the plane impact the building and you get that massive explosion, they said that was all the fuel being spent. Okay, so it didn't trickle
that, Jen.
down and bring the building down. That's a fact.
Jen, you're just
No
wrong.
fire has ever brought down any skyscraper in the history of skyscraper building, and the Twin Towers were the best and strongest, strongest buildings ever built. They don't build them that strong today, is what's being said. Okay? Integrity of the Twin Towers, they could withstand 4 to 5, 6 planes hitting and they would never collapse. They likened it to the mosquito screen that you have on your windows to stop the mosquitoes getting in. Yeah, when you puncture it with a pencil, it doesn't render the rest of the mosquito net useless, does it? That's exactly what they likened it to, and they were built to that level of specification that, and many planes, multiple planes could hit, and they would never collapse.
No one ever said that, Jen. No one involved
Yes,
in the
they
construction
did.
or
Yes, they
design of the
did.
building ever said that.
The
Nope.
designer was Japanese and American collaboration. So the designer was a Japanese man. Thank you
Yes,
very
he
much.
was. Yes, he was.
Yeah.
He never said
They
that.
built it, and then the guy talking about it, the American guy talking about it, said he likened it to the mosquito screen. He said that the Twin Towers were built to such a specifications that multiple planes could hit and it would never collapse. That's what they said. And he said that. Brilliant, man. I'm glad I got a good memory. You guys coming in line. It fell on the building 7 and collapsed.
You got everything wrong, but yeah, good memory,
I've
Jen.
got it all recorded here for you liars. That's why.
Yeah, hold
I
on
mean,
a second.
building
Wasn't
7 is.
someone going to tell us that
My
it was
car's
because of
number
the
plate is
fuel? That
911. The
was
number
it
plate
RT
of my
Mike?
car is
Hold on, Jen.
911.
Hold on. Let Ball Lives Matter say something. He's trying, or somebody's who's
go
trying
ahead,
to get
sorry,
in here.
Me, sorry. I thought RC Meister was going to tell us how it was to do with the jet fuel, that the reason why the towers fell. Because I'm not sure how they did.
That's not what I said. I said
No, I
that
thought you were getting there, but you did get interrupted. I don't know what you were about to say, so enlighten us.
What are you talking about? Jen was saying that all of the jet fuel was burnt up
Was spent,
instantly.
right.
To quote him, instantly. That's just
Right.
not true.
Come on, man.
So
Prove me wrong then. Prove me wrong then. Prove me wrong, will ya?
What does it change if it's not right? What are you getting at?
Yeah.
I'm getting at the fact that he's just incorrect about basic facts related to the Twin Towers. He said, for example, not only that, he said, for example, that black smoke was indicative that the fire was starved. No, black smoke is indicative of hydrocarbons burning.
No, it was starved, is what the expert said.
He's wrong about
the expert said that.
Oh my God.
I'm not making it up. That's for sure.
Wait,
Here, because you take whatever you like and ignore the rest.
I just want to sort of discuss and actually what did take the towers down, because I don't really know. Like, what do you guys think actually took the tower down?
Yeah, go on. Let's have it. What brought the towers down, please?
Fire and structural damage.
Yeah, I was going to say structural failure at its core.
110
The structural
floors.
failure was caused by a combination of impact forces together with structural failure because of melting and heat. And then the third one was really the progressive collapse, the progressive structural failure. Is that once you get a small failure and one floor collapsing on top of the other, you get a lot of weight and tons of momentum built up where there's tremendous forces of floors collapsing on top of each other.
What a liar.
So yeah, there's a lot
that only makes
into
sense.
it.
That only makes sense. That makes too much sense, RC. Can't make that much sense.
Now listen, right? This thing.
I know
it's
stupid.
This building,
It's stupid
hang
to
on
think
now.
of basic structural
Hang
engineering.
on. These buildings came down at free fall speeds. What you're
Not true.
describing,
That's
yes,
not true.
it was free fall. It
No,
was
it wasn't.
9 seconds. 9
That,
seconds.
you're
is free
wrong. It
fall.
wasn't 9 seconds, and it wasn't a
It
free
was
fall.
9 seconds. It was
11
9
seconds and 13
seconds.
seconds, not 9 seconds.
9 seconds.
11 and 13, not 9.
9 seconds, not 11 and 13. Sorry, that is an absolute fabrication lie. It was
All right,
9
show me a
seconds.
citation that claims that it
It's
was
9
9 seconds.
You go and find the citations. Could you give me the citations for the 11 and 13, please? Bring that up, big mouth. 9 seconds.
Hey,
9
Jen,
seconds.
you
Free
need to
fall
you need to
speeds.
quit calling people liars, Jen. They disagree
I'm
with
keep
you.
calling
They
them a
present
liar.
them
I'm going to call them a
but they-
liar because
and you're a liar.
innocent people died.
You're a liar. You're a
Innocent
liar.
people died.
You're a
Innocent
liar.
people died.
Well,
Shut
God
up.
dang.
Shut your mouth.
I'm
Innocent
not going to
people
shut my
died.
mouth.
Don't
You
tell
shut
me.
your mouth. I
You're
got
a
as much
liar.
respect as you do.
Fucking lying now.
Yeah.
Lying.
All right, everybody, calm down. Calm down.
That's a
I'm
conservative.
calm, cool, and collected. He's a
Yeah,
liar.
you can argue without calling people liars.
I think we all
I'm
know
calling
what
him a
really
liar
took the
because,
towers down.
because
All
it's
right.
an insult to me and those who
Stay
died.
Puft Marshmallow Man.
I'm calling him out. He's a liar. 9 seconds. Free fall speed. Free fall.
The World Wrestling Federation.
Free fall speeds.
Don't you mean free fall acceleration, Jen?
Free fall speeds. Okay? Acceleration, speed. Everybody knows what I mean.
I'm
They
glad
fell
that Jen
at
just
free fall
proved the
speeds.
downward acceleration.
9 seconds.
What-
9
what's the speed of
seconds.
free fall?
What you describe would take over a minute to happen. But they came down in 9
You
seconds.
calculate the minute, Jen.
Where did you get
How'd
the
you
idea that
calculate it was
was
going to be a minute?
Oh, he's an
They-
expert. He just knows.
Look, you're
He's a
talking
collapse
about
expert.
each floor being. You're talking about each floor being impacted. Yeah, impacted. We'll take it from the impact site where the aeroplane hits. Yeah. So for each floor to hit the next one, it's going to take time at least, isn't it? Bang. Then the next one, bang, and then the next one, bang. There's going to be some resistance. Yeah. So that's where when you
Show
do
me
the
a building that collapsed
that's
that
not
slowly,
free-
Jen.
That's not free fall. That is
Show
not
me
free fall.
one collapse in history where a building collapsed slowly like that, 1 second per floor.
It's never happened. It's never happened in the history of skyscraper.
You just claimed it did
That's
happen.
the point. That's the point. It's 9 seconds. Free fall. And the only way you get that is through controlled demolition. That's how that happened. Thermite, both were residues found on the site, especially with the piece of I-beam that was jutting out, sticking out at an angle of 30 degrees, let's say, yeah? And when you look at the residue of that was covered in thermite, and you have the controlled demolition saying, yes, we wrap the thermite around the I-beam in order to walk the building so it can fall into its own footprint. That's the terminology they used. The only reason you're hearing these words is because I'm saying it, because of my memory. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I'm not making it up. Why would I make it
You
up?
really are.
No, I am not.
Can I
Making
say
nothing
something?
up.
Please.
Yeah, please carry on. Go ahead.
I posted a video and down in one of the lower channels. Which channel? I don't know. I think it's just conspiracy stuff or something.
Well done.
And it says it's a news interview from the guy in front of the Pentagon, and he's like, it doesn't appear that any plane hit the Pentagon. And apparently it's some buried ass news interview. So if y'all want to check that out, man, let me know.
I've seen that interview, right? Because the guy says, what hit the building? I don't know, but it wasn't a plane, he said. I know
That's not what he
I know
said.
that interview. Yeah,
That's not what he said.
That's what
Yeah,
he
I
said.
don't know if he said that, Jen.
He said that. You watched
No.
that. It's an old.
No,
the
I
guy
mean-
that was being interviewed.
He said
was
there
an
was
old
no
man,
sign
was it
of a plane
Was he
crashing
not an old
near the
man?
Pentagon.
Yeah,
He said there was
outside
no
the
sign
Pentagon.
of a
There's
plane
an old
crashing
man
near the
outside the
Pentagon. The plane
Pentagon.
crashed into the Pentagon.
Yeah, that's correct. But no, it didn't. Because they found no piece of plane at all at that site. And the hole was too small for it to be an aircraft going in. They let loose the Labrador retrievers and they came back out, but they never found a single drop of blood. They didn't find any luggage.
That's not true.
Didn't find any shoes. Didn't find any clothing. Didn't find any seats. didn't find anything, these Labrador retrievers, and they brought them back out. And the guy you're talking about, he was quite a high up official within the military, perhaps, but an official man anyway in the civic.
Boy,
in the civic.
you are like going from one to another here, aren't you? I thought we were talking about a reporter, and you're talking about a guy in the military.
You know what it is? Because I've watched a lot of material.
Yeah,
on the
Jin,
stuff.
the one I
So when
one
he
I
spoke,
posted
I can.
is in research videos down bottom, and it's just one interview with one guy at the Pentagon.
Yeah, there was a guy at the Pentagon, and it said in fact there was two that I've seen. There was a young
There
man.
still
who
could
was
be a
describing-
plane, but at least there's no evidence of a plane, is what he was
That's
saying.
the one. That's the one. That's the one I'm talking about. And the guy said, "I don't know what hit the Pentagon, but I know it wasn't a plane." He said.
That's not what he
I'm
said.
telling you,
I
that's
don't
what
think he said again. You might want to go
Words to
watch
that
it again,
effect.
Jin. It's down there
Words
for
to
you,
that
man.
effect, mate. Words to that effect is what he said. Words to that effect. I don't know.
I'll give you that, but
I don't know what hit the plane, but he said, "I know it wasn't a plane." He said,
Didn't say that.
but it wasn't a plane. Sorry.
Didn't say that.
Yeah, he said, "I don't know what hit the Pentagon, but it wasn't a plane." That's what he
He
said.
did not say that.
Yes, he did say that. He said that for sure. 100%.
Not the reporter. I
And,
don't know who you're
if
talking
you want
about.
if you want to know more, there's a documentary called In Plain Sight, Director's Cut. Watch that one. That's about an
Yeah, if
hour
we
and a
want to know
half.
more though about the thing you're saying, the video is down in the research chat. It's the only video down in there, and he's saying you can't see a plane. He didn't. I don't think he said he was certain it wasn't.
Yeah.
You know, he was like looking. He's saying it might not have to be, but he definitely didn't say it definitely wasn't.
Yeah, he said, I don't know what hit the building. This guy said, "I don't know what hit the building, but it wasn't a plane." That's what he said. It wasn't. I don't know
Are you
what hit
talking
the
about
building, but it
General
wasn't a plane.
Stubblebean? I think you're talking about the old general's like 95 years old who wasn't there. Who
No,
was
he was outside the Pentagon. He wasn't 90 at the time. He probably was in his 70s. This guy I'm talking about. And
General
he said,
Stubblebean?
and he was
Yeah,
asked,
something like that.
He was asked what hit the Pentagon. He goes, "I don't know what hit the Pentagon, but it wasn't a plane." He said.
You're conflating things because he wasn't there on 9/11. Stubblebean was not there on 9/11.
He was there being interviewed outside the Pentagon.
He may have been interviewed at the site, but he wasn't there on 9/11. He wasn't in a position to see anything on 9/11.
No, he wasn't there. No, he wasn't there at the time. He was
Okay, so why do we care what he says? He's not a witness.
You know why? Because he's an expert himself. He's
He's an
part of it,
expert
isn't he?
because he's 80 years old.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been interviewed, would he, this man? Okay? So he's got enough credentials to be able to comment and make a rational statement saying, "I don't know what hit the Pentagon. I don't know what's going on, but it wasn't a plane," he said. Okay? Yeah. Right. And we during the
He's
time
an expert
of the
because he appeared on
interviews-
YouTube. That's cool.
Sorry?
He's an expert because he's on a YouTube video,
Well,
right?
if you want to learn how to build your house, you can learn it on YouTube. If you want to know how to cook suki, you can make it on the YouTube. So YouTube is very good for many things. Yes. You want to learn
Being
about
on YouTube doesn't make him an expert.
You want to learn about how the Earth is not a globe? You can even learn that on the YouTube. All right. Yeah. Prove your case. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the man I'm talking about, of impeccable integrity, spoke the truth and said he didn't know what it was, but it wasn't a plane. That's what he said. Okay?
The guy who wasn't there on 9/11.
And they sent in Labrador retrievers, and they came out empty. Didn't bring out any bodies, nothing, no blood, nothing. Not even a drop
They
of
don't
blood.
send in dogs to bring out a body, Jin. It isn't like go
discover the
bring
bodies,
it on
yeah.
back.
To go and discover bodies, and they came out. Nothing to report here, mate. It was a missile. It wasn't a plane.
If I show you a video of one of the Pentagon victims who is like still strapped in their chair, is that evidence or is that not going to be evidence?
That is crap. The reason why I say that is because we've got
So
footage.
you
We've got
reject
footage
the
of
evidence
Pentagon.
before it's even presented.
They said that
Okay.
if a plane had exploded, you've got seats and papers that are not singed, right? And that would be impossible. Not only that, from
No, I
France,
didn't say he was. It was what not
experts
singed.
from France said that the grassland out in front of the Pentagon was too clean. It would have been so toxic. They'd have to have had mat suits on. It would have been a disaster. But no, you could play golf on the place. So go away with that, man. You're talking out your ass. You could play
I
golf.
offered to show you evidence of a victim it's still in a seat from Flight 77, but you rejected it. So
You're talking out of your ass,
I
mate.
never even presented it. You
Talking
just
out of
say
your
no.
arse,
It's
mate.
not legit.
You're talking out of your ass, mate. Talking out of your ass.
I think we can go around and around.
I believe
for
you
a
like I
very long
believe the
time.
globe, the earth is a globe. That's how ridiculous that is.
It's not my personal video, Jen. It's from
I'm
federal
not interested in that
investigation.
shit. I've watched so much stuff that what you're going to bring to me is purely fabrication. Sit down. I'm an authority on this. My
It seems kind of weird.
The number
It seems
plate on
kind
my
of weird
car,
that everything.
the number plate on my car is 911. I chose that number because of those people who died in that event on that time. So you're talking to somebody, you could almost say fanatical, to even have his number plate 911. So I never forget. That's the whole reason why. And I'm
It seems kind of weird that anything Jin said, you guys immediately said no, that's wrong. Immediately,
it's wrong.
And the only thing that you guys have to offer is, of course, the official story. It seems like anything that isn't some sort of authority, some sort of official story, is just wrong. And if you're living off that narrative, then
look at my video. I posted
you're
the
not
video.
going to be able to get to the truth anywhere.
Matrix.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Evidence.
Thank you.
Evidence.
Thank you.
One's showing evidence, one's not showing evidence.
But okay. The thing is, it seems it only works with your bias, whatever is evidence. And it seems like coincidentally that the only thing that's evidence for you guys is everything that comes from authority. Everything that doesn't come from authority just coincidentally isn't evidence.
Yeah, they're ignoring the science. They're ignoring the science.
Okay.
Their description of
If
the
anyone's
towers coming
interested,
down.
Jen, can you take a breath for a second? Can you take a breath for a second?
Yeah, I can. I'm carrying on.
Okay.
You're ignoring the science.
I just posted a link to a website that has the exhibits from the prosecution of one of the conspirators on 9/11. Okay, still say the exhibit.
And what does that prove? What does that
Including in
prove?
those exhibits is a photograph of one of the Flight 77 victims.
You just posted a thing with a giant number of links. Would you mind pointing to the single link that you're referring to?
Thank you. Right. Take a photograph of it and bring it in. But like I said, it doesn't prove squat. Okay? It proves nothing. Because, as I've said, you're ignoring the science of all this. Yeah? For a plane to hit the Pentagon, it would have taken out lampposts and everything else, yeah? And as soon as the wing hits a lamppost, the plane is exploding. So then it would have hit the ground, gouged up all the ground, first of all, and it would have been a massive mess. But no,
Okay.
you could play golf.
Okay, Jen, can you stop for a
I was
second?
going to bring up.
Play
I
golf.
was going to bring up the point of the wing.
Okay.
How do you guys explain? Hello. How do you guys explain that there's only like a giant hole on the wall of the Pentagon, and nowhere on the side of the holes you can see where the wings entered? How do you guys explain that?
Okay, hold on a second. I want to answer a question that was asked earlier because I posted the link and someone asked, can you post the right ones? Okay, so there are 4 photographs in a row labeled P20004, 45, and 47 and 48. If you go to the link, they're there. Viewer discretion advised. These are bodies that were found in the Pentagon. Okay?
Yeah. Did they come from the same people?
Wait. Could you just put that in the chat? Just type it into the chat.
So is it coming from the same people that found the passport?
What with it?
No, this is coming from something else. Okay? But go ahead and dismiss it just because you're going to dismiss it.
No, it's not that they're going to dismiss it. It's that the fact that the only way that they were able to prosecute anyone is that the identification was found in the rubble. You know, the jet fuel that can melt steel beams, it just didn't touch the passports. Oh, and World Trade Center building number 7. Don't forget about that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, well, I'm answering a specific question about bodies at the Pentagon.
No. Stop trying to show us shock value gore and address the fact that the only reason you even
I'm not chasing your names all night.
Don't interrupt. The only reason that there are any
You interrupted
subjects.
him. What do you mean?
No, I've been holding my. Just relax. The only reason we have any subjects are because passports escaped a blaze that melted steel beams, allegedly.
Yeah.
One
Made of
passport was
paper.
found on the ground. One.
One
Okay.
passport.
From inside the plane that exploded, boom.
You're like, oh, yep, that's right. One passport. That's right.
So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight, right? Those passports, they managed to somehow fly from the one area that wasn't engorged in smoke and in jet fuel, right? They just happened to land on the one spot, right? And then they land on the building, right? And then when the building goes down, they just happen to miss every other rock and flame. They land in the floor so that FBI agent could coincidentally find them. That sounds extremely logical.
Okay, I'm posting another
Keep
item
posting,
here.
keep posting, mate. Keep posting.
This is a
Get there.
passport
Keep
found
posting, you
at
might get to the
at the crash of the Ethiopian plane. Okay,
Yeah,
and
keep
the guy's
posting,
holding
you
like
might
4
get to the
passports.
truth in the end.
Sorry,
Keep
cut
on
him off.
posting, yeah.
Paper does
Keep on
survive
posting.
Don't cut him off.
in strange ways.
We represent nature.
But
and
still,
nature about in the face of nature, and you're ignoring the science.
I've been
You keep
providing
posting
evidence,
to
and
the
someone
cows
else
come
is just
home.
providing
Keep
incredulity.
posting
So
to the cows come home. Keep on posting. All right.
there you go.
Keep
How
on
about you
posting.
actually just look at the
What a
evidence instead of
worry.
assuming you know
What a
everything?
worry. I'm not gonna below my standards to look at anything you post. I've already done that. I've done the research. I am an authority, the professional expert specialist. Don't even go there. You don't know who you're talking to. Fool.
Jen,
The
your
man's got 911 as a number plate on my car. Yeah? And you want
Jen,
to
if
talk
your
to me?
delusion wasn't so
Sit
sad,
down.
it'd be funny.
Sit down.
The
You
authority
don't
who
know how
didn't even know
real
how
I
long
am.
it took for the buildings to
You
collapse.
don't know how real
Solid.
I am. That's what it is. Fake people around me, man. Fake. Huh? 9 seconds, yeah? 9 seconds for this thing
I
to drop.
provided a
And they're
video
talking
that shows it
the
takes
floor
longer than 9
impacted the
seconds.
next floor, impacted the next floor, impacted the next floor. But what we see the thing just crumbling down like that. 9 seconds flat.
Would
Jen,
like
can
to see
you
it in
can you do
slow
that one
motion
more
instead?
time? How did it collapse?
Let me give you the full what's it from the
Give me the full 9
loose,
seconds.
loose change version. I'm going to give you the loose version.
Can you give me
Here
the
we
full
are
9
inside the
seconds,
Twin
please?
Tower, and we're just about, and it's raining debris. We got to get out of the way. That's what I saw. Okay, the guy stood outside the building. He was about to give a report, and it started to collapse, and he had to run off. We got to get out of the way. You remember those words?
No one's claiming the building didn't collapse, Jim.
They collapsed under explosions, raining debris. We had to get out of the way. And then the other one, building number 7. Can you clear the area now? The building's about to come down. Can you clear the area? The building's about to come down. And someone says, is the building coming down? Yes, it's about to come down. Can you clear the area now, please? Come on.
Yeah,
And then
that
we
was
get
the
Larry
fire
Silverstein.
department doing their
We had so
job.
much loss. We had so much loss of life. We decided to pull it. And how do
What
you
does
pull a
pull it
building
mean, Jim?
down within seconds?
What does pull it mean?
Pull it means to demolish a building, to start the process of demolishing a building with one button. Boom. You push the button, bang, king, and then suddenly.
If he's pushing a button, why would he say pull it?
Yeah, that's the term they use for
Who
demolishing
uses?
a building.
Who
Everybody
uses
knows
it?
that. Everybody
Oh, yeah?
knows that. Yeah.
I'm willing to bet nobody in the industry knows that.
Yeah, I'm sure you would say that. Everybody knows it. We decided to pull it.
Should be easy to prove it then, Jim.
Wait, what industry are you talking about? Hold on. What industry?
pull my finger.
By
No,
running
it's
some random
Pull the
demolition
other one.
company.
It's got bells on.
Everybody in the industry knows what and which industry.
The demolition industry. Demolition industry.
Oh, the demolition industry. Okay, cool. So I got a quick question. The official narrative for World Trade Center 7's collapse was barrels of diesel and office furniture, and it provided a free fall collapse almost identical to a controlled demolition. So why do we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on high grade explosives when we can just start a couch fire?
Yeah.
Well, everything you said was wrong. The official story doesn't say that anywhere, but
Oh, really? Okay, go ahead and cite that source. Go ahead, cite it.
I'm going to cite a source saying you're wrong. I don't think so. It's up to you
Well,
to show
go
it.
ahead. You should have you read the NIST report? Have you read the NIST report still?
Standing by.
That
I've
joke,
read
that report
parts
joke,
of it. I think it's 1,000 pages. I don't know anyone who's read the whole thing.
I wouldn't even begin to read it. It's a fucking full of
Well-
load of lies. Nothing to do with science at all. They
The
ignore building number
university-
7. They don't even bring in building number 7. There you go.
The NIST report absolutely discusses Building 7. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the commission report.
We're talking about the NIST report.
Yeah, the report. They ignored building number 7.
We're just talking about the NIST report. You're talking about something else.
I'm talking about the report, the official report that came in a blue white book, and it says 9/11 commission report or whatever. That book there, it mentions nothing about building number 7. Totally ignores it and how it collapsed. They don't even know how it collapsed. They said they don't know why it collapsed. Is what they said.
9/11 commission was not an engineering study. The people that investigated the mechanism of collapse was NIST. It was not the 9/11
They don't know
commission.
how it collapsed. What is
No,
what was their
NIST
excuse for the collapse then? What was their
NIST
reason?
absolutely answered that, and you can go to their frequently asked questions if you
What
want a
did they
quick
say?
synopsis.
What did they say? What did they say?
What did who say? We talking about NIST or 9/11 commission now?
I got it right here. I got what the NIST says right here. The fires in World Trade Center here. Actually, let me just go ahead and link this so that you can read along with me in case anybody's gonna fucking scream and cry.
Hey, nice one. Steve.
All right, there you go. It's in voice, live stream voice 1. Yep. So the fires in WTC 7 were quite different from the fires in the World Trade Center towers, since WTC 7 was not doused with thousands of gallons of jet fuel. Large areas of any floor were not ignited simultaneously as they were in WTC towers. Instead, separate fires in WTC 7 broke out on different floors, most notably on floors 7 to 9 and 11 to 13. The fires were similar to the building contents fires that have occurred in several tall buildings where automatic sprinklers did not function or not present. So the contents of those floors. What do you think they had in that office building? Thermite or couches?
Yeah.
I think they were office fires that were uncontrolled, unfought, and extremely high temperature. Are you still going to say that fires don't bring a building down?
Not in a free fall. Definitely not in a free fall.
Not a free fall.
Building 7 was not in a free fall for the whole duration.
It was.
No, the only measurement of free fall was a video of one particular shot. It was the north side of the building, and all you can see is the collapse of the exterior structure.
You see the whole building going down. You see it from right to left. You see it from right to left. You see the
whole northern
down.
face of the building. Yes.
Don't interrupt me. You don't see it stopping. You see it go down like an escalator, just smooth, like that, really smooth.
Yeah, it's called a
Smooth as
collapse.
silk. Yes, a smooth
Someone else
collapse.
almost pee
Free
themselves
fall.
laughing when Jin says, "Don't interrupt me."
Free fall speeds, smooth as silk. Okay, and it took about maybe 5 seconds to go down. 5 seconds. Fire doesn't do that. Fire is organic.
Well, it didn't collapse in 5 seconds, and fire does bring buildings down.
Fire does not bring buildings down at free fall speeds. It will never do that. It will never
Did you see
do
the
that.
videos like 4 of us posted above where fires brought down buildings?
Yeah. Fire doesn't bring down buildings into its own footprint.
So you
symmetrically.
did. So you did see those videos, and you're still saying it didn't happen.
What videos? I haven't
It
seen
doesn't
any
matter
videos.
because we have examples of planes hitting buildings and them not coming down, buildings being completely engulfed in fire, made of steel, and they don't come down. A B-52 slammed into the Empire State Building.
It wasn't a B-52. It was a B-25. Get your facts right, okay? There's a big difference between the two, okay? A
And why did-
B-25 is about 20,000 pounds and is propeller
Okay,
driven.
we stand corrected. The building still stood up though. Main point was.
Yeah, a B-25 is 20,000 pounds. How heavy were the building or the planes that hit the towers?
Okay.
250,000
they were
pounds.
the 747s of the day.
So you're going to compare a 20,000 pound projectile to a 250,000 pound projectile. That's your
Point
argument.
is, they don't bring buildings down by fire. That's the point.
So
The building
a
still
20,000 pound plane
still
that's
stood
moving
up.
180 miles an
still
hour
stood up.
is equivalent
Jin,
to
My
a
mistake.
250,000 pound.
The B-25 wasn't full of jet fuel. What was I thinking? You're right.
No, the B-25 was low on fuel. That's why it was flying so low. It was lost in the fog. It couldn't find its way. It was dipping in and out of the clouds. And when it did that, it hit the Empire State Building. 20,000 pounds, low on fuel, about 180 miles an hour. You're going to compare that to the buildings.
The building stood up, didn't it?
You're going to compare a 20,000 pound projectile to a 250,000 pound projectile.
It still
Sure it did. It was 20,000 pound plane.
Because of
small as hell.
Buildings, skyscrapers have never collapsed in the history of skyscrapers.
You're comparing a 20,000 pound plane to a
They've
250,000
never
pound plane.
And I'm talking about skyscrapers that are built to the proper standards, not in third world countries with low economies, where the building wouldn't pass one of our standards. Yeah. So the buildings that we're talking about that have never collapsed due to fire, that is a statement and a half.
That's completely wrong. Yeah, it's a statement, but it's wrong. It doesn't make it true just because you're saying it.
It's correct. It's the truth. It's correct.
You started saying no buildings ever
Never in
collapsed.
the history of the building of skyscrapers have they collapsed due to fire, but yet on 9/11 it happened 3 times. Wow.
And you know what,
fire,
Jen?
yeah?
And Jen, I'll give you a historical example that is stop.
Don't gin me.
Stop.
Don't gin me.
Stop.
Explain how an I-beam
Stop.
was found stuck in the.
Jen, stop. I'm going to give you a historical example of the argument you just made.
Slow down the truth for you.
You just said that on 9/11, 3 buildings collapsed, and never before had that ever happened. Okay, that's truth. 3 buildings had never collapsed in one day due to fire. That's true.
Due to fire.
Okay, on December 7th, 1941, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. On that day, 4 battleships were sunk at anchor. Never before in American history had a battleship been sunk at anchor by a plane. Never in history had a plane been able to sink a battleship at anchor. But it happened on December 7th, 4 times. No, he made the historical example. I'm giving him a historical rebuttal. Sometimes fantastic things happen.
It's not a rebuttal.
Yes, it is.
It's just a coincidence that in these things called false flags, incredible things tends to happen, like a building falling because of fire, like what you just said about the ships. It's just amazing how these amazing things just always happen when it's some sort of false flag.
Yeah.
Boy, talk about begging the question on that one.
No, we're not. We're talking about begging the question with you guys. You guys are begging the question, the whole lot of you. If you think that the Twin Towers, 110 floors came down by fire, your whole life is begging the question.
If anybody wants to point out something I said that was incorrect, please do so.
Yeah, no, it doesn't necessarily have to be incorrect. What you're giving us is some official authority story. We understand that you assume it's the truth simply because it's some sort of authority. But what I'm pointing out is that it's always something shady. It's always the first time it ever happens when it comes to some sort of hoax kind of thing.
Yeah. What up, brother?
When I was given that, when I was talking about the testimony of the firemen in Building 7, that is not from any official story. That is from a lawsuit that was between Silverstein and his insurance carriers. In that case, depositions were taken of the firemen. And the firemen, Jen, stop. In that case, firemen gave deposition testimony, which is a sworn statement under oath, under cross-examination. These firemen, including the highest-ranking chiefs that were still alive, testified that Building 7 was a lost cause. The fire was out of control. There was structural damage, and they were evacuating their men in anticipation of a collapse.
Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely
it's ridiculous that firemen on scene can predict a building is going to collapse. But Jen,
Can anybody tell me what would have happened to those firemen if they would have refused to say that? What would have happened to them?
They were. This wasn't an official investigation. This was a lawsuit.
Hold on. What would have happened?
This wasn't an investigation.
Hold on.
This is a lawsuit.
Let me ask the room a question. Just a question, right? And I'll take any answer. What would have happened if they would have refused to go with the official story? What would have happened to them?
This isn't part of the official story.
That's not the point. The point is that they are firefighters, right? They're getting paid by who exactly? And what do you think would have happened if they would have refused to say that? What do you think would have happened to them?
So your claim is that the firemen were
not my claim. It's documented proof that when you go against the story, you get discredited, you lose your livelihood, and even worse, 2 shots to the back of the head, and they call it suicide.
Yeah, to the cerebellum. 2 taps to the cerebellum.
So my argument would be that the fire department lost almost 400 people that day. If anyone in the fire department thought it was a cover-up, who do you think would have been screaming from the rafters?
They knew it was
Firemen are part of one of the most powerful unions in New York.
They knew it was a cover-up.
Okay. So let's examine the official story, right? This guy named Osama bin Laden in some cave. For years, he's been training these people. I don't know how. I don't know with what technology. But for years, these people without TVs, without like a lot of radio, because these people are poor. Not a lot of people have TVs. For some reason, they just managed to harbor this hate for the U.S. I don't know how, because most poor people only want to survive, only want to eat, and maybe fuck a little bit. But for some reason, this particular people, they hate the U.S. so much that they didn't do nothing but practice this for how many years? I don't know. We can't really verify these things, right? And for some reason, he was able to train these people. I don't know if you guys ever been like a team manager of a store or something, but it's very difficult to train people, especially to send them out on a mission where you're not going to communicate with the leader, right? Somehow he managed to do this from some sort of cave with limited technology, right? That's the bullshit you're trying to sell us, bro. It's illogical.
No, Osama bin Laden did not train the hijackers how to fly. He did not train them. Okay, that is completely wrong. They were trained in U.S. flight schools after the Saudi government granted them visas, which is a very interesting story in itself, and probably the best place
because they couldn't fly a plane to
chase the
save their
truth.
life. Apparently, the pilots that supposedly flew those planes could not fly to save their life, is what I've learned.
That's wrong, Jen. That's wrong. They passed flight school.
No,
they passed flight school.
I'm not wrong.
They were licensed pilots.
The video.
They were licensed pilots.
Let me recite it for you, word for fucking word. Right?
But you're simply wrong.
Hamdi Hamza, his demeanor was nothing exciting to report. Right? He came in with documents in hand, and he wanted to learn how to fly a plane. He just needed a refresher course. Pretty average at most, he said. He couldn't fly a plane to save his life. Talking about. Shut up. Come in here with your lies again. Honestly.
Once the plane is in the air, it is not that difficult to crash it, Jen.
Let me tell you something.
It's really pretty easy to crash.
It is very difficult to fly a big plane in the air.
It's difficult to crash a big plane?
And they said that the best pilots could not make the move that they made. The best pilots couldn't articulate that.
I don't know who's saying that, Jim, but that's wrong.
That's what they said.
No, there's an air traffic controller. No, there's an air traffic controller near the Pentagon. Okay, the air traffic
the Pentagon. They said that
the air traffic controller near the Pentagon said that when he saw the plane making the circle, he thought that can't be a Boeing jet doing that. That's unsafe. Okay, he said that because it wasn't a safe maneuver. It doesn't mean the plane couldn't do it. Doesn't mean the pilot couldn't do it.
The
It
guys
means that the
couldn't fly
turn
a
was not
plane.
a safe thing.
Those guys couldn't fly a plane.
Those guys
at
wanted to
all.
die and crash. They're not
no
going
way of flying
to
the
perform
plane.
safe
And
maneuvers.
like we said, hello, Mum. This is Mark Bingham. You know, do you believe me, Mum? Mark Bingham. As if you're going to call your mum on the plane.
Technically, didn't he still have to fly the plane to the crash site? So even if it doesn't take that much to crash a plane, it definitely takes to steer a plane to a certain destination, right?
Once the plane's in the air, it's not real hard to get where you're going. I mean, they crashed into the two tallest buildings in New York. It's
But
not
if the
really.
guy couldn't fly to save his life, as Jin says, it was impossible that he redirected that plane to his crash site.
Jin never met the guy, so Jin doesn't know how good of a pilot he was. So don't cite Jin as your authority.
I spoke to I watched the instructor speak to in the interview. The guys who instructed those two pilots said that they could not fly a plane to save their lives.
No, they never said that.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't, Jim.
They couldn't fly a plane to save their lives, mate.
Now go right ahead and prove that.
That was the whole thing about it. Was that they were useless plane pilots. Useless.
Tuesday on September 11th was a very clear day in New York. It was not difficult to crash into the tallest buildings in the city.
They couldn't do it. Telling you.
Yeah, they couldn't crash into the tallest building. That's your claim.
No, I'm talking about the Pentagon. They could
Oh,
not
now we're talking about the
articulate
Pentagon.
move. The Pentagon one, the pilots could not do that because no plane hit the Pentagon. The path that was supposedly taken, execute that and get away with it. No way. And there's no way it could hover so many inches off the ground and hit, because there was no marks on the grass that surrounds the Pentagon at the front of impact. It was as clean as
That's
a
not
whistle.
true either.
You could play golf on it. Why don't you upload that video I said in plain sight and look at it on the day?
It's a 3-hour video. I'm not going to go through it minute by minute with you, Jen. Sorry.
In plain sight. It's from the very beginning. You're seeing the Pentagon from the very beginning. In plain sight. Director's cut. Come on, man.
Well, I'll counter-argue that with some of the most famous 9/11 truthers out there. How about this? There are two 9/11 truthers. The one guy is he was the one that forced on NIST to show that Building 7 was in free fall. David Chandler. So David Chandler is an engineer and a science teacher, and he put together a great presentation on the Pentagon, and he shows how it was a plane that hit the Pentagon. I'll see if I can find this presentation, but this is a 9/11 truther.
We know there was no plane. We know there was no plane. No plane hit the Pentagon. It would have been too big. It would have hit the lamppost first. It would have had to have hit the lamppost first, and in doing so, would have exploded.
Jen, okay, those lampposts were were near the Pentagon. Okay, they're frangible lampposts. They are designed to be struck and break away. Okay.
The thing is,
they are literally designed to be hit by a flying plane and not crash a plane.
They would have blown up. The plane would have blown up.
No, Jim. Those light poles were aluminum light poles. They were aluminum light poles. They are designed to be struck and not cause a plane to crash. There's literally an FAA directive that talks about
when you see the lampposts there, you could see that there was no impact points on the lamppost. It was like they were just placed there. There was no impact points from any wing hitting them to knock them down. And if that had happened, the wings would have exploded. The plane would have lost control, and it wouldn't have even made it. It would have hit the ground first and then dragged its way all the way from its momentum.
The light poles.
But that didn't happen. We didn't see that. And then in the video that I watched, it showed you what happens when a plane hits the ground and there's debris everywhere.
The Pentagon has a heliport, okay? Because it has a heliport, it's in an FAA landing zone. Because it's in an FAA landing zone, all the light poles near the Pentagon are governed by FAA regulations, and those light poles are designed to break away at impact. They're designed to break away if a helicopter hits it.
the thing is, there's no impact points on the lamppost. They showed us the lamppost. They were like clean. They were like getting ready to be installed. In fact, that's what they looked like. They were that clean. Not one scratch mark, nothing. Right? No mud from where it was fixed, and then it was clean. So there was no concrete or any no debris.
That's not true either. So that's not true.
Can you show us this, Jin?
Say that again.
Can you show us this?
Well, you're the ones making the claim that it was designed. Show me. You're the ones making the fucking noise.
You're the making a claim that you've seen it being clean after the impact.
Yeah, I saw it for myself. It was clean as a whistle.
Okay, you've seen it.
No
Great.
impact
Can you show us,
points.
please?
Yeah, like I said, it will take time to get you that video.
That's fine. I'm willing to wait.
Yeah, but I want to see yours as well. Not just relying on
I
me.
didn't make a claim.
Bring your impact points. Thank you very
make any
much,
claim.
Big Nose. Bring it in, Nosy. Bring it in for me. I want to see it because I know you're lying. Bring it
Okay,
up.
I'm gonna post a citation to the FAA advisory on
I want
frangible
to see
light
the
posts.
image of the fucking
So
lamppost.
you can go ahead and read that.
Please show me the image of the lamppost. Whilst I try and get this image of the Pentagon 9/11. Yeah, let's have some of this now. You started it. You put yourself in a hornet's nest. Now I'm going to sting you to death.
You haven't got anything right so far. So, but yeah,
I've
go
got
for it.
nothing right so far. You
You got
mad?
nothing right so far.
Anybody listening to this, they're going to look at you and they said, they've got nothing because I've given you the locations where you can find what I'm talking about. How can a building fall at 9 seconds, right, and not be blown up? Don't be silly. That's the only way you bring it down. Explosion. You provided nothing so far.
Other than supporting
noise in the wind.
I've supported every argument I made. I just posted a photo of one of the light poles
Noise
sitting on
in
the
the
ground.
wind.
Yep.
That's all you provided, my friend.
Okay.
Or should I say my enemy?
Jin, do you actually open the chat at all to look at the evidence, or do you just assume that you?
He was dismissing earlier evidence just from a
You
win.
can't bring me anything that's going to be credible.
How about you try looking at the chat? That might help you.
I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at the NIST report. I was just looking at the NIST report as you were talking, and now you're. Oh yeah, I recognize the taxi. I recognize the taxi. Yeah, but where's the lamppost? Notice how clean. Please look at the lamppost, gentlemen, and notice how clean that is. There's not. It doesn't even look like it was fixed to the ground. It's ready to be installed. Like
you
I
expect
said,
there to be like specks of mud splattered around it or something? Like,
exactly, because it was fixed to the ground, wasn't it?
It's designed to break away at the base, Jin. It's designed to break away at the base. It did exactly what it was supposed to do.
You're aware that. Jin, look at the bottom. Jin, look at the bottom part of the post. Hold on, Jin, look at the bottom of the post. Do you think that part goes under the ground?
That is clean.
That's not what I asked.
There should be paint chipped off from the impact. Yeah. Notice the rest of it. There is no impact point when we're playing.
You literally see the whole top of it chipped off.
You have just proved
What
my
more do you want to
case.
see? The whole top of it's literally broken off. What else are you
There
expecting
is
to
no
see?
point on this lamppost that an airplane impacted. Nothing. Clean as a whistle.
Yeah, let's just ignore the whole top of it being ripped off.
Excuse me.
Nothing touched
the
it.
thing is as clean as a whistle. No impact points from any
It was hit at the top and it broke off, right?
Oh,
And
it was hit at the top and it broke off. It was hit
We
at
could
the top.
we could just
and it
install
didn't blow
half
off.
a lamppost. You know, it's brand new. Why not?
Excuse
Half a
me.
lamppost should be fine.
This thing is too clean to be something that was impacted by a plane.
Light post speared that guy's taxi. You can also see the taxi in the photo. That post was actually through the front windshield, into the taxi. Fortunately, there's no one in the back seat.
That was all staged. Ladies and gentlemen, that was all staged, and it's been proven that it was staged.
It was staged because I said so.
Staged, yes, it was staged. We know that because as soon as an aircraft hits something on the move, the wings explode. Okay, because that's what you have to
I would hate to fly one of those planes, Jen.
No, that doesn't sound like a very reliable plane.
Can you imagine how terrifying it would be to be in a plane if any impact on the wing, it just explodes? It explodes. The wing explodes.
Once those wings impact something like a lamppost, they would explode.
Jin, I think you spent a little bit too much time playing Grand Theft Auto.
No. The thing is, you're not providing any evidence at all. You're ignoring the
photograph
science.
is literally
about what you're
evidence.
talking
Jin.
about,
The
and
photograph
you
is
have- and
actually
you're just
evidence.
lying to the back of your teeth.
Alright, Jin,
Freefall.
Jin, let's try something. Jin, let's try something. You're claiming that this lamppost posted is brand new, right? There's no issues with it. Can you please point to the part where the light is?
Sorry?
Can you please point to the part where the light is on this post?
Your accent is funny. Point to the what is? The what?
Light on the light
better.
post.
The light. The light.
Or where one should be.
Well, I don't know where it should be on this thing. I'm seeing a base.
Not
which is
everywhere it
clean
should
as a
be.
whistle.
He claimed
I'm
it's
seeing-
a
look, hang on.
new
This
light
is
that's
what we're
not damaged at
visualizing in
all.
this
So
image.
I'd like to see where this light is because I can't find it.
The image that I'm looking at, right?
Right.
If this was secured to the ground, okay, it's come off so clean that there is no chip. There's not even any chip marks.
Literally what it's designed to do. Isn't that amazing?
Right? So the paint.
Literally
so the
designed
paint
to
is
break
designed
away
not
the
to chip.
base.
Jin,
So the paint is also not designed not to chip. Okay, fair enough. But then
Is
if
that-
the plane
is that clean?
impacted, if the
that
plane impacted it, there's no impact marks, no collision marks at all. It's as clean as a whistle. It's like it's
Jin.
getting ready to be installed. Is what I'm looking at here.
Jin, have you
Okay.
ever walked around the street and seen half a lamppost just sitting there for no reason? Installed.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that.
Why do you think that? What do you think? Why do you think there are
why
no
do I think
lampposts that are
that?
installed that are just half made?
I've fabricated gates and metal, fences, doors. Okay, so I know what it's all about, and I know when you install it, you're chipping the paint. When you install it, okay.
Okay,
So
okay,
this
Jin,
thing
I'm
that's secured-
posting another
don't
photograph.
argue with me, man. Don't argue with
Jin,
me, mate.
I'm posting another
this thing you
photograph.
posted. Oh, you posted another one now, have you?
I posted another photograph of
Let's
one
have
of
a
the
look at
poles that
another
was just
poster.
dinged and didn't collapse. And you can see the mark on the light pole still standing where the tip of the wing just dinged it. You can see the building burning in the background. You can see the Pentagon burning in the background. This was taken on 9/11.
Yeah, I don't know what you've done here. I don't know what's been done here.
I've
But
provided
like I
evidence
said,
as what I've done.
If that,
I
I don't know
provided
what part.
evidence, Jim.
Hang on a
Do you
second,
think
please.
there's a chance
so
that the
let me ask
plane
you a question.
didn't
Let me
hit the
ask you a question. What part of the wing dinged this thing? What part of the wing?
The very, very, very tip.
Okay, so the very, very, very tip. I'm talking about the other one was completely knocked
Okay.
down. Knocked down.
So,
And it's
so
not the same
they
thing.
faked.
It's a different color.
They faked
different
the
shape,
damage on the
different
light post
piece
that's
of
still
equipment.
standing.
It's a
They
totally
faked
piece of
the
equipment that
damage
is
on the light
different
post
from the
that's still standing.
You're not going to convince me, gentlemen, because you've lost already.
I know because you don't accept
You're
evidence.
just hanging on. You're hanging on to your lies, but at this point,
No, I'm
what you're
actually
showing me does not
providing
prove
evidence to your
that
challenge.
a plane hit the Pentagon. Okay?
Yeah.
What
Yep.
you're showing me does not prove a plane hitting the Pentagon here. Okay.
Jin,
So
I'd like to
sorry.
question you on something.
You failed miserably here so far.
Jin, I'd like to question you on something.
Go ahead.
All right, so let's assume that the plane did hit this pole wherever it hit it, so somewhere above where it's ripped off, clearly. And you claim that there should be marks. Where exactly would we expect to see these marks?
Look, if this thing was collided with a plane, it would show evidence greatly that it was collided by a plane. This is far too clean.
Is half
Can
of
you
it
imagine
being
a
ripped
plane
off
flying
not
by,
evidence
yeah?
enough?
And they
No, hold
decided
on.
to break
Jin,
off like you said.
you're not
They
even answering
decided to break off like you said, yeah? Like it's
Jin,
been
you're not
clear.
answering my question.
I'm answering your question.
You're not. No, you're not.
I'm
I asked
answering your
you. I asked you. Where should we expect to see these marks?
Well, you see, the shape of this thing that I'm looking at, the part which is near the taxi, yeah, this part of the lamppost, which is bent over as well. Unfortunately, everything I see there has no impact marks at all. So maybe there might be underneath, and if there isn't, it stands to reason what I'm saying that that's been placed there because there is no impact marks. It doesn't show anything of impact. It's too clean.
Jin,
It's
look
too
at
clean.
this. Look at this image. All right. With
What
the
image
knowledge
are we
that if a
talking about?
plane hits a pole, the part that it hits will get ripped off.
Yeah.
Where do we
That's
expect
correct.
the remaining of the marks to be on this pole?
Which pole are you talking about?
I just posted it. You can look at any of them if
Okay,
you
let's-
want, but I posted that one because it's the largest one, most obvious to point out.
You just posted this. You just posted this poll, yeah.
Yep.
Again, it's the same image as the one I was looking at. Like I said, yeah. This look, I'm going to say it. I'm not going to waste any more time. This part that you've shown me is way too clean to represent it being hit by a plane. There's no chipping of the paint. There's no impact, and the point where it's broken off, supposedly
I'm
broken
gonna
off from where it's mounted, is as clean as a whistle. It's as if this is being prepared to be installed. Is what it looks like. It doesn't look like it's been impacted. You can ask it again. Ask it again. Ask it again, please.
Now pay attention to what I say.
I'm paying attention.
When a plane hits a pole,
Yeah.
it's pretty common understanding that the part that it hits will get ripped off, correct?
First of all, there's going to be an impact mark where the wing connects and contacts the lamppost.
Okay.
That's
now,
not there.
Jin, how are we going to see that on the pole if it is ripped off?
Come on.
It's pretty
What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you?
Point to the part where you think the wing hit.
Hang on a second.
Point to the part where you think the wing hit.
Wing, shut up and pay attention. If a plane wing is impacting a lamppost, surely the wing impacting the lamppost for the lamppost to then be ripped off should be apparent. It's not there. It's too clean.
Do you not
It's
see
too
the part?
clean.
Do you not see the part that I don't know? There's like half a pole missing.
Where?
Jesus Christ! Okay.
Where are you talking? Are you talking at the top, at the bottom of this thing?
The top. The top.
At the top.
The plane does not.
Yeah,
the
at
plane
the
does not hit the bottom of the pole. It's not. It didn't come out
Okay,
because
that's what I'm saying. But the bottom of the pole is immaculate. The word I use is immaculate. There's not even chipping.
It appears to be.
It doesn't appear to be. It is.
Where?
It
Okay,
is
where's
clean as a bloody whistle.
Okay, which brings me to the question before. Where should we see the chipping?
Well, it should be. You should see the chipping from when it's being ripped off its mountings.
Chippy chips.
Yes.
Do you not? Okay. Now let's
listen. Hang on.
Hold on. Pay attention to this photo here. Do you not see that? Do you not see that this is damaged?
Let me just get this clear, because it's been impacted. Okay. Now it's been ripped off its mountings. It's going to drag along. It's not hooked onto the plane, but it's going to show force of impact. It doesn't show this. And you're talking to someone who's had many an accident on a motorbike, so I know about impacts and force and what to expect.
The speeds, though, are your
that
biggest
doesn't
problem.
look like it's been impacted by a plane.
The speeds are your biggest problem, because kinetic energy, with enough kinetic energy, it can snap the pole in half without ripping it out of its foundation.
Yeah, we don't see that happening here, unfortunately for you. We don't see the snapping at all.
If you let me
we
talk,
don't, we don't see the chipping. We don't see the impact. All we see is a very, very, very clean lamppost. Clean as if it's about to be installed.
It's not clean. Look at the photo. I just took a cropped screenshot. Look at that closely. You can see that is heavily damaged. It's literally ripped up.
The base is messed up. Looks like it was broken off.
But the thing is, it's clean.
No,
yeah,
it's not.
There's no chipping. No paint chip. It would be. It would have to have paint. It would also have to impact the ground. It would also have to impact the ground. Impacting the ground is going to leave marks. Look,
all right. Now let's look at the poll. Let's look at the poll. No, hold on.
The French were telling us that it was too clean. Even the French were saying that the glass was too clean.
Jen, I want to make one observation here. Okay, aluminum light poles are not painted, therefore they do not chip. Okay, you're not going to see paint chips coming off a light pole. They're not painted.
This is not an aluminum. This is not aluminum. What I'm looking at
it's literally
here.
aluminum.
It's covered in paint.
What's it made out of?
What I'm trying to say is this is not naked aluminum. It's got paint on it. It's been finished.
It looks like aluminum to me.
That is not raw aluminum I'm looking at there. Can you
And what
see
is
how
it?
they're adding on excuses now?
What is it then? If it's not raw aluminum, what is it?
It's painted, whatever that material is. If it's if you claim it to be
It's
aluminum,
aluminum
then
painted to
it
look
could
like
be cast
aluminum.
iron
Right?
for all I know. It could be mild steel for all I know. It could be copper, but it's
It's
painted. You can
it's
see it's
aluminum
painted.
poles painted to look like aluminum poles.
Exactly.
Oh, here we go. Look, I'm not going to waste my time with you guys.
Well, you gotta come up with something
You've
better
taken it into the
than
realm.
what
You've
you've done so
weakened your
far.
case, and before you presented your images, I already made the claim that the images that I'd seen, the poles were too clean. There was no mud marks from where it was mounted and being pulled off its mounting, and you presented exactly what I've said. So you've actually proved my case. The man who is a professional, expert, specialist.
Sometimes
on
you
this
gotta
subject,
love Jen's
whose car
explanations.
happens to be 911 as a number plate. So I feel sorry for you guys. I am the authority.
That number plate means literally nothing to me.
Miserably. So go away and try harder. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Which one? Go away or try harder?
As you can see, they haven't presented anything. They've ignored the science of freefall. Totally ignoring that.
It's better to just say, get further and smell better.
Yeah, they've ignored the science of freefall. I mean, why would you do that? Just like the NIST ignoring building number 7.
And I just for the sake of everything else, I posted up above that. I posted a photo, a satellite photo of Reagan International Airport and the Pentagon. The Pentagon is 4,000 feet away from an international airport that has a runway pointed directly over. It goes.
I don't know what this post
over the
is going to
Pentagon.
prove, but he's certainly posting to the cows come home. He obviously wants those cows not to go.
It shows that the light poles near the Pentagon were designed under FAA guidance to break away at plane impact.
Yes,
what it
but
shows.
then you would see the impact. You would see impact markings and damage. They're as clean as a whistle. They look like they're about to be installed replacement parts. Is what they look like.
With enough
They look like
kinetic
the
energy,
replacement parts.
they can be sheared in half just like that.
It's kind of hard to install a
Gin
half
CBR1 here,
pole
mate.
with most of the base
In
ripped off.
CBR1, mate. The fastest I've ever travelled on a motor, 183 miles an hour, and I was hanging on room for error. You know, that's why I call myself Gin CBR1. I ride a Honda CBR 1000 Honda. Okay, and I've been riding for 40 years now, 41 years. Been to Africa and everywhere. So I know about crashing and impact parts and taking pictures for the insurance of all the damage and that. Okay? I'm accustomed to this. I am versed at this. That's why when I looked at the lamppost, before they even posted it, I was already describing how those posts were fake. And then they bring the images and they purport to exactly what I'm saying. You lose every time. You people, you're amateurs. Amateur liars. Please get me some professional liars. These guys are useless. Amateur liars I'm surrounded by.
So you want professional liars.
I want professional liars.
You're not after the
guys are
truth
just-
then.
you ain't
You're
got
just wanting lies.
You're just a liar.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I had a bigger motorbike than you, Jin, so I'm right.
Yeah. Motorcyclists know about impact and crashes and dents and scratches and scrapes and what should be happening. See, you don't know that, you see. That's where you fail.
Weird claim to authority. I like
Wow.
I am an authority on this 911 thing. My number plate speaks louder than your volume. Speaks volumes. 911. And I step out. And I walk the walk.
So if I just
I walk
write
the walk.
911 on something I own, then I become an authority on it?
The man who knows. The walk I walk is the man. I walk as if I know everything. That's the walk I walk, especially when I come out of my 911 Nissan Pathfinder, and I don't slam the door because there's no need to slam. We just shut the door, click, and then I walk on sure-footedly.
Love the
because
mom,
I know
Nick.
what is going on. That's what it is.
Can we...
I do walk the walk. I talk the talk. I drive the drive. I do the dance. You
I
better
love how
do
he
that.
literally just described Johnny Kruger for us.
Do you have ants in your pants?
That is raw flat earth energy. Flat earth energy.
Yeah. Are you pulling your energy from the
We don't have to
dielectric
lie.
counter space?
Okay, so you done? Are you done? Have you finished lying now? Can the truth finally come out? Thermate, I-beams being embedded into the Deutsche Bank buildings on the roof. They find bones. Okay, human remains on the. How did that get over there? Obviously, the power of energy that would be required to propel an I-beam for it to find itself embedded into a building would be massive.
Thermite is not explosive. It's got a slow burn.
No. I know what thermite does. Thermite melts and eats and dissolves metal quickly. But we're talking about explosions that were heard. Pa, 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 pa. Yeah?
Wait.
That was coming. That's to quote one of the firemen.
It's amazing that a building makes noise when it collapses.
And you see his hand moving in stages down like this. This man, you know? Pa, 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 pa.
So you believe
And then
that?
you have
So
the reporter.
whatever.
The reporter. We're about to report outside the
Yeah.
was it the Twin Towers? It's raining on debris. We got to get out of the way. And then he got killed.
I love the sound effects.
Yeah, I'm good at all that, man. You know, you hear cracker, bang. Can you clear the air? The building is about to come down now. The building is
Like I'm
about to
watching
come down. Can you
Batman.
clear the air now, please? You know what I mean? Yeah, right. And then Larry Silverstein's funny saying, we had so much loss of life, we just started to pull it. We started to pull it. And then to pull it means to bring down a building. And it requires months of preparation. Months.
Does it just mean
110
demolish a
floors
building, or
twice.
is it a specific way of bringing down a part of a building?
When they say pull it, it means to
Yeah.
bring down the whole building.
No, it doesn't. You're wrong about that. When it means to
I'm
pull
not
it,
wrong
is
about
when-
that. So shut up, you Aussie. You got it wrong again. You're Aussie.
So to pull a building is to pull.
Shut up, you Aussie. You've got it wrong again. You're walking on.
Can I have some moderation in here?
Jesus
Is this
Christ.
place just totally unmoderated when Jin gets
What
going?
does being Australian have to do with anything? What the fuck?
No, I'm just winding him up. That's all. Go on.
Why?
Call the wind up. The wind
Just let
up.
him-
the
just
psychological
let him address the topic.
What a toxic prick. Anyway, what pulling usually refers to is mechanically using cranes and things to pull a.
That's absolute BS.
Jin,
How
I
about-
was
how about you
talking.
let him finish?
Jin,
Somebody
Jin,
move him.
baby.
You was lying. You wasn't talking.
Well,
you
this
was
is what
lying.
cognitive dissonance sounds like. Not wanting to let the other person get
Carry
their
on,
thought out
carry
for
on,
fear
carry
that
on,
it's
carry on with your
right.
Unbearable lie, but carry on. Pulling.
Fuck
Go
you.
on.
Just
Go
no,
on.
it's all right. I'm
Go
just
on.
not going to spend time
Carry
here
on
while
with
you're
your lie.
talking.
Come on.
I just don't
Come
like
on.
listening to you. Just an
Yeah,
aggressive
but
idiot.
you know why? Because I run you over with the truth, and then I reverse back, and then I run you over again, and I reverse back, and I run you over again. You don't have a chance to
We're
stand
good.
up.
Truth, y'all. The truth really pisses me off.
I'm going to another channel.
Truth burns like acid, like holy water on a vampire. Yeah, that's what it's like. Yeah, you know it. Pull it means to pull down a building. Everybody knows that. When you hear the word pull it, they mean they're about to demolish a building, and they use a button, or they use the handle where they twist the handle. They twist the handle. They twist it like this, click, and then you have pow, 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 crack, pop, 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 crack, cracker, poker, cracker, crack, and then the building starts to crumble. It's a beautiful sight. Look it up. Demolishing of buildings. Really fantastic. Poetic. Go ahead. I yield.
It's what choice do you have, right?
Yeah, exactly. You see them do it. You all see them do it. Usually yellow with a black handle, and they twist it like that, or maybe a sky blue handle. Sometimes I've seen, and they twist it, plop, and then you have cracker, pop, 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 crack, cracker, crack, crock, cracker, and then when the building's coming down, and then you're running away from all that smoke, all that dust, shit. Get out of here. You know? Come on. You guys are not alive. You can't even do the sound effects. You're not in touch with your body enough to do that. See? We flat earthers, we're live wires, man. We don't like liars coming in here. Lying. Pull it means get the cranes out. Where do you see them getting cranes out when they're demolishing buildings?
It's not
In
even
the
what he
old
said.
days, maybe.
If
Maybe
you
in the old
actually
days
let
with
him
the ball and
finish, you'd
chain.
be able to hear what he said.
Yeah, I heard what he said. Pulling out with cranes, he said. Pulling
Here's
down
the thing, though,
with
Jen.
cranes.
Are they actually lying, or are they just repeating the official report?
Well,
They're just,
the report is a lie in itself. So together, they're liars. Delusional liars as well, because they actually believe they're telling the truth. Ooh, I tell you, it'll make you laugh, don't they?
that is what makes it funny.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. You see, me, right? I can put a bit of humour to the thing, and that's what I like to do. I like to embarrass those liars. I don't like to have a conversation with them. No, we're not conversing. It's attack all the way, expose them, pull their pants down instantly. That's what you do. That's what you got to do.
I posted about 20 times, and in all those posts, I never cited the official story. So.
Okay, well, fair enough. Like I said, you're going to be posting till the cows come home. Not coming home anytime soon. So keep posting. Yeah, keep posting.
What's the sense of
You're not
evidence?
proving your case any better, though. Like I said, I can give a description with words only, and people would say, "Yeah, this man is telling the truth." You can put all your pictures. I think that doesn't match what he said. And then they can see that you're lying instantly like this. Instantly like this. Especially with a lamppost. I proved it with a lamppost because before they started posting it, I was already telling them how fake the lampposts were. And the problem was they were just too clean to have suffered any impact. And when you look at what they posted, clean as a whistle. Clean as a
Almost
whistle.
as if they were designed to break away.
Not one blemish.
Amazing.
Not one blemish. From something that had been impacted, designed to impact and fall down on the ground.
Right.
Yeah.
You say blevy?
Really?
What's a blevy?
Really?
What's a blevy, baby?
Blemish.
Oh, blemish. I thought he said blevy.
Yes, a blemish, you know what
Terminology.
blemish is? Yes, my man knows what a blemish is. He's from London. He's going to know that. He's from England. He's going to know what a blemish is.
Yeah.
Not even one blemish on the thing. Clean as a whistle, man. That's impossible for such an incident. That would be just impossible, yeah? I don't want to see unblemished lamppost. Don't show me that. Fools. Jin CBO1 you're talking to. You're talking to Jin CBO1. You better come correct with the real information, boy.
We didn't even get a chance to talk about Shanksville yet.
Yeah, man.
What happened to Shanksville? Where the fourth plane crashed. What happened there?
Oh yeah. That one was supposed to have evaporated into the ground. Yeah. So the guy that was there to do the inspection, he said, "I stopped being a pathologist as soon as I saw not a single drop of blood. It was like somebody dumped a skip load of junk in there, a skip load, emptied a skip." That's what he said. Right? No human remains, no shoes, socks, underpants, nothing. Bra, not even a bra did they find. You know? But they reckon they found this bandana. No blood on it, no smoke, no singe marks, nothing. And a hole in the ground. But the funny thing is that they were making phone calls right from the planes to their parents. On the airplanes, but at that time it was not possible to make phone calls with the mobile phones. The technology wasn't in place. Okay, so the only way they could make a phone call would have to be in a phone. The planes have a phone on the thing. Okay, and that would be directly linked to the airports only. You can't be making phones to your mum and dad. Okay, but here's a man saying, you'd say, "Mum, I'm on a plane." We're being attacked. But this guy says, "Hello, Mum. This is Brian Bingham or John Bingham. Yeah, John Bingham. Do you believe me?"
Mark Bingham, but that's okay.
Yeah, what a ridiculous statement. John Bingham. "Hello, Mum. It's John Bingham."
It was actually Mark Bingham, Jen. It was Mark.
Sorry, thank you very much, Mark Bingham. Thanks very much. I couldn't quite remember the name.
Look at this poll I was crashing to with no marks. Must not have been taken down.
Do you believe me, Mark Bingham?
Clearly staged.
Stuff like that in the middle of a hijack. In the middle of a hijack, you've got to give your full name and address.
But he was a salesman. That's how he always answered the phone. Out of that habit.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Mark
It gets
Bingham.
more ridiculous as you listen to the thing, right? And then a few years later, American Airlines makes an announcement. You can now make your phone calls on mobile with your mobile phone on the plane now. It is now possible. You see, shooting themselves in the foot even more.
Most of those phone calls were made by seatback planes, by the way, which
Yeah,
all the airlines
whatever.
had.
Whatever. 9/11 was an inside job. All right, that's what I've got to say to that.
Is another
That's
pole
my
taken
rebuttal.
down with no
My rebuttal
damage?
was 9/11
Uh-oh.
is an inside job. Can you get me a T-shirt, please? Because I'd like to promote that. Even today, still carries weight, especially when I wear it. When I
Yeah,
bust.
Jin, I'm having a bit of trouble. Can you help me find the damage on these poles?
Yeah. I feel you. I couldn't find any damage.
Well, he posted
I'm talking about the new photos. These new ones.
Oh,
Hit by
you've now
cars.
found some new ones. I mean, they're desperate.
Yeah.
Hit
Hit by cars.
They better
I'm
be
just
at
trying
the
to find some
Pentagon.
damage on the poles.
No,
that guy looks like he's trying to steal that pole. He's taking that one home.
There you go.
Aluminum's expensive.
Oh, look at that. I mean, look at how clean that is.
Yeah,
Look at that. That is perfectly straight. No damage
Ah,
there.
is that one staged as well? Is that staged as well?
Yeah,
Well, I
he
mean,
only
look, the
broke his
problem
car
is that
when he put it on the
look
roof.
at how clean that is.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jin, is
Look
that
at how
staged as
clean
well?
that is. I mean, come on, man. Are you
Is
kidding
it
me?
staged?
It definitely is. Yeah.
Okay, well that has absolutely nothing to do with 9/11, by the way. There's just some
I
random
know
car
it's got
accidents
nothing to
that
do.
happened.
I know it's got nothing to do. I know
Well,
it's got nothing to do with 9/11.
So they just
I
staged a
know
random car
that
crash for no reason.
already because it's the wrong shape. That's why I'm saying you're staging this. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't making a claim
You
it's
might have heard
9/11
me
at
say
all.
it better be at the Pentagon. That's what I said to you before you posted it or before you showed me it. But it's not at the Pentagon.
I was asking if the crash looks staged.
I thought that the first claim was that there were no poles taken down. What I thought
Yeah,
the
there you
first
go.
claim was. But
That's right.
what are all these poles doing down?
Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah, they said that the planes hit the poles and then collided into the Pentagon. That's what they said. That's the story. Yeah, so I don't know. That's a bad driver, eh? I'm still a bit suspicious about all this anyway. Was this part for a movie or something? A movie set? What happened here?
That's just an actual crash that happened.
Yeah, what did he crash into the lamppost and the lamppost was that's what happened, or did the lamppost fall on the car? Which one?
Crashed into the lamppost and it fell on the car.
Breakaway.
It's still let's look at this. Break this down. It still looks odd. Something
Here's
doesn't
another
look
one.
right in this shot.
You can actually see the
There's
damage.
another one that happened near me.
Yeah, something doesn't look right when we under close scrutiny. Something doesn't make sense here at the moment.
What
From the
doesn't
image
make
you
sense?
sent me anyway. Well, one, I can't see the impact point.
Impact point on what?
I don't know. I mean, look, these things are secured. I don't believe a car could do this to a lamppost, if that's what it is.
They definitely can.
They're actually designed for that with that in mind, Jin. They don't want
that would be in England. That would be a health and safety failure, because that means if the car's accidentally lost control and hit the lamppost, and the lamppost has killed the occupant, then so that would be a failure. They shouldn't be toppling over that easy. Is the point I'm making. So you've got some strange standards in the US. Because in England,
I don't think you understand how strong cars actually
in
are.
England, if a car struck a lamppost in the UK, the car's going to be bent up and the lamppost is going to stand there looking at the car laughing. That's what generally happens. They don't topple over into this situation. So
Sounds like those light poles aren't very safe.
Exactly. Don't be driving in the US. Fuck me.
This isn't in the US, this is in Australia, but okay.
Well, where's this then? Where is this taken?
Australia.
Whatever country that is, they've got appalling lampposts. It's like you can push them over yourself. Like I said, yeah, it's odd. Yeah?
Why is
See?
it odd?
Wait, do they drive on the right hand side of the road in Australia?
We drive on the left hand side.
Oh, right. Okay.
No wonder.
The truth always comes out in the end.
Yes, these crashes are very much staged, just because there is no damage in the poles.
There you go. Come on, man. I told you I'm a professional expert specialist. Don't forget that. That's a serious title. You can't get that overnight.
They're very much not staged, but we can pretend.
See, even that last one looked like he's trying to get it in his car, isn't it? But just couldn't fit it in.
Gotta try.
Some
Get some quick
ridiculous
cash, right?
situations.
Yeah, it's been entertaining, I must say. It's been entertaining. What they're trying to pass over has just been really entertaining, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it is what you come to expect.
Yeah, that's why you've got to make these words up, like, you know, these titles. Professional expert specialist. You can't get that overnight. You don't attain that overnight. Don't come here as a professional.
This looks like a UK crash. Here's one. The pole stood up, but doesn't seem to be any damage.
So I've noticed that when I'm not there, you get the likes of RC and they're coming and they start spreading eyes, okay? But as soon as, and then when I get in and I don't say anything, I just listen for a while. They're lying again, and then just start on them, attack them straight away. That's what you got to do. Got to shoot them off. Stop
Jen,
the
are you
bus.
sharing the mic? I just got back, Jen. Are you sharing the mic with the guy with these
I'm
guys?
sharing the mic. I'm sharing
All
the
right.
mic.
Okay.
Slowly. He's slowly getting there.
Yeah. But we've held them to task. They haven't been able to prove the 9/11 thing, and they're embarrassing themselves with lampposts that were supposed to be struck by planes, but they look as clean as a whistle. Do you know what I mean?
And then I provided examples of cars striking them, taking them down, and they're still being clean as well.
Yeah, but you can see impact marks and that, and you can see.
Where?
Yeah,
where are the impact marks?
I said you can see impact marks on the cars. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Cars.
okay.
The cars
I'm
are
not
getting seriously damaged.
that's all we're talking about the pulse, not the cars.
Well, in this case, you haven't been able to prove it with the 9/11.
No, we're talking about the pole. We're talking about the poles. We're talking about the poles.
Yeah, well, the poles don't have any impact marks, do they? In the 9/11, you know, at the Pentagon.
They don't have impact marks on. Well, okay, actually, the 9/11 ones show impact marks on the base of it and the top of it, which was ripped off.
No marks.
These ones show no impact marks.
Listen, let's not talk about the
vent in the top one.
Let's not talk about the polls. Your mom just got off one.
That's a strong poll. No, the last picture.
Yeah, look at the state.
Alrighty.
And they got nothing for us, Jen. When are you gonna learn, bro? Come on, they got nothing.
Yeah, they got nothing, man.
That's right. It's useless with these guys. What are you gonna do? They fight tooth and nail. It's like pulling teeth.
Yeah,
He didn't even address any of the things I posted though.
There's
He
like
just
three people in here that I know, so unfortunately, if you know who I am, I'm sorry, but I gotta do this. Kosho, Jeremy, and Jin. Fuck you.
What's up? Who was that?
Okay.
Who was that? I didn't hear. I had the sync going.
I think it was Turnip.
Yeah, we are the champions, mate.
Bottom.
Never heard of him. Say something again,
We're
Turnip.
Flat Earthers United. We'll never be defeated. We're Flat Earthers United. We'll never be
Did I
defeated.
fucking cut out?
Flat Earth truth. Flat Earth truth. Flat Earth truth.
Turn up. Hold on.
Truth.
Jen's having a
the
fucking
Hiroshima
aneurysm or a
bomb
seizure or something. Hold on.
Did I cut out?
What'd you say?
Did I walk into a cult? What the fuck?
Where's I said Jeremy, Kosho, and Jin are the only people in here that I know and probably won't get it, but you probably should know me. Fuck you.
Oh, who's that? That's don't say your name. I know who you are.
Yeah.
Maybe a salute.
Bro, you still got that light bulb working? Yeah, I'll give you $100 for that shit right now. Buy all your own shit. Listen, you mail that to me, I'll give you fucking $200 in crypto if that shit is a magnet with a light bulb that never shuts off.
You can do that shit with a fidget spinner.
Is that Party Poet?
Oh, I thought it was. Now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, sounds too sober to be Party Poet, man.
True.
I don't
Turn
know.
up. How much? Turn
Are you
up.
trying
How's
to
your
figure?
Ontario?
Are you trying to figure out who I am?
Say something again. Keep talking. Tell me a bedtime story or something. It's like if we could figure it out.
Yeah, tell him a bedtime story about how the 9/11 buildings were brought down by fire. That'd be a good one. Put him to sleep.
Once upon a time.
Yeah, a long
There was an
billions of years
agenda.
ago. Trillions and billions and billions of years ago. Gazillion years ago. Yeah, it was RC talking about what was he talking about? Yeah, he was talking about the Polaris and that. And I was saying there was no way we can see those distances, man. Can't.
How far can we see?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know it's not.
You don't know how far we
If you don't know, then how are you making your claim?
away. 433 light years is a long way, mate.
Well, how do you verify the distance?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, how? Because
Stellar.
when you look at 1 light year being 6 trillion miles, 6 trillion, and then if you want to get an idea of what a trillion is like, if you had $1 trillion and you had to count it, you would be dead before you finish. 31,729 years it would take you to count £1 trillion.
All you need to do is count out, Jen. All you need to do is count out the first few thousand. You buy a couple money counters, boom, you're in business. Yeah, that shit counted in 5 minutes.
Yeah. But if you count it one by one, so you can get the idea of what a trillion is like, and then they're saying 6 trillion miles times 433, and that's where the Polaris is. Really? Yeah, man. How do they work it out? How? See, they don't do that. They just make the numbers up.
It's
Just make them
math,
up.
bro. They had to make it fit, you know?
Yeah. Wow. Just doesn't fit in my head. Can't. See, the funny thing is, right, I live my life not checking these things, believing, really, wow, yeah. I was into that stuff, man. Well into it.
Yeah, I mean, some of these guys, you could stab them with magic, Irvin Johnson's needle and ask, do you believe in magic?
Yeah.
Very funny, dude. General understand that one today, but
Some heads will get it.
yeah, well,
It's magic.
You got it, Coach. That's all that counts.
Mackie Johnson, yeah, I got it a little bit.
that's only because everything you say is a joke, Jeremy. Everything you say, you're being serious as fuck.
Touche. That's how we're starting off the night, huh, Kosho? That's how we're
listen to that
starting off.
numpty clip,
Okay,
man.
ain't a good start.
What do you say about the dinosaurs, Kosho? Come on.
The dinosaurs with the soft tissue.
Globe Earth that we can't find, can't see, can't measure, can't experience. Did the dinosaurs really live?
The soft
Speak for
tissue
yourself,
ones.
buddy. Soft tissue. That's a nickname for Jin's dick.
Yeah, but when it's pumped up with blood, it's an iron bar. Knock you out.
You're gonna knock me out with your dick.
Jin said you could do a pull up. Jin said you could do a pull up. Sean G could do a pull up off it. He's so short.
All right, well, hey, all jokes aside.
Word on the street is Sean G did a pull up off Jin's dick.
Hey man, I don't go to the streets, man. But yeah. So I was thinking about something you guys said. Actually, I was thinking something that was been said all day today about celestial navigation. But regardless, one way that you can know the stars are maybe not as far as they say, but at least further than 1,000,000 miles. Oh God. Okay. Is the fact that celestial navigation, things like this, they work from any position on the globe, meaning that 2 positions on the globe, you're not going to change. You're not going to change from the rule of the 60 nautical miles per, degree. Whereas, go ahead, Mr. Jim.
No, I'm not going to say anything. I've got to let you finish. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, whereas, oh shit, I almost just ran a red light because I'm talking to fucking Jin's craziness. But, you interrupted me, you almost killed me, Jin. But, yeah, so that's one way. And without getting into that, I do want to say, because I heard Kool-Aid talking about this, and I was like, that's actually fucking true. Because I keep hearing people say that you can't do celestial navigation on a flat Earth. It only works on a globe. And it was only when I heard him saying that the 60 nautical miles per degree of angular elevation angle, that's 100% true. I don't know how that can be rectified by a flat earther. How celestial navigation would work on a flat Earth? I don't think it would.
We got a flat Earth surface with a dome. We would use the dome, and that's that. There it is. Not working on a.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, you
Yeah,
guys
exactly,
can't
Jin.
even use celestial navigation. You got first of all, you got no straight lines.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're on a globe.
Well,
You can't even make a straight line.
Yeah.
As pointless as pointless as that is.
Pointless.
I'll deal with that in a second.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Step one, you make a straight line to the star. What do you mean pointless?
It is pointless.
Step one in celestial navigation.
It's close enough.
So we'll put my point to the side. No, but it doesn't even have to be close enough. It doesn't matter. Like a spot on the ground and a spot in the sky, there's a straight line. A straight line between any 2 points in 3D space. So I don't know why you're saying you can't do that you can do that on a globe.
No, you can't make straight lines because you got shit's refracting all over the place. You got no idea what's going on out there.
Yeah, you don't know where you are, man.
Okay, well, I'll tell you something.
You don't know the mediums, the space and outer space. Is that outer space or outer space? You guys don't even know what's going on out there.
So that's a great point, Jeremy. And it's a great obfuscation for the point I was making, which is doesn't work on a flat Earth. And here's why. Because everywhere on a sphere, the angular elevation of anything, if it's 90 at some place in the sky, like your the zenith, the GP, if the point in the sky is 90 degrees from that point, then anywhere else in the world where that object in the sky is some elevation angle, let's say it's instead of 90, it's 60. Well, you can just do 30 times 60 nautical miles, and you'll have the exact distance you are from that GP point. And you can do that. You can do that from any GP, any object in the sky. You can do that. So all you gotta do is whatever the angular elevation is of any star, you know that you're exactly 60 nautical miles times whatever the difference is from 90. And so that means there's a linear relationship. And the fact that there's a linear relationship means that you're not on a flat plane, because angles don't work that way on a flat plane. It only works that way on a globe.
If you know how the sky works, I would agree with you. Sure. Now all you gotta do is prove you know how the sky works, and we'll be all set.
Sure, it has nothing to do with how the sky works, though. That has only everything to do with how angles work.
It could be, you don't know what's going on up there. It could be anything. You're tripping.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with how the sky works. That's just how angles work.
Of course it does. No, but it could be something weird could be going on up there that you don't even know about.
I'm sure, but again, that is irrelevant because it's not what's the question.
There could be something going on making it appear to be a linear relationship when it's really going over a flat surface.
Give me an example.
Bro, you want me to start making shit up?
Yeah, make something up to make that make sense.
Yeah. Could be weird reflections.
Weird refraction.
Yeah, weird refraction and reflections. Mixed with the reflections.
If all you got's making shit up, I mean, it's kind of weak argument.
Kocho asked me to make shit up.
What was the question?
Kocho just said make shit up. I was like, okay.
Yeah, make something up. Make something up to make that work is what I said. But Don, the question is, but if you have the phenomena of an object being in the sky, and as you move away from the position right below that object, is that as you're moving away from that, if the angle that's changing is linear in relationship to the distance that you're moving, ergo, let's say something like the North Star. When you
and if
move
it's not linear, then it's flat.
Star,
Kosho, if it's not linear, does that mean it's flat?
No. If it's not linear, that doesn't mean it's flat. It just means it's not a sphere.
This means nothing. This means nothing then.
No. If it's
Yeah,
linear, that means it's not flat. If it's not
Okay,
linear,
what
that
if
means it's not a sphere.
Okay, well, when we see things dropping on Earth, like tops of buildings, mountaintops, it's not linear.
Yeah,
Not
but
a
that's not what we're
sphere.
talking
Boom.
about.
Case closed.
We're not talking about the tops of buildings. We're talking about things that
One
are
of your
far away.
shit matches. Listen, one of your shit matches the globe. One matches the flat Earth. You're just picking the sky one because it matches the globe. I'm gonna pick the shit on Earth, and it's flat.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain this to Don real quick.
Okay.
Before you obfuscate again, sir.
I'll go on mute.
Well, Don, we'll just use the North Star for an example. The North Star is right above the North Pole. Well, we'll just say this is true. If this is the case, then as you move away from the North Pole, the position right beneath the North Star, you move away 60 nautical miles, then it's going to be exactly 1 degree less of the angular elevation it was. So it'll be 89 degrees in the sky. And if you move along that same path, another 60 nautical miles, it'll be 88 degrees. And for every nautical mile, every 60 nautical miles you move, it'll be 1 degree less. So this is a linear relationship, meaning every 60 nautical miles, it'll be exactly 1 degree less. So this linear relationship is evidence of the fact that you're on a sphere, because that relationship can only work from any given star, not just the North Pole. But this rule only works if the surface you're on is a sphere, and these objects are, all further than a million miles away.
So many assumptions
taken out of it.
There's so many assumptions in this. Did you hear what he said at the end? All those things.
I said it only works. I said it only works if this, not these are the assumptions. So if this,
Well,
if this is the case, then this is the only scenario that works with.
I'm willing to believe you if in reality, if you can take this in Blender and we add all these variables and we match it to reality, then I'm willing to believe.
Don, they're saying these stars are going through hundreds of trillions of light years of refraction. You think they even are? You know what I mean? It could be crazy out there. You have no idea, even in their model.
It's a
This
big.
is what I made in Blender. Go ahead, Mr. Leftlane.
Leftlane, we don't need it for the peanut gallery.
But Leftlane makes only good points, man.
No, you're just saying that because he's on your side.
No, he was against me a couple days ago.
That's because you'd be saying dumb shit. Did you watch that Numpty clip?
Yeah, I did. I don't think I said anything dumb.
You don't think you said anything dumb?
No, but I'm working on a video for QE currently.
No doubt.
But no,
I hope
think
that's the last. I don't want the Numpty clips to end, but I hope that's the last one, so it's me and you forever.
Dude, literally, you had 2 lines.
That's all I
25
need.
minutes, you had 2 lines.
That's all I need.
They weren't even good lines.
It doesn't matter, and they were good lines.
Wait, QE making fun of Jeremy?
No. I'm in half the Numpty clips. That's the pinnacle of a flat Earth right there. That's how you know you've reached all-time success in the flat Earth arena.
Yeah, you'd be like photobombing and shit. You'd be photobombing.
Dude, QE just has videos of me explaining some stuff to people like Jeremy, and then he has him in the background, QE in the background, playing the same clip, the same sound shit over and over again.
With the baby. He got you with the little toddler talking about a dream. That shit was hilarious.
Oh, that's funny. But he used that same thing 3 times, dude. It's like
so
use
what?
it
It's
once,
funny.
it'll be funny.
Yeah, but you were like,
yeah, but 3 times the same video.
Bro, you sounded just like that little kid.
Yeah, I think it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I did kind of sound like the kid, yeah. I told him, I gave him compliments on one of the other nothing, because I was like, that's pretty. He's like, do you reminisce with complete strangers? Like, what said stuff like that? It's pretty funny. Yeah. He says some pretty fucked up shit. You need to be lobotomized with horse tranquilizer, elephant tranquilizer. You are a danger to everyone.
Oh,
fuck.
He uses slobber nurses a lot. That's pretty good.
So what?
He uses like the term slobber nurses, like you're just walking around drooling, so you need slobber nurses.
Yeah, when people have these kind of phraseology, it's like, especially the dude from the army, you could tell that this is shit that people have told him a lot. People said this shit to him a lot, and then he recycled it. Said to other
Maybe.
people.
Don't be insulting Army just because we're stupid.
No, I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just saying, from my experience, the people who say shit like that were dudes who got said shit like that too, and that's the only reason why they even know these. He uses the same phrases over and over again, so it's like it's been ingrained in his head because
No,
people
he
were saying this
switches it
shit.
up. He switches it up.
Dude, if you watch that Numpty clip, he says the same thing to me about me like 5 times. Like each fucking thing he says like 5 times.
I know, but
Yeah.
over time he switches it up though.
Okay, but don't blame the Army for that.
No, the army trains you hard because I was in the army as well. Yeah, we use psychological barrage. We call it. Got to
You
use
were
that
not
on the
in the
enemy.
U.S. Army, Jin.
Yeah.
You weren't. Don't even try to
Not
lie.
in the U.S. Army. No, not in the U.S.
Okay,
Army.
carry on.
Listen, Jin is a fucking expert specialist. Okay, who are you?
Professional expert specialist. Get it right.
Professional expert. It's fucking good. I'm gonna put that on my next resume if I ever go back to work.
That's it, because that takes care of the expert thing. You don't get that overnight.
Jeremy,
You don't get
I'll
that
take that
overnight.
as a concession, Jeremy. You not coming up with a usable mechanism. You said that we don't know how the sky works, so I gave you the opportunity to come up with a mechanism that would make the sky work like that. You come up with things. So I'm gonna take that as a concession.
Listen, I don't have to make shit up for you, bro. You guys have made all the claims of shit that you can't prove. You want to say it works linearly in a linear fashion?
Let me give you an example.
I think we could do it, Coach.
Hold on.
I gave you a real life. Yeah, I believe in you, Don. I believe in you guys. But in lieu of that happening, I'm going to call it a concession because I've done.
No, I think me and you could do it, Coach. Me and you. Not nobody else.
He won't let me get my rebuttal into this. He's rumpusing me.
I'm just saying. I'm saying.
I have a rebuttal for you.
All right, go ahead, Joe.
You want to say it works in a linear fashion. It can only work in a linear fashion on a globe. However, when things are on the ground and they start dropping, it's not a linear fashion. Therefore, it could be flat.
No, that's exactly what you said before. And here's the reason why it doesn't work like that, sir. It's because things that are 1 million miles away or more, doesn't matter where you are on Earth, okay? Things that are 1 million miles away or more, you can be in the 2 opposite ends of the Earth, and the angular difference is not going to be, more than half a degree, okay? So if the object is less than 1 million miles away, or something that's on the surface of the Earth, which is a lot less than 1 million miles away, then yes, of course, as you move away from it or towards it or whatever, it's gonna change based on the the difference between the angular size of it or whatever.
So this
Like a
thing only
building.
changes half a degree, Coach. The thing you're talking about?
No. I'm just saying things. I'm just saying this
Yo,
size,
check out this
based on the
pic.
size of
Check
the
out
Earth.
this pic I got.
Based on the size of the Earth, if you're on 2 ends of it, something like the moon or something else that's closer than 1 million miles away, the angle that it changes by is not just due to the shape of the Earth. It's also due to
check that pic I just posted.
Right, but the other ones
the distance,
that are far,
to
Coach.
nice, sure.
But Coach, what about on the ones you said was far? You said it would only be a half a degree different.
No. I said it's no less than half a degree. I said it's no less than half a degree.
That's
I didn't
what
make that up, dude. I didn't make that up. Actually,
I'm
I
agreeing.
said it's no less.
I'm Coach. I'm asking
I know,
you.
but Jeremy. Yeah.
Listen, I'm asking you, Coach. That thing you're just saying it less than half a degree. The far object, isn't that the thing that you open with saying though is going to move in the linear fashion when moving away from it on the Earth, but it's only between less than half a degree of movement?
I'm saying that something that's more than 1 million miles away, it's the angular,
Okay,
the angle that the angular elevation, how that changes is going to be strictly due to the contour.
The contour.
Strictly, yes. Yeah, so you won't stop talking, dude. Just give me a second. Got a fucking migraine. I don't have time to repeat myself. But the angular elevation changes only based on the shape of the Earth. Once you're past something that's past 1 million miles away,
okay,
based on the size of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So 999,000 miles. It won't drop linearly in a linear fashion.
I mean, like I said, it could be a half a degree difference.
What's the cutoff?
If it was that close.
999,000 miles, 999.9999. Nine.
I'll tell you right now, dude. Give me a second.
No, this is like my building at the North Pole. Okay, you can't point out where it switches from being linear to squared, and that must happen at some specific point, and you guys can't point that out.
We got to get
You
Coach
should be
on.
able
I
to predict.
just gave it to you, dude.
You should be able to 900. You fucking made that number up.
No, I didn't. I'll show you the math right now.
Miles. So 1 million miles are under. So you're saying 1 million miles are under, and it's squared, and a million miles are up, and it's linear. Where'd you get a million from?
I'm telling you right now. Hold on.
You be making wild shit up.
second,
More than Moyak. You make up more shit than Maybelline.
Yeah, I mean, I've only saying this number because I've done this before, dude. I wrote a paper about this shit. So just give me a second.
Coach, why do you not have a fucking I mean, like a whole hospital or a research foundation to yourself as well? What do you be doing, bro? How do you?
Why would I have a hospital?
Work on this shit. You're not in
This is
this
easy stuff to work. This is easy stuff, man. Hold on.
It's a good question. Come on, answer the question, man.
It's a great question. Give me a second.
Was that my question?
No.
Are we waiting on my question? Yeah, we are. I never got my question answered.
Give me 1 second, please.
Don asked why you don't own a hospital or some shit, and I asked how do you know it's a million miles. I think mine was the question.
Give me a second, dude.
Pretty sure mine was the question we're wondering about right now.
Let me think about this though. Why would he even know this bullshit? Like, why is he a math fucking genius?
Bro,
And all this shit. Like,
I'm using a calculator.
Kosho's number one on my paid shill list. Okay.
He can program. He can fucking like all this shit. Like, what the fuck?
Kosho's been through MK Ultra.
Exactly.
Kosho was a test subject 37 in MK Ultra version 2.
That's hilarious, man. All right, hold on.
His whole file is redacted.
You can access the orbital satellites. I mean, this one.
Okay, dude. So, yeah, check this out, fool. So, hold on. You want to say 1 degree, or would I say half a degree?
Half a degree.
No, we want to know when it stops being linear and becomes a squared function.
Well, we have to have a
That
tolerance for the. Hold up, dude. So
You
here
will
we go.
never answer this question. It's been weeks.
I am answering the question, dude. If we make the tolerance a half a degree, the tolerance is half a degree, meaning that if there's an error, half a degree is not going to make the difference. So we can call that linear at that point.
What?
The distance that will happen being anywhere on the Earth, being on the two extreme ends of the Earth, being what do you call those? What do you call that point? What's that called when you're on the other side?
What are you babbling about? Listen, when does it? What are you
I'm
babbling
telling
about?
you, dude.
Okay,
I'm
go
telling you right now.
I
So
have
if you're in the
rebuttal already.
antipode of somebody else, you're an antipode of somebody else. The angular change of an object for you guys is going to be strictly the shape of the Earth, give or take a half a degree, if that object is further than 900,000 miles apart. Okay, and you can do this by making a triangle where the angle is half a degree at one end, and where the end opposite of that is 8,000 miles, which is the two extreme ends of the Earth. Okay, you make something like this. So if you have the angle, that angle, then the angle of the other two angles is going to be 89.75. That way, what's left over is the half degree. Yeah, then you get 916,735,000 miles. So that's further away than that. Being seen from any two places on the Earth, the elevation angle is going to be half a degree within.
Stop, please. Let me say something.
Seriously.
At what point of my skyscraper on the North Pole touching Polaris, at what height does that stop being squared and flips to linear?
call it that same distance I just gave you.
917,000 miles. What is it? Can you type it in the text chat?
Sure.
Or just say it again. Just say it again. 917.
I'm gonna post a picture of what I just did.
So 916,000 miles away. Once the building is 916,000 miles high, it's all dropping squared. But then, as soon as it hits 916,001 mile or whatever, it flips to linear.
No,
That's
meaning
amazing.
Yeah, meaning the top end of the building, the end that's at Polaris, right? Two people who are seeing that, it's so far away that the only angular, the only difference between the angular elevation is going to be due to where they are on the Earth and the shape of the Earth. Things that are closer than that 900,000 miles, for people who are at two extreme ends of the Earth, and they're seeing the same thing, the angle is going to be mostly based on the shape of the Earth, but it could also be because of how close they are to the object. Because it's close enough to them where the angle will change because of that too.
Why are we talking about two people? Why aren't we using the guy that's at the 30th parallel and the 40th parallel and the 50th or something, or miles 1 mile apart, like the first scenario with the building?
Posting this picture real quick.
You guys be switching scenarios.
I'm showing you a difference. But yeah, so here's the triangle that I made.
You can't make triangles. You can't make straight lines. Kosho, you can't make straight lines. Remember those straight lines you needed? Here's where they come into play. You're about to make a triangle, right?
Yeah, two sides on the two antipodes on Earth. Those are 2 points. And the distance all the way far away, that's the third point. The triangle, I mean, that's a fucking triangle, dude. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
How'd you get to straight lines? Oh, they're antipodal, you said?
Yes.
Well, that's
Right,
far-fetched. That's begging the question. That's begging the question off the start. Second of all, what is it? Are they underneath the star?
No.
So then they're not making a straight line. If you're not directly under the star,
what are you even talking about now?
You're trying to make a triangle, right?
I'm just showing you something else, dude. But I mean, you're talking about something different now. Yeah, migraine.
Oh, that's a cute isosceles triangle. All right, show me on Earth where it is.
Thank you. Listen, this is an extreme example for why that at anything further than that distance, you can you can attribute everything that's within a half a degree to being purely because of the shape of the Earth. If the Earth were a size of or a diameter of 8,000 miles, anything that were that 916,000 miles further away, you could treat as like I said, the angular change you can treat purely as a product of the shape of the ball.
Okay, let me just get it straight. If this is a skyscraper touching Polaris, right, and 916,000 miles high, the building, everything underneath is going to drop at a squared function, and then everything above that is going to drop in a linear function, right?
No.
No.
The depending on what point on the building you're talking about, it's going to be a combination of both those. Just like the moon, I think it was Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid was talking about using the moon for celestial navigation, and he was saying that the calculations are complex because it's not just using one of those two things; it's using both those two ideas. It's using the shape of the Earth and also having to take into account the distance from the moon and how the angular elevation changes from point to point in the Earth.
Taking no refraction into account with this.
Yeah, refraction again. You can give a maximum of half a degree of the position being incorrect, and that's at the horizon too. So
you would have a
still
curve.
maximum of half a
Damn,
degree.
that seems like it's enough then to fuck
So you would have a curve. Yeah.
No, it's not.
I don't know.
So let's take for instance celestial navigation. Let's say that you measured a star to be 60 degrees, but not even. Let's say you measured it to be 15 degrees, which you shouldn't be doing a star that low, and because of refraction, it was actually 15.5 degrees. Well, you're going to do 15 times 60 as your distance from that GP, and it was actually 15.5 times 60, right? So you're going to be 30 nautical miles away from
No.
where you actually are. Right? I mean, it's not. You're not going to be that far off.
Yo, do you know about VPNs? This is honestly losing my interest. Did anyone else want to go down this road? I can't follow you.
You don't have any. You don't have.
Go put it in Blender. Hell no.
I need a diagram or a blender.
Dude, I already put it in Blender.
Let's see it.
Yeah, right. But what about VPNs, man? I'll post it while you're talking.
Well, no, if you want to get this Polaris,
post it again.
if you want to get this Polaris thing off your chest, we can follow through with that. If you got a blender or shit, share your screen.
Already posted it, but I posted it again. God damn it! Someone's calling me. Give me a second.
I would like to. I'll talk to you about it after in a little bit, Kosho. Because
see, there's those divergent stars. That's got to be a problem for you guys somehow in the celestial navigation thing. See how they're diverging? This isn't even a real. Who posted this photo? That's not a real fucking photo. Where's that from? The ISS?
The ISS.
It's not a photo. It's
Who crashed their
It's
Beamer?
a GIF.
Did somebody crash their Beamer? That's tough, dude.
Beaver.
Beamer. The Jeeps, the Lexus,
Are we in
the
live
Beamers,
stream
and
1
the
or 2?
Benz. To all my ladies and my men's. You know? Remember that one?
Oh, you got men's?
Forget it. Just forget it. Never mind. He's just posting random car crashes for some reason.
Are you in the right live stream, dude?
Oh, maybe not. Yeah, live stream 1 text. What are we in here?
Yeah, are you at the bottom of it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the car crashes was an hour ago, so scroll
You got
down.
some kind of purple bush down there, and then what?
Yep. It's a purple skull.
Purple monkey.
Purple skull. That's right.
Oh, it switched. What is this? A GIF?
Yeah, it's a GIF. It's a very slow one. I have a faster paced one, but so you can read it. It just shows you how to use celestial navigation.
Yeah, I'm
Because
not.
it was.
Don, go ahead. I'm not. I don't know about celestial navigation, so somebody else is gonna have to take over.
Well, it's what we're fucking been talking about, dude.
I know, and you've been losing
You've
me
been
the
talking
whole
about it
time.
for the past. Yeah, because you don't know. You just admitted you don't even know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know anything about. Well, I know what it is. I don't know anything about it though. The point is, I want to know when my building that touches touches Polaris at the North Pole. I want to know when that building stops dropping
I
linear.
already told you, dude. And so instead of playing that game, why don't we play a game that you just said? You told these fools last night. You said if I was a Glober, I would wipe the floor. Would you say I would swash? Mollywop, yeah. Mollywop with you guys on all this other bullshit. Why don't we switch places, dude? I'll be the flat earther, you be the Glober, and why don't you mollywop the floor with me?
We've already done that. We did that in Gems one day, remember?
Yeah, and I mollywopped you.
No, you didn't. I crushed you.
Yeah, I did.
I had space-time, fourth dimensional shit, 2D surfaces, spheres, all kinds of shit, bro. Newton.
Let's do it. It's Friday night, dude.
I
It's
broke
Friday
out
night,
Newton
so
on
why
that
don't you?
ass. I
Just
told
see
you
what you
air
got.
has weight. I said air has weight.
Air does have weight.
Yeah, in a container.
So let's see.
Sure.
Let's see what you got.
You know you can't weigh it outside of a container.
You can, and I have. I have it on video,
No.
so does Babs.
George
Yeah.
already told us there's 2 different kinds of weight. There's static weight and what was the other one?
If George was your authority, then you wouldn't be here arguing the flat Earth. So don't sit here and use George as your
He's
authority.
a hostile witness. George is one of our best hostile witnesses we have. George Hannatuck.
Maybe hostile. I wouldn't call him a witness.
George Hannatuck.
Natchuk.
Hanchuk. Say it again.
Natchuk.
Natchuk?
Yeah.
Who's that chick in Paige's picture? Is that an Australian lady?
Yo, I heard Australia's going through some shit right now. You guys okay down there?
Down there, is it, huh?
Yeah, down there.
Over
Yeah,
there.
it's down there now.
Over there.
We're up.
Over there. You okay over there?
The closer you get to the North Pole is considered up, even in my world. Because you say uptown and downtown. I still say downtown.
I got a question for you, Jeremy.
What's up?
If you're at 0, 0, 0 longitude, 0 latitude, right? And you're in a rowboat. Let's pretend you're 0, 0, right?
Yeah. Where
Which
is that?
direction is north? Yeah, it's in the Atlantic Ocean. Now imagine you're looking north.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
And imagine a line is created, an imaginary line is created north and south of you, a red line from your rowboat, right? You're at 0-0, and
Am I on the
a
globe?
line.
Hold on. Am I on the globe or the flat Earth for this one?
You're on Earth. You're just on Earth. Okay.
Just regular Earth. All right.
Just on regular Earth. A line
right.
is created north and south. Okay. We'll
Yeah.
call that line a meridian. Why not? Might even call it the prime meridian. Why not? Right. And then also a yellow line is created east to west. Okay.
Bro, you already lost me.
We'll call
You
it-
already lost me.
How
You
you
know I need
lost?
diagrams. You know I need diagrams and shit, bro. Come on.
Because you're smoking a blunt, dude. If you're in a rowboat,
No, I can't even follow this shit right now, bro.
dude, you're in a rowboat.
Okay,
Jesus
go ahead.
Christ, man.
I'm in a rowboat.
You're in a rowboat, man, and there's an imaginary line created north and south of you. How is that
Okay.
fucking hard to imagine?
All right, I got this part. Go ahead. You're starting to add more lines and
Jesus
shit. Go ahead.
Christ. No, that's the same. No, and there's another line. That's only one line so far. Now
Okay,
there's
and then
another
you said
line.
there's another line.
Yes, east to west.
Okay.
One north to south, one east to west. Would you
All right.
agree that where you are, those those lines are intersecting, and they're perpendicular to one another, right?
I don't know how to imagine the east and west line.
Well, that's
Is it
your.
straight? Is it curving? I don't know.
My
Is
God.
east curve for you? I mean, east is a straight. I don't know. You got mad problems when it comes to going east and west.
Let's pretend like that we don't know that part yet. We don't know if it's curving or straight, but we know that where you are, they intersect perpendicular to one another. Meaning, where you are, there's a point, and those two lines are perpendicular. Meaning, there's 90 degrees.
90 degrees. Yep.
In each one of those sectors. Okay, cool. Right?
All right.
Now, I'm at the North Pole.
They got to be straight lines then. So my east, west, and north, south lines are all straight lines because you can't have curved lines and get perpendicularity.
Well, I mean, they could be
You forced my hand.
curving at
No, you forced my
Hold
hand.
on, sir, because we're talking about you on a rowboat. If they're curving, they could be curving somewhere farther away, but in your rowboat, are they going to look like they're curving? Even if it's slightly, like a slight curve, it's not going to look like that from a rowboat. It's going to look like they're basically two perpendicular lines. Tell me that's not true. Exactly. So now I'm at the North Pole. And a similar thing happens for me. There's a line, the same meridian that you were on, and then another perpendicular line. We'll call that 90 degrees west and 90 degrees east.
So we're
Okay?
both on a prime meridian.
Yeah, but I'm at the North Pole, so I'm on all meridians. But that's another story.
We need to seriously be investigating the North Pole. They had us focused on the South for so long, and I heard
agree.
Bev talking today. I think we need to be searching up the North Pole.
You brought up Bev, so let's throw him under the bus. Let's put that bus at the equator, just like you are. Let's put him at 90 degrees east. So he's at 90 degrees east and the equator. And where he is, there's
we're all
also
on the
two
prime
perpendicular
meridian.
lines.
We're all on the prime
No.
meridian. right?
Me and you are on the prime meridian because I'm at the North Pole. He's not at the prime meridian because he's at 90 degrees east. And he's on the equator. You're at the equator and the prime meridian. So I know you're high already.
I don't know
not
where Bev
even-
is. I don't even know where Bev is right now.
I know you don't. That's a problem, dude.
You have diagrams and shit for me, bro. I'm a visual learner.
Regardless, I'm just gonna give you the finish line. Because of where everyone is, the three perpendicular, positions where those lines are perpendicular, you are both on the equator, me and you are both on the prime meridian, and me and Bev are both on the 90 degrees east line. That's 3 points that would make a triangle that have three perpendicular lines from each other. The perpendicular means that's 90 plus 90 plus 90. That's a triangle with angles of 270.
No, we debunked your triangles with more than 180 degrees earlier. You tried to do it with plane
Well, I just
flights.
debunked your debunk.
No, you guys try to do it with plane flights. What are you doing it with?
I'm doing it with
How are we gonna
you
make
and
a
Beth.
triangle?
It fucking sounds really gay, but I'm doing it with you and Beth, man. It's the worst night of my life.
No, seriously. How would you do it in reality though? You get this like theoretical thing going on.
It's not theoretical.
This is all theoretical. You got someone antipodal to me.
No, it's
Or
not
didn't you say
antipodal.
Bev was?
He's if you're at prime meridian in the equator and he's at 90 east in the equator, he's somewhere. Let's call it.
I thought you said he was
Close
antipodal.
to he's close to like Cozumel, Mexico, or something like that. He's like he's down by Belize or something like that.
All right, you're literally ruining my high right now. You're killing me, Kosho.
Have you heard that they made a crystal with just electrons?
Why are you trying to do all this crazy math line shit? You got lines going all over the
about it.
place.
I'm
People
done
are
with
on
that.
different points.
We're done.
Can
you hear about that
you
crystal?
draw? What would they do with a crystal?
They made a crystal made purely out of electrons.
Kosho, I've already told
Let's see
you
it.
the CIA communicates with the crystals. They think it's artificial intelligence. They
I
think
want
they're
to see a
talking
video
to
of
God,
this.
spirits.
Hold on.
Serious, I'm
Let's see it.
serious.
Let's see a fucking video of it. Oh, I have no doubt, Democ, that they're into some weird ass occult, crazy lunatic shit.
Yes.
Satanic, demonic lineage, atheist,
Weird ass shit. Yes, sir.
devil worshiping, Luciferian.
It's not even really a devil. It's fucking
Satanist.
just goopiness, really insanity. It's really all it is.
So let's see a picture of the crystal with electron. So this is an electron crystal. We can't even see an electron,
That's right.
but we made something out of this thing that we can't see. This is like the Emperor's new clothes. So let's see the picture of this electron crystal.
Emperor's new clothes.
So instead of a liquid or a gas, you made a crystal?
Did they made a crystal out of some shit? Imagine,
solid.
Democ, imagine if I came up to you one day and told you there's this thing on Earth that nobody can see, but I made something out of that.
Yeah.
That sounds legit, right?
You know, one of the ways
that for $1.
One of the first ways they found out that atoms are mostly empty space was by shooting particles at like a diamond or even a gold foil. And when you do something like this, you can shoot enough particles at it that you can actually define the shape of it, because you can define, even though you can't see it, you can measure the amount of particles that are being intersected by it and the amount that are going through it.
You mean sound or radiation? What do you exactly?
No. Like shooting shooting protons at like a gold sheet of foil.
The reverb of electrical continuity would be sound of some sort, some type of static. I mean, it'd be electricity. I mean, you're reading like radiant energy that's bouncing off something that you're sending into it, right? So you're just reading a signature so if you want to find out how deep something is, you hit something off it, you get the reverb back. That's all they're really doing. And they're calling it all this crazy shit. It's just they're just getting an electrical continuity reading back. That's it.
Let's see a picture. Hold on, let's see a picture. Do you have a picture of this, Coach?
Yeah, I want to see the actual crystal, because crystals can actually grow and keep continuing to grow like to a big ass amount. So like, do we have that?
I'll show you a picture of this electron crystal. Sure.
Just imagine I came up to you one day and was like, "Yo, there's this thing no one can see, but I made something out of it." Would you be like,
I would look at the evidence that you had of it. Yeah.
Yeah, no
See what's
doubt.
going on with
Look
it.
at the evidence that you can't see, Kosho.
So how big is it?
I'm not sure. Let me post some information about it.
Yo, how do you open these SIM card trays with this little goofy fucking tool they gave me? You just press it in there, right? The shit ain't popping out.
You poke it. You poke it enough. Yeah, you got to keep pushing it until it pops out. Yeah, you got it, man.
I got it.
Yeah, some of that stuff it takes 2 eyes, but
Nah.
Hold on, let me post this thing.
You're stupid.
It said put it the metal side down. Metal contacts away from the screen. All right, I got you.
Sometimes you got to push that motherfucker all the way in that bitch, farther than what you think.
Oh, this is some weird ass shit right here. Why is the phone locked without a SIM card? It's bullshit. I just want to connect it to Wi-Fi.
I posted it. Yeah, I bought a laptop for my friend, and he's the kind of guy that he's always got like real, suspicious stuff. He want to buy a laptop, something like that. But it was a pretty good price, so I bought it. But it's got this weird password on it, and I don't know how to get past it. It's like not even for the Windows thing. It's like you turn it on and it gets to the pass. So I think I'll just buy a new hard drive for it. But it's a fairly good laptop for the price, man. So
yeah.
Like I said, he sells dubious things. I mean, I
What's
bought a
he sell?
smartwatch from him. Well, everything, man. Smartwatch.
Crack.
This laptop. I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe. He told me I could get a DMT from him, but
that would be the one drug if I was young. Like if I was still young, I might do that because I'm trying to talk to other
you're smoking
spirits.
weed right now.
Yeah, but that don't really count.
Man, it does count though.
No.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. All right. Well, there's the article, or there's an article about it. I think three different people have done it this year, but there's one of the people.
What, DMT?
No, the fucking electron.
Oh, this crystal thing. Oh yeah, you put a picture in.
And so, what do you get from the crystal? Like, what's the crystal like? The purpose of producing that crystal? What are you getting from it? Energy, electricity? What I mean, what's
Get really fucking high.
No,
Bro, just post a picture of the crystal. I'm not
We're not
clicking on your
talking about
crazy
making
links that you try to
meth.
fish my passwords with.
He's trying to teach us how to make photon crystal meth.
No, it's
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. Crystal meth. Yeah.
Kosho, will you just post a picture of it, please? I can't be fucking around right now. I'm trying to set up a VPN on a phone I bought at Walmart.
Do you think that there's a picture that exists?
I don't know.
The answer to that question is no. Of course, there is not a picture that exists, man. Why would you be asking that?
Yes, of course there's not because you. Of course, there's not a picture that exists because you claim to have made shit with something you can't see. So yeah, there's not going to be a fucking picture of it. No shit.
Fuck.
The whole notion is ridiculous.
Son of a bitch! I was looking forward to seeing the non-picture picture. Fuck.
The whole notion of this is ridiculous. Like I said, imagine if I came up to you on the street and was like, "Hey, there's these things we can't see, but I made something out of them." People would be like, "What? How?"
I'm going to tell you this invisible jewelry, Jeremy. It's 14K. Don't worry, it's real life. It's
buy
real
my
life,
magic
bro.
beans first. Don't waste your money on that. Buy my magic beans.
Okay, and then you can see the gold once you get the magic beans. Once the magic bean stalk gets like 8 foot, then you can see the gold appear on your neck.
Here's the Wikipedia article about this guy Wigner, who actually theorized this 80 years ago, maybe 90 years ago. It says it's a gas of electrons moving in 2D or 3D in a uniform, inert, neutralizing background. Will crystallize and form a lattice if the electron density is less than a critical value.
There's no way those things can form something with nothing to form it with. Like, you have to have the set medium and a reaction through the medium and resistance for any of this shit to happen, ever.
Have you ever?
Wait, did you just say they're 2D?
It says a 2D or 3D lattice.
What does that mean?
You know, like graphene. Graphene. It's made to you're supposed to be able to make one single sheet of this 2D lattice, meaning that it's the crystal itself is not, you know, a 3-dimensional lattice. It's a 2-dimensional lattice, like a sheet. So the 2D lattice would be like a sheet, and 3D lattice would be like a 3-dimensional crystal. Difference between a cube and a square. If you had a cube made up of 64 fucking sides, or 64, you know, fucking not sides, but like, you know, a Rubik's cube. So a Rubik's cube has 27 different squares, right? One of those faces just has 9 squares. So one of those faces is a 2D lattice. The entire Rubik's cube is a 3D lattice of, you know, 27 different cubes.
No, 2D objects don't exist in reality. That's absurd.
Not,
Yeah,
the
but
thing
2D
is not
lattices
actually
do.
2D. It's not actually the thing is 2D. It's just that it is a lot. The atoms are aligned in a way that they describe as 2D. Like you might describe a piece of paper as 2D. It still has a third dimension, but the dimension of that lattice, is my understanding, is like an atom wide.
They do describe an electron as 2D though.
It doesn't matter how wide; it's still width and breadth.
Electrons are not described in 2D, dude.
Yes,
Electrons are
they are.
described in 0. They're described in 0D every time.
Oh my God. Thus, the electrons appear to be a 2D sheet embedded in a 3D world. That's straight from Wikipedia.
Of zero dimension.
So it's talking about that crystal. Electrons themselves
It's not
are
talking about that
described as
crystal. That crystal's. It's not talking about the crystal. The crystal's
Yeah,
fucking
electrons,
nonsense.
like electrons and all subatomic particles are described as point particles, point sources, meaning they don't know the size of them, so they describe them as points.
But we know they're 3D because a 2D object couldn't exist.
Sure, points are 0D.
And a point is something that has no parts. That's 0D. That definitely doesn't exist. Anything below 3D doesn't exist because we're in a 3D world. You'll never get a 2D object. They almost got me with shadows once and gems. But that's not an actual thing. That's the absence of something. So they lost.
Kosho trying to get you right now. 0D.
He's trying to get me on some crazy shit. Don, he just told me that there's this thing on Earth that no one can see, but we made something out of it. You know how fucking insane that sounds? Come on, bro. You're nuts,
you mean like
Kosho.
I mean like air? Can't see that, but you can make a vortex out of it. Am I totally way off?
No, we could. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good one. So how do we know it's an electron? How do we know it's an electron crystal? Like, how do we know it's even there?
Well, why don't you read the paper?
Bro, I just gave up reading years ago. I'm done reading. It's all audio books.
On your monocle.
The thing about
What's up?
Sorry, go ahead.
Now I'll let somebody else get in. I've been talking for a while.
I was just
Go
telling
ahead, bro.
Jeremy to put on his monocle. Put on your monocle, Jeremy. Take it out of your pocket and just read this fucking paper.
Bro, it's like the Bible. You could read the Bible, bro. That doesn't mean that everything in it's true. The paper says a whole bunch of bullshit about what they did. It's okay. You believe it. Great. They made a structure. Good. Where is it?
At the end of the article, it says. At the end of the article, it says we did this all on a spherical Earth, and that's it.
Well, hell.
And if it wasn't for gravity,
they're gonna throw gravity in there, spherical Earths and shit. I can't wait.
Well, what I was gonna say was just kind of something silly about giving, like when you said giving up reading a long time ago. I mean, books pretty much have all the same words in them. They just rearrange them different.
Yeah, once you've read them all once, why do you need to say them again in a different order?
Yeah, you just rearrange the words and then you make a new book. Big whoop. Anybody could do that, right? Although, I guess there is something to that. With AI and sentiment analysis and natural language processing and things like that, where you kind of figure out what the important parts are by the emphasis and frequency of the use of terms and things like that. I don't want to change the topic or anything. I was just throwing it out there.
Wasn't even listening. Were you talking to me the whole time?
Say it again. Say it again.
Say it. Say it all again.
Oh, shit. What did I say?
No, nobody knows what you said. Not even you.
Fuck.
It's okay.
Yeah. Well, no, it's something about, oh yeah. So I was making a joke about, books basically are the same thing. You just rearrange the words different and you got a new book. But then I thought, you know what, there is actually something to that. With AI and natural language processing, you can kind of find the relationship between words and how often they're used, and kind of gain some insight into influence, and especially with social media and things like that, like could kind of see, I guess, shoot, there's another word that I'm thinking of. It's it's called co-citation, where and semantic language processing, I believe. I could be off on that. But when there's a relationship between words and how close they are to each other, and if that repeats and how often those words are next to each other, the AI can kind of derive some meaning from that. So I didn't really have anything other than that, just to kind of throw out there. And at the same time, I wasn't trying to change the topic. So I think that's what I was said.
My bad, bro. I'm not even focused on this right now. I'm trying to set this phone up.
No, all good. No worries.
I made $4 on Reddit last month, so I'm about to get busy.
Yeah, multiply that times 1,000.
Yeah.
How are you making money on Reddit?
There's a thread where you get crypto.
Jeremy has an accurate flat Earth map.
Bro, every map you got, bro. You use them nautical charts, right? They're all flat.
He's just not telling us.
Bro, all the maps you've ever had are flat.
Yeah,
No.
but don't they wrap around though to each other? Won't they kind of like, make a?
Bev killed him earlier with the grid map of England.
But they make a north-south circumnavigation.
Oh boy, are we gonna go there again? I think Eggshells, do you have something to say about that I could? Did you ever look into that after we had? I don't know, probably weeks ago by now.
Which was it?
The north-south polar circumnavigation.
Look, I don't.
Yeah, I found a chunk of them.
No, I don't want you to dismiss my point to make your own point. Like I like arguing the point that maybe they haven't proven that north-south navigation ever has happened or is possible. But as far as the maps mapping up, right? Jeremy's trying to make this flat map point, and I'm trying to get him.
I got you. No, I wasn't trying to change topic. I thought I was adding to it. My bad.
No, I'm not making any points right now. I'm not making any points. I'm busy.
Okay, cool. Hey.
All right. Go ahead, Cookies.
Cookie, can I ask you a question? We were talking earlier in chat, but I think both of us probably got busy and had other things to do.
Yeah. What about?
So we were talking about distances.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. You were saying, oh wait, because Bev was asking you to prove the circumference of the Earth,
Right.
and I'm probably you're gonna probably think I was misrepresenting this, but from what I remember of the conversation, you said, yeah, get in your car and drive around and check your odometer. Therefore, that proves the circumference of the Earth. And then,
hold on.
hang on.
Pause.
And then you said, yeah, you could do the same thing in boats, and nautical miles are just a different way to say miles in your car.
Right.
And I think that's where it kind of left off.
Yeah. So
Okay.
would you like to address that? The fact that I can use nautical miles over dry land?
Distance. You're still trying to prove the circumference of the Earth by going over
No,
its
no, no.
surface?
I'm trying to explain how it's measured.
With basically with a ruler of some sort. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I'm
Yeah.
down for it.
Yeah. Sailboats measure it.
Oh yeah, and then you were talking about the ocean
Right.
floor and cables going over it.
No, sir.
Oh
I
shit! Sorry, that was
I-
Bioduo.
I-
That
no,
was
no.
Bioduo. Sorry, I got you guys
You're-
confused up.
This is where you have a misconception. The undersea cables do not lay at the bottom of the ocean necessarily. However, they are strung between two land masses. And most major land masses to include Hawaii.
And so that's how they get the internet, or what?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Oh yeah, because I asked you, how do they protect them from terrorists, and you're like, I don't know how they the security about it.
Yeah, I
Yeah, okay, I remember now.
I actually looked into that.
You did?
Yeah,
Awesome.
they have been attacked by terrorists multiple times, and
Like access down there. I think I did hear about that.
Yeah, they've used bombs, they have used cutting cables, they have used many different things to disrupt internet service through these cables.
Okay, now I'm interested in who were they?
Oh, I
like who funded them, or whatever. Okay, whatever. That's a whole different
yeah.
thing.
So that's a really good question, and the answer is I have no idea.
Yeah, me neither. But I heard about that too. Now that you bring it up, yeah.
Yeah, so we have undersea cables stretched between most major land masses that not only because they're man-made, we know exactly the distance, but they are fiber optic, so we can verify those distances with the signal pulses.
Okay.
So we know the measurements, we know the radius of Earth.
Well,
Carry
would
on.
it be any difference if you stretched those same cables instead of going up and down under the ocean on the ocean floor, well, above the ocean floor or whatever? I've seen whatever. Well, if you just did that from, say, California, you lay a cable that goes up the Rocky Mountains and down the Rocky Mountains and then up and down the rivers and hills and all of that. And you go all the way to the East Coast of the United States and you go, yep, that's the distance between California and the East Coast, the West Coast and the East Coast, because of the length of those cables. Now,
they just squiggle the cables to make it a grid.
That's a good question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
They would have to squiggle the cables to make it a globe. You're always talking about pinging your fucking cables and the time and all this and that to verify the fucking length of the cable. They would have to add extra fucking cable.
they would have to have more cable than there is
Yeah.
Well,
the length of
how about we agree we know how much cable is there? Because we can ping the broken point in the cable, wherever it is, and tell how long it takes for the signal to get there, not be able to pass, and return. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and I guess fixing the cable is a whole different story because it takes me fucking a week to get AT&T to come out and dig up a fucking thing in the ground to fix a broken cable and pinpoint where that's actually at. But I guess the technicalities of that, I guess, we're not really talking about. But the general idea, yeah.
It's 100 times worse when that cable is 1,000 feet below the water.
But the thing still stands where that length of the cable can still go over the Rocky Mountains and down.
You're right.
And then up and down all the hills and valleys. That doesn't mean that
So
anything is curved or not curved.
I'm a sailboat guy. I'm going to use.
I know you are. You're the boat guy.
I'm going to use a couple of terms, and if you don't know what they mean, please stop me and I will explain them.
Okay.
So, the actual distance of the cable is longer than the VMG line of the cable. The
What's
distance.
VMG?
VMG is velocity made good. It is the hypothetical straight line between 2 points. The shortest distance possible. You know what I mean?
Straight line, yeah. So there's not a straight line, so you make up for it in
No,
hypothetical math.
Right. So because it's not actually on the VMG line, its distance is a little bit longer, its time is a little bit slower. And we take the difference between the actual time and the VMG line, whether we're talking about a sailboat or, in this case, an underwater fiber optic cable. The principle is the same. We
How do you
know
get
the
the VM? Okay, so how do you get the VMG line? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'm not trying to
Good-
interrupt, but
no.
you asked me to clarify along the way.
Great question. I love the question.
Okay.
So the VMG line is the barest minimum distance that could theoretically be traveled.
Theoretically, from point to point straight line.
Exactly. Exactly.
Or just in reality?
So it's theoretical because
Okay. Globe model.
no. Not
Okay.
globe model. Just
Okay.
straight theory. Okay.
Okay.
Because
So,
in
so can
real life, shit gets in the way.
Right.
Right. My theory for my life was very different than the way my life turned out because life got in the way. Shit happened.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. Same thing happens with these underwater cables or sailboats or whatever. Shit happens and there's a difference between boat speed and VMG. Or speed of light in a fiber optic cable versus VMG.
Okay, so what's the point that you're trying to make then?
My point is we know the distance around the surface of the planet.
No, you know the distance of the cables.
Right. We know. So, okay, great. You agree we know the distance of the cable. And we know
The
those
length of the
cables.
cables. or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, and then you
Right.
got, so you got,
Perfect.
you got two,
Perfect.
so let me make sure I'm understanding.
Mhm.
So we've got the length of the cables, and we have a theoretical line between where the cable started and where they're ending, or where they're, say there's a starting point and then an
Right.
ending point.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know, so so those two things are different.
Yes.
Okay.
And those would be different even on a flat Earth, just to preference.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
because
Yeah,
the
like you're
cable
saying, it
goes
doesn't, the model
down.
doesn't matter.
Right. The
Yeah,
cable
yeah.
goes down and then comes back up as relative to elevation in the underneath the ocean. So we know those distances. You agree we know the distances on land, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
The odometer in your car,
Yeah.
your pace step,
Sure.
etc. We know those distances.
Hold on
So
a
now
second. I gotta interrupt. I gotta stop you.
Please.
I gotta stop you. Hold on. There's two different distances when we're talking about this, right? There's the distance you traveled. That's one distance. Then there's the distance between point A and point B. That's a whole
Yes.
nother
Crow
distance.
flies,
Those
I would
distances will
think,
never be
right?
the same.
Crow
I just wanted
flies,
to point that out.
VMG, crow flies, VMG, all of these terms are synonymous. They all basically mean the same thing. It is the hypothetical straight line if we could travel the shortest possible distance, right?
Which we can't. So you'll never know the distance between A and B.
No, but I will know that the distance between the Strait of Gibraltar and Niagara Falls will never be less than. I'm sorry, I don't actually know that number offhand. But then X.
The distance between those 2 points will never be the same.
They will never be shorter than.
Yeah, you can't
Because
go
the
shorter than a straight line.
Right. The shortest
Right.
distance would be a straight line. And because we know we cannot travel that short line or that straight line, we will never travel the shortest distance. So therefore we will never travel shorter than the straight distance. That makes sense?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as
Makes
such,
sense, yeah.
we know the distances between land masses. Now
As such. Okay.
right. Well, you agree we do, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. I just think it's funny when
Okay.
people say as such. Yeah, okay.
You're
Whatever.
right. My terminology a little antiquated. I'll
That's
take
fine,
that
whatever. I'm
comment.
just fucking I'm just making fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we know the distance between land masses. We know the distances across land masses. This allows us to build a map, a model of the area.
Sure.
Right. When we model those distances in reality, those distances that you agree to, the shape
You're gonna
that it forms.
Hold on, can I stop you real quick?
Please.
You said model and reality in the same.
Model the distances we measured in reality. I apologize if I muffed my words.
Okay. So you model the distances of reality.
Right. That's a good way to say it. We scale them down
Okay.
so our human brains can understand it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Basically the same thing model means, right? When we do that, those points do not add up to a flat surface. The only way those points are coherent is if we use a 3D shape, specifically an oblate spheroid. Not even a perfect globe. A perfect globe fails on that test.
Does this not go back to conversation? I don't know how many hours ago now, but the scale. Because here's how I look at it. If you have a globe or if you have an AE projection map, those are both the same thing. So
yes,
if you move from point A to point B, those distances are the same distance measurement. The measurement of those distances are the same.
Ooh, the wrong one.
That's not correct.
Let me send you a GIF. Kind of.
It depends on the. It just depend on the scale of those maps. Because if a distance of
not at all.
Okay, hang on. If a measurement is a measurement, and that is a first order measurement, that what you think is the most accurate you can get, right?
All right.
So
Sugar cookie, you
because it's on a
you allowed me
different
to
map.
explain VMG. Could you explain first order measurement? I hear it used all the time in these conversations. I don't actually know what it means.
It doesn't.
What is a first order measurement? What's the difference?
It just means you actually measure it instead of calculate it.
Okay, cool. Carry on.
Yeah.
Tracking with you.
There might be a different definition that's more technical, but that's what I think it is. But that measurement is like 10 or I don't know. 10 miles is 10 miles. And you plot that 10 miles on one map versus another map. That 10 miles is going to be the same. It's going to look different.
Yeah, definitely.
But it will be the same. So, for example,
it's not true. Are you agreeing with that?
Okay, please.
Is it not?
Yeah. Tell me how. Yeah. Go ahead.
They're going to be the sizes of those lines are going to be comparatively different. They're not going to be the same. Like if you take any two distances, let's say the Canada,
I agree.
Toronto to Mexico, and Toronto to fucking somewhere else. The distances on that map, if they're the same distance on a spherical map, they'll be the same length lines. On an AE map, those same two distances are going to be, differently sized. They're not going to be the same size.
Right.
So it's not. It's
That's
not
what
the same.
I think we're
yeah.
agreeing. I'm not saying that
Yeah.
the lines are going to be the same. I'm saying that the measurements are going to be the same.
Right. It's still going to represent X amount of miles.
How can that be true?
No.
Well,
hold
if a
on,
line is
Joshua.
longer,
Let him hang
if
him.
a
Well, I
line
think
is
that's what he's
longer
saying.
on one map than it is on another map, but they're both the same actual distance measurement,
No.
that's just a difference in the map.
So
No. That's not what I'm saying though. I'm saying if you take two
Oh.
distances that are equal, they're both 3,000 miles on a sphere.
Right.
Those two lines, those two paths are going to be the same size because they're both 3,000 miles. On an AE map, those two distances are going to be different sizes. They're not going to, even though they're both 3,000 miles, one of those lines is going to be longer than the other one because it's not a representation of scaled distances and sizes. It's
I think it's almost like we're saying the same thing.
Well, you said that they're going to measure the same thing. They're going to measure. They're both going to be exact measurements, but they're not.
Well, I thought
Are you trying to say that the scales are
the
different?
length of the
because
lines will be different. Yeah.
The maps have different scales. Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
So
I
the
think
measurement
so.
is the same. The mileage is
Right.
the same, but there's a different
The
scale on
representation,
the map.
yeah, the representation of that mileage, the actual measurement is clearly going to be different by the length of the line. Because it's a different map.
Yeah, I know, but that's not. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Because if there's two distances.
I could
from
be.
two different,
I could be.
Let's say if you have 4 different locations and there's 2 distances that you're comparing, those 2 distances, if they're both 2,000 miles, then on a globe, on a globe map, they're going to look. Those length lines are going to be exactly the same because they're both representing the same distance, 2,000 miles. That same 2,000 miles on
that same
an AE map.
On that same,
those 2 different distances are going to be 2 different sizes, even though they're the same distance. Even though 2,000 miles is 2,000
those
miles.
lines. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course, those lines will be different distances because they're represented differently on each of those maps.
Yeah, but that's not again.
But it's the
You have to
same
imagine
length.
I'm going to give you actual places. I'll say San Francisco, New York. That's like 3,000 miles. And then we'll also say
All right, sure.
LA and Virginia. LA and Virginia, that's one. And LA and San Francisco, New York. Let's just pretend it's the exact same distance. Okay? So on a sphere, these 2 paths, there's the exact same distance. They're going to be the same length on that sphere. On the AE map, these 2 distances, even though they're exactly 2,000 miles both, they're not going to be the same size on the AE map. They're going to be 2 different sizes on the AE map, even though they're representing the same distance. Because the AE map is not representing reality. It's not representing, sizes that that are going to compare it correctly. Like 2,000. If you're comparing 2 different distances on an AE map and they're both 2,000 miles, there's no reason they're going to they're both going to look like one's longer than the other, even though they're the same distance.
Longer, yeah. Of course, that's exactly what I'm saying.
I thought you were just saying that they were.
But I think the difference is that I'm saying that shorter line on one equals a longer line on the other.
No, I think Kosho
Because
is saying
there's a different kind of relationship in distances and of the, so it's almost like apples and oranges, in my opinion.
No, I think Kosho is trying to say that the same distance will be two different size lines on the A map. That's what he's saying.
On the same map. Like let's forget about the globe for a second and only talk about the AE map. On the AE map,
Okay. 2
different locations, 2 different paths, 2 different routes for 2 totally different places. Even though they're both 2,000 miles, only talking about the AE map. Even though they're only 2,000 miles, 2,000 miles is going to look like one length somewhere in the world. Somewhere else in the world, 2,000 miles is going to look completely different. Let's say Australia and United States. They're about the same east to west distance as each other, but they appear to be 2 different lengths because the map is not correctly portraying size comparisons correctly.
It's because it's a segment scale thing and not a uniform like little distance ratio scale thing.
Well, there's obviously distortion involved in either, in either one map, either one of the maps, right? So
Incorrect. That's my point though. Is on the globe map there is no distortions. 2,000 miles anywhere in the world is going to be 2,000 miles. It's going to look like the same
now,
length.
what about
no matter
Greenland?
where it is. Yeah, even in Greenland, on a globe, Greenland's going to be the exact size it's supposed to be on a globe. But if you put Greenland on a flat map, like a Mercator map, for instance, it's going to look a lot bigger.
I'm not sure how that's differing from.
Why don't you, Kosha, why don't you ask him why that is? Like, why does the transposition of Greenland on a globe at the top of any sphere, why does it look different when it's spread out flat? If they can figure that for themselves,
Well, because of. So you're saying on a globe, there's no distortion.
Correct.
Correctamundo.
Well, there's slight distortion because there is like small variations in the Earth's surface that you don't build into a true globe model, like a physical model.
Yeah, but you can make a globe though. You can use Google Earth or something.
Yeah, you could.
So there is distortion. There isn't distortion. Make up your fucking minds,
Zanny,
guys.
take that back. Just take it back, Zanny. Just take it
No,
back.
don't take it back. Don't need to take it back.
If you made an accurate model, like you were able to take things down to a very small dimension, yes, you could make an accurate representation of the Earth that is without any distortion.
And what would the scale? What would the scale be on it?
You're talking about controlling things like a 25-mile wider width of the diameter at the equator than.
Let's see that model. Where's that model at?
Than a 4,000-mile radius. That kind of ratio, if you can control that on a sphere, and you could do that. And the type of technology we have today, with machining things, we can do it.
All right, where's your model that's not distorted? Show me that one.
What kind of distortion are you looking for? What kind of accuracy are you looking for?
99.9%. 99.9. Yeah.
I don't know.
How
do you get
a standard globe will do that? Yeah.
A standard globe will do that.
Yes.
Nah, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
But a truck stop from going from left coast to right coast.
I'm gonna need a 1-to-1 scale.
Good news for you, standing on it.
Exactly.
Listen, who knows about VPNs in here?
I know a little bit. Depends on what you're trying to do with it.
Does anyone use NordVPN?
Yeah.
Guy told me that was the
I
best
used
one.
something similar.
No, I'm only.
It depends on what you're trying to do.
No, I don't want to take over the conversation with this. You guys keep going. I'm gonna be busy though.
Okay, for a second I thought you were going to advertise it on the stream. Like, what? Like, what's going on here? You know.
If you use the code Jeremy when you sign up, you'll get your first. Some
guy told me to use the Nord one. He said it was good, so I was going to try that. I've never used a VPN before, so
it's pretty.
I've heard it's decent. Yeah, I've heard it's decent. Another one is HMA. It depends on what you want to do with it. If you want to change locations, I've used HMA before.
I want to hide my IP. It just makes it look like you have another IP from some other location, right?
Yeah, You can get around also Netflix stuff. So if Netflix isn't available where you're at, you just tell it you're in Australia or wherever.
Who doesn't have Netflix? Just as an
Well,
example, I get you.
Yeah, also region lock stuff on YouTube, Jimmy Kimmel and stuff we can't watch over here. So I'll.
Where are you?
Australia.
What are you in? North Korea?
I've obviously got some deal with a TV station, I'm guessing.
You're in North Korea, yeah. I think any VPN would do. If you could connect to it.
How are you guys in Australia, though? You guys having a rough go or what?
So hopefully lockdown's ending soon. People get pretty fed up with it pretty soon, I think.
We'll see. I think their government's using Australia as like a testing ground to see what they can get away with on the general public.
Yeah, it depends on the public, doesn't it? Australians just generally don't mind being told what to do.
Yeah, they're going to see what they can get away with you guys, and then they're going to spread out and do it in everywhere else. They're not going to risk trying some crazy shit in America. You have people wilding over here, but you know, they took your guns. Didn't they take your guys' gun? How many guns you got? You got like 20 guns in your whole country, right? Your country's getting beaten by birds bad. I heard they were starting fires, doing some something with electrical shit. You lost the war with the emus back in the day, and you had guns.
We did start a war with emus. That is correct, and lost it. But I don't know about birds starting. I know there was some.
Yeah, birds been picking up sticks. That's how all your forest fires were happening. Birds were picking up sticks that were on fire and dropping them because when forests catch on fire,
strange conservative idea. I don't think.
No, listen. When forests and shit catch on fire, all the animals leave. All the crickets and the bugs and shit, they all go away, and the birds are like around, just picking them off like it's nothing. I'm telling you, bro, it's a strategy. Birds are smart. You know, there's some birds that drop. They'll drop like nuts or something that they can't open. They'll drop them in the street. They won't drop them anywhere in the street though. They drop them in a crosswalk. That way, when the cars will run over them, crush the nut, and that way in a crosswalk they can get at them when the car stops.
Has a bird ever dropped its nuts on you, Jeremy?
Birds are smarter than flirt.
You ever get teabagged by a bird, bro?
Are these the government drone birds or the real ones?
And let's not forget what Brenda said. Humans can see infinitely far, but birds can see farther.
There's no such thing as real birds, eggshells.
That's true. They're all robots, right?
What if a bird can start a forest fire to clear out the animals and like, yeah, there we go. It's a good space now.
Like with the cold laser eyes.
That's what they do to get they push all the bugs and the crickets. Go ahead, Demo.
Yeah. Yep. Start a fire, that way they all have to run.
Yeah, that pushes all the bugs and crickets out, and they're just on the outside scooping them up. The bugs have nowhere to hide now. They have to go and, you know, get out of the fire. They're not just going to sit there and die.
Good point.
I apologize, Cookie. I had to step away for a minute. Did you
that's
want to pick back up our conversation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what were we talking about?
We were talking about the fact that you agree with the distances that are mapped, but not the map itself.
Yeah. Actually, we were actually continuing on with that conversation.
Yes.
So where do you want to go with it?
So you agree with the distances that are mapped, the distances that are propagated on the map, but not the map itself.
No, I'm saying 1,000 miles or say 10 miles or whatever the distance is if that's a measured distance, then if you, no matter what, and Kosho had a point on this. But basically if you put that same distance on a different map, those lines will be different. And I agree with that.
So different how? You mean different as in they only measure 2 millimeters rather than 6 millimeters? What are we talking about?
Difference in length. So 1,000 miles on one map will have a longer line or a shorter line on a different map, but it'll still be 1,000 miles.
Right. So what you're saying is, if we use the scale that is associated with each map, then the distances all add up to what we know and what is correct, but
I
the
would think
maps are wrong.
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, according
Okay.
to the
Have
and
you ever?
we were also saying like, well, there's going to be a distortion.
Yes, yes, there will. Have you ever traveled a distance and found the distance that your GPS, your whatever Garmin told you was wrong?
Not
Have
that I
you
can
ever?
remember now.
Have you ever like drove from Chicago to New York and been like, "Hey, I made it in 60 miles less than it says I should"?
Well, my odometer on my car
Yeah.
doesn't matter what the GPS says.
Okay. Has your odometer on the car ever been less than what the straight line distance given by the GPS would?
I doubt it.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't know.
So
'Cause
what you're
I don't
saying is
compare. Yeah, go
you've
ahead.
never confirmed these distances, but you know they're wrong. But at the same time, you know they're right because we can, like you said, measure them easily. So they're right and wrong simultaneously to preserve your paradigm.
I don't have a paradigm. I don't know. It seems like you're trying to
Right.
put words in
Okay.
my mouth.
Sorry. To preserve your LARP.
My LARP. No, I'm saying
Right.
that the car is measuring the distance that I
Mhm.
have traveled. Whether or not I have used, I honestly have not measured the distance I have traveled with a GPS and compared it to my odometer. I have never done that.
Would you like me to tell you what happened when I did it?
Sure.
So I was on a sailboat. We use different words for it, but my odometer showed that I traveled a longer distance than the GPS that the VMG line that was
How
set
do you
between the distances.
how do you do that with a boat? Because there's
Yeah.
yeah, how do you do that? So how does the odometer on a boat work? That's
Great
interesting.
question. Okay. So we actually have 3 on modern sailboats. We
What does
use
it compare to? Because you don't there's no
Mhm.
landmarks or anything, right? So
Right, exactly. That's a
in the
really
middle
good
of
point.
fucking nowhere.
Right. Yeah. So the 3 different ways, there's actually a couple additional ones, but the 3 primary ways that we tell our position is speed over distance. Because I don't care
But how
what
do you tell the
happens.
distance though?
Or I'm sorry, speed over time. Speed over time equals distance. I said that wrong. I apologize. That was on me. Speed over time
Okay.
equals distance, right? Do you agree
In
with that?
in
Yeah.
in the ocean. Okay. That's
No,
what I'm saying. Is how do
anywhere.
you
I don't care where you are. You can be in the ocean, you can be on land, you can be in the atmosphere. Speed over time equals distance. If we're going,
then how do you know your distance? There's a variable in there, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. That there's something that has to be a given.
Mhm. So
Where do you get that?
if
You know,
the question is how do we know our speed, then the answer to that is going to be a through-hole monitoring device, very similar to what you use on your car, where it measures the revolutions per minute of your tire. We measure the revolutions per minute of an impeller. A non-powered impeller.
so this is a sailboat then.
Yes, that's what I
Okay.
talked about.
Okay. I'm trying to follow. Go ahead. Keep
Mhm.
going. I like this.
Yep.
So 3 odometers of what
So
what I would
we
call an
have
odometer. What do you call them?
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about.
Well, what
Because
are the 3?
The speedometer is what I was just describing, where it's literally measuring how fast the water is rushing by the hull.
Okay.
There is the GPS measurement.
So in theory, the water could be rushing through the hole, and you are not going anywhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's one.
So
that's one measurement.
Let me stick a pin in that real quick.
Okay.
That is on the sailboats, at least that I talk about, the Amoka 60s. That is calculated on a subsystem on board called the weather system that measures the currents, the speed flow, the temperature of the water, the temperature of the air, the wind direction, the wind speed, and about 4 other variables that I cannot think of offhand.
They're all rolled into one.
Right.
Okay.
That one system measures all of those.
Okay. So that's one quote unquote odometer.
Yeah, right.
And what do you call that?
That would be your speedometer.
In boating world. Okay, your speedometer.
It's literally your speedometer.
Okay.
Just something that rotates and that calculates the rotation.
Right, exactly.
Well, it calculates the amount or the speed of the water underneath your boat.
Yes.
Rotation.
So how does that rotation? I don't get that part.
It pushes that thing for so many revolutions and it counts them. Click, 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 click.
That's not a speedometer. That's an odometer.
Demok, I know I have agreed with you a lot and been facetious, but you are 100% right on this one. It is literally counting the times the number 1 blade passes the sensor.
Wouldn't that be an odometer?
But he's telling us, wouldn't that be something else? Listen, it can be fucking cookies and cream if that's what you want to call it, buddy.
Yep. You're right.
I thought rotation. Okay, so it was rotation of the blade.
Do you know what an impeller is? It's kind of like a propeller inside a tube.
Okay.
That's what it is. And it sits on the keel and it lets the water run through it rather than around the hull. And
right, it's not power.
Yeah,
Okay. I'll go with that. I'll go with it.
So that's one way. The second way would be what most cruising sailors, which is what I was, actually use, which is GPS. I understand you have problems with GPS, so I'm just going to stick a pin in that whole damn thing and set it to the side. The third way is going to be astronomical observation, sextant measurement.
Listening.
Yeah. Would you like me to explain how sextants work in reality?
Oh, for fuck's sake. I've heard enough about sextants.
Yeah, right. After listening to 10th Man, I would not want to ever hear about a sextant again because he makes them sound super confusing.
I mean, that's a whole another fucking rabbit hole. So just give me the synopsis. I won't argue with it one way or another. Just tell me how that part works into your whole thing.
Sure. The quickest way I can say it is it's a trilateration of multiple points throughout the sky, which allows you to measure your distance in radians.
Wait, you said trilateration.
Yes, that's how sextants work. It's trilateration.
Okay, because I've heard of triangulation.
Right. So what you've been listening to is incorrect.
I'm sure.
Sextants do not work in triangulation. That is a misnomer. The way you can tell the difference between triangulation and trilateration is trilateration involves a distance and is over a 3D surface. So
how dare you! I can hear everybody in this fucking chat right now just going, or this channel server going,
no,
what did you just say?
Right.
2D, 3D surface? What? So please
carry on.
elaborate.
The surface is
please
2D.
elaborate.
The surface is
Oh
two-dimensional.
shit! Here we go. Okay,
I'm
keep
talking
going.
about being
Like I said,
over
keep
the
going.
3D.
Go ahead.
I,
Go ahead.
I,
Yep.
I understand that argument, and I'm on that side of it. But it is basically trilateration. Yeah. Would you like here? Let me give you a picture. Let me see if I can find it. I'm sorry. It explains the difference between triangulation and trilateration. Here it is. And sextants
Hey, now it's
work
a
on.
show. I'm not dancing. I'm fucking having a conversation. You shit. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you just put that in there.
Yeah, I just threw the
Alright.
difference. This is from the Bowditch, which is the informal name for it. The actual formal name is the American Practical Navigator. This is from the 2002 reproduction. If you would like a copy of this full text, I will be more than happy to provide it. This is how captains are taught to navigate. This is literally the textbook.
Okay, so that's a lot of words there that I can't zoom in on very well. Can you summarize that?
Sure.
Okay.
If you
I mean, you
use
had it
this-
on fucking right out of your back pocket. You got it. So okay.
Right. If you use distance at all, it's trilateration. If you only use angles, it's triangulation. Sailboats actually sail what's called a traverse, which is determined by trilateration of multiple points and multiple readings through their sextant.
Okay. I'm just trying to follow this. So I get the point A on each one of those. And then I get point B on all of those. Is
Right.
point A from point A to point B on each one of those, is point A to point B on a plane? Is that how I should kind of conceptualize this?
No.
That's why he's saying 2D, because it's just the surface of the water. It's no depth. It's just longitude, latitude, forward and side.
Just polygons.
Yep, he's got it. This is a two-dimensional representation. Don't worry about shape. This is two-dimensional.
That's why he's saying 2D. It's just the surface of the water, the longitude and latitude. It's not really that it's 2D at all. It's not really 2D. It's just that's the way they're referencing it.
Do you realize that polygons are pretty much, I think, strictly Euclidean?
No, they're not. In fact, this book, chapter 5, is about chapter 5 of the book that I pulled this from is strictly in reference to non-Euclidean spherical geometry. Would you like a copy of the book?
I don't think
it
you
is
can
a
have
free
polygons.
PDF. It is a free PDF download. Would you like?
I mean,
a
it's
copy?
something worth. It's definitely something worth
Don't get me
exploring.
wrong. I'm not going along with it. I'm
need
just saying
some
that's
kind of.
the way
Well,
he's explaining it.
I would just need some kind of citation where you can have polygons and non-Euclidean.
No problem. Give me 1 second. I will pull up the link where you can download it for yourself.
Cool. So triangulation, trilateration, and traverse.
Right.
Those are three different things, right?
Yes, they are.
But is it this three different means to the same end? Or how? I'm trying to understand it. I'm not trying to argue against you or any, or you know what I mean? I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
Right. Yeah. To be honest, I'm not good enough to explain that. I don't understand the theory behind the math well enough. I bet if you unmute Payne Ask the Shill, he could probably explain the theory behind the math a lot better than I could. I just know I just know about sailboats.
I don't know about the unmuting PNS though. Okay.
Right, but what I'm saying is I don't know.
Okay.
Well, still
that's
have
a
the
legit
problem
question though.
You still have the problem with distance, right?
Right. The distance which we all agree on.
No. It's not really that.
Hold on. You don't agree on the distances between land masses.
Oh no, I don't agree any distance that the government has given you for you to think that you're 40,000 miles off this way or that way.
Hold
The
on,
reason I think
Cookie agrees with the distance
Well,
between land masses, don't you,
hold
Cookie?
on, I don't think you get what I'm saying. The point from A to B, if you say it's 10 miles, okay, I got you. If we go there, 10 miles, cool, got you. Now,
Right.
when you want to go through the water and you take this certain way and you're going like this certain route, and you're going the route that you've been given by this certain map or whatever, and whatever groups put this forward, if you get a weird reading, it's not because the thing's off in actuality. It's because the path you're taking is off in reference compared to where you could go compared to where you're going. You see what I'm saying? So you still could make it the right exact amount and be just perfectly fine. But for some reason, you're taking this route, and the route they give you, that's what they give you. That's the route they give you the choice to take in a way. So, and that's from the government, this database. That's not really from, a personal standpoint of fucking seeing something and saying, okay, I mapped this out. I'm going here to go around my block. It's so big of a reference frame that you personally, you know what I mean? Until you fucking go it so many times and have done it, you wouldn't really know.
I mean, I get what you're saying. However, I'm
The
curious
government
about.
has the true plotted ways the government has. They know what the fuck and how far out you can go, even in between or not in between your little fenced in area. You understand? So even if you say, oh well fuck, I just traveled this extra amount, there's no extra to them. They know you did it. They know you did that little spot. It's all set
Right.
up. Yeah.
No, I follow you on that. However, I'm still trying to figure out the difference between triangulation and trilateration and traverse.
Right.
Based on
Oh,
the
okay,
diagram. That's all.
Okay, so let me try to explain this one more time.
Okay.
Triangulation is completely mathematical. It uses nothing but angles.
But I don't see a right angle in any of that.
No, you don't. Which is funny because
Okay.
this is the actual document that explains how sextants work, and you don't see a right angle in a single thing there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now go to trilateration.
Trilateration involves angles and distances. It is typically done over a three-dimensional plane, or a three-dimensional area.
Like real life.
Right.
Don't give us a Freudian slip there. Come on.
You're right. I did Freudian slip.
on the
Thank you,
pretend
Gio.
wall.
No,
Well, it's still polygons, and even in Wikipedia it says polygons as Euclidean geometry is assumed throughout.
I mean, cool. I'm so glad that you have debunked 2,000 years of navigation with Wikipedia. However,
I don't know
I'm gonna
about that.
stick-
No, he's not even talking about navigation.
Well, this is how navigation works.
With
Literally,
polygons?
what I'm showing you is a document of basic navigation.
Okay,
It's
so you're
called the
saying
BODIT, the American Practical Navigator. It is how all American American boat captains are taught. This is the textbook.
so
Only the
regardless
practical
of a model, this is what you're saying is how boats are navigated on water.
Yes.
Okay. So how do you do the trilateration? I'm interested in that
So-
because it's
Trilateration.
Yeah.
Okay, when you use a sextant, and like you said, you've heard a million times how a sextant works, so I'm not going to belabor the point.
Yeah.
You get an angle and a distance, right?
I don't know if you get a distance, but
Yeah. So you get a distance to your GP, and that's what forms your circle of equal altitude.
you say so.
I can show you documentation.
Like
but
I
trust
said,
me,
I'm
it's how it is.
listening to you. I'm not trying to rebut you one way or another.
So because you have a distance, it is no longer straight angles. It is no longer straight trigonometry. It is now trilateration. That's the difference.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, but I'm just gonna keep
So
listening.
if it has an angle and only angles, it's triangulation. If it has an angle and distance, it's trilateration. Now, all of that is great and wonderful.
I'm
but
fine
what
with
is
you
the
now. I got that.
what is the boat actually doing? The boat is actually doing a traverse where it's going back and forth across that straight line, which is the VMG line.
As the crow flies. Yeah, AB.
Right. Exactly. Sailboats can't do that because wind doesn't work that way. So we have to go back and forth over
Catch the
that
wind in
line.
your sail.
Exactly.
Is
And
it that
that's
the
why,
zigzag or what is it? What's a
yeah, that's called the traverse. Is the
no? But
official
if you
word
when you jog and you
So there's tack and there's jibe.
that's what I
Tack,
was thinking of.
tack is when you put your nose into the wind. Jibe is when you put your stern into the wind.
Okay.
And by into the wind, I mean from the direction the wind is coming from.
Sure. Okay, it's gonna take me a while to wrap my mind around all that, but go ahead, keep
Sure.
going.
Yeah. So this is the way sailboats work. This is why when I show a long distance sailboat race like the Vendée Globe, there's a major discrepancy between the boat speed and the VMG speed, up to 7 or 8 knots, where the boat is flying, but the VMG isn't really going up because they're not actually headed upwind, they're headed kind of sideways to the wind. And that would be one of those lines of the traverse that are kind of
So
that
that
are
would be your
headed away.
your first odometer with a shitload of water going underneath the hull, but you're not
Mm.
really getting anywhere.
Exactly. That's
Okay.
measuring boat speed. Right. So all of these 3 different ways, and I know it's 2 because we put a pin in GPS, but 3 different ways, all co-witness and give the same results for our distance, our speed, and our velocity.
Okay. So what was the whole what were you entirely how does this wrap into what you were saying to begin with?
Sure.
I'm
I
not
don't
trying
think
to be
I
a dick. That's,
No, you're
you know,
this is a great conversation. Have you ever heard of the Vendée Globe?
I have heard you mention it.
Okay. Have you ever looked at the tracking software that shows where these boats were for every 5 minutes over
Oh
the 80
yeah.
days?
You actually you posted a link the other like last week or whatever. I looked at
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So these boats provide great evidence. There's another link for it if you like.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll ask you a simple question about the Vendée Globe thing. Okay, so you got a destination and you're like, okay, I'm gonna do the Vendée Globe. We're gonna go this many miles. It's a plotted out course. It's a set thing. I'm on a globe, GPS on a globe. We're traveling on a globe, GPS of a globe, the nautical miles of a globe, the distance of a globe. Everything should match up perfectly. How could you then end up on a globe with 40,000 extra miles if everything is according to a globe? Go ahead.
That's a really great question. The 40,000 miles that you're referencing, because you've heard me give this presentation before, is the 40,000 nautical miles that are missing that were not sailed by the sailboats if we don't use the scaling principle and turn the AE map back into a globe. That is the 40,000 nautical miles that you are referencing. Thank you for getting ahead of me on that. I appreciate that.
So it's only missing if you turn it from one map to the next.
Right.
Yeah, that's where
if we use the maps that they used, the accurate maps that Cookie agrees with, and we use the distances that these boats report to have go via all 3 methods that we've already discussed, the only shape that our planet could be is an oblate spheroid.
I agree to distances are measured distances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you agree that we know distances between landmarks.
Yeah, first order and all that. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
1,000 miles is 1,000 miles, and then if you represent it on one map, it could have a different size or length of line on a different map. Yes.
And it doesn't matter if I call it 1,000 miles, 69 nautical miles, 93 gummy bears, 112 sugar cookies. It all
What
means the
about
same thing.
shoelaces?
Right. Shoelaces. I could measure it in that too. Doesn't matter what we call it. It has an accurate and a exact representation in reality.
Yeah, but when you're dealing with something that is a globe and from a focus point of like the North Pole, and you leave and everything's small as fuck from a focal point, and then everything widens out and widens out, widens out to the center, and then goes back to a focal point when you get to the South Pole. That's really a kind of a fucked up navigation system and differential area, and just like trying to figure it out anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm. That's kind of my point is that line will be a longer line on a different map, or it'll be a shorter line on another map. But that distance of that line should be the same. Is that right?
My answer to that is I'm going to point back to the Vendée Globe. The boats that sailed the southernmost route sailed shortest distances and therefore were able to do it in the least amount of time. Because the Imoca 60s, and if you click on that link, you'll see a bunch of different boats. Not all of them are Imoca 60s, only the winners are. It's the
You know what
fastest.
makes the big, like the big thing, like here, like what the fuck are you really on? Like, so okay,
Yeah.
are you on a globe? Are
It's
you
the
on
same thing,
Are you on
just a
hold
different
on.
map.
Right. Are you on a globe? Right. Listen though, a full globe. Are you on it? Right. An actual globe, or are you on a Gleason's map, which is a flat representation of the globe in a circle, like a bullseye? Right.
Then where are the 40,000 nautical miles?
Or hold on a minute, buddy. Or are you on a flat map that doesn't conform to either that circle, and it's probably a little bigger and a little different than both of those, and just probably continues in certain areas that you're not sure of. So, I mean, which one are we really on is the question, and the only people who know that is the Department of Defense.
That's an interesting question, Demok. Once again, what were the distances?
Surprisingly good question, right?
No. What were the distances and what were the actual speeds reported by the sailors of the Vendée Globe? The
Are you roboting? Are you roboting, or is it just me?
Just
Was I? I apologize. It might have been me. My internet's been shit.
No, you're fine.
I didn't think you roboted.
So, what are the
Okay,
distance
shit.
reported by the sailors of the Vendée Globe, the sailors of the Antarctic Yacht Race, the sailors of the Golden Globe, the sailors of the La Moque? I can keep going on sailboat races that all do the same
Please
thing.
don't.
The main thing is they're reporting something's wrong.
So everything you're saying is the AE map doesn't work.
Yes.
All right, let's move on.
And how are those distances reported?
Can I answer you in a specific? So, on the Vendée Globe, those distances were reported two different ways. They were reported via satellite uplinks from the boats in question as they sailed around, and at the same time, the boats were receiving downlinks with accurate weather and patterns that they needed to be aware of so they could chart their course. The boats were also downloaded when they reached Vendée, France, and their entire navigation was gone over with a fine-toothed comb by the race organizer.
So what was the ultimate measurement of all three of those so-called boat odometers? Because if that first boat odometer that you were talking about were just water passing under the hull, that would skew the results when they're not necessarily going anywhere. But they're basic. I mean, this is probably a bad way to say it, but going upstream
Again,
and not really going anywhere.
let me answer you with a little specificity, because talking about them in vague terms is a little hard. The number one boat crewed by Yannick Boston, he had a VMG total of 24,365.7 nautical miles. He had an actual travel distance of 28,583.8 nautical miles. That translates to a difference of a boat speed of 14 knots and a VMG speed of 12.6 knots.
What about like certain canals or certain areas where the water is going so fast or rushes at a certain rate that it's giving you a crazy ass, distance or speed because of the rate? You know what I mean?
The Vendée Globe is done in open oceans. They are not done in canals.
So, I mean, what I'm saying is there any part of the ocean that has a different current or flow against that mechanism or tool used to get your speed? If so, that could be the thing.
So,
like if you're going
with
water or against water, you're going to get a different reading. So, like when you said you zigzag, you go zigzag left, right, left, right, left, right. Now, I mean, and then you're wondering why you get 40,000 extra miles, and then like it might have to do with the reading of the actual tool.
My answer to that is the difference between that and the actual water, what the water is doing, the currents and things, can be measured by a multitude of different ways. The primary way would be the onboard weather station that was carried on most boats. On most of them, it was on the port starboard quarter, but not always. On that quarter, they were able to, or in that device, they were able to monitor exactly how fast the sea was moving as if they were standing still. This measurement was then backed up by the floating and the attached buoy stations that dot the entire ocean, allowing us to know that information.
So NOAA.
NOAA's part of it, especially when you're towards North America, but not all of it. The parts underneath or south of Africa are not covered by NOAA.
Why?
Because of treaty regulations.
Okay. Weird, but okay.
Yeah.
Best believe it's still got something right next to that spot.
If you want to say that's a little sus, I'm with you there. It's a
Yeah.
little sus that they don't quite have that part.
Well, it's
Cool.
GPS, right? Why wouldn't it work in?
No. Hold on. GPS does work. It's only the NOAA information that is missing for that part because we use a different governmental agency.
But does the data not go from the buoy to a satellite?
There is no buoy. There is no NOAA buoys.
What kind of buoys are there? None.
In that area. Sorry, let me finish packing this bowl. I will get you the name of the government organization, but it's not NOAA.
Okay,
Some
well,
African-
some sort of equivalent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, some African country's equivalent.
Just gonna go with you on that, but definitely suspect. Is it the Nigerian NOAA where they're gonna send you fucking
I don't want to be wrong, so
King Abu
I'm gonna
Dhabi's gonna need you to?
I'm going to hold off answering until I can find a accurate. I don't know.
Well, that's part of an equation, though, that you're talking about how to calculate these distances, though, is it not?
Who owns the buoy? No, I don't give a shit.
Well, where the well, no, that's not what I'm saying. Not who owns the buoy, but what I'm saying is
That's
how.
literally what I'm. Hold on, that's what I'm looking up. Should I not be looking that up?
Well, I mean, sure, go ahead. I mean, sure, that's just more to add to hopefully strengthen your thing. But
Mhm.
all I'm saying is it's still data that is collected for your measurements of distance.
Yes.
So how are you calculating the measurement of distance without part of that? I'm just saying it's part of a calculation, isn't it?
It's ACZA. I don't. Let me find out exactly who that is. But it's not NOAA.
Well, that's what I mean is it's whatever it is, there's a
Mhm.
distance calculation that's not NOAA. Okay, fine, whatever it is. But
Well, those are the owners of the buoys. Really, who owns the buoys doesn't change the fact the buoys are still providing the sea data for the area around them, allowing us to get these calculations.
okay.
It's just another organization that has to be under the thumb of they for your LARP to continue.
Does the distance traveled get increased because of the hump going over the equator of the water
Yes.
being higher?
Yes.
It does. Huh.
Yep.
How do you know that?
That's where the 4,000 plus nautical miles comes from. Well, I mean, not
The
just
difference.
that.
So the difference has to be accounted for and recalculated.
Yeah, constantly. These boats
So they're
do
40,000. There's
boats,
a 40,000 mile difference because of the bulge of water at the equator.
the autopilot on these boats do navigational calculations 36 times a second.
So they are not, guess what you would consider first measure or first order measurements.
The autopilots? No. The autopilots are just responding to the inputs that are being received. The inputs that are being received are coming from the through hole measuring the GPS and are all first order measurements.
So could it be that those distances have been recalculated based on the first measurement, first order measurements to fit? Well, then how do you get 40,000 mile difference? That seems weird.
So the 40,000 mile difference.
That's a long ways. 40,000 miles is a
really
shit
long
long way. Yeah. How do you get off that far? That doesn't make sense.
Once again, that was D-Muck coming in because he's heard my presentation a million times because I only give the same one.
But so
that
how
is
is that?
the if we used an AE map using a known measurement that we would agree to in the northern hemisphere, say the distance from Chicago to New York, and not applying the scale, there is 40,000 nautical miles that were not traveled in the Vendée Globe.
So why would you do that and not apply a scale? That seems kind of weird.
Because that was the map that I was given when I was a newbie Glober. And since then, I have been repeatedly asking for a map and that I can make this race work on. And I have yet to be provided with one.
Well, let's figure that out.
Mhm.
Like the places that they went.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, map. Try to get the This conversation is making me seasick. Get the map of the Vendée Globe and then try it. I mean, the Pac-Man map could work, I guess.
Like, how would you have to manipulate that map to make that 40,000 miles jive with the measurements that were taken?
Well,
Supposed measurement.
you can't have the 40,000. That
Because
obviously wasn't done.
It's because
right?
here's my guess my idea about it is that the measurements weren't actual measurements; they were calculations rather than measurements.
No, they were measurements.
Or you have supersonic sailboats, right?
They were measurements from both the through hole impeller that was measuring the speed.
So the
They were
scale
also
of this,
measuring the declination and the elevation of the astronomical bodies above the horizon, as
so
well
the
as the
boats,
measurement.
did the boats ever go uphill?
No, boats don't go
Okay, well then
uphill.
how did they go up a bulge at the equator?
That's not a real question, is it?
Well, yeah, it is. I just asked it, so it makes
They
it real.
stayed at sea level the entire time. They were at sea level, or
Obviously they were on the
they're
water, right?
Mocha 60s, and they are actually hydrofoiling boats, so they were just above sea level. But
That's actually pretty cool.
right, yeah, the Amoka 60s
Wait,
are
wait a minute.
badass boats,
These boats hydrofoil the entire Vendée Globe?
except for when they were stuck in the doldrums.
Wow. That must be really on your edge
That
of
helps the
being.
speed of them, right?
No shit, but it also makes
Less
it.
drag.
But
Yeah.
you also have like icebergs in the Southern Ocean that you have to watch out for.
And
Oh, shit, did PNS get unmuted now? Oh, okay.
so not only that, but you also have to worry about the fact that they're now moving faster, so they have more momentum as they slam into each and every single wave.
Yeah.
That's how the guy who I bet on in the race ended up crashing out of the race because he developed a crack in his boat from pushing it too fast and too hard. Which is why I say these boats are not possible of going the speeds required for many of the flat Earth maps that, such as the A map without the scaling that I've been presented.
Well, I'm not sure. Can you? I mean, it's just an equidistant projection map, right?
Right.
As
yeah.
azimuthal projection map. So azimuthal
Mhm.
means horizontal.
I just keep waiting for one of these days when somebody's actually going to figure out what the original Mercator navigation map looks like and start presenting that. It's going to be hilarious.
Oh yeah, like in what way? What do you think?
Go look it up yourself.
Why? Why? Don't be like Peyton has to show like go look it up yourself, but like explain something. I mean, you brought it up, so I'm just asking.
Split at the equator.
Say again?
Split at the equator. It's two AE maps stacked on top of each other. One solar, one northern, and split at the equator.
Wait, didn't you
That's the way navigation actually works.
from a
Welcome
southern
to Celestial Navigation 101.
from a southern one?
Yeah.
A
Have
southern.
you never seen a southern
Oh yeah,
AE map?
no, yeah, you're jogging my memory now because we actually talked about that last week, right? Or roughly.
Probably
The two different ones. I think yeah, because I think it was you and Bio duo.
Yep.
Yeah. I hadn't seen it before from a southern point of view, like from the like quote unquote the South Pole.
Right.
It looks fucking wonky.
It does.
It's like if you put on a pair of glasses and it made everything look upside down.
But that is just as accurate as the, I'm going to call it the Gleason, so we know the difference, map.
Oof.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, NASA.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, that one. That looks crazy.
And on this one, I haven't run the math, but I bet if we did the math, the Vendée Globe would have gone too far.
Well, here's what I'm saying about the scale part. You see okay, so you have the circles that go around from the center, those concentric circles.
Sure.
And then you see how what you would consider I guess what I guess we would consider the longitudinal lines that are going from Antarctica out towards, I guess, the South Pole, out towards, I guess, what we would think the North Pole, toward the edge.
Sure. Yeah, it's hard looking at that map and describing these
Yeah,
things.
yeah. So
Yeah,
you look,
I'm tracking with you. Go ahead.
yeah. So you look at that, and then for me, so this goes back to the scale. So like a line of 1,000 miles, if you were saying point A to point B, 1,000 miles, that 1,000-mile distance line would be different if you put it from the center of that map, or if you started it at the edge of that map and went inward, because
If you
the
stayed,
scale is different along the entire way, right?
I bet your Vendée globe measurements would be a whole lot closer on this map than they are in the other AE projection.
I should do it. Let me.
And because coming from France there, which
That would be
is
interesting to even see. I mean, regardless of whatever model
Yeah.
we, you know, it's
they come straight down or they go over to South America.
if the scale on that map actually, that's what I was saying with the normal
They-
AE map that you see. That's what I was trying to get across was that line will be different based on the scale. And as you scale that with the distortion, also that line will be a different size.
They go about 3/4 the way, NASA. Just far enough to catch up with the trade winds.
Yeah, you'll be a little bit off then, but not too bad.
You sound like you're in the other room. Eggshells.
I think he's hot mic'd.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is why when you look at maps, you look at these distances that I'm going to use the word no, but I don't actually believe we know them. I just think we have really good evidence to believe them. We can presume that the surface of what we stand on cannot be any shape other than what we say it is, an oblate
Well,
sphere.
here's maybe I can make my point here. Like,
Yeah.
so if you take to the left there, which looks like South America, you take the tip of South America and you go up the left-hand side to Peru, where it looks like it kind of goes back to the left and the rest of the left side of Africa goes. You just take that spot and you say, okay, let's transpose that amount of line, that coastline, and then you say, okay, that's, I don't know, 2,000 miles, let's say. And then you go over to America and you say, well, that 2,000 miles with that line, and you put that at the end of, even if you put that at the end of I guess Central America, Mexico, or shit, even Florida, let's say Florida, that 2,000-mile line would have to that we took from Africa would have to shrink to scale to what is, from
right
the tip of Florida to the top of Canada.
And what shape would you get if you did that?
I don't know. You get a shorter line.
Yeah, you'd get a globe.
If we think about it this way, like, you sound like you're pretty handy and you've probably done something.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I've done lots of stuff.
Yeah. So let's say NASA's image was on a piece of latex stretched out. And I put my fist in the middle of it and I push down. And it
is this
kind of no, I'm serious.
I'm just thinking like this is like Rumpus's fantasy right now.
Right. But I push down on it and it forms around my hand and it kind of turns into a circle shape. And let's pretend my hand gets cut off, so it's just the hand and the top is able to close. What shape is
The
that?
distortion, right? So there's the distortion. So,
but what shape is that?
It's fist shaped.
Right. Would you call it an oblate spheroid? It's kind of like a circle, but not quite because it's a little bit chubby in a couple areas.
Kind of like your mom.
Yeah, exactly. Except my
No,
mom, my mom's
honestly, I don't know. I don't know,
except-
honestly.
Hold on, my mom's an Ironman athlete, so unless
Can
you
you
like
not?
she,
What if you? What if you pull? What if you pulled the middle of it down? Would it not be canonical or
right? Same thing.
upwards? Pull it upwards. I mean, you can. If you're gonna make it malleable, you can basically do whatever you want with it, though. You know what I'm saying? So why not pull that South Pole or the Antarctica up?
Yanked out the power cord.
You know, one of the examples that I like is if you take an AE map, you take the equator, you take 60 degrees north, that circle, you know, mathematically you can figure out that that circle, that's, you know, 1/3 the radius of the equator, that circumference is going to be 1/3 the size. So 60th parallel should be about 1/3 the size of the equator. However, on the globe or on Earth in real life, the 60th parallel, the distance around it is exactly 1/2 the equator. So there's a huge,
Yeah, all the
huge
Freemason
distinction there.
numbers fall right in line, don't they?
So who gives a
Say that
shit?
once more.
No, like real talk. Who cares? I don't care what number looks like something else or does something
The
else. If the
gaps.
number works, the number
Well, look,
works, dude.
I'm still looking at the map that NASA Shell posted.
You could do the same thing. You could do the same thing with his map. You would just change it to south. So the equator is 60 degrees south.
Right,
Same
but
idea.
the distance between those concentric circles, I don't see them being equal, or are they?
No, the distance on the AE map and on Earth, they are consistent lines in between each. So 60 degrees south is exactly 2/3 of the way from the equator to the edge. So it's
That
exactly 2/3 of
60
the way there.
degrees north on this then?
Same thing. It's like I said, yeah. No, south on Paynas Shills one. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, it's reversed. So yeah, same thing. Yeah, so 60 degrees north is exactly 2/3 of the way from the equator to the end. But 60 degrees south is exactly 1/3 of the way from the center to the third. So from the center to 60 degrees south, and from the center to the equator, it's exactly 1/3 the radius. So it should be exactly 1/3 the circumference. But in reality, that distance is 1/2.
So the distance as you go from the center to the outward gets distorted linearly.
On the AE map, it's not
Right?
distorted from the latitude distances. I don't think are distorted on AE map. Although it's called equatorial equal distance.
Surely it is because
The longitude line. You mean longitude?
yeah, I guess.
Well, the distances between the latitude lines. I'm saying. Distances between the latitude lines are consistent on both.
Correct.
AE map and reality.
Distance between the longitude lines gets distorted.
Right. So the scale on each latitude line on that map it changes each latitude. So because obviously between South America and North America.
Yeah, it's the same thing. As you get further away from the center, the latitude.
The more distortion you get.
That's correct. So I
So
posted
that
this
the
other thing. It
scale,
looks
the
sort
scale
of like a
has to
jellyfish.
change. The scale has to change as you go down each one of those latitudes.
Right.
Or if you're going to draw a line.
That's why
That
the
line
second
would
thing
get shorter and shorter, but it would still represent the same amount of distance.
the second thing I
So
posted here is kind of like a jellyfish.
Let me see here. I haven't seen that.
Is basically turning an AE map into the globe and back again. It basically shows you the projection, how it works.
Shows half of it.
It shows all of it.
Well, it shows the top part, but then when it goes back around to the jellyfish's anus, it doesn't show. It doesn't show the rest of the top. It doesn't show the North Pole.
That's because you can't see it anymore.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because you're at the bottom. As you turn it into a globe, it's antipodal. You basically have a southern. You're basically looking at the upside down globe here.
Well, it starts off not flat.
Well, it starts off pretty flat.
Well, pretty flat, but that's the reason why when it gets back, if you compare that last photo or that last GIF that you had, the last image that you
it's
had.
not gonna look like that because
Yeah,
it doesn't unfold the other way. It only this southern AE map projection is relatively uncommon. I mean,
yeah, no shit.
well, only 13% of the world's people live in the southern hemisphere, and most of them are Brazilians or Indonesians. After that, it's pretty sparse down there. There's a whole shitload of water.
Well, so what is your GIF showing then?
Basically showing a normal AE map being turned into a globe. Showing sort of showing you how the projection works.
Yeah, maybe sort of. I might agree with sort of.
Well, if basically if you took the whole end part and just pulled on it until it closed back together, you'd end up with the globe. It's
Yeah, I
basically
mean, I like that GIF, but problem is the very beginning of it is already domed looking.
Yeah, I think it's flat, but I think it's just domed.
No, you can tell. Wait, just give it a second. Goes back to the top. Boom, it's already has. It already has like a balloon tit on it.
Maybe they're missing a frame or two. I don't know.
Could be. Well, at the end of it, when it starts going back to try to reshape itself, well, the Antarctic anus of that does not show anything similar to your previous.
No, what it will show is it will basically show you a globe from looking from the southern.
I do like though, however, like when it does kind of turn, you can see inside of it almost just for a little bit. Like the other, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's parts of that I like. I mean, I like the fact that you posted it and I haven't seen it before.
It's an interesting one. But global map projections are always interesting. There's some really wild ones out there.
Yeah, there's one.
That's one of the most accurate flat map. It's really wild, made by some Japanese guy who it looks origami.
Yeah, it's like an origami kind of thing. You have to punch it out and fold it. I'm on my phone, so it's a little bit more difficult. If you could do it, that'd be awesome. It's if you look up the most accurate map in the world, it looks totally different than anything you've really ever seen. Because it's flat, but it's meant to be folded into like I guess what people know as a donagon, but it's I don't know what the different shapes of it are to make it into some sort of spherical thing after you like poke out the perforations or anything, but it's super cool how it looks when it's flat. You wouldn't ever I mean, I don't know if you'd ever see if I can find it here. Yeah, here it is. I think I've got it here. Hang on.
I always wonder what how just call them flat earthers, how they reconcile that that fact that there are purely no accurate flat models, which you think would be one of the easiest things to portray. If the Earth were flat, it should be pretty simple to portray it, using a flat map. But
Yeah,
it's impossible.
check out what I just posted there in the Livestream 1 text.
Yeah, it's all that. Looks really odd.
That's crazy, huh?
But supposedly it's accurate.
That's what they say.
And because in the standard Mercator map that we saw in schools, Greenland looks huge. Africa looks smaller than it is.
Yeah. Well, this does represent the fact that you can fit the United States into the Sahara Desert. Which I think is legit.
Whoa, how's it going, people? Still here then?
Well, it's bedtime for me. It's pumpkin time for me. Not that I particularly timed that, but I timed it well.
Well, PNS, it was good.
With Jin here, I better leave anyway.
Yeah, hey, I was gonna say, PNS, it was good talking to you.
Yeah.
I don't think we've had that opportunity before.
Yeah, get that beauty sleep, man. Don't forget to get that beauty sleep, man.
Yeah, he definitely needs it from what I hear.
It's midnight here, so it's time to go to bed anyway.
Yeah, good night. Yeah. So what's the
maps
of contention?
The topic is maps and how accurate distances are.
Maps.
Yeah, Jim, how do you reconcile that, Jin? The fact that there exists no purely correct map, distance wise and scale wise, a flat map. I understand that should be something that would be it would be easy to be done if the Earth were flat. You should be able to portray it just the way it is without making any distortions or weird tricks or anything. It should just be, here's the Earth. It's a little bit smaller because it's,
Well, you should be able to do it. You should be able to do it with whichever model, though. So I think that's kind of a funny premise to start with. But I mean, it's a good question.
No. On a globe, since spheres are three-dimensional, if you're, were handed somebody, or if you use Google Earth, for example, if you bought a globe, the globe does have the proportions and the distances correct, depending on how accurate the globe is. I mean, the actual globe you bought, but Google Earth is correct, scale wise and distance wise.
I mean, I get that, but I mean, I've driven trucks for a living as part of my living. I'm never going to stop at a truck stop and get a globe atlas to tell me what's going on.
Yeah, of course, it's not convenient, but of course that's not the question. It's not. Is it convenient to have a three-dimensional map?
I thought it had something to do with it.
Well, I mean,
is the globe a three-dimensional map?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Isn't it also a two-dimensional map when you think about it, being that you can find any position with 2 points?
Yeah, but I'm saying you can't carry that around physically.
Right. I thought I heard you say it was. Yeah, I thought you said it was. Yeah, okay.
I just mean like the object itself is three-dimensional, but you can use, for instance, Google Earth, which is portraying, the two-dimensional surface of the Earth. But as actual
it's cumbersome. Yeah.
Globe. Okay. Yeah, but again, the point is
a glove. You could fit it in your glove box just like you would be able to an atlas, and
Sure. And if
it's called your globe box at that point, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And if that's what you'd like to do, you could do that, though. You're right. You could actually just do that, but it would work. But that's the point: is why is it the case that you can do that with the flat map? Since the Earth is flat, you would think that it'd be easy to just portray the Earth on a piece of paper, or
it is. That's what we do, though, isn't it? We do portray.
Yeah, but not without changing the scale or the size of anything. Like the size.
You can't do a 1-to-1.
Well, Kosher,
that's the whole point.
to get what the real Earth is, you would have to have proper data directly extracted from the Earth, meaning that taking some globe map or some other made up flat Earth map is not necessarily, and then talking about how those are distorted. Well, if they're not true maps, then of course they are to one degree or another. So wouldn't you agree the best way to do it is to get the data extracted from the Earth directly itself?
Sure, yeah.
Yes.
But that's a given. But that's, again, not really a question. Assuming the information we have is correct,
It's not.
globe.
Why would
why
you
do you
assume
say
that?
Yeah, it's
The-
not.
Well,
The whole
nobody has shown,
argument.
nobody has shown any of the distances to be incorrect. Like, is there any distance that you disagree with on Google Maps?
Well, yeah,
Well,
but
which
I haven't heard anybody say
which
that
part of
disagree with
Google
it.
Maps? Like when you zoom in from
Hey,
outer
no.
space?
No, I'm asking you guys if there's any distances that you guys disagree with about what Google Maps would give you.
I mean, when they're
Well, it's
stitched together.
accurate within a kilometer or two, a mile or two. Yeah, the Google map. That's fine. It's the layout that I think is of contention here. And
Right.
generally, when we want to go from point A to point B, we get there in a straight line without any curvature, without any mess. If we're on a ship, we take a heading, follow the heading, and then you bear left, bear right, and you get to your destination. So it's all happening on a flat plane. We just want to see the layout. That's what the problem is.
I'd like to make
Everything's
one
happening on a
point
flat plane.
before I go to bed here. The whole point of this is that we're being, deceived and misled and whatever. Of course, they're going to provide some flat Earth maps that are distorted to make it look untrue, right? Like it's just there's no difference in what's going on. The same people making,
say.
you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it's just a distortion.
The action is
for
happening
me.
safely.
Yeah,
It's just the
Rakia,
distortion of the map.
yeah,
Rakia,
that's kind of my point. Is a distance of 1,000 miles is going to be the same. Maybe
Yeah.
that line will be different length on a map or on one map for another. But yeah, that's exactly right.
But disinformation is just as important as giving out the information that you want. I mean, it causes that confusion, and it's just part of it. In any propaganda, there's going to be disinformation. There's going to be some truth in it. There's going to be some ploys to make people believe one way or another, and put people against each other for arguments while hiding the real truth with more propaganda on top of more untruth and slight truth, right? It's sleight of hand. It's what's
Yeah, I agree. And whatever that truth might be, everybody thinks they have one, but I think that there's also a truth out there that
we're arguing about all these maps and how
Yeah.
they work here. I don't even think like the globe, it's admitted to be distorted, right?
Yeah.
How is the Google Earth, for example, how is it distorted by our words?
How would you know? How would you
No, but
know
you
if the
said that
oceans if the Atlantic Ocean is 10,000 miles across or 9,000 miles across? How would you and I know that?
I
We
mean,
wouldn't, right?
you can cross it. Maybe that's one way.
Come on, man. I
So
mean,
we can't.
honestly, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You
but
have
there's
to admit
planes.
that to yourself.
You
Yeah,
know
but
what
there's
I'm
planes
saying?
flying both ways, and there's
It's
boats going both ways.
okay. So, if there are authorities out there, really, they have all the funding. They control all the media. They control this. They control that. You don't think they could deceive you and I over something so, just minuscule like that
Sure,
you and I have never
sure,
done? Yeah, sure. That's
sure.
all I'm
I mean,
saying.
the
That's all I'm
distance.
saying.
Yeah. The distance from me to St. Petersburg can be 100 kilometers or 5 million miles. I don't know. I've never traveled that distance.
Well, that's what the purpose of first order measurements are.
Yeah, but they have
Actually
to
measuring.
be.
And
Yeah,
that's why I keep it simple, right? If you're telling me we can do all these fantastical measurements, we know every inch of Earth and Google Maps is 100% correct, then show me 8 inches drop over 1 mile. Don't tell me it can't be done because of this, and this. Hang up your hat, right? Don't tell me you can measure angles from 200 miles away from a mountaintop and give me the angular size of something. Show me drop of curved water. Until then, you can take all your map stuff. It's all distraction.
Calculations.
It's all distraction. It's all a waste of time. Don't go
Sure.
high. Don't gain altitude, right? To tell me how to measure what I'm standing on.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
you know,
then
that's ludicrous to me. That's so
Pete,
ass backwards. It's craziness. So
yeah.
good night, y'all. Y'all been great, man. The conversation's been awesome. Keep it
It's
up.
been awesome all day, innit? It's been
Yeah,
awesome
we
all
got
day.
paid NASA shill under wraps. I never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, he was good.
Hey, much respect to that guy, man. If he's refueled the SR-71, everyone every day should be asking him questions about that, because that's one of the most interesting things that people, you know, just think about that. How many people you know, and you know no one that's refueled the SR-71. We have someone right here that can talk about it. That would be a great topic for everyone to ask about. So y'all have a good night.
Peace
Yeah.
out.
Peace out.
Cheers. Nice one. Yeah. For anyone interested, I've just posted 2 videos on flight routes which prove the flat Earth and disprove the globe. They're by a Flat Earth Banjo. They're really, really good. Really good. One of the longer version, okay, solves a mystery to an airline, a Korean airline incident, and what actually happened through Flat Earth. So please watch it. Solves a mystery from back in the 70s.
Is that one of the ones that had to stop in Alaska?
That's the. Are you talking about
I think that one, it might be
MH370?
in the shorter version. Yeah, that will be there. There are others. One is six flights or 6 more flights that prove the flat Earth, and then the other one are flights that prove the flat Earth. You know, they're there. I've just posted
What are you?
them.
What would you say? What would you say to the flights that disprove the flat Earth?
I would say
Like the one that happened 2 days ago.
I would say that they're not disproving the flat Earth, because everything is flat. It's all happening on a flat Earth. So they're just presenting it like it's happening on a globe. You're presenting
I can
a globe
say
that
that it's
hasn't
happening on a globe.
Well, no, you can't, because the globe doesn't. You haven't presented the globe. Hasn't been established.
You haven't presented the flat Earth.
Yes,
I
here
can
it
say the
is.
same.
Hang on. Here it is. Here's the curve. There's the curve. Can you see it, everybody? Okay, let's fly. Okay, we're about to go over. We're going over the curve now. We're heading down towards New Zealand. Okay, strap up your seatbelts. Please put away all your drinks and stuff, because we're going over. That would be happening within minutes of takeoff. So you wouldn't even be able to get out of your seat to go to the toilet if you're on a ball.
You don't understand the
Sorry,
globe, then it's
you
kind of
haven't done that yet. It's all happening on a flat plane, my friend. We all know this. We all know this.
Yeah, I mean, like with Google Maps, they have it's local planar regions that are on Google Maps and Google Earth that are pretty accurate. That's why we can use them all to travel around, going to grocery store and everywhere we go on the local planar regions of land. However, in order to make the larger Earth a globe, they have to account for that. And they do that with, like Jin was saying, with the rest of the layout, the larger layout of the actual continents and the land, in order to really put together what they would refer to as more the geodetic system, like the larger system. And that is where the deception is happening. On the local level, yeah, Google Maps is quite accurate, but it is a planar system in terms of the coordinates. It's just how they extrapolate that on the larger system is where they then are going to try to claim it's a globe Earth.
And Geo, just to kind of back up, I think what you're saying, how I interpret what you're saying is a sphere curves in every direction all the time, everywhere. And at no point on a always curving surface is there ever going to be any type of locally flat.
Thank you.
Right, that's true.
Look at this man.
Yep.
But if I'm using your logic, then I can say that a flat surface would never have topography.
No, you can't use our logic, because everything you do is illogical. You can't do that. You don't know how to do that. Stop it.
Sure, Jen. Call your mom. But if the globe cannot have a flat spot,
then a flat surface cannot have a curved spot. So topography debunked, right?
That's no.
You could technically have some flatness
and a
on
globe can
Yeah.
have flat spots too. Okay.
That's absurd.
Yeah, so a globe can have flat spots, obviously. because
No,
it's
you
not
mean a
Yeah.
flat spot can't have globes. Thank you.
Yeah,
You
obviously
could
there's
have, I mean,
topography.
technically, yeah, like if the Earth was a globe, you could have somewhat more horizontal, like it wouldn't really be truly horizontally level, but it would be flat in terms of you could have no topographical differences in elevation. But obviously you can't do that for very far. That's where you get into the spherical excess thing with the globe Earth. Like at some point that will be impossible. So yes, you could have some small regions that would be, you know,
local places.
planar, yeah, like a planar surface on a globe, but you couldn't have one that's very large, of course, because at some point it will turn into a hemisphere, and then beyond that, it's not a globe. It's not even spherical at all. If you keep doing that, then it just
same
ends
way,
up
like,
it's
you
all
can't have-
horizontally level.
You can't have it both ways. You can't say that there's flat spots and then claim topography at the same time saying it's a sphere and it curves all the time everywhere with a 2D surface. That doesn't make any. I mean, you can't go both ways on it.
I didn't say that it curves all the time.
Well, then, okay. Well, welcome to flat Earth, I guess.
What? So if the,
Well done.
so you're saying that
Welcome
the
to the
Earth
flat-
can only be a globe if it's a perfect sphere? That's stupid. I mean, that's
Okay, pear
very-
pear shape or geoid shape or whatever.
Yeah, that's
So it
that's
doesn't.
not
It's
the same.
does. Okay, then you don't have spherical geometry at that point.
Oh, okay. Well, with topography, you don't have planar geometry. It's not a flat plane. I mean, that's obvious when I go outside.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's not flat. You're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, and I agree that it's not a perfect sphere. We agree.
Well, Mailman, how do you experience the world? I mean, there's topography, but is not your baseline sea level?
Sea level?
Yeah.
What do you mean baseline?
Is that not like the baseline of this? I mean, since a great majority of the world is water in terms of.
Well, I mean, you don't know that.
And it doesn't flow uphill and sideways. It goes downhill.
Like we have water and earth, essentially, and the earth comes up over the water. And then there's earth under the water too. But in your mind, is the water not some sort of an ultimate median point of pressure and physical matter in this world? Like the idea of being on a plane of existence and that water creates in some way the foundations of that plane?
I would say no, because I don't think it's a plane, but I would say that it's a hydrostatic equilibrium with pressures and gravity.
But you think that goes around a ball?
Yeah, that's what hydrostatic equilibrium is.
If you were able to see yourself, and I know I've been talking a lot, so I'll pass Mike a second. Last thing I was just going to ask you in this line of ideas, if you were able to see yourself, a water level system that went over very long distances, and you were able to verify yourself with your physical body in physicality with that demonstration, you were able to see that the water continues a straight line over a level surface and doesn't deviate from a globe the way it would. What then would you think? Would you
Conclude.
say? Yeah, what would you conclude?
I mean, sure, well, then I'm not sure, because obviously there is refraction and other things, because that's optics.
Nothing to do with it, but he asked, but go ahead.
Okay, so if I see something, that's optical, right?
Well, I'm talking about an actual water level system that you could visually go to as your human being with your senses and observe it directly. Yeah, that is
Sure. I can take a water level that's very long, put one end on a boat, and I can hold the other end, and the boat will go to the distance, and I see it drop below the horizon. And the water level is still, I can talk with someone on a radio on a boat, and they will say that, yeah, the water is still here. You don't see it because
Right.
there's water between us, the ocean.
Well, there's an atmosphere that would be impacting your ability to see each other, but the physicality of the world will still be verified through a water level. Yes.
Yeah, and refraction doesn't change the measurement of a distance.
Sure, but I'm not measuring distance here. He asked, what would I say if I saw a water level that confirms that the Earth is flat, and I've never seen it.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
I was
you're
just throwing
following
that
this
out
water
there.
level
Oh, yeah,
yourself.
you're right.
Yeah, sure. Optics. I would never use optics to measure.
Well,
And you're
well, Mailman, you agree?
Well,
if
you'd
we had
have
like, yeah, if we had water level systems on a globe Earth, the line. No, I'm talking about a very large demonstration, like one that's never been done, at least to my awareness. I'm talking about doing it in a particular way of an actual demonstration spot on the Earth that this would be set up for this. And the level that the water makes can be measured as straight. And so if that's a straight line and the water keeps creating that, if you say the Earth is a globe, the globe will deviate from that straight line. So that straight line will end up shooting up into quote unquote outer space on a globe Earth. You know what I mean? Like it would be straight.
Sure.
And what I'm saying is that if you were able to verify that and confirm it, that it does not deviate and that indeed the flat level water that's a straight line is parallel to the Earth being a planar surface, like with two parallel planes, and you can be able to actually verify this yourself physically.
Horizontal.
If that was possible, then sure, it would be great. But people,
It can be done. Happens though. In the Indian Ocean, there are some spots where it's flat. The Indian Ocean has some spots where it actually is measurably flat. So if you're a flat Earth guy, you should be out there with a boat and your levels and measuring equipment such as theodolites or total stations, and you can measure some flatness out in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah,
flatness.
I posted
from what point of reference? It's a horizontal plane. It has to have a reference from.
The problem is that if I establish a horizontal
level, from the reference being a level, which is an orientation perpendicular to plumb, and another perpendicular to plumb oriented level.
Horizontal.
But no, the horizontal is what comes off of the level. It's an I said very clearly, it's an orientation.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's an orientation perpendicular to plumb. So think about that for a second before you respond. That orientation perpendicular to plumb will be a straight line out into the distance. If it hits
horizontal.
Are you not? No,
Yes.
that's not a. It could be a horizontal if it is. Or
Well, if it's perpendicular to plumb, then yes, it is a horizontal.
Okay, then it's a horizontal. Then it would be a tangent if the surface beneath it is a sphere. Now, if you don't measure it intersecting and being parallel with another horizontal or a orientation perpendicular to plumb, if those two, you got to stop talking and listen.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm listening. I'm listening.
I'm finished, and you already concluded your ideas. So listen to me.
No,
Listen to me carefully, and you will get.
Hold on. You're getting it twisted. I am listening to you. I'm just kind of talking to myself as you're doing it. So I'll put myself on mute while I do listen.
Good. So you have a horizontal. You have an orientation perpendicular to plumb, which is a horizontal. If you go to another position on your surface, and you have established another horizontal, which is perpendicular to plumb, which is level, this level horizontal, and if they are parallel, those 2 points which have orientations, which establish 2 horizontals, if those 2 horizontals are parallel, then the surface beneath it is flat. And there are areas on the Earth where that can happen.
Yeah, that's what we observe everywhere, Zach. Welcome to the party.
Everywhere, the main surveyor sees just the opposite of that. They see
welcome to the show.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with what you said.
Yeah. So
welcome to Flat Earth, Zanik.
We're moving forward.
Zanik, I'd like to draw your attention.
Zanik. It's called a flat spot. It's called a flat.
Forward, not back. Forward, not back.
Your brakes and you lock them up.
I'd like to draw your attention.
Flat spot.
Come on now, pay attention, please. I'd like to draw Zanik. I'd like to draw your attention to an instrument that I've just posted, which is right up your alley when it comes to making maps. This tool can only work. This tool can only work on a level plane. It cannot work on a globe, just like water doesn't stick to a globe because the globe is not level. When you throw the water on the globe, it just rolls off and finds the level at the bottom, yeah? That's what this thing does.
Not yet.
It's a plumb. Hang on,
hold on,
please.
We all know that water has weight.
I'm talking here. I'm talking.
Yeah, I want to hear what Jin is saying about this tool.
Yeah, hang on a second, Zanik.
Jin's doing his short presentation.
Let me articulate what I'm saying. Thank you.
You're good, Jen.
How
Go
dare
ahead.
you? Thanks very much. Now we've got the plain table. It comes with a plumb bob. It comes with a spirit level. It comes with two rulers, which you put side by side to look through to get your degrees, and a projector. Okay, that's it. It's known as the plain table. Captain Cook used this instrument after many years making his map in a different way, and he saw a guy in the Caribbean, I believe it was, using this instrument, and he questioned him as to what he was doing. What is this thing? He began to use it, and his maps became more accurate. Some of these are in museums today, still being used. Okay, please look it up. Plain table can never work on a spherical ball ever, because you've got the instruments to make it level. You see what I mean? Plumb bob, spirit levels, rulers, working from the parallel 90-degree upwards, and a projector for the angles. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I rest my case. And remember, the reason why the water doesn't stick to the ball is because the ball is not level. Okay? Just rolls off.
Yes, very well said. Yep, because water does find its level. Yep.
I can't find, the water says I can't find my level on this.
There's an
Instantly
There's a very simple argument to that. And all you need to do is look at the analogy in a comparison to a ferrofluidic substance, like liquid ferrites. And if you pour that over a ball, it will adhere to the sphere and contour that to that sphere's shape. Because there's a force.
Yeah, but that's magnetics.
Talking about
I know
water.
That's magnetics. Yeah.
It also is a force at a distance, such as the
It's
gravity,
not
which causes
water,
the
is
force
it?
to map.
It's
God,
not
you gotta
water.
stop talking over
It's
me,
not
Jen.
ice cream.
Jen, you
It's
gotta
not
stop it.
engine oil.
It's
Okay, hold
annoying.
on.
It's like
And he
headache.
brings up a good point, though. Yeah, the ferrofluid is it's a metallic fluid and that's using magnetism. What you guys are claiming on the globe Earth is that this thing called gravity, which you've more or less fabricated, and there's no proof for.
Well, there is proof for it. And it's called.
Well, water doesn't flow uphill either.
Water can flow
That's
uphill,
right.
absolutely.
No, show me that. That'd be awesome.
I've already posted it like 8 times.
I haven't seen it.
I mean,
The
if
St.
you're
Lawrence-
talking
St.
about
Lawrence-
it being contained in pipes,
Jen,
yeah.
please. Jen, please. Just give me a break, all right? I gave analysis of this topography at the St. Lawrence River in Canada, where it shows over, 400 kilometers or something, water going uphill, 8 meters.
Yeah. That's fine. That makes logical sense. It does. Because the volume of water is coming down. The water's got nowhere else to go but up. It hasn't, because of the flow that's coming behind it. So, of course, that makes logical
that's
sense.
not how it works.
It will go uphill when driven by a mass of body water coming into a tight place where it's constricted. It can't flow anywhere else. It will flow upwards, of course. That's plumbing.
That's
we have
not
that
how it
in our
works.
houses, in our engines, of
Mhm.
course.
If you have a constant flow that exceeds the flow that capacity of the river at a certain elevation or a
Don't
certain
complicate
depth
it now.
will achieve, then yes, you could be right. It will continue to rise until it rises above the elevation of the end point. Now, this is not what happens.
hell.
What we have is
What we
actually
have
a
in
lower
lots.
point. Let me finish. I let you finish. You have a point that's actually lower than the end point, which is higher by 8 meters. So it climbs 8 meters over 400 kilometers. I already put it
Due to the volume of
Can you
water
post-
flowing in, that's why it's restricted.
Jen,
It's,
it doesn't
it's
do any
like-
good
it's
to
a
just
lot.
talk over me and just make nonsense.
No,
Come on.
it's just that you're not saying anything super wonderful like
No, you
water
can't.
is breaking
Go
any
ahead, go
laws.
set
It's
a
not
demo
breaking
up.
any laws. When
Go
it
set-
sticks to a ball, it's breaking a law. That's what we're highlighting.
There's no
the fact
breaking
that
any
your
laws.
model,
We all
your
the
model
distance,
is an
the force at a
abomination
di-
against nature.
When you hear me talking, you
Because
can
Hang
nowhere
on,
in
hang on, hang on. Jen, I'm
nowhere
loving
in
your
nature
energy, Jen,
there's
but
water.
just
Hang on a second, please. That
Dude,
nowhere
I'll
on
stop if
Earth
you start
do
talking, but
we
you just
see
can't keep on
water
talking over and over
sticking
again.
to a ball. You keep talking.
Look, I'll tell you how that
talking,
happens.
You,
It sticks to the ball. It's called force at a distance, and it's the same thing that happens with the ferrofluidics. Now we call gravity causing this force in mass. Water's mass. This water has weight. The weight is the force. The weight of this force called weight is keeping the water against the sphere and forms
Xanax,
the sphere.
I'm kind of bored of the sphere. I get it. I just, it's not real, and I don't believe that story, and a lot of us don't. So I don't know. It's kind of getting boring. I'd rather talk about
Yes,
like,
Zanik.
what we
You
can
know,
actually
just
discover.
let's clarify. Let me just clarify this for the listeners who are there in the chat room. Thank you, welcome. This guy Zanik, he's put up a story that gravity exists. It does not exist. It is a theory that has not been proven. Sir Isaac Newton said it himself. He couldn't prove gravity in his book, The Principle of Mathematics. He disagrees with the theory of mass attracting mass. He said it was absurd. Don't ascribe my name to that. Don't call me, I'll call you. Words to that effect.
Yeah, we all agree with
then
him.
you also have to consider that there are two gravities. You may not be aware of this, but there are two gravities to consider. That's Newtonian and then Einsteinian.
No,
and
they're the same
unfortunately, 106
gravity.
years ago, Einstein
Jen,
superseded
can we talk like humans? Can I
Newtonian.
interrupt for
So
a
we're
second?
now living in the
Can you stop
bending
and we can go back
and
and forth real
warping
quick?
of space-time
We're on
fabric.
like a
Don't
dissertation.
talk
Come
over
on.
me, Zanik. Don't talk. Let the
Jen,
truth come out.
Jen,
Let
made
the
several
truth
errors.
come out.
Hold on, you guys.
Let the truth come out.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean,
Now,
people that
we're
talk
now in the bending, and you're still
he's still
talking. I haven't
talking.
finished. You're interrupting.
Jen,
Hold
you
on,
got
guys.
to.
We're into the bending.
Hold on.
And
I guess
warping.
hold on. I'm just going to mute both of you for a second. So, Jen, I do appreciate what you're saying, but it is a bit of monologuing. So just keep in mind that, like, if you were hosting the show, it would make sense to do respond, and no one's really hosting right now. So just be fair that people, because you are saying a lot.
I tried to condense it, but what I've got to say has to be, it has to be said. When it has to be said, you can't condense. It has to be said in the interest of the truth and those who are
Jen,
listening.
can I make a response?
It has to be.
Yeah, I mean, like, exactly. Like, we all know that things
Carry
fall
on.
towards
If you
we all
want to
know
do
that
it,
things.
if you want to make
We all know
bits
things
and
fall towards
pieces,
the earth.
it's going to be boring. But carry on.
He keeps on talking.
All right,
Yeah,
hold on.
I'm with you too,
Zanik.
Jim.
Let me just say one thing, and then you can go next. Yeah, we all, in terms of gravity, yeah, like that term gravity has been used, has been hijacked, and in my opinion, there's all these theories that have been created from it. So the fact that things fall towards the earth, yeah, we all know that. You throw a football, we drive a car, we all know how physics works on the earth. And we can measure it. We can try to build vehicles that work with it. And that's what all engineering is. We can build buildings using levels and so on and so forth. Everything that exists within this physical world, we've been studying, greatly. So if we want to call that gravity, yeah, absolutely. That is a thing. However, there are these theoretical concepts that are based upon essentially government agencies and groups that are pushing these ideas of the earth being a globe. And then all of a sudden that the thing that makes your pencil drop is now all of a sudden this thing that's making everything stick to a ball that you're on. And you don't even know you're moving, even though you're flying at thousands, millions actually of miles an hour. And all that is where there's a whole extrapolation of these theories of gravity that are a whole separate thing, which I would refer to as pseudophysics.
Well, just to quickly top that off, I think that the energy that it takes to bring something up to drop it is not equated for.
Oh, it is actually. Can
I agree, because you're creating a differential. You're creating a
differential
differential when you do that. Yeah.
You're really good about this, and I appreciate your giving me the time for a second. He said a bunch of things that were just not true in his statement, his little monologue.
What?
He
All
said.
right, well, I'm gonna. Okay, to be fair, if you want to go back to with Jin, I will mute Jin. Jin, just a temporary mute, just to let him totally have the floor, and then you can
I'll be
respond.
really fast too. I'm not going to be as long as Jen. He mentioned that we have a contradiction in descriptions and theories of what gravity is. I'm not even talking about that. We know gravity exists, and Gio even said it himself. Gravity is this thing that we don't know. We may not ever know what causes things to have weight, what makes things go down. But that doesn't matter. That still exists. Now, whether it's bending space-time or mass attracting mass, which Einstein said he had no, or Newton said he had no ability to comprehend that or accept that, which some people would agree with him. That's why Einsteinian kind of took over to give better explanations. The end result is, yes, gravity still exists. It still gives mass weight, and that weight is this force that is pushing down on these objects and will accelerate them if you let them go. That's the only comment I'd have to say.
If you let them go. So
What
what about the energy that it takes to bring it up?
It's not going to accelerate if you don't let them go. If you bring the thing up, you will start gaining potential energy, which you can measure. and it will stop. The kinetic energy is when you let it go. The force is still there either way. I was very specific. I said, when you let it go, it will accelerate. When you don't let it go, it doesn't accelerate. Then there's a balance of forces, but the forces still exist and they can be measured.
So I guess my point is, what about the acceleration of it or the lack of going up and the energy that it took to bring something up?
Yeah, that energy, which
Does
is
that
work,
just
which
equal
is,
itself out then?
of course, with minus the losses, minus any efficiency losses.
Right, but Zanuck, originally what we were saying is we're not really debating that as much. I mean, like I said, we all like that's why we can build airplanes and cars and all kinds of things that, you know, because we are dealing with the real thing of weight and what that is, and you know, G forces and all that. But you didn't really address, like, you know, in terms of how that's relating, like, because you seem to want to, you know, I guess push the, I don't know what you're doing exactly, whether you're pushing the idea of the globe or you're defending it or whatever you're doing, but you seem to want to do that. But there's no verification or validation that this thing that makes things fall towards the ground is making things cling to a ball at the end of the day. You didn't really address that.
Well, yeah, of course.
I'm waiting patiently, but when he's finished, I will need 3 minutes to articulate what I got to say.
Jim's been taking notes. He's ready to go.
God. If you have,
He's
if you have
been
agreed, Gio, that things have weight,
Good stuff.
Jin's got half an outline made right now. He's ready. So,
all right, so talking about Jim's notebook.
right.
He already gave his incorrect assessment of what Newton had said
Incorrect.
and Einstein said. But I'm just clarifying what you're saying. You're saying that you agree that things have weight and things go down. That's why the water will cling to the ball. That's exactly why, because it has mass, it has weight. Water has weight. You turn a cup of water over, it will go right down. We can measure the force. We know exactly how fast it will accelerate. So we know that's the cause of why it would stick. Just like the ferrophylletics has a force at a distance, just like gravity is a force, can cause a force.
But you're just assuming. That's
No,
all
no,
you're
we
doing.
can.
You're just saying that because I could very well say we're on a plane, which is everything I observe and measure and experience, but we're on a plane, water is level, and yes, water will come down to level. And there's a down, meaning a plane of existence that we're on. There's whatever's above us, the heavens, the ether, whatever you want to call it, above us. And so just the fact that things fall down, to me, makes sense of things leveling out. And I could go into a whole nother thing about electric universe, but I won't, in terms of like that whole concept of the whole world being made of electricity and electromagnetic, electrostatic, and light and sound. But that's a whole nother kind of topic. But I'm just saying, in terms of water falling down like that, but you're just claiming a whole assumptive cosmology by then saying it's a globe, and that just because something's falling, it's clinging in. It's just a leap. It's an assumptive leap that isn't based on reality.
It's not like you to misunderstand what I said, Joe, because you're usually good at this. What I said was, it doesn't matter round or flat. We understand that this is the force of down. You're right. If the Earth is flat and that's down, it'll be down for everywhere, and plumb will be parallel for everybody.
Exactly.
But
however, you haven't addressed
hold
the
on.
force
Let me finish
of up.
you said there's a second part of this, but for the reason this describes a reason for why the water would not just fly off the ball like it would off your globe. Because if the Earth is round and everywhere on the Earth we see the same force of down, then the plumb lines are not parallel, and that's what causes the water to stick to it. So everything we're saying from both sides is true, is fine. Don't say that, oh my God, if we put water in a ball, it'll just fall to the ground. No, that's not understanding
Of
what's
course
being
it
said.
would.
No, it wouldn't, because if everywhere on the Earth we have a force of down, all right, and we have
down will still be down no matter what.
And the plumb line, hold on, and the plumb lines are able to have infinitely different angles all the way around, then it'd make total sense that the water would stick to it. You'd have to agree. Now, I'm not saying it's round or flat. I'm just saying that that's the concept, and that makes sense. That's logical.
You still haven't addressed the force of up.
There is no force of up. There's nothing attracting anything up.
Okay, weird.
Well, then it's a buoyancy, which is based on down.
Well, what if I grab a microphone off the ground, pick it up? How much energy did that take? Where's that in a formula?
Whatever the weight of that object.
A weak person would take more energy for them to lift a 10-pound weight.
No, that is not true at all. So this is something you're dabbling in an area that you're not fully versed in. Anytime you lift something against gravity, that force applied to that object, whether it be by a weak person or a strong person, will take a certain amount of energy. Energy is just work over a distance. So if it's 1 kilogram.
Okay, so are you saying that I might be conflating effort With
That's not a word. That's not
energy.
in physics. That's not a physics word.
Okay, well, a weak person bringing up a 10-pound
Don't
weight
go
and a
that
strong
way.
person bringing up a
Why
10-pound weight. So
you
is
even
that
going there?
effort?
No, doesn't matter whether they're a weak person. This is like saying if I have a 1,000 horsepower car and I have a 100 horsepower car, what can get to 0 to 60 the fastest? The strong one. Now,
Well, that's not up and down.
Hold on, I'm not finished my analogy there. Now, what if I
Okay.
take that 1,000? Hold on. What if I want to get to the 60 miles an hour or 100 kilometers an hour if you're from wherever else, and we want to get there in 10 seconds? It won't matter if it's a 1,000 horsepower car or a 100 horsepower car, but if you're only using 100 horsepower and it can do it, you only need 100 horsepower from the 1,000 horsepower car. It won't be using the other horsepower that it has available to it. So that strong person can do something much faster than the weak person if you're using its maximum capability. But the force and the work done is exactly the same if you're doing something in the same amount of time per second. I mean, for given mass times the distance.
So I guess, yeah, okay, so then so are you taking the human element out of that then?
If I lift 550 pounds in 1
Jen,
second,
did you want to respond?
hold on.
This is getting
Yeah,
pretty,
I'm just waiting for them to
this is
finish.
pretty
That's
over.
all.
If I lift
too much
550
Xanax at the
pounds
moment.
in 1 second, 1
Oh.
foot, that'll be 1 horsepower. Okay. And
All
that
right.
1 horsepower is 750 joules.
Okay. You finished now, Zanuck? Yeah.
Sorry
all
for
done?
interrupting.
You got it out. You got it out of your system.
No, it's all good.
Smack the side of your head. Got
That's
it out
just
of your head.
it's only that it took Xanax because we were right there at like the assumption going to the globe Earth, and then like it's okay, but he went into something like a technical thing that he could loop in because it is actually something that is happening on the Earth in order to sort of like side rail it into a whole nother thing.
I wasn't side railing it. I was just giving you the background of why we know, we both know if you're right about the Earth being flat, down will be down and plumb lines will be parallel. If I'm right about the Earth being round, then we'll have plumb lines not being parallel. But for either way, the water will stick to the surface. Either way.
Can I get
Well,
in
not
there now?
either way, because yeah, for sure, Jim. But I mean,
Yeah,
not
go
either
on,
way,
Joe.
because the
Finish
way
off.
the physical world works directly, if you dig into the ground and you pour water in it, it creates a pool, it creates a level surface, a flat surface on the top of the wall. So we know that reality functions that way. So there is a difference. So if it functioned that way on the larger scale, it would be like, oh yeah, that's the default. It makes sense. Like this is how the reality is. What you're claiming of water sticking to a ball is something that no one's ever seen, no one's ever done, no one's ever in any way replicated. And so it's literally just a complete leap of logic to assume that that's happening.
No, we can measure that. So I have over a quarter mile, we can see the deviation of 16 arc seconds. And that basically shows the curvature on water, over water.
So that's a linear function then?
Pardon me?
So is that a linear function then?
What a linear function?
I've never seen a measurement of curved water over long distance.
Your
Are you
arc,
saying
the
you
arc
have one?
seconds.
Yeah. Never been done.
Arc seconds is an angle.
Right.
Arc second is an angle change. So you see a 16 arc second change.
That's just the dip angle.
Over a quarter mile.
Yeah.
Over water.
Are you talking about a dip angle?
What's that?
Are you talking about a dip angle?
No, that's not the dip angle.
You're talking about measuring a dip angle, and then you're calling it Earth curve.
The angle change from a level observation point to another level observation point a quarter mile away. So if that's what you want to call dip angle.
Right. Have you finished now? Have you got it out of your system? Are your pockets
How do you
empty?
get a 16-second arc seconds change of angle where level is? Your level
Note the
horizontal.
panic in the man's voice because you know the troops coming in.
I'm
sorry, Jen. I kept asking him questions.
I keep on hearing you talking over
No,
me.
that's fine. No
You
problem.
try to put
I'm
a sentence
not
together when you're
supporting
just
it.
talking in the
Okay.
background over somebody. It's really rude.
I'm
It's
laughing
really
at
rude
Zanuck
too, Jen.
panicking
I know
because he
you're
knows
used to
the
doing
troop
that.
is coming in
We all
anytime
do it a little
soon.
bit, but you're doing it more than anybody I've ever heard. So just stop it. Come on. So 2 horizontals, both level, 400 meters apart, quarter mile away. They are not parallel. They have a dip angle between one versus the other, 16 arc seconds, and it's repeatable. And we have the data to back it up. So, Gio, you talk about measuring it and observably seeing things flat. Well, we're not. That's not what we do in reality when we take these kind of measurements.
You should hear yourself speak, Zanuck.
I'm bored. Go ahead, Jin.
So
It's,
Gio, I
it's
think the answer was
hypocrisy.
yes. He is talking about a
Super
tipping.
boring. Go ahead, Jin.
It's hypocrisy beyond belief. I hope the those who are in the chat room there are listening to this man Zanuck waffle on, right? Because what my colleague said is exactly what I've said. The water will roll off a ball anywhere in nature. You find it, your basketball, your beach ball, the little ball you had when you were in the park when you were a baby, and you pushed it down and it popped up, popped your head. There was no water on that. It rolled straight off, didn't it? Yeah. That's the natural order of things. It's not gravity. Water has to find its level. That's the characteristics of water. That's how we harness its character to make level things and buildings, motorways, railways. We harness that levelness. Okay? That's what's happening. But when you throw it onto a ball now, it just rolls off because the ball is not level. That's why I posted a picture of a plane table, it's called. That thing can only work on a flat surface. It cannot work on a ball because things will not be plumb. Things won't be level. The spirit level won't level up, you see, when you want to make your maps of the earth. Right? That's the problem. And he talks about gravity like it's a real thing. It's not a real thing. It hasn't been proven. It is the theory of gravity, which is unproven. And we have two to consider. I'll say it again, two, because I was interrupted before. Newtonian and Einsteinian. Einsteinian gravity superseded Newtonian 106 years ago. So now we're living in the bending and warping of space-time fabric. And when you hear those words, you in the chat room there, you've got to say, so what does that mean? The bending and warping of space-time fabric. And how does that relate to my life and gravity and things dropping on the ground? Yeah, you see? It's an unproven theory from Einstein. So we have two unproven theories, and this man's talking like gravity is a real thing. It is not. And they haven't proven that the Earth is indeed a globe because we can find no curvature measurements at all on this globe, supposedly. And it's supposed to be spinning, by the way. Let's not forget that. Rotating around the sun at 660,000 miles per hour in a yearly orbit. Okay? So Zanuck, you know, sit down and go home, bring some concrete evidence, not what
I just gave you concrete evidence. You didn't like it. I also have mountains that are.
You brought no evidence at all, mate.
So you were talking. Look,
you
I
had
gave you for
measurements.
5 minutes. You were talking. Just
You
stop.
hold on a sec.
5
You claim
minutes?
you had measurements of something over a quarter mile. So is this what George did, or what do you got for that? Do you actually have something? 'Cause you said it, so I will at least give you the chance to present it.
Yeah. I can put it in the chat. Main surveyor did do the measurements, and he has it detailed. And
You're talking about Doofus Manfred?
No.
Same guy. Same guy from Gems, Doofus. Yeah, you're talking about him. Okay, so
Not
you're
Doofus.
claiming he measured the curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Many people do. I've measured it. We've all measured it. It's easy to do. The Mount Rainier.
And why are you here discussing flat Earth with us?
Because it's fun to talk about it.
Oh, okay. Well, we definitely don't agree with you. So I don't know. What else? Are you just trying to push it then at that point?
No,
Or what
no,
else would be the purpose?
We're just talking about. You said there's no
Definitely
evidence.
not.
There
I
is
mean,
evidence.
yeah, I definitely don't think you have real measurements of a curved Earth. But do you want to even
When
try
I
to present
show you
that?
this, I want you to know really honestly, when you look at this, I'll give you two measurements that you can have. I've done this before myself. There's one, and here's the other one. That's Mount Rainier. Let's go to there. And we do this one. This is the picture he got from the two total stations, and then of course the measurements. Now you can say you don't like the data or the picture or whatever, but at least it's evidence. So you can say, well, I don't believe it. He's falsified it or CGI.
Lunatic.
There's the values right there. So if you don't think that's accurate, let's see someone else's measurements. I mean, you don't have to do it. Have someone else provide a measurement. The easiest one to see is the mountains. You got a 14,000 foot mountain behind a 6,500 foot mountain. And so just by basic trigonometry, the higher mountain, which is twice as far away, should be at the same level, or at least higher actually, but it's below. It's even below the snow line as far as line of sight. That kind of says that something's going on with these mountains. What's making the second mountain sink?
That's right. Yes.
It's kind of the same things, isn't it, Jin? This is like
Yes.
it's the same stuff Ruhif does. They try to just use angular size in the distance as things would, shrink due to angular size and try to call it Earth curve. It's like it's just so easy to see what they're doing.
No, well, if you have something lined up level, Geo, 6 foot, you're 6 foot tall, and you're looking at someone eye to eye. He's sitting right in front of you like a boxer. Jin, you can relate to that. Two boxers looking eye to eye, both of them 6 feet tall. Both your eyes are 5'8" or whatever your eyes would be. If your eyes were 5'8", both eyes, and you ran a mile away and turned around and looked, if you both put levels at your eyes, those levels and lasers and everything would go right, would be perfectly parallel, actually dead nuts on. They would not move angularly in your field of view. They would not go down. They would not go up. They would stay right in the center of a.
No, I don't know.
Speaking of exactly what you're talking about, I posted something in live chat just now. It's a quick video.
Oh, thank you.
Please look at that. As far as it goes right along with what you're saying, Zanuck, about horizontal and how you look at it.
Right. Perfect. I like that. So what are you going to tell me that's different? Now, anybody that was on that same elevation, that was that exact same height and had a level on a station like this, if you line those things up, they would be perfectly in line with each other. No matter how far away they were, there wouldn't be any change. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Because that's how perspective works.
Look how the end of that level looks. Look at the end of that level.
Yeah.
Level. That well done. Beautiful.
Look at. Okay, and it's on a hill. Looks like the horizon. I mean, it's a cloudy day. I can't really tell.
The level is horizontal.
Okay, right.
And as you look at as you look at the end of the level as it goes kind of toward the side view.
Yeah.
It looks as though the end of that level is lower.
Oh, that's incorrect. That's because the person with the video is below that position. If he was right in line perfectly, you need a level on the camera to do this, by the way.
And showed that also.
On the ground. Hold on.
Then you showed the level at the very beginning. You didn't see it.
And you're on water. If you had to be on water too, because your ground could be lower. Who knows? You got to be at the exact same elevation. You got to agree with me. You got to understand that that's how it works.
Nah, we ain't got to.
If you have a level goes off in infinity, it'll all be a straight line forever. That's how a horizontal works.
No, horizontal works.
Don't say no. That's exactly how it works. Come on. No, Gene, come on. Get real.
Come on, man.
You're your fantasy
silly.
world.
You're living in that bizarro world again.
So back for a second.
Narnia. That's it. Narnia.
Real quick, Zanuck, with your Mount St. Helens and Mount Rainier. Back to that one for a second.
Right,
so
sure.
What do you think would happen if the Earth was a planar surface? You think that the mountain in the back would be towering up over Mount St. Helens? You think it would not shrink in distance? Because over a planar surface, everything will set, just like the sun sets. It will set. So if you have a mountain and you're right at the base of the mountain, it's going to be way up. You're going to have to look, directly up to see it. You go a mile away, now you're looking at an angle. 2 miles away, you can increasingly shrink. It will increasingly shrink, and essentially it will set. It will set just like the sun sets. So why would you think on a plane that it would not do exactly?
I gave you that exact scenario. In fact, if Mount Rainier was 100, 200 miles away, then it would look like this. But I gave you a real simple scenario. And come on, I know you of all people, because you and I have a connection of intelligence here. You know that we do. I respect Gio. I like him a lot. We have a point. We have a point that's twice as far away. So twice as far away and twice as tall. Perspective is built into this scenario. So that's why it would be above it.
I like this video. This is a sexy video.
That's
the one that I posted in live chat?
Yeah.
That's actually a Bev video.
You kind of sound like Biodual. Did anyone ever tell you that?
Biodual? How dare you?
You sound like him. You have your voice sound like.
It does a little bit. Yeah, I'll give it that.
No. I get along with Biodual. But yeah, no. No,
He should
nobody's
come
ever
in
told me
and
that.
impersonate Biodual and bring his chain.
A pedantic. That's his favorite word, I think.
Pedantic, you're being
He goes, if we want to get a pedantic about it.
You got him to a T.
Yeah, like 13 seconds. That
Speaking of the
level
oceans,
is perfectly in center
yeah,
frame.
go on. Sorry. It is, isn't it?
You'll never know until you put a level on the person in a distance for the ground. You can't eyeball it.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. You could see how like the, I guess it's like, what is it? A parallelogram? No. What's the other one with the two sides going inside?
Yeah,
A rhombus, maybe.
Trapezoid?
Trapezoid. Yeah, you can see that the trapezoid shape that the spirit level makes is like perfectly symmetrical at like around 13 seconds.
I like the part at 15 where he lines the camera up with the bottom of the level. Because then it's just like one line you're looking across.
Yeah, it's not as accurate, like, for our purposes when it's like that.
Well, it should be the same accuracy, right? Because the bottom is going to be level.
Are you trying to say that the end of the level goes down or goes up? Or what are you trying to say? Because
I don't know what the purpose of this
not
video
a
is.
valid test for seeing where the horizon is. Because first of all, we can't see the horizon; it's too blurry in the distance. We don't know if there's
Yeah,
mountains, not water. So what
I
you're
think
saying is what I heard originally. Hold on, what I heard originally is that if you get sunk up with that bottom of the level, the end of it will look like it's angling down, and that's just not true.
I think the purpose of the video is just to show it from different angles. I don't know if it's supposed to prove anything or one thing or another. It's just showing what it looks like.
I think it's supposed to show the fact that the water inside that spirit level, and you know this is why I mentioned, like, you know, around 13 seconds when it's perfectly centered, the camera that's observing it is perfectly centered on that spirit level.
I was
that water
so
that's
convinced
inside it is lined up with the horizon.
I was so convinced that was just Biodual talking. I was about to say, "Huh, you sound just like Biodual," ironically, but then
You know, I never thought.
Hold
I never
up,
thought
wait,
that
that
much
is
like
I never really thought that before, but as you guys are saying that, I have heard the same thing.
Whenever I hear Biodual talk, I'm thinking, oh yeah, that's definitely Biodual.
Yeah,
I've never
no,
thought that,
when I
yeah,
heard
yeah.
you, it definitely did not like make me think of Biodual. When you're looking for it, there are a few, like, you know, there's a bit of similarity, but no, it's distinct.
Well, I
Yeah,
actually noticed some people do have, like, everybody has a unique voice print in my mind. Like every person does have a unique. However, there are some overlaps because sometimes I'll hear someone and I'll be like, "Oh, is that someone else?" You know, for a second, and then I'll actually hear that it is, you know, someone different. But for a split second, it sounded like just the tonation or something in their voice reminded me of someone else's just for a second. Yeah.
Maybe it's just because when I do something, it's just an interjection rather than a conversation. I think it might probably sound different, like in a conversation, but yeah, maybe it's just.
We don't really sound like him right now, but a
Yeah,
couple
you don't
times
sound like
ago,
him
you did.
when you just said that.
Okay, well, whatever. I take
I
it
don't
as
know.
an insult, and you can tell him that.
Another point Zanik might be interested in is that on the ocean, ship's captains are able to see lighthouses from as far as 60 miles and 120 miles away. The lights from a lighthouse, weather permitting, they can see these things. Okay, and that tells you, you know, and the curvature there would be like 60 miles would be just under a mile, and then double that to 120, just over a mile and a half. So no curvature there at all. Clearly seeing the lighthouses. I posted some images before.
Here's a question for the Globers. Do you guys think that spirit level in that video is horizontal?
What a lovely video that was. Watch it again now.
Do you think it's horizontal and not level?
That level.
It's funny when you see a job being done with
I'm
precision.
asking,
You want to watch it again and again and again.
Come on, man.
Sorry.
Yes, that orientation to perpendicular to plumb is a horizontal. Absolutely.
Zanik, let me ask you this. At the end of the day, you know, within your lifetime, would you prefer that this whole discussion vanishes because the globe is proven, and indeed that's the case, and we're on a globe and whatever? Or would you actually prefer that the Earth indeed is proven to be a stationary plane, to you at least? A lot of us already know it, but I'm saying to you that it is indeed a stationary planar surface, and it's much more mysterious and profound than we ever even thought in terms of that. Which would you prefer?
I like the fact that there are these two camps, so we can talk about other concepts that are related to it. That's my personal opinion. I don't really care what people think the shape the Earth is. I just like talking about the physics.
Okay, so Zanuck, you said it's most definitely a horizontal.
Yes.
My question to you is, how did they manufacture the steel that that's made in the spirit level to be
All you
horizontal
do-
and not level?
Because they don't use level manufacturing steel. They use straight.
Come on, how can you say that?
Well, okay, tell us how they manufacture steel to not be level, but to be perfectly horizontal, tangential.
You can extrude bars of steel or aluminum, extruded metals, and that'll put into a machine vertically. That's not level. And that'll
Usually
come
with
out
a mold. Yeah. Are you just because they make it with a mold? I mean, they would be able to make a flat piece of metal like that.
I can grind. I can put things in a scene. I can put something in a CNC lathe machine, and I can make that surface with like a 50 RA, like for like a head off of an engine. That'd be perfectly flat, so it won't leak when you put it on a nice high performance engine.
Okay, so let's say we had a mold.
Hold on. So like a head. Heads are perfectly flat, perfectly straight, but they wouldn't be level if they were made vertically. They'd never be level. Never.
So let's say we had a mold, okay, and it was.
It would be because they use
Not a mold.
laser beams.
I'm machining it to be level. I have some
They're
rough
using
piece of
laser
metal.
now.
I put it vertically inside of a CNC lathe, and I make a surface straight down the bottom of it, and it's not level.
Straight down the bottom, so you're going plumb, basically.
You're going well. Let's say it's at a 45-degree angle. Let's say this machine just set up where I got motors and things such that I can't orient it any other way than at a 45-degree angle. I can now make the 45. I do not sound like Crit, by the way. He has a lisp.
You kind of do, actually.
He sounds like that guy on
Sentence
Stranger. What's his Stranger Story? What's that?
I'm gonna plus one that.
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things.
He's like that kid without the two front teeth. That's what Crit sounds like.
Zanuck, I mean, this is a straight piece of metal with a bubble level, so it's creating some sort of a horizontal based on the bubble, which is based on the water and the air within the system.
So if I point it up at a 45, is it still going to be level? Is it still going to be straight?
No, it's only level if it's level, and then that's a straight line.
So it's not a straight
difference.
I'm not convinced that on a globe that this is a straight line.
Of course, it's a straight line.
Like unless it was made where the mold was standing up vertically, perfectly plumb, and then even then, after you take it out, how come it's not bending in terms of gravity, and becoming level? How do you know it's maintaining its position?
It's a solid, and you've ground down the surface to be perfectly flat. And you did it while it was at a 45-degree angle, so level was never invoked or taken into account. It's now a straight surface. Now, if you put a bubble level in it, say you had a little space, you made a little spot for a bubble level, and you put it on a stand like this video shows, then you could make that straight surface be a horizontal. And if the surface of the Earth is round, it would be a tangent by definition. And if it was not round,
there are no flat surfaces on the
oh
ball.
my God, Jen, really?
It's not. Oh my God, Jen. It's the truth.
No, I'm trying to
flat spots.
3
on a
words left in my
spherical
sentence.
board.
Boom.
But one other thing that's cool about
there
that,
can be no flat spots.
I was
Jen,
looking back at the video, the one Sugar Cookie did. One of the coolest things about that is when he lowers the camera behind it, when you get to the point where that level is, like for example, when you're looking from the top of it, you can see it, obviously, just like the railroad tracks, you can see its distance. And then as it comes down, you're getting to that point where if you're imagining standing behind it, you would want to get your eye, to get it right there, where it's basically where the close end of it goes above the far end of it, and then vice versa. So you have to, when he does that,
just like you do on a rifle.
Yes, it's interesting how that lines up. I was just pausing it in that area, and I noticed it the first time too. But if you pause it there, that level, right where that thing creates that level, exactly aligns with the horizon.
There you go. See?
Is this something that shouldn't
The other
happen
thing
on
I'm
a
going to
globe?
mention is that when you look at this video, when you look at this video and the precision that's being brought to bear, it makes you feel good, doesn't it? There is that feel good factor, that things are being done precisely. Satisfaction. You don't
Well,
get that on a globe.
It's like you know truth when you see it.
Yeah, yeah. You don't, you know, the integrity is there. You don't get that on a globe. That's why the water runs away. It just rolls off. What's this thing? Level? Gone. Like that.
I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I would have liked if he like leveled it out horizontally as well, because it's a little bit diagonal, even though it's like level in terms of, you know, distance.
Well, you mean the camera? You mean the camera angle?
Actual spirit level, it's kind of like tilted to the side, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
Yeah,
your
I see
name
that
set
there, but-
coming out there, percentage.
One of the very interesting things I think about that video is the conversation that comes along with it.
Yeah. The truth accompanies such a video. That's what's happening, you know?
And it's what, only 20-30 seconds long. That's the good.
Thank you
I
very
think
much.
that's the
I'm
amazing
feeling
part about
good.
it.
That was therapy. You know that? That was therapy.
Yeah, it's almost like it's like planar Earth ASMR.
They're starving
Right.
for actual, you know, observation, like empirical and scientific evidence, you know. So when they get it, they're fucking like splurge.
Well, yeah, and it's observational at the same time, because when you look at it from that camera angle, the end of that spirit level looks like it's above the bottom. I guess you would consider the bottom of it, just because it's in a picture, it's in a video. It looks like that end is above it, but as the camera moves down and around, it shows perspective all at the same time that it shows a lot of other things.
Everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's a representation of the
That is a
human body.
champion video for 30 seconds. Look at that.
Because our own
Debunking
human
the
body,
globe.
like we are a tripod, like our legs are a tripod, and we look level.
Yep.
Like our brain is a
Yep.
gyroscope that creates its own natural level when we're standing and looking out straight.
Yeah,
and when it goes,
I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely a tripod.
when it goes to the side view, you can actually see the top and the bottom of that water level perspectively getting closer and closer to each other.
Yeah, yeah. Very good video. I mean, wow. Yeah, thank you very much.
Big ups to
That
Bev.
was-
Bev. You said Bev?
Yeah, like I
Well,
said, I put a comment. I actually replied to my own that video that I put in there. It's not my video. It's all credit goes to Bev, and I'm sure he would welcome a conversation about it on the level over there.
Next time I see
anytime.
Bev, then
Yeah.
that's precision at work. Well, there you go. You know, that's
Yeah,
pretty
that's-
good.
that's
I'm
where I
glad you
grabbed it
posted
from.
anyway.
Yeah.
Therapy. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm not gonna knock that one. Yeah. Like I said, you can watch it again and again and again, can't you? You know. And then Zanuck just has to sit down, be quiet, because everything's a lie on the globe.
Well,
Liars
that's the
be
best
still.
part about it. Like I said, it's a 30-second video tops, and you can get a good conversation out of it, and it shows a
Yeah.
lot of different aspects of points of view, and there's a lot of things to talk about just in that are just, you know, spot on, you know.
For
Yes.
sure.
I will call this video the globe head neutralizer.
Well, Jen, I think a lot of these guys too, they've seen enough at this point to be questioning, you know, but maybe they're just hanging with the globe because, you know, it's already kind of the mainstream thing. They figure they have a lot behind them, you know, so they might as well kind of, and there's enough information they can Google and they can kind of throw out there, you know, so maybe they're just, and they may even figure on some deep level, like, okay, well, indeed, if it becomes within this lifetime where it is completely proven to not be a globe, then at that point they'll have to just accept it anyways. So it's like they might as well, in some cases, it seems like they think they might as well just keep trying to convince it's a globe just to try to see how long it'll hang on for.
Yeah, Klingon, the last of the hardcore. Yeah, only they're softcore, really.
Gio, you
But,
said
yeah.
earlier you said that there's like measured flatness. Where are these measurements? Because I've heard a lot of flat earthers say that it measures flat, but I've never seen any measurement stuff.
Well, I mean, you know, like we have said, the curvature charts the 8 inches per mile squared over distances. There is nothing there. We've got the laser beam from the FE core, 24 miles. Laser beam test, and they hit the target 24 miles away, and the water was dead level there. No curvature to be found. What more do you want?
Did they measure? They'd made no measurements, the FE core.
Well, they measured the distance, 24 miles. There's your distance measurement there from their position. There's 24 miles of measurement. Then they hit their target, and the distance between the from the ocean to the laser beam was the same at the other end as it hit the target. So there's some measurements there. Everything's measuring level in our business. Everything's measuring level. Okay. Thank you.
True, because the FE core didn't
No,
hit.
it's not true.
Yeah, it isn't actually.
No, it's not true.
How wide was the laser beam when it?
Sorry?
How big was the laser beam when it hit the target?
I don't know how big it was, because I know you're talking about what's that? Not refraction. What's it called?
Yeah,
It spreads out?
the conical thing that it does. Over distance.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
But this particular laser beam was so powerful, it homed in. It didn't have much of a spread. It's a blue beam. It was really nice. Look it up. FE core laser beam test.
I have looked it up, and there's no.
24 miles, and it was a
There's
beautiful
really
test.
evidence.
Beautiful test. When
There's
you see this beam power on, when you see the beam power on, you think, "Wow, I don't want to be in the way of that." You know what I mean? Takes no prisoners.
Sure, but I'm just wondering.
Well, you know, at least you're agreeing that yes, such a test did happen. The measurements were there. Okay,
There were.
hit the target over 24 miles. No measurable curvature to be found at all. Not a single degree. So please put that in a pipe and eat it.
Sure.
But wasn't that looking at a laser that just oh yeah, I see the laser, so therefore it's flat?
Yeah, that's what they did.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's a very accurate way of measuring something.
Yeah.
Very accurate.
Well, you're right
Because
in a
sometimes
sense because a water level
the
tool
simplest-
is more accurate than a laser. Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
with
but
that.
how do
Yeah.
Why isn't the
Exactly.
laser hitting anything when you fire it over the surface of water?
Because it's lazy.
Yeah.
I like that.
There's nothing obstructing it, right? It's just a straight shot.
Things that make you go.
It's a beam of light.
Like a laser beam, right?
Laser beam.
The beep.
Close to Hollywood.
You guys are going to say refraction is making it curve, right?
Laser
B-ball.
bendy, not laser beam, laser bendy.
B-ball
Bendy
had an auto.
beams.
Sure, Earth is flat. Way. So B-ball auto level, and he pointed it at a house at a distance, and it was horizontal, and it was pointing way above his elevation. So is that a measurement too of actually something dipping down with a distance?
That would be a completely bad setup measurement. Yeah,
If
it'd be a
you-
bad setup.
Sure, but your laser is good. Okay, never mind then.
But like I've seen American people over a lake, salt in the sea, with a mirror, and the laser beam hits the mirror. What are they? I think they're 11 kilometers away.
There you go.
Right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that Uber did it with the National Geographic. They went to the Salton Sea 3 times and did laser tests over
That's
water.
right. That's right.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
It's all
what about-
documented. All
about-
documented.
I'm
No
gonna
journeys
post-
in there that day.
Not sure National Geographic is the best reference for that.
No,
because they
National Geographic rocked up with
faked
them
a
that
bunch of
day,
shit,
waited
yeah.
for the hottest part of the day. So there was atmospheric fucking out the wazoo, heat, air, atmosphere, right? Then they fucked off, and they did it at night. The flat earthers did it at night, where it was cool.
Yeah. Cleaned it up. Tidied it all up.
Are you saying that when it's cool there's no refraction, or
Not as much.
where
Not
do
as
you
much
place?
to get through. We don't have to get through the heat, do you, Mole Man? You just get through the air.
I mean, air is what has heat.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Not much at night.
It doesn't fuck up the observation as
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
And you can see the laser much clearer at night too. Yeah, like the actual beam. I've seen it side on.
You've seen it side on?
Yeah, absolutely. So they'll claim that the auto levels are not refracting and they're getting their measurements as like Zanuck just brought, but then laser beams are refracting and other things are refracting to make it a plane. It's all mismatched.
Auto levels aren't meant to go over that distance without measurement.
Because I can take an auto level, like B-ball did, and just point it horizontally and things with.
Just know I'm not lying to you, and all that was documented. I could get it for you.
That's why I don't like optical measurements, and I have never seen any physical measurements of.
Don't worry, Merle. I'm going to give them the one where the Brazilians that they used. I think they used 6 techniques to prove that the Earth wasn't a globe or isn't a globe. Yeah, I'm just looking for it now. Should be loading up
with
in the
houses.
Concave Earth, convex Earth.
I'd like to talk about
That's
that.
the one. You got it. Yeah, you got it. That's the one I'm just looking for, and I've got it.
Beeloo.
Yeah, you got it. I've got it
Beeloo.
bookmarked. I'm going to post that one because that just
North.
shatters. Here it is. I got it. It shatters them to smithereens. You know.
North-south circumnavigation.
That's been done.
Never been done. Never been done.
So you say it's
Never been done.
Never been
Full
done.
loop the loop. Round the planet.
Why would they give the
Never
record
been done.
guy who went
We have proof as well of that.
and turned around? Why would they
Greater
give that
sapient.
guy the record, bro?
You
One
can't
line of
do it.
longitude. So all you got to do
You
one
can't
line
do
of
it.
longitude, north south. That's it. Flat Earth
Why
curve.
would you
that's
give
your-
a touch and go a circumnavigation record? Why don't y'all think that stinks? Come on, guys.
Yeah, I mean.
Never been done. It's never been done.
Why would
Yeah,
he
everything
not?
everything that goes me wrong has never been done. So I can say, I mean, everything. The laser measurements, they're just, I mean, fake. Just say it's
No,
fake,
man,
and
ain't
it's
nobody saying it's fake. I'm saying
Come on.
think about
Laser
how
measurements
small,
don't prove anything. We don't
think
need
about how
them. The
small-
default is that it's a motionless Earth with a flat horizon. Okay.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
just, you know,
think about
laser things just kind of like, you know, beef that up a little bit, make it a little bit stronger. But it doesn't prove anything because optical
right, it's
isn't
baby
100%
time.
reliable. We
Let's
need a
talk-
tangible,
yes.
straight thing to compare it to
Straight.
the level.
and that's what flat Earth is.
Motherfucking real science, motherfucking real falsification. Big shit. Not your fucking big shit.
The plumb lines being parallel is being falsified. No one's ever measured them to be parallel. I mean,
It's not that I think that all the alleged north-south circumnavigations are fake, but the thing is, if you plot all the points that they stopped out on a flat AE map, it's just a big circle or a square or a trapezoid.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. That's
They
correct.
gave
Well
the
done, man.
fucking record to a
it doesn't
touching Kodak.
work though.
That's why you got to do it along one line of longitude all the way around.
It doesn't matter.
That's it.
You still plug
It
it
does
All
on
the
matter.
way
a
around.
map
That's
and
right.
say it's
Come
good.
on.
Hey Jen, what did you think of that convex Earth thing? What is that? That's the Beeloo thing, all right?
That's right. Yeah.
You just
yeah.
posted it. Yeah, that was a
I
that was
just,
a,
I
bu-
just
that was a
I
weird
liked
time.
the techniques they used to prove that everything was flat. I just didn't agree with the bit on the end. You know, the little funny thing they added on the end.
Dirty, bro.
That I just totally didn't agree with.
Yeah, they had some. That was an interesting time. Like when they launched that, because I remember like with Bob from Globebusters, like I was in a chat with him back in the day, like on YouTube, and right when it came out, I just remember chatting with everyone about it. Like, yeah, that was a strange time. Like when that came out, it was just sort of eerie. It was like because it was almost like a little bit of a takeover, and they were trying to, you know, launch this and get it popular, and
Yep.
that was bizarre.
Yeah.
The way they pushed it, and then a lot of weird stuff around that.
Yeah, it was bizarre. But the one thing, that the good thing was the integrity of the flat Earth was solid there, because every technique they brought to bear that they thought was going to disprove the flat Earth, it disproved the globe instead. And remember, some of these guys in there were saying that it's not possible for it to be flat, impossible. You know, and it was the old bit, the old men, the old granddads, and that were part of the guests, saying that the Earth is not flat at all. It's not possible, but we are going to do the measurements and we'll prove it, you know. And they lost 6 times. Loved it, mate. But it was just at the very end I didn't agree with the little convex thing that they added on. But it's good because it shows the integrity of the measurements that they were making and equipment they used. So if you're looking at ways to prove the flat Earth, watch that video, mate, and weep. Have a box of tissues handy, and maybe some chocolate. Comfort food. Jesus. But yeah, it was bizarre. It was bizarre when it came out, definitely. I thought, who are these Brazilians coming in with trying to, like you said, trying to take over? I thought, yeah, who are these? Johnny come latelys. But yeah,
right, they kind of came out of nowhere with like all this claimed expertise, and then the weirdest thing about it is they claim that this alien called Bilu whispered to them in the woods that the Earth is flat. And that was what started them researching it. And then they went out and verified, oh my God. And like you said, they did do some measurements and things because, yeah, I mean, it's not too hard to figure out the Earth is just a plane that goes on. So yeah, they did that, but then they backed it with that whole Bilu agenda. And to be honest, I think they were going to try to push that to the mainstream. I think that the community, the community, we caught on to it so quickly and called it out. Just everybody did to where because they were trying to get in with people, like they were trying to get in with different people in the community and have them on their show. And like that was starting to happen. But thankfully enough people were able to figure out, what it was. And basically,
there was an agenda there, a little agenda there to try and, but we are too steadfast. We're not that silly.
We were just enough steps ahead of them to avoid disaster. Yeah. Because they were about to launch it to the world. Oh, an alien says the Earth is flat or whatever. Yeah, they were about to really try to.
It's a tilt argument.
That was going nowhere fast, that one, mate, I'll tell you. But I was glad. That's why I kept the video, because the techniques they used, there's just to see that is to laugh, because they tried it every way and everything just worked. Flat every time. Gotta watch it, man. You gotta watch it. It's really good. And then, like I said the other day, the recent one from Richie from Boston. Yeah, Richie from Boston goes full out flat Earth. That's another good one, because those documents from the CIA, the Army, and from NASA, and each time the documents is referring to the Earth as a motionless stationary plane. Leveled plane. Motionless stationary leveled plane. Every time. It's just too powerful, man. The truth is too powerful for you guys. Too powerful, too strong. And yet a little video like the one that was just posted, I mean, that just, uplift. Talk about uplifting. Precision at work. Precision at its best. I tried with my plain table, but my man brought that video in, and it was just right on the money. Right on the money, that was. Wow.
Did they all leave?
Yeah, they have to.
Beat them. Did you beat them?
Well, they have to realize that they're lying. Of course, they know that.
They're not lying. They just believe it, Jin. They're not lying.
I get that feeling because
they're not being
Gio said it. Gio said it that look, they've got enough information to go and check. Now, when you don't go and check and you come back on a daily basis, weekly, whatever, and you're pushing it like
Obsessed.
Yeah, you've got to be paid to be doing that. Sorry.
No, they're obsessed.
Yeah, I reckon they're being paid. No, they're being paid, mate.
No, they're not. Controlled opposition.
Like, what do you think, Merle? Like, do you think there's a difference between a globe earther in these discussions who is like honest and actually just having an exchange, and there's more of a exploration of ideas, versus these ones that like you were saying the other day are just pushing it? Like they are proselytizing, and it's more of almost like gatekeeping in the sense of that they're protecting this cosmology, they're pushing it, and they're trying to shut everyone else down.
Yeah, that's why I say controlled opposition. And with the Earth
Yeah.
awakening. Earth awakening is the thing that's really happening, and there's people opposed to that, consciously going out of their way so that doesn't happen. They want
Right.
to keep you in the heliocentric paradigm, locked in it.
Yeah, well done. I
Like,
reckon
don't
they're being
leave
paid
us.
to do that as well. Because there's a lot of
Well,
time. They invest a lot of time in it. A
you know
lot
how
of
they
time
have
is being invested.
You know how they have teddy bears? They just need to send you a soft plush toy, but it's planet Earth. You can cuddle it at night.
Yeah.
Don't leave me. Love me.
Cuddly globe.
It's like a bad relationship that you want to get out of, right?
Yeah.
And she just won't stop calling you.
Yeah, I've just been
You gotta-
thinking about it more the last couple of days. Yeah, just the difference in that, in the dynamic of it.
Well, if you just see this too as a learning exercise, you've created the perfect environment for it to become obvious what's really going on here.
Yeah, yeah. The amount of
You know what I'm
characters
saying?
that
You've
are on
even
there,
got
I
it like
learn.
you could go back and watch some of those replays and hear it. Everybody could hear it for themselves, the desperation.
Yeah, it definitely does seem like there's a shift in the field, as it were.
Yeah. People are definitely waking up and realizing
That's
basic practical stuff.
That's why I like to address those who are in the chat room. I want them to pick on those psychologists. Note the desperate voices. Note the quivering. Notice how he or she is not bringing anything here. Yet we're providing them. You can check it yourselves. Go check it out. Come back and see for yourself. Yeah.
What
gotta
does
do
Jin
that.
always say? Honor and integrity.
The honor and integrity of it all. Yes. That's the one, man. Yeah. Yes, that's why I end up shouting at the top of my voice, raw integrity, flat earth integrity. You're not going to take that away from me ever.
Raw
Ever.
integrity. I see what
I
you did.
lost 53 years. That's 53 years that I'm trying to make back up. You better believe I'm going to have a loud voice. 53 years of being deceived. Yeah? Right.
Jin's the surgeon. Sorry, Gio.
Yeah, go ahead. But with the kids,
No,
it's a gentle
I
voice.
I hear you. I mean, to me, it almost feels like a different lifetime. Because I mean, I never even like fully believed the globe fully. Like, it's not like I never really like would assert that that's what the Earth was, but I did generally accept it. And it does feel like there was just like blinders on in a sense. And I'm not trying to take a hit at anyone else. I'm not trying to say other people have. I'm saying for myself, that was the experience for myself, was that it
And
feels
me too,
like
the same thing. The same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it was just like almost like a haze, like kind of like a black cloud or something that was sort of like making me confused. Because even when I was a child, the globe never made sense, just fundamentally in terms of everything sticking to a ball and people in Australia. You know, it rains upside down in Australia, and then this theory of gravity. It never even made sense as a child. However, the whole world was so claiming that it's this globe. So I would say I did generally accept it, and so yeah, it just caused this like cloud of
you accept
blockage.
it. You see, that's the word. You see, you accept it because I had trouble with gravity. Okay, and then I started buying this encyclopedia with my pocket money. It was called The Tree of Knowledge, and the very first one, episode 1, was about gravity and Sir Isaac Newton. It was all that. Okay, kept it and that, and even in that book, it hit me that it was a theory. Okay. It hit me. I said, "Oh, it's a theory. So that means it's not real." This is like, I'm in the first or second year, probably third year of secondary school. So it's not real then. But I still accepted it. You see what I mean? I still accepted it. It hit me. Yeah.
I can only talk for myself too. This was before Flat Earth. I'd seen a lot of computer simulation, animation stuff. And there was this one particular night on a big flat screen TV, Brian Cox. He was like, "We're going to go see the rings of Saturn," sort of thing. And I was amped. I got closer to the screen. As soon as we got to the Saturn bit, they cut to computers. And I was like, "What? Where's the real footage? Where's the real footage?" And that was before Flat Earth. So I don't know there's reasons and excuses, but that was when the light bulb went on. Hang on, something's going on here.
Yeah. No, my light bulb went on, but it went off again because it's like I fell back into rank. You know what I mean? Okay, it's a theory.
Of course.
But I just
That's
fell
the
back
most
into
bizarre
rank.
thing,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I
Like
just fell back
even the
into
people
rank.
who were questioning the moon landing, they didn't take the next what seems like a logical step to then go, I wonder if the planet's real then. If the moon landing wasn't real, is planet Earth real? Not everyone makes that jump.
Yeah. And by this time, you see, the moon
It's a
landings were
huge
already
hypnotized
seared in my head.
progress.
Yeah, it was said in
Yep.
my head. It was just the gravity thing that I learned. I read it for myself. It was a theory, so it can't be real then. I mean, what's going on? But everywhere you hear gravity everywhere, gravity. So I just carried on talking about gravity like it was normal because I didn't have the confidence and the intellect to really argue it, and I didn't really have anyone to actually argue it with. So I just fell back into rank because I was studying these things in my own time in my bedroom. So I didn't really leave the bedroom and start talking about gravity to anyone. I didn't have anyone to talk to about it. So I fell back into rank. Basically, gravity was a real thing, you know. But now, that's why I say I shout so loud because it's 53 years, right? When it comes to children, I've got all the time in the world, soft voice. I don't shout. I just say to them, but how can you know more than me? I'm older than you, ain't I? How old are you? 10, 12? I'm 53. I mean, how can you know more than me? Can you? No, right. Okay. So let's work this out. With the grown-ups, no, man. Got no time. No patience. Once you show it to them and they can't get their brain around it, I'm going to whip them to death with the bloody truth, man. Whip them up. Whip them.
The thing that kicks the door hinges off my mind, and I don't have an answer for it, and that's fine. But the thing that really gets me more than anything is, where are we?
Yeah, I know. You keep asking that.
It's just like, to me, it's
You
like, where
keep
the fuck
asking that.
is
I
this
love when I
thing
hear it.
called the Earth? Like, where is that? You know? What?
Where the hell are we, man?
Yeah, it's just this place, right?
Yeah.
And just magically got here by itself.
Yeah. I think if we were able to go to the extremes with Antarctica, that would go a long way to answer your question for sure. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Had
Yeah.
you had gone years ago,
Truman Show
many
vibes,
years
right?
ago, if you'd been able to go, yeah, it would answer your
Yeah.
question for you. So I can understand the reason why you asked that. Definitely.
It's handy that it's really cold and treacherous and dark and
Yeah.
scary too, right?
But we have the technology to overcome that, to be quite honest. And if you use your
I
common
hope so.
sense and logic, you cannot die there. Only if you
I
do
think
something
it would be a
foolish.
celebration, Jin. Like the thing you have spoken about for years. I think if people realise that the Earth and we were and are significant, let's go one step further. Divine beings.
Yeah.
As if Earth isn't just going to fucking fists all raised to the sky. Every single one of us. Then we switch on, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That would be all the
I
light
know we
bulbs
can do
all of a
it.
sudden switch on.
Yeah, and the thing is, right? When they've told us it's a harsh environment, it's this and that, but that's what they've told us. For all we know, it could be wonderful, easy, not as treacherous as they make out. Obviously, there's crevasses and things. You know, obviously the dangers. There are some dangers, yeah, but
It might be
it might not be
highways.
I don't think it's as bad as they say it is. And the amount of technology we've got now, we can do it now. As long as you use your common sense, yeah, you know, and you make, like you just make stepping stone bases. So you go like 10 miles and set a base. You go another 10 miles and you set a base. So, and the base is communicated through radio signals. So you're not going to get lost, right? And you just carry on, you know, right? And anyone coming behind leaves the provisions and stock and everything. So people coming behind will be able to survive. And we keep going. It's easily done, you know, definitely can be done. No doubt about it. Military style operation.
We need to email Vladimir Putin. He's our man.
Why?
I think there's a portal in Russia.
Okay, you think there's a portal in Russia? Right.
Yeah, I do. They got the most occult black magic stuff going on there too. They were the ones who got out there in space first. It's all about Russia.
Yeah, but did they really get out there in space? That's the thing, you know. They didn't do it. They didn't put anything on the moon, did they? That was a lie. We can't leave, can we? So.
So if it's all a big distraction, what's in Russia?
Yeah, so just another
See what I'm
distraction.
saying?
Remember that. I mean, look at the Johnny Come Latelys. Saudi Arabia. What do they know about science? But they're at Mars. Saudi Arabia, one leap, they're at Mars. Saudi Arabia, you know, Middle
Catapult.
East, desert oil fields and dryness, and they're orbiting Mars as we speak. Huh?
Kebabs
Then
in
you've got
space.
India. India's there. The experts
Curry
in
in
curry,
space.
curry making, chicken mughalai, chicken korma, chicken vindaloo, naan bread, papadam, onion bhaji, and they're up there in bloody Mars. Okay, fine, right? And then you got
Yeah.
Israel. Israel, they made that attempt to go to the moon, but it all failed miserably, supposedly. Right. China went to the moon, went to the dark side, by the way. Left their rover there doing silly things. In fact, the rover was immobile for a couple of weeks because it was on the dark side. It was cold. So when the sun actually got it right, they could then begin to operate their rover. All the dramatics. Okay, they love it.
Did they have spotlight?
Everything seemed like NASA-ish. Okay, and now they are orbiting Mars, and they've recently brought back some material from the moon. This is yesterday's news, and they were talking. This morning's news, BBC, talking about the soil being very young because the moon is supposed to be 4.5 billion years old. Yet the material that they've got is 2 billion years old. You know what I mean? I thought, yeah. More dramatic. Basically, they didn't go. It was all from Earth. But this is what's going on. China. Okay. Well, who else is in this race that's out there? Who else is coming recently? Okay, Britain, France, and bits of Europe hanging on. Japan with their Himawari satellites and other satellites that have gone to asteroids, shooting a projectile, kicking up dust, vacuuming up that dust, and bringing that back, landing in Australia last year. Do you remember? Or the year before last, was it, when they landed? Yeah. What a load of cat that was. As if.
I always remember, when Flat Earth Dude and Dan the Waterman were doing Flat Earth Hollywood?
Yeah, we did it the other day.
They bumped into a guy, Australian dude, funnily enough.
That's right, yes, NASA.
Right?
NASA,
And
Australian employee, yes. I was there that day.
Well, they were in Hollywood, and that guy, he kind of a little bit, not menacing, but he said to Dude, because Dude was asking the questions, and the guy said, we're going to go to Mars whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
But the way he said it was like, don't fucking question, don't question the psyop.
Yeah. We hammered him. He couldn't answer the questions we gave him. And we told him what we thought about his position and how he was a gatekeeper and everything else, blah, blah, blah. Of course, he felt pressured because we were rather hostile after his attitude. He was taking a piss out of us at the beginning, making fun, like we were illiterates. Like we were talking about.
There was a guy that Flat Earth Dude and Dan the Waterman used to go out on the streets of Hollywood and talk about Flat Earth. And they'd stop people. People could come and have an interview. They'd mic them up and talk to the panel. Sometimes Jim was there. Yeah. And so they were doing it through Hangouts. And just this one particular day, they met somebody sort of affiliated, I think, with Elon and the Mars mission. And, questions were being asked, and the guy who was working for the new Mars project basically just said, listen, we're going. Doesn't matter what you guys think about it. They didn't say, our computer animation is so good now you won't even know the difference. They didn't get there. But that's how they do it, basically. You don't even have to go. You don't even have to go.
No, well, they don't go anywhere, do they? They don't go anywhere. I mean, look at this. Just before they went, listen to this one, right? Just before they went, that would have been a week or two before they went, they were putting their promotion video to letting us know what the plan is, what the agenda, the itinerary. And guess what? They used Generism's jingle, Generism's signature to intro on their video. Do you know that? I thought, wow, they are really taking the piss, aren't they? Because Generism has been the one that's hit them the hardest, and they used his jingle on their video. Okay,
Jen,
that's what they did.
to top that off, Jen, check out Livestream one text. I posted the actual Space Force logo at 33 after the hour for the US, and then scroll down to 36 after the hour, and I posted the Star Trek emblem. And
oh, I'm looking at the Star Trek one. Yeah, I'm looking at the Star
scroll
Trek
up just
one
a hair.
Yeah.
That one is
got it.
the Star Trek one is sci-fi.
Look at the similarities.
And the other one, similarities. Are you kidding me?
Vector.
Wow.
Always
That's
the
fucked
vector.
Fucking
they love that
piss-takers.
vector image.
One's fake and one's real. Which one is which?
Fuck me, I'm taking a photograph of that. I'm having a photograph of that.
And
There you
why
go.
the vector? Why the vector symbol?
Well,
Ask
and then
that.
the little loop-de-doop there around the center emblem thing as well.
Yeah. They've always got that. Thank you for that one. Well done, man. You see, this is what I mean. We're working
where
so
you
hard.
find a vector?
Yeah, it's kind of like it's an in-your-face kind of deal almost, you know?
But when you're working in computer animation,
Yeah.
you use vectors. Just like that. There's actually a tool called a vector tool.
No, they're taking a piss. They are blatantly taking the mickey here.
Special effects
There's
religion.
no difference.
Yeah, special effects religion.
I mean, it's the same with the UN logo. Like they're taking the piece of flat Earth. It's like, you believe this is the actual map of the Earth? And you see that.
I don't think that's why they're doing it. I think that's because
that's different.
Well, that's their gang sign. That's
Sure.
their gang sign. Yeah, they're just putting the truth in plain sight. Psychopaths have this thing called duper's delight, where they want to dupe other people in a that's what psychopathology is on that level. And
Sounds like
when they dupe others, they get some kind of a high off it. And so the more they do it, and then that has like a demonic energy as well in the case of sociopathy. So yeah, the fact that they put like the AE map, the fact they put the AE map on the United Nations is just that ultimate laughing in our face.
Chemo is the devil. He lies daily so much. It's funny.
Starfleet Command. Wow, honestly.
Gems is a weird environment. Like I know people who've gone into Gems and come out of Gems thinking the Earth's a globe again. So I don't know what's going on in there. Really,
this is Star Trek. This is definitely Star Trek. It's got Starfleet Command, United Federation of Planets.
The United Federation of Planets. Yeah, that last one that I posted is definitely Star Trek from the TV show Sci-Fi. The one above that is definitely real life. United States Air Force, Department of Air Force. That's legitimately the thing. So yeah, it's fucking nuts.
They are comedians.
No, you would think that it was funny if it wasn't real.
Yeah, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
It's funny if it wasn't real. That's a good one. Oh, United States Space Force. Look at these bastards. Look at them. Department of the Air Force. Yeah. In the Hangouts, we had a character in our Hangouts once. He was into the convexed Earth, right? And he wanted to join the Space Force. And he rang them up because they were supposed to be recruiting. Right? And he rang them up. He wanted to be a recruit. And he said, we're not just recruiting just yet. But he rang them up to try and join the Space Force. It's funny, that was. He did it live on a live hangout, live stream hangout. Rung them up, man. We live streamed it.
Yeah, Trump is a bit of a joke. I mean, he has interesting ideas.
Yeah, the Space Force. But yeah, looking at it, I mean that's just a spitting image of the Star Trek one, literally. Wow.
Yeah, there's two similar shapes. Both are a circle.
Hmm. Unbelievable.
That's actually about it. They both are circular.
Yeah, so is that art imitating life or is that life imitating art? Which way does it go?
Yeah. Yeah. And they don't go anywhere. All that money. Wow, man. One day they're going to be really cool. They're going to be caught big time with the cameras. It's getting closer. We're getting closer to these people. We're going to catch them out. Are they for months on end hiding? Where are they hiding? Where's their hiding place? That's what we've got to find out. It's got to be underground. Can't be above ground. You know that. Otherwise they'd be spotted. So they got to be underground, out of the way.
I bet Robotham said that he's just coming into understanding and revealing the secret in the 1800s.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I do believe that that's what they must be underground. You know, the ISS crew. Where are they?
It's like the second coming of Jesus. It's right around the corner.
Mm.
And it then never happens.
You never know.
Well, they could actually induce chaos with it too, as well. Have everyone panic, and then just have some event, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, collect everyone up.
Let's not forget in too much of a hurry there, because I do believe that the alien thing is definitely coming. Look how gullible they are now, yeah, and they're dumbing everybody down even further each year that goes by. They're going. I think that the powers that be are so stupid. They're going to do that. They're going to actually push this bloody alien agenda thing, big time.
Absolutely. And what's crazy about it is they'll use the directed energy weapons and other military technology as well to make it look more real. It will be interesting to see how many people buy into that. You know, when it really how many you know take the bait on that one.
I mean, they've allegedly been doing the alien ship, or it should have been here, I think 90s or something, when the conspiracy started. Still haven't happened.
No, the alien thing's been going for well before, Von Braun, and before that they've been talking about aliens. The Americans loved it, and then they did that Roswell thing, didn't they?
That was a slow rollout.
Roswell.
Yeah, it's a slow rollout, the whole alien agenda. I mean, they started with Jules Verne, and there was, that was the early versions of it, and they continued all the way up to obviously creating NASA. But yeah, it's a long game what they're doing with that one. The outer space,
and then they peaked.
The globe, outer space, and the alien agenda, and how those are all connected.
Yeah. Do you remember that they had the Roswell, the Roswell incident? I remember that, and they actually had an alien and they dissected it and all this nonsense that was going on.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody remember that?
Oh, yeah. They were trying to push that stuff hard. Yeah, see, they didn't really want the cosmology to come back in. That's why I think this is kind of sideswiping them. The fact that everyone started waking up to this in 2015, 14, 15. I think it kind of shocked them because they were hoping to kind of fulfill humanity's need for quote unquote conspiracy theories with conspiracies that they were feeding people, like aliens and all these other things. They did a decent job at for a while there. They were filling a lot of the airspace with that stuff.
Oh, they did it well. They did a good job. Do you remember that? And then there was this Star Wars project with Reagan and that, who started it. Do you remember? This is how this whole space stuff began. They wanted to lock up space proper. America wanted to control space for real, didn't they? Remember the Star Wars project? Wanted to weaponize space?
Satellites
with weapons.
Yeah, like a little laser, like force field around the entire planet or something, or just around the
Yeah.
United States, whatever they're using.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a big thing as well. So yeah, they've been pushing this thing, like you said, a slow rollout, but somehow Flat Earth just kind of boosted their energy. They wanted to now move the agenda forward a bit.
Yeah, they're doing a great job.
We're a formidable force. They know we're coming.
Yeah, they're putting out all those
That's why
NASA
we got all these
shirts.
servers.
All those kids with the shirts on. Yeah, the masks. It's sad. Every day I see them just walking around. There's literally no life in them. You know, you look at them, there's no life. Everything's just dead now.
Mm.
It's like they're
I
in a
can't
box.
believe how fast they got this control. Everyone locked down. That was just amazing. But, how many times in a month they talk about space is unreal now. Every other day, something in space is happening. Every other day now. Yeah? Man.
Yeah, they throw it in our face. Asteroids every day. Everything's happening. Something's gonna hit us every day now. Oh yeah, didn't you just hear that? Like, oh yeah, the NASA, didn't catch the new asteroid that was about to hit. It was like yesterday. It hit Earth, but no one knew about it.
Really? Is that what it said?
That's what it said. Yeah, they didn't detect it.
Well, let me look that up. Fucking hell, I didn't get that in the news.
Yeah, they don't report on a lot of that stuff. I was out walking the other day, and I saw this like super bright red. I don't know what it was, but it was flying like faster than anything I've ever seen in the sky. But it was like super bright red. It was crazy. It had like a trail behind it too.
As it does usually, yeah. You see, came out of Area 51.
Were you walking with your wife?
I was what?
Were you walking with your wife?
Put it in the chat. Here. It was. I think it. They missed it, but I think it almost hit Earth.
And where did it land? This asteroid in the U.S.
I think it actually missed. They said.
Ah,
almost hit Earth. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, flyby. Okay, yeah, near miss. Oh, let me check it out. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I love these stories, man. You just got to look at it and laugh. Before I was really interested, Yeah, oh, look at that. But now I know it's just BS. But as to what level will they lie?
Oh yeah, the ISS is going down. Apparently, it's basically it's on its way. They're gonna have it explode or something pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, something dramatic's going to happen. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well,
all
they
these
said they are
years,
gonna
nothing
be
goes wrong,
decommissioning
but now it does.
They're going to be decommissioning it, and China's going to have like a 1 kilometer long one that they're going to try to be making.
Yeah, that's right. They're actually in the middle. I think they're constructing it as we speak. Yeah, that's the next thing. Have you looked at it? It looks pretty nice. It's not going to go up there, but it looks pretty neat in there. The
The
modules.
Glovers are going to be very active. I think it's going to be a very fun time to be into flat Earth. They're going to be putting on a show for us.
What do you think of a $19 million toilet? Yeah, you laugh, yeah. But last year it broke down and they replaced it with a $23 million one.
The handle was $4 million. They had to replace the handle for the flush.
Talk about throwing money down the loo. Talk about throwing money down the toilet.
Well, they said their toilets literally will suck. They have like a suction to them, like if you're sitting
That's right.
on them.
Yeah.
So they really are sucking the shit out of us. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I've never used one of those, but I would imagine they're pretty. It's an experience, I would bet.
Yeah.
Well, I think they story going just long enough till they can pull off whatever their next big event will be, which perhaps the Project Bluebeam is coming. So they just needed to get to that point, and I think that's their goal with it.
Well, didn't the next moon landing get pushed off again? So it's always going to be kind of consistently pushed further out into the future.
Now, have you heard about this? The asteroids have moons, like, and they're gonna crash like a NASA's DART, like little satellite, into one deliberately. What the hell would that happen?
Are they mini moons?
Yeah, look at this.
Remember,
They
Yes, there are several.
That was from that guy Flat Earth A-hole when he had made these videos. He's like, mini moons. I don't know if
Oh
you
shit, I don't know the reference.
Okay, the mini moons.
They always crash their stuff. It always costs like $1 billion some odd dollars, and they just crash it.
It's not a money laundering scheme at all.
It's bullshit.
Well, it's like that Trump quote where he's like, "People love their space. People can't get enough of it," right?
Yep.
Yeah.
People are always saying, "Hey, man, give me more space."
Good one. Yeah, that asteroid passed by Canada and Greenland. It was the 2021 SG asteroid, they called it.
Yo, they just made something. They popping off about this today. About they made the coldest thing ever. Y'all see this? I wonder what shape it ended up being when they made it. You know what I mean?
My ex was
Probably
made a long
spherical.
time ago.
Your ex was the coldest.
And she's kind of spherical, not gonna lie. No kidding.
NASA's double asteroid redirection test. Double asteroid redirection. So they're trying to redirect an asteroid by hitting it. Hitting the moon of the asteroid. How the hell is it? Is it like rotating around the asteroid as it's going like 20,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, that's another one of the narratives they've been pushing is an asteroid could hit the Earth or whatever, which if they actually used directed energy weapons and claimed it was an asteroid, that would be one possible thing that they could do. They could be doing. It's another like possible agenda that they're just because, all of the, it's like in the news all the time where they'll say, oh, this whatever sized asteroid is coming to Earth, and they're always trying to claim that these asteroids are coming just close to Earth, but just missing or whatever.
Yeah, all the time. And they've got the observatories searching for them. Yeah.
I bought
bound
into
asteroids, comets.
Man, I bought into that wholeheartedly.
Have you heard about the micrometeorite that ran into the ISS and the crew member, the Russia crew member, plugged it with his finger?
Yeah, that was absolutely absurd when I heard that.
Yeah.
What?
I'll put a link in the chat just for reference.
See, I thought the thing was pressurized so that it would just shatter and they'd all be dead. And apparently the actual hole was similar to a rock and roll album. Was it the Rolling Stones album or something?
Yeah. You got it all wrong. You just when you wake up and the alarms are going off that there's not as much oxygen in the thing as there should be, then you wake up and you find the micrometeorite hole. I don't know how exactly you would pinpoint it, but if you did find it, you put your finger over it and you say, "Hey guys, I found it." And then anybody got any duct tape? And then so when he removed his finger, they put the duct tape over it. And then thankfully, that's what solved the problem.
Yeah.
It's all documented.
If you did that in their understanding of it, wouldn't
why
it
is
like
that a
boil
big
your
deal?
finger or something?
But why is that a big deal?
Because it
What do you
would
mean?
boil your finger.
No, it's
Well,
only
yeah, the pressure difference would
is
basically
what?
suck everything out.
No, you're making a dangerous assumption.
danger.
I do have a better question.
You said the pressure. Hold
Oh
on.
yeah, you're right.
You
You're right.
said
The
that-
dangerous assumption is that there's
No, let me finish. You said there
No,
was
man,
a,
don't do teacher school with Xanac. Let's do hard
Listen,
questions.
you said there was a pressure differential. I'm asking you if you think you
Hey,
know.
just chill out. Hold on. Just chill out. We're just talking about this.
I
please.
know, but it's not that big a deal.
You guys, hold on. Everybody for a second needs to chill. Okay, let's give Xanac the floor. Xanac, you won't be interrupted. Go ahead.
Serious, Gio. Can I not say one
Okay,
quick
so you
question?
said there was a pressure. You said there was a God dang it! Come on.
Xanac.
Let him go, and then you can go next time. But let's.
He said there, Don, please, for love of
Here's
God.
I posted the
You
article,
said
by the
there
way,
was a
for
pressure-
reference.
Thank
said
you
there
very
was a-
much.
For fuck's sake, guys. You said there was a pressure differential. I asked you what it was. You couldn't tell me. I'll tell you what it was. The maximum it could ever be would be the
We
zero
were just
outside.
talking a lot, so I couldn't. Okay, so go ahead
Let me
anyway. Sorry,
finish.
go ahead.
You just can't
Okay,
let
I
me
will.
finish
I will
ever.
allow you to
Ever.
interrupt so that
Listen.
you can finish. Go ahead.
Okay. So there's a pressure. You mentioned pressure differential. I'm going to tell you what it was. Inside the ISS, it's around 14.7 to 15 psi. That would be matched against zero outside, close to zero. So there'd be a 15 psi pressure differential. That is not a big deal to plug a hole.
Can I ask Xanac something?
If you're
Do you get
inside,
out
if
of
you're inside of a
plane?
30, hold on. If you're inside of a
in it?
car tire
Yeah.
at 30 psi and outside was atmospheric 14.7, that would be the same thing. You could plug that hole with your finger. It's not that big a deal.
Paige, you were trying to say something? Or I know Don wanted to go too. But Paige, your mic is really, really hard to hear.
Oh, hang on. I said,
No,
can you hear me
Xanac,
now?
that's wrong anyway.
Is that better?
It's a
Yeah.
bit better.
It's
Okay,
yeah.
I said, what about a commercial jet, a plane, when something, makes the plane
It
have a hole?
decompressurizes.
Yeah, which is exactly what would happen to the ISS.
Yeah.
The ISS is higher than a plane, a commercial jet. So how on earth do you think there's any difference? I can't.
Well, that
figure it.
pressure differential is only about, say, 10 psi. And you could plug that hole. If it's a small hole, you can do the same thing. Now, if a window blows out, think about the pressure differential and what it would take to stop the pressure from equalizing through a window. That becomes a huge problem. That can suck people out.
I have a problem with micrometeorites.
That's a different discussion altogether.
Right. Okay. Well,
Hold
whatever.
on. No, all right, I waited
If
patiently.
someone's bleeding,
Hold
if you
up.
could fix that, that'd be great.
Xanac doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and we're about to expose him. Here we go.
I agree.
All right, Xanac. A window is gonna suck a person out.
Yeah.
The window gets blown out.
Let's
If
give
the
a window a
gets
nice
blown
round
out,
number.
people
10
can
by
get sucked
10.
out the window.
So there's a barrier for that pressure to exist within the ISS, right?
Think of how retarded he's talking.
Yeah, the structure is the barrier. We have things such as oh my god.
Hold
come
on, Jen, your mic is crazy feedback.
Going
Sorry.
berserk. You guys are going absolutely berserk.
Xanac, where does the extra air come from if it gets sucked out of the ISS? Where do they make the extra air from?
If they lose all the air, they're gonna have a hard time replacing it very quickly.
Wow.
They have oxygen tanks. They bring oxygen up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
right.
Everlasting oxygen tanks.
They have CO2 scrubbers. They have CO2 scrubbers and they have oxygen tanks to provide enough oxygen for them to breathe. Yes.
Probably plants.
No, they don't
Also?
use plants.
Oh, well, should I would think it'd be.
Checking my bag.
You need about a forest or two to supply all the air that they would need.
No, I'm just seeing how much I've left.
Anyway, who's ever got a mic that's going berserk?
It works too.
Is it
The
my
bottom
mic?
line is, on a jet airplane, if you had a small hole, as the one that was aforementionedly spoken about, a micrometeorite hole or something the size of your finger, you could plug that too on an airplane. It'd be slightly less pressure on your finger. In the ISS, if it's zero, it's only 5 psi more. Not a big difference between a small hole in a plane or a small hole in an ISS. Not a huge difference.
Oh dear. Psychological.
if you put your hand in a vacuum, wouldn't your hand start to boil?
Jin, there's a feedback in your mic. You may need to mute when you're not
Okay,
speaking.
okay. Sorry about that, man. All right, let me tidy that up then. I thought I did. Hang on.
Come on,
2
Grandpa.
seconds there. 1. Click.
How would it not have sucked all the air out of the ISS, bro? Or a lot of
That's a simple equation. You take all the volume of the air in the ISS. You look at this is what you'll do when you look at not thermodynamics, but in fluid dynamics. If you take a class in fluid dynamics, this is the easy equation. Here's the hole. Here's the medium inside the tube. Here's the pressure differential. Tell me how long it takes to evacuate this chamber. And that's a
So if there was,
that's a first year college
hold on.
question. That's a first year college question. Okay.
Give the filled in equation, not the empty equation.
well, this is fluid, so
Yeah, it's
Go
filled
ahead.
with fluid. It's filled with air.
What?
it sounds like you're equating fluid with gas.
How long? The
Gas
air can be
is a
fluid.
fluid.
But how long, Zanuck? What's the
Gas
number?
is a fluid. You're confusing fluid with liquid.
Zanuck, you know you just don't want to do the numbers. Oh, come on, stop ignoring.
Okay, hold on.
No,
Janet,
you give me the volume. Okay, you know what? I'll play with you. You give me the volume. You give me the numbers, and I'll give you the time.
It's already there. The volume of the ISS is already
ISS.
known. We already know this, right?
Then
Look
tell
it
me-
up.
Why do you
Then
do
give me the
this?
size of the hole. Say it's 1 square inch. How about that?
A micrometeorite. It's not 1 square inch, dude. It's super duper small.
No, you said you plug it with
Micrometeorite.
something. How big is the
I don't know.
hole?
I don't know. Read the fucking article.
No, this
I've
is not,
posted
this
4 or
is not
5
my,
of them
this is
for
not my
reference.
question. It's your question. You give me the size of the hole. I'll give you how long it takes to evacuate the entire ISS.
Well,
It'd be on
obviously
the
they
order of
didn't.
many
How are you
hours.
gonna evacuate the entire ISS?
How
This
are
is
they gonna evacuate it?
yeah, you
Because you have
can't. Well, how
pressure.
are you gonna do
Pressure
that?
always,
It's like a little
second law of
jettison
thermodynamics. Nobody
pod.
always hear about that?
Zanuck, this sounds
Things move.
dangerous. This
Yeah,
sounds
you're
dangerous.
obviously talking about
High
something
pressure
you've
always,
never
high
known
pressure
about.
will move to low pressure.
This sounds like a propaganda media event. If this were to happen, they're gonna put this on the front page because it's a
You watched a Star Trek episode. They
it's a
did it in that.
catastrophe that the Starship Enterprise has taken a hit.
Yeah, I put 4 or 5 references, different articles about the same thing with different takes on it, different sources. They all say the same thing.
How long did
Fluxes-
it take before the air got sucked out?
Well, they were all
before all the air
apparently
gets
they were
sucked
all
out, yeah.
asleep. They were all asleep, and then some sort of meter woke them up, and a guy, like I said before, a guy figured out where it was and plugged it with his finger or his thumb or whatever until they got duct tape to cover it.
What percentage of air were they at left when the meter went off? How much pressure percentage had they lost?
Think about this for a second. If you had a nail in your
The
tire, guys,
PR articles
listen
don't go
carefully.
into that
When you have
level
it,
of
we have a 30 psi tire, and you have a small nail that's hissing. That thing will last for 3 days before it goes flat.
Bullshit.
Yes.
If you have a fucking hole the size of a hole where you can see a fucking hole through that tire,
Well, then
that's
you're gonna let it out in a few minutes. Yeah, I didn't say that. You couldn't put.
Well, that's what
words in
the
my
ISS
mouth.
says.
No, I'm talking about a tire, not a whole fucking building where 10 people live. Come on.
Are you guys sure the hole is the size of the hole?
We don't
No,
know. They're telling me what the size of the hole is.
Read the fucking article so you know what you're bullshitting
You
about.
are the one asking the question. I'm saying if it's a small hole, like a pinhole, like the size of a pin.
Zanuck,
You don't even know what you're bullshitting about first.
Wait, hold on, Zanuck. I just have a question. Are you hole trolling us right now?
You're micrometeorite hole trolling right now.
Holy shit, Zanuck.
Holy shit.
It's a bullshit artist.
I'll tell you how
So,
long it takes to evacuate this device.
You agreed, Zanuck, that micrometeorites are a whole different topic. Let's go there.
No, we got to solve first we got to agree with me that you're right. Okay, Zanuck. Yes, if it's a small hole, it'll take a very long time. They can probably hear the hissing. The guy can put his thumb over it. Not a big deal.
No,
But
how long? It's
micrometeor-
kind of a big deal. Yeah, I would think it was a big
No,
deal.
it's not a big deal.
A breach in the hole
No, the
of
breach
a
is
fucking
the breach is the
yeah,
tiny
the
hole.
ISS. It's a
The
big
breach
deal.
the breach is the tiny hole.
Right.
Not a big deal. You put your finger over it, piece of duct tape. It's not going anywhere. Now you want to talk about the micrometeorite? That's a different story. There's
So,
something
like, if
going
somebody
on-
were to be at the Hoover Dam and there was a small leak in it, and they put their thumb over it and it covered it with duct tape,
What's
that'd
the pre-
probably
okay,
fix
now
it then,
you just brought
right?
up something you don't know about again. What is the pressure differential of, let's say, 200 feet below the dam? What would the pressure be at that level? Hello?
I don't know.
Don't laugh. People always
Probably
mock
enough
what they
to be
don't understand.
concerned about.
Gio, you can validate this. People always mock what they don't understand.
You haven't even read the article that you're bullshitting
I don't
about
need
yet.
to.
Yeah, okay. All
Because
right.
I have knowledge
Go
of the
ahead.
topic.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go on.
Okay, I'll tell the answer. If you're 100 feet down in the Hoover Dam below water, the pressure will be what? Every 33 feet, it'll be 14 psi more. So you'll
We're
have
talking about the other side of the
Well,
water,
I'm
though.
telling you
We're not
why it'd be
talking about a water column.
Why it will be different on a water column versus the air. You understand why, right?
You mean lack of air?
There's air pressure in the ISS, even if it's sitting on the freaking ground in Earth. Doesn't matter. If it has 14 psi and outside is 0, that's a 14 psi difference.
That's
if it's
almost
30
like-
psi on the ground, that's how they test it. They put 30 psi inside the ISS when it's before it leaves to check the seals. And if you want to poke a hole with a pencil, it'll leak and you can plug it with your finger, just like you could do in space, because it's a 14 psi pressure differential. Make sense?
Sure. Go. Keep
Oh
going.
my god, dude! I had
Keep
to
going.
teach this kind of stuff to degreed engineers, and they got it quick because they studied it in school. You guys haven't taken it. You haven't taken fluid dynamics. It's okay. I mean, it's not.
You
that
haven't read the
complicated.
article either. Okay.
I don't need to.
You don't need to know what we're talking about in order to talk about it.
If
Okay.
the micrometeorite hits
Pure
the ISS
sophistry.
against a hole, it can be plugged
Pure
with your finger.
sophistry.
There's nothing mysterious about a hole that can be plugged by the finger. Nothing.
Going 15,000 miles an hour.
Yes.
Well, how did they
Through-
hear it?
through-
They said they heard it. How do you hear something like that if you're asleep? You think it's like a loud noise? that
As
woke 'em
air
up?
rushes past something, it creates a vibration. That vibration would be heard as a hissing sound. You would hear that.
But they got computers and everything else going on. How would they hear a tiny little micrometeorite
Wouldn't hear a micrometeorite. Oh,
if they're
okay.
asleep?
How do
I don't think they have fans and the computers running all night long. If they do, it was louder than those. It's a high pitched whine or a squeal or something.
You're
What about
making
the
it
Van
up.
Halen
No,
bell?
no,
I don't
yeah,
know
you're
how
totally
they heard
making
it.
that
I
up.
don't know what it
You
sounded
just
like.
make that up.
I don't know how big the hole was. You tell me
It
the
was a
material.
micro
You
hole.
tell me the
I'll
inside
tell
the
you-
hole.
I'll
I'll tell
tell
you
you.
the whole lot.
I'll tell you.
Listen, hey. You make.
I'll answer all your questions because I'll
You give
tell
me
you
the
straight
size
from
of the
the
hole.
article.
You give me the
What was
material,
that?
the shape of the hole. I'll tell you how loud the noise is
Okay,
gonna
all
be.
right. Well,
like
then
it.
be quiet so I can tell you. For
Yo, does that work for kids? Listen,
Here we go. This is from Reuters. RT.com is one of the ones. The leak was found. I can pull it off of a different source. One of the four that I posted. Pick your poison. The leak was found in the Soyuz craft, which is docked with the ISS. Reported Russian Space Chief Dmitry Rogozin. The official said air was being sucked out through a 1.5 millimeter fracture, which may have been caused by a micrometeorite impact. Quote, the crew safety is not in danger, he said. The spaceship will be kept. A repair kit will be used.
A repair kit.
Yeah. The leak was slow and posed no danger to people on board, according to NASA, with mission control deciding that crew members could sleep before locating it. After
Man, I get
Yeah,
shiver down my spine whenever someone says NAS.
Okay, so a 1 millimeter hole. That's like a large pin, like a large sewing pin. And that ain't a tire.
After,
It goes
after,
hold on,
after,
let me fin- would you let
no,
me
you
finish
let.
a sentence?
No,
For
you
fuck's
can't.
sake,
You just
really?
you can't just keep saying "let me finish" when I'm not finished after you're already interrupting.
No, you were.
So
You were
just a
finished.
second.
Because someone else joined in.
No. After waking at the regular time, the 6 crew members started search procedures, and finally localized the leak to the Russian side of the station. They regularly require small repairs of various systems, although a whole breach, even a small one, is a rare occurrence. Crew members usually have to deal with leaks from internal tubing, electrical problems, or failures of life support devices, including the space toilet, which experienced a series of malfunctions in 2008. Blah, blah, blah. So that's just like, that's the blurb from that article.
Okay. So if it's a 1 millimeter crack or hole, it would be a hissing sound. It would be
Okay, how about Zanuck? We get you to read something now, and whoever can read better will win the argument.
Right. Well, whoever can bullshit better is basically who's going to win this. It's not even an
bullshit.
argument.
If you have a 14 psi differential and a 1 millimeter hole, I can tell you what the flow is based on the pressure. It's called PVNRT.
What
It's
about
gas
the
raw.
ISS
It's very
skin?
simple.
The skin of the ISS.
Oh my God. you
Okay,
guys.
can you give us the answer now, Zanuck?
I don't know what the volume is, and I don't know what the size of the. Well, if I go like 1 millimeter crack, or is it just a, what is it?
It was a 1.55 millimeter
I need a
hole.
square. I need to know the area of that hole.
Fuck it, give us a guess, Zanuck. How long before the ISS fucking leaks?
Think about the
Just give us a guess.
radiation, Zanuck.
Probably weeks. Radiation doesn't come in with the leak because it's going out.
You better hope it doesn't. Then you're gonna have to get a new.
Yeah, the
formula.
radiation. It's
The rate of the leak was slowed through the temporary application of Kapton tape and at the leak site.
Any tape, anything, even Scotch.
Well, I don't
tape
know.
would
A
work.
Kapton tape
this
is
hole,
something.
they did
Scotch
not
tape would
penetrate.
work. Anything that would get in the way
Can
of
I ask
air.
a question?
If Scotch tape would have worked, they would have used it. But they use Kapton tape
Well,
with
no,
a
that's
K.
not a solid solution, but it would work theoretically for a while.
You don't even know what Kapton tape is. Neither do I, but it
Right,
works.
it's like
Kapton
racing-
tape
it's
is
like
really good
racing
tape.
tape.
It's
It's
like
racing
they put a
tape.
cap
It's like
on
duct
first.
tape. It's like a
They
duct
put a,
tape.
they put a cap on the breech first, and then they put tape on top.
Would the repair?
Kapton, but
Hello,
with the
gentlemen.
K.
Would the repair require
And it's the
a
captain of
spacewalk?
tapes.
Repair require a spacewalk because you're talking about the ISS. It's not just one thin skin, is it?
Jen's thinking the same way that I'm thinking because it's obvious that they trying too hard when they got to do spacewalks and live stream and sound all extra and talk about things like the multiplexer demultiplexers. Like, who says shit like that? Why are they fucking with shit like that? I mean, for real, they fucking bullshitting all the time.
They blind the public with bullshit.
They said
That's right.
That's right.
in a different article about this exact same thing. There's a quote. We've got one shot at this, and we don't want to screw it up, he said, according to a live stream.
That sounds heroic.
Yeah, what a hero.
Yeah. All right. Overnight and in the morning,
this
there was an
hole that they
abnormal
had to patch
situation.
up.
Yeah, a pressure drop, an oxygen leak at the station. Dimitri's the man. A microfracture was found. Most likely it is damage from the outside. And then they go on to say it was the result of a micrometeorite. So can we talk about micrometeorites and the dangers they pose to us here on Earth now, please?
Yes. Traveling at the
They get
speed of
burned
light,
up by the
cosmic ray particles as well.
Yeah. And why was it only hit by one micrometeorite? And what is the odds if it's just one micrometeorite out of the entire things that could be out there? Just one?
Could have been the Chinese.
The terminology is wrong because a meteor is something that they say is traveling through space. A meteorite is something that's Earth. Doesn't matter whether something's traveling around the Earth. It's not a meteorite.
You know how I get my tax file number, Amy?
All right,
Coles
say
is
you got a
asking for
pump.
my tax file number.
All right, Merle. Say you got a pump on the
I'll just
ISS.
find it.
How can you, Zanuck, can you pump in the air even though there's like only one molecule here and there? Can you capture any of those molecules and pump them back in to the ISS? Come on, Zanuck.
Yeah, I mean, what happens
need
to
my help
the,
for
talking about?
the next
what happens to the environment of space with all of those oxygen molecules going into it?
Are you kidding
Kind of
me?
got to disrupt the environment of space, I would think.
Can they pump air into the ISS from outside?
Of course they could. If you have a higher pressure, it'll go in. If you have a lower pressure, it'll go out.
Of course they could.
They could. It's possible. They don't do it that way though.
Where are they going to get the air from?
They bring canisters up.
No. I'm
Is
talking
that from the
about-
outside then, genius?
Oh my God,
They,
he's so
no, they don't pump it in. They bring the canisters inside. Then they hook them to the air
They
system.
take them outside to pump them in.
They bring it up. They bring it up from the ground, the earth, and they bring it to the station. They open the
But
door.
that's not
they
what
go
I'm saying,
inside,
Zanuck.
and then
I'm
they
not
mount
saying-
them to the air duct system, air system.
Thank you, sir. But I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is, could you have a pump on the inside of the ISS that's pumping from the outside from the outer space or whatever, from the outside of the ISS's hull? Could you use a pump to pump in random?
No.
Okay, let's gently, calmly talk about why not.
Because that's not how pumps work. You're talking about a peristaltic pump of something. They don't use those kind of pumps to evacuate a chamber. Like when they do these semiconductor manufacturing processes and they work under a 10 to the minus 10 torr, that is not even the same pressure as what's out in space, 10 to the minus 17. So you can't do it, even if you could do it with a pump like that, which you can't because those pumps don't work like that. Pumps like that only work to 10 to the minus 1. Not even
You're
that,
right.
really.
You're right, Zanuck. They have unmanned craft that carry fresh loads of fuel, food, and other supplies to the orbiting laboratory. It's documented. So they probably brought with them some more canisters of air with them to release to make up for whatever was lost through the micrometeorite hole. That was 1.55 millimeters.
They have canisters. It's not like the air given to the station is done. They have canisters there to add to it. They also have CO2 scrubbers to get the oxygen out of the air that they're actually breathing.
Yo, but think about this air, Zanuck. When there's a spacewalk and they gotta fucking do the airlock and shit.
Yep.
Think about all that fucking air right there.
That air goes back into the chamber.
Yeah, they gotta suck it back in.
Back in
real quick.
They
Are you
suck it in. They lose some because they can't make a perfect vacuum in that chamber, but they try to get as close as they can. So they don't
As soon as they open the door to the outside, it goes away.
They don't lose very much. Can you hear
genius.
me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So
sir.
when they evacuate the chamber, they try to get to as close to a vacuum as possible, but it's not even anywhere near what space is. But it's enough to where they don't lose a lot of air when they open the chamber up. So yeah, that's a loss. That's one of the losses they have for their air system. They're losing They're losing the air, which is a mixture of oxygen and CO2.
He's been there once or twice. It's not his first rodeo.
Is this your ass or your mouth talking, Zanuck?
Basic, simple knowledge. Basic.
Zanuck's guesses are as good as mine.
Everyone
So Zanuck, you really think that they can't? There's not going to be a pump strong enough to suck from the outside. It's going to automatically
I don't
leak.
think
out.
I know because I've worked with those pumps before. No, you
Why?
can't.
Well, let's gently. You said so much instead of just calmly.
You can't make a chamber less than 1 psi with a peristaltic pump. Okay, there's your answer.
What? You got a chamber. Okay, so you have a chamber 14 psi in the ISS, right?
Mm-hmm.
So ground
Yeah,
level.
So you're not
sea
trying
level,
to do
good.
whatever the thing, guys. Whatever he just said, you can't make a chamber 1. I don't know why you're trying to make a chamber 1. You're trying to make a chamber 14 or more. You're not doing 1. I don't know what that means.
Outside the pump.
But you're not making it 1.
Outside
You're
the
taking
ISS
in.
is 0. Maybe
Yeah, you're not making
a
a
couple
chamber.
molecules are floating around out in space. A couple of them, like you said.
Dude,
So
this
you can't.
hole looks perfectly circular. You guys notice that? Looks like a gunshot.
In order to entice those molecules, Don, into the ISS, you need to provide a chamber with a lesser pressure. Come in.
What?
This is all
How do you know
theoretical, by
that?
the way. This is
How
not
do you know that
possible in
something
reality.
didn't come into?
Why are you always
the ISS?
talking over me?
Because you're the one always. I'm just trying to help.
No, don't make excuses for yourself. Shame on you.
Okay.
So you gotta
Shave on me.
you
Shave
gotta
on
have
me.
a stronger
So how do you
pump.
know something didn't come into the ISS that shouldn't be there?
From where? The hole?
Yeah.
Because you have a pressure differential of 15 psi pushing outward. How can anything go back in? It's not going to go in.
I don't know.
There's a hole in this story here, Zanuck.
It's going to you have a little alien bug that swims upstream.
Oh, probably
You never
uphill
know,
kind of
man.
thing, you know, like water uphill kind of thing. Probably like a
Or like a salmon.
It have to
Can we
swim
can we please talk about micrometeorites and what it
No, we can't even
means?
resolve the most basic of concepts here.
Dude,
These
if you look
basic
at that
concepts.
hole, Zanuck, if you look at that hole, it looks like somebody had a gun and they shot outward. There's like
You
a
said one,
struggle
you
with
said
the
1
Russian.
millimeter.
That was
Yeah, what's
actually
with
the cover of a
album
music
cover?
album.
What was with the album cover conspiracy thing? I mean, why?
Oh, dude, I know. That's what they did. They took a freaking photo from from an album cover, a heavy metal cover.
Yeah, and then he's like, "No, I was just saying it. It looked like this." I'm just saying though.
I wasn't saying this is it. I'm just saying it looks like it.
Hey, Blue Marble just posted the actual calculator, by the way, guys.
What's it gonna calculate? The difference
3/16
in the leak,
3/16
how fast it would flow.
3/16 inch hole will have a pressure with a source pressure of
The first thing they did was run the calculations.
Right.
They got out their pencil and paper.
Oh, right.
If life taught me anything, it's that you should never trust someone with the word science in their name. Like Bill Nye the Science Guy.
There you go. So he says
Blue Marble
he says-
Science.
look,
No,
he
Blue
shows-
Marble Science is a different story.
But he says it's a calculator. You can do this yourself. You can punch a hole in your friggin' tire or a jar and see how fast it'll empty it.
Sounds like a great idea. Go ahead, prove it to yourself.
12 cubic feet per minute. There it is. Find some cubic feet. It'll do a minute. It'll drain it in a minute. What's the big deal? I mean,
I want to
no,
throw a
yes,
micrometer right at my tire.
Well, look, no, we have to go over. We have to walk before we can run. We got to get over this thing first. Not a big deal. You have a 3/16 hole, 1 millimeter hole, as they said, with a 14.7 pressure of the ISS, and you got 12 cubic feet per minute of a flow rate coming out of it. You
So
know,
what's
12
it-
so think,
what-
you know,
what
you
does
know,
it become-
Let me tell you. Hold on. The tiny little muffin fans that are in the back of your computer, those are somewhere in the 10 to 15 cubic feet per minute range. It's like a small muffin fan. Now, how
Wait,
long
what
do you
is
think it would take? Hold on. How long do you think a tiny computer fan, which is about this flow rate, about 12 CFM, how long do you think it would take to blow up the entire? If the entire ISS was a balloon, how many days would it take for it to blow up the ISS? And not only that,
how big is it?
hold
How big is
on,
the fan?
Hold on. It's not just blow it up. It has to pressurize it. So it doesn't just blow it up for size. It has to have a 1 full atmosphere of pressure.
I have a question about how
Full
big the
cubic
fan
feet.
is that you're talking about. How big is that fan?
A little 1.5 inch square.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can I ask a question? What is the difference between the internal pressure and the external pressure?
I told you, 14.7 psi.
All right, so the internal pressure is 14.7 psi and the external pressure is 0 then?
Correct.
But you're supposed to be up in the ISS.
Pardon me?
Well, in the ISS.
I heard you.
Yeah. So what's the pressure differential between
I told
the
you,
internal pressure and the
differential
external pressure?
The pressure differential, I'll say it for the 8th time, 14.7 psi is the pressure differential. That's the difference between it's in the ISS and 0 outside the ISS.
Right. So
Really? And that's the
whole,
same as on ground level as well.
But yeah, they've made the pressure inside the ISS very close.
Interesting.
Let me finish. They made the pressure inside the ISS very close to what is at ground level on the Earth, sea level.
Right.
Really?
Well, that's why they live up there. It's very, very similar. So there's no difference really to their ability to breathe and have their skin not explode if they're living in a vacuum.
Are
Not
you
in
actually?
a special suit. So
you're
they live.
actually
They
telling
live
this
with.
to
They can
everybody,
sleep in
and
their pajamas. They don't need to have some kind of tight.
you believe this?
outfit. Well, this is easy stuff to understand.
No,
This is
no,
not-
no,
it's not-
no.
it's not whether
You
believe it or
believe
not.
this?
It's not really believing. It's whether you understand it or not. What do you?
It's really about belief.
Understanding is a different thing than believing.
What is your problem with them living in a 14.7 psi container, just as they do in a submarine? Does the same thing.
Have you seen the toilet?
Okay, so that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's a. Let's talk about the submarine.
This is brilliant.
The submarine that had a micro organism plow into it and put a breach of the hull. You know, not a big deal, right?
That's 1,000
Not that
psi
big of a
difference.
deal.
Hold on, think about it. That could be 1,000 psi difference on the outside. That'd be a tough hole to plug. 1,000 psi of water flying into the submarine.
Totally different, right?
And it's the opposite direction. Now, if you're on the outside of the submarine, like a scuba diver, and you saw that hole and it was spraying inside, putting your thumb on it, that wouldn't be good either, because it'd be 1,000 psi, not 14 psi. You understand the difference?
Well, so then somebody should go on a spacewalk.
For you guys, I'm trying to make it visual and very simple, and you're just not getting it.
Yeah, so you could go on a spacewalk and then plug the hole from the outside.
It's not about understanding. That's not it at all. You know that. Come on. Have you seen the toilet? Come on, think about it. I challenge you to just recreate the pipe hole toilet that they're having to use day in, day out for months on end. Just use it one day. That's the challenge. With a little cup, little cone that you have to hold to pee in. Now, for a woman, that'd be near impossible. It's a pipe hole. There's no seat. It's just a pipe hole you have to aim at, and with microgravity. Are you kidding me? And you call us stupid?
You just open up the outside a little bit to suck it through.
You never peed inside of a bottle before?
Well, I'm not saying that that's not that it's impossible. I'm just saying that for the millions of dollars they spent on it, you'd think they'd come up with a better contraption. And I think it's contraption. And I think it's just another example of them gaslighting us, pun intended.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's the same thing with the
$23
hole.
million.
You're obfuscating the point
It's the
here.
same thing with the hole,
You
and
guys
then
are
showing the
trying
album cover,
you
and then
don't
the hole
understand
with the micro.
14.7 psi.
It's not about us not understanding it. You're making it about us not understanding
You're
14
diverging
PSI
and obfuscating.
when it's really about the ridiculousness of the claims.
No, it's not it's just you're not understanding
It
what's
is
going on.
ridiculous. Now they're bringing it down, by the way. What are your thoughts about that? They're bringing it down. And the
Bring what down?
microgravity, the micro, whatever, the space debris is part of the problem. So they were kind of leading up to this, taking it down, because everyone's laughing at it.
Taking what down?
It must be part of the ISS.
Taking what down?
The ISS.
Of course, we're taking
Coming
it down. It's time for a new space station. Yep.
Yeah, not time for a more believable scenario. It seems.
Really, when you
Right?
see it, I've seen
Did you
it
know
on
in
a
the
telescope.
beginning of
Have
the
you seen
article
it?
I
I've
just found
seen
it says it took.
I've seen it on a telescope before. I've seen it.
I'm not saying there's not something up there, but it's not. I don't think there's people on it.
When you can see people's
Did you know
faces.
they're claiming it took?
Oh my God!
it
Why
took
don't you stop
42
talking?
launches? Well, this is interesting. I had never heard this. It took 42 launches to get the International Space Station up.
That's right.
Have
They
you
had
heard
to
that
build it
before?
piece by piece, like a Lego set.
Right, but it took 42. Oh, okay. So you're saying piece by piece, not like failed attempts, but 42 launches
Of
different
course.
pieces.
You think
right?
it's failed
Oh.
attempts?
Well, I don't know what that meant. I mean, I guess
That's what it
they
means.
have now.
Well,
They
that's
have
what I'm here to tell
assembly.
you.
They have assembly footage now. It's not very believable either. But do you believe the Tesla car? Do you accept that too? I mean, I just want to know how far your believability goes. You believe the Tesla car went to space just like they said?
Of course it did.
That's all you needed to say.
Do you even know what a micrometeorite is?
I do.
What is it?
It's a small either piece of debris. Usually, it's a rock of some sort that came from outer space.
So you're
that's
just
traveling at a
making-
very high velocity that can penetrate the ISS. And if it's large, it would do some real damage. But if it's small, It just makes a hole. Maybe go all the way through both sides. Might be going 15, 17,000 miles an hour. Who knows? Could be going very fast, but it's very tiny.
That's good. That's a
If
good
it's
one.
also,
I
if
guess
it's
that's a good
also,
idea.
if it's also a matter of fact, don't you feel a little silly arguing it out with us?
No. Not that many people. You guys know way more than most people in this world about this topic. You're just not accepting some basic physics. All I'm here to do is let you think about things in terms of basic physics, like pressure differential. You seem to be very confused about pressure differential, like it's some magical.
No, it's not
crazy.
about.
While
All right, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a video. I'm
micrometeorite
going to
is.
show you a video. You tell me what's happening. Okay, hold on a second.
I'll tell you what a micrometeorite is according to Wikipedia. A micrometeorite is a micrometeoroid that has survived entry through the Earth's atmosphere, usually found on Earth's surface. Micrometeorites differ from meteorites in that they are smaller in size, more abundant, and different in composition. The IAU officially defines micrometeorites as 30 micrometers to 1 meteor. So a micrometeorite is something that has already passed through Earth's atmosphere. So if that's the case, then the ISS is in the Earth's atmosphere. If the reports of the ISS being hit by a micrometeorite are actually something that you want to argue. That's
Now,
true.
these are not meteors that have been in the Earth's atmosphere. They're out in space. They're approaching the Earth. They might actually.
Well, you're just disagreeing with the body of knowledge of Wikipedia
You
at
got
this
to
point.
let me finish. You just have to. Just got to do it. So when we see we see a meteorite hit the atmosphere and light up. What do we call them?
Not meteorites.
What do we call them?
We call them shooting stars.
Call them shooting stars. Sure, that's a good name for them. But what are they?
That's what they are.
So you're getting ready to debunk Wikipedia then? Cool.
It's not Wikipedia,
Go
bro.
on.
Yeah, that's Wikipedia. Is
You look at the
written by
source on
people,
Wikipedia.
Whatever it is,
What is this,
it's talking
rookie
about
hour?
meteorites that go through. That's what
Micrometeorite.
Okay, I can't do this. I can't start talking. Have you guys talk over me? So why don't you talk amongst yourself and you figure it out yourself? Because obviously you don't want to listen.
Well, this is a recurring theme.
The recurring theme is micrometeorites are out in space. They're approaching Earth, and when they hit the Earth, they light up and they give us the meteor shower.
That's
right. Now,
No,
they
that's not
didn't
right.
take they didn't take the very small instances, very few instances where micrometeors can actually go through a satellite or go through the ISS, where that is still a micrometeorite, even though it hasn't gone through the Earth's atmosphere. They're talking about meteorites in terms of what you see. Like when you see a light in the sky, that's a micrometeorite or a meteorite.
A micrometeorite is a micro.
Right,
It's a
very small.
micrometeoroid.
Right, sure. But how many? What fraction of a meteor is it by their term? What fraction?
What?
You said it took 10 micrometeors to make one meteor. What did you had like a proportion there? You read that?
30 to 1.
30 to 1. So something went 30th the size, hits our atmospheres, lights up and burns out, never hits the ground, by the way. That is a micrometeorite. They're not talking about micrometeorites that are hitting the ISS that have not entered the They're talking about what you visually see as a meteorite. I'm sure it starts off with something like that, like what you see in the sky. Micrometeors, they are made from the fraction 1/30th of a meteorite. But that's
What are you
regardless
talking
of
about,
the point.
man?
Yes,
Interesting.
you can't get an education in physics on Wikipedia. We've already proven that here.
Yes, you
You
can.
guys can't even understand differential pressure clearly enough.
Micrometeorites enter Earth's atmosphere I'm reading from Wikipedia right now. So
Yes.
micrometeorites enter Earth's atmosphere at high velocities.
Yep.
At least 11 kilometers a second.
Sure.
And undergo heating through atmospheric friction and compression.
Right. And they do that.
Individually weigh between 10 to the -9 and 10 to the -4 G. And
Right.
collectively comprise most of the extraterrestrial material that has come to the
There
present
you
day.
go. So yes, they can. Micrometeorites can enter the atmosphere and light up. So what? That doesn't mean they can't exist outside because they came from outside. You're taking it completely out of context. You're not understanding what they're saying. I know you're reading, but you're not understanding what you're reading.
So does that mean the ISS is within Earth's atmosphere when it got
No,
hit
it
by a
doesn't. I just got
micrometeorite?
done telling you why that's not true. A micrometeorite can enter the atmosphere or does enter the atmosphere and can be this size and will burn up and will light up and all these things. It doesn't mean they don't exist outside the Earth's atmosphere. That's not what that's not what you're reading there. It was poorly written for one. Number two, you're taking it out of context.
I'm not sure how I'm gonna take it out of context.
I just
but
told you
okay.
why. I just told you why. I'm helping you
I'm not
understand
really
what you're reading.
comparing it to anything. I'm just
Read the first sentence again.
How many spaces satellites have been hit by these?
A micrometeorite can enter the atmosphere.
No,
at
it doesn't say
17,000
can. It
What does
says
it say?
micrometeor. Okay, yeah, I'll read it like you asked me to. Micrometeorites enter Earth's atmosphere at high velocities.
Yeah.
And then undergo heating through atmospheric friction and compression. Micrometeorites individually weigh between 10 to the minus 9 and 10 to the minus 4 G, and collectively comprise.
You just said micrometeorites enter the Earth's atmosphere. Doesn't mean that that's what they are. Something that enters the Earth's atmosphere. Micrometeors are one thing. It's a noun, and they are entering verb the atmosphere. Another noun. It doesn't mean that it is that through the process.
I was thinking
Okay,
the same
the
thing, and
first
Panic beat me
sentence.
to it.
The
I
first sentence, if you want to go back to the first sentence of the entire thing, is a micrometeorite is a micrometeoroid that has survived entry through the Earth's atmosphere, period.
Perfect. You're getting even more clear. You're just not getting it. I can't help you if you can't read and understand what you're reading.
Okay, well, so a micrometeorite hit the ISS.
Yes. Could also into the Earth's atmosphere and survive such and such and end up burning up and lighting up and disintegrating.
Therefore,
doesn't mean that
the
one
ISS is within the Earth's atmosphere.
No, you're using flawed logic. And anyone with half a brain would understand that. Come on. You're playing with me. You gotta be.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
I know what you're
according
saying.
to the
You're
shit,
wrong.
according to the shit we're all of us are just now learning about. This doesn't say a micrometeorite is in space. It says it's part of a micrometeoroid that survived entry through the Earth's atmosphere. So therefore, if it is a micrometeorite, it has already passed through the Earth's atmosphere as a micrometeoroid first. So in order to become a micrometeorite, it has had to have come through the Earth's atmosphere.
No, you're making dangerous assumptions there, and that's not what it is.
Well,
Why
perhaps
don't
you're
you look at
right.
my wire? Where are my wires on my picture? Why don't you go back to my picture of a
I don't know. I haven't seen it. Let me look.
Skylab? How do you do that without wires? Where's the wires at for this guy doing flips over flips over flips and twists with wires?
Seen those wire videos?
You
The
can't do
current
those kind of maneuvers with wires.
the current
Oh.
story also is that the lady drilled a hole. It didn't get hit. It was like a woman who drilled.
No, they've had a couple incidences on
A lot of these have been. See how there's cuts in that, and they're only a certain length in time.
Doesn't take more than one flip and one twist to say there's any wires there. There's no wires.
No, it could also be done in 0G, but that's why
There's nothing
there's
that
and
large that's ever
parabolic
been
flight.
flown. There's nothing that large that's ever been flown that could be done in this way.
Have you
In a
seen those
parabolic flight,
tunnels?
you can do that. That's why it doesn't
That's
show up
30
for
feet across.
long.
You don't have
times.
airplanes. When this was done back in the 70s, there was no airplane that could do
Have
this.
you seen
Sure
those
they
air
did.
tunnels where they do flips and they can do all that stuff in the air tunnel?
Yes, it looks like an air tunnel.
Yeah.
There's a place right down the road that does skydiving inside, and it's not that
Now you're
tall.
just being
skydiving practice
silly.
thing.
Do that in
yeah.
Las Vegas sometimes.
Now you're just being silly.
That's realistically what could be done on Earth.
But I just want to make sure that I'm going to be safe from these hazards. That
You won't
potentially-
be, but your government will save you, so you're all set.
Yeah, good. Good.
NASA's gonna magically protect you from the
I feel safe. Feel safe about it.
from the random asteroids shooting through the vacuum of their.
That's good
medium.
stuff, though, Zanuck. I appreciate that.
Okay, so another lesson in trigonometry with Cyber Blitz's picture. I like that one. It's always been brought up. Hey, I see this little speck against the moon. It's 253 miles. Yeah, I see a commercial airplane at 7.2 miles. Here's the interesting thing about these two pictures. Notice the color of the moon. When do you see the moon in this brownish goldish state? Where do you think it is? Where do you think it's located?
Oh, dude, hang on. Let me have a look. I don't know. Did you post something?
No, Cyber Blitz did.
Zanuck, are you gonna say the color of the moon gives you some insight to the distance?
No, but you can do this trick very
Livestream
easily.
one?
All
Livestream
you-
one check?
If you have a plane that's 7.2 miles away, where is that plane going to be? Sure.
7.2 miles away.
Okay. And will it be right above your head if the moon's in line with you?
It depends where the moon's at.
I suppose it could be, but it wouldn't be at an angle unless it was doing a big bank turn, right? So the hints are the moon looks a little darker and the plane looks horizontal. So that moon is setting.
How do you know that when you can color contrast?
Well, you can see the plane. And you can tell how large it is. You know the angular size. See, we know the size of the airplane. We know the angular size of the moon, and we can then calculate how far away that plane is. Then you're saying, well, why can't we do that with the ISS? Right?
It's probably moving too fast or something.
I didn't hear him say that.
Why is something the same size taking up the same size angularly on the surface or against the surface of the moon, the transient across the moon, yet one is 100 times further away, or 50 times further away? How's that possible?
Is it the same thing when like if you're standing across a room and I put my fingers out and I can squish your head?
Uh-huh.
That kind of thing.
You're on the right track now. Good.
Hold on, Zanuck. Can
Fine,
you actually
Zanuck.
do the equation here? Because if a plane is 7.2 miles and it's the same angular size as the ISS, which is 253 miles,
Right.
you could probably just plug that into some equation and
Right.
validate that.
Well, that's the whole rub of the what I'm trying to ask you and talk about. No, it's not 7.2 miles. So you're reading this wrong. The maximum height of the airplane is 7.2 miles, but that's the altitude it flies at. What we're seeing here is the airplane just as far away on the horizon as the ISS is straight above. You get it?
How do you know that's on the horizon? You just
Because
looked at a
said
picture and made a claim about it.
The hint was the plane looks like it's flying level because I can roughly see its tail and it looks like it's going in a certain horizontal direction. And look at the angular size, same as the ISS. They both are theoretically the same size as one another, but it has nothing to do with it being 7.2 miles high. It has to do with it being 100 or 250 miles away from this observer. So when he sees this plane transit the moon, it is the same distance as the ISS, but it's not up. It's down in the atmosphere, and the hint is the moon is yellow and brown, and the plane is horizontal.
Hopefully that plane doesn't get hit by a micrometeorite.
Well, it won't because it's still in the atmosphere.
Well, that's where micrometeorites thrive.
No, down low in the troposphere. Not even in the stratosphere. Micrometeorites happen way higher than that. They burn up well before they get into the troposphere.
Oh man. So Zanuck,
Citation, please. Citation, please.
Zanuck, are you saying, just look, just person to person, no one's really listening. Even if you're like employed to be here and set us all straight, they're not listening either, your bosses. It's no big deal, bro.
My NASA boss is listening. He's judging me. I get graded on every comment I make.
But I mean,
I get paid for
what are we
bonuses when I
supposed to do,
stump you
dude?
and someone doesn't have a comeback, I get an extra $10.
Nice. Well, hopefully
So
you're
is
getting
everything-
rich.
I mean, you know, you bring up all these things about I could see this in the sky and the ISS and this part of the air and you know all these verifiable. I mean, but fine, dude. I mean, what at the end of the day, what does it mean, Zanuck? Every video that they show us about space and every satellite and fucking Voyager out to the end of the fucking heliosphere and everything. I mean, all this bullshit. A probe fucking touching an asteroid, Japan or China on the dark side of the moon, we're on Mars. I mean, this is all real, right? Like it's exactly like they tell us. Is that really what it is? I mean, come on.
Yeah, pretty
Just
much.
tell me. Really? All of it? You sure?
When it comes to airplanes and ISSs and space flight, yeah, it's pretty much just as they tell us.
No. See, you said when it comes to this. No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about everything.
Not everything.
On probes on the edge of the heliosphere.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure, that's all true too.
Interstellar
Survive the
space.
asteroid belts.
Come on.
See all these planets through all these asteroid belts.
I've seen a lot of movies too, dude.
I have one question about.
Zanuck wins. It's all real. I mean,
fuck. That's awesome.
You're smart, Zanuck. Wow.
I have one question about the asteroids. How the asteroids can hit to Earth from behind?
That's a good question.
So are the asteroids overlapping the speed of the Earth? And I'm not talking about speed over sun. I'm talking about, let's say, the 4 million kilometers per hour. So are the asteroids overlapping that speed when they come and hit behind from the Earth?
They're in hot pursuit.
Hot pursuit. That's a good one.
What about when we're going to go in the same direction as those things coming past us the same direction? What about that speed? We don't see that fucking shit like that.
There never will be a hole in any story, and so therefore it's all real.
Times 4 million miles an hour going this way and the other way, opposite way.
Well, that's exactly what we would expect to see.
Zanuck, would you co-sign on it all being real? I mean, would you sign your name on the dotted line and say this gets the Zanuck seal of approval?
He's in. He's all in.
Not everything, because some things I can't see or test, or you never know. I wouldn't bet my life on the like Mars and other things, because you never know, right? You probably,
I wouldn't either.
Yes, Zanuck, yes.
There's a glimmer of potential in there.
I'm just being honest. Bet your life on it. There's not a base on the backside of the moon. I don't know. Maybe there could be. I don't want to bet my life on it. That's too important.
There's no reason to bet your life. That's right, Zanuck. You keep it real, buddy.
The retroreflectors
Die hard, dog.
Way to go, Zanuck.
Yeah.
So along the lines of the question of the meteor, it's a little bit different, but
He's
kind of
still-
along.
It's got meteors, man.
He's still going.
I
on
know,
the
but
meteor.
this is it's a little different. So Zanuck, so would you I think that you would agree with when you go from one point to another on the curved surface of Earth, an airplane would follow that curve. Is that correct? Like say it's at the same height or altitude, right?
It's maintaining altitude, and it's
Yeah,
pitch
say it's at
relative-
5,000 miles high, or sorry, I don't know what 20,000, 15,000, 10,000 feet high.
Yep.
And it's, there's, this isn't a gotcha or anything like that. I'm just kind of getting a baseline for what we can agree on.
Mhm.
So you would agree, like if you were see an airplane, it would be at the same height, and then it would follow the curvature of the Earth as it goes away from you, as you're looking at it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Would not need to be controlled to do so either, because the vector of down, this plumb line would constantly be changing its angle with every movement it made.
Okay, so from your vantage point as a stationary person, you could theoretically see that airplane continue on and go into the distance, passing the horizon, and you would be able to see the underbelly of that airplane as it goes around the distance, right?
Well, now you got to think about how far that
Like, say you
horizon
had a great
is.
telescope.
Okay. So when it finally goes behind the horizon,
Well,
it's going to
before it go, it's
5 miles
high enough. Yeah.
Hold on. I hear you. It's a great question, by the way. So you have a plane that's 5 miles high, right?
Sure.
And your horizon 3 miles away, but it's 5 miles high. So when it finally goes behind the horizon, it's going to be a lot farther away. I could go.
Let's say you could zoom into it really good.
Yeah, if you could zoom
Let's say you
into
have
it,
let's say you have a P
I could tell you the
5000.
tilt. We're for every 60 miles, like 69 miles, we'll get like 1 degree of tilt. So
we should be able to see. Eventually, we should be able to see the.
I would think that
the underbelly of the bottom of the
about
nose of
200
the
miles
airplane
away.
as the
4 degree. Well, yeah, we have 4 degrees. Now, can you see something tilting 4 degrees out in front of your nose? I mean, yeah, you kind of can. You can tell when wheels are canted, like for camber on race cars, they put them at 4 degrees. You can see that from pretty far away, whether it has a camber or not. So yeah, you could,
would you be able to see the tail of the airplane?
You're talking about 4 degrees.
Would you be able to see the tail of the airplane going up, kind of, and then the bottom of the airplane, or the front of the airplane kind of going down a little bit?
With a strong enough telescope, you would be able to see that the airplane has been tilted down about 4 degrees.
Interesting. I would like to see if
yeah, I don't think they have
actual evidence of that. Yeah.
It might, if you had a controlled, a calm day on the ocean, you knew the airplane, you talked to the pilot, via your radio as he's, okay, I'm leaving. This is my heading. I'm traveling at 30,000 feet, and I'm going to be traveling at 500.
Yeah, the nose of the airplane actually kind of tilting downwards.
150 knots at 30,000 feet, and I'm going to be heading, northeast. And you follow him, and you're still radio communicating. And where are you? Oh, okay, it's been so. I'm
well, we could do satellite communications at that point, right?
Whatever. You say, well, yeah, but you're about 200 miles away, and I'm barely seeing you. You're starting to dip into the horizon, and I'm going to take a picture with my super powerful telescope. You take a picture of it, and you will see it tilted about 4 degrees.
With the tail of the airplane not below, or not below the nose of it.
Right. The tail will be going up.
So the thrust of it kind of seems funny if it's going down like that.
It's not going down. It's still flying level.
Right. But it's flying level with the curve of the Earth, is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Going over that, so you would be able to. It should be noticeable at some point. Like, okay, there it goes. It's going along the curve of the Earth. Well, I mean, obviously, airplanes fly high in the sky, right? So it's not like looking over the ocean at the beach. It would still be able. The horizon doesn't really have a lot to do with it at that point, right? So you'd be looking up in the sky, and then as it goes away from you in the sky, you should be able to see the bottom of the nose of the airplane, right?
4 degrees is what you see it tilt in that airplane.
Well, where do you get your
as it goes into your 3 mile away horizon?
No. That's what I'm saying.
Your 3 mile away horizon is its 200. Let me finish. You gotta let me finish.
All right.
Your 3 mile away horizon is its 250 mile away horizon.
Not a horizon. It's just a plane in the sky.
It's horizon. Yes, it's horizon.
Oh, the horizon. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Its horizon is gonna be 250 miles away. Where it starts dipping down below your horizon, it's gonna be 250 miles away. Cause it's 30,000 feet in the air. That's why. The horizon's still 3 miles away, but its position where it starts disappearing, because it's up 30,000 feet, will be 250 miles away. That's basic just trigonometry right there.
Right. So the 3 miles has nothing to do with it. It's because you're looking up into the sky. And then so that airplane that's up into the sky, the 3 miles on the horizon at the ocean shore is nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, because it's still
Like if you look at it, look at it to the left.
That is where you're not going to see when that plane gets to your horizon. That's where it'll be 250 miles away, and that's where you'll see the.
That's where you see the
maximum-
bottom of the airplane, right?
Correct.
As it goes over the.
Well, you're always going to see the bottom of the airplane. What you'll see is that 3 degrees of tilt.
Where do you get your 3 degrees? I thought you were saying that the 3 degrees comes
4
from
degrees.
the 3 miles away.
No, I said that your horizon is 4 miles away, but its effect by the horizon would be, because it's 30,000 higher, it will be 250 miles away. Right? So that's why. And if you could zoom in with your superpower telescope, as you mentioned, you would see the plane tilted forward by 4 degrees.
I would love to see a picture of that.
Well, I don't think there's any telescopes that can bring a plane that's 250 miles away to see that
Bullshit,
kind of
we
stuff.
can see the fucking moon with high-powered telescopes.
What you can figure this out yourself too. What does it take to zoom in and have an angular size of whatever you want to make the angular size be from 250 miles away? The picture that was posted by Cyberblitz is a good indication. There's a plane, and that's 250 miles away. Not 7.2, by the way. God, he's off by a lot, right?
250 miles.
Either the guy's real stupid or he's misleading you, which I think he's misleading you. Because it says commercial airplanes fly a maximum height of 7.2 miles, yet he's comparing it to the ISS that's supposed to be at 253 miles away. Yet, are we really?
Is that what you're just posting there?
Are we talking apples and oranges? No, Cyberblitz already did it.
Oh, that's different than what we're talking about.
So he's misleading by saying that because planes go 7.2 miles away, they can't be 250 miles away from you, but they can be. And that's why the moon looks like it's a setting moon or a rising moon. And you're seeing the airplane with level wings. Because think about it, if you're looking straight up, when do you see a jet airplane fly in a 90-degree bank turn? You don't ever. It's like one of those. It's on my list of the 10 things you never see.
Not a commercial, yeah, not a commercial, not like an air show or something like that.
Well, yeah, exactly. He's not doing a barrel roll,
right?
With
like
30,000,
100 passengers on it. Yeah,
so it's a stupid meme. It's good because we can talk about it and bring something in the light that most people don't understand about perspective.
Well, also that kind of goes. See, I don't think that it would actually be the case. I think that you would. It would be obvious to everybody when that plane goes over between the bottom of the horizon, like where you see, and where the plane is up in the air. I think it would be obvious that the plane would be going around something, and you would see the underbelly of it. That's just my point of view. However,
no, because I can call my buddy if I'm in Vegas, someplace kind of flat, and I'm in like Tonopah, and he's in Vegas, where I guess it's a couple hundred miles apart, and I call him, hey, I see the sun's rising, and I see this freaking plane crossing, and you go, it's right above my head, so he'd see it right above his head. You see it way down at the horizon. You do some basic trick and realize, okay, that plane's 250 miles away and it's flying at 30,000
I don't know.
It's not that
I
hard.
don't know if that's what. But yeah, it's different. I think that those things are different. I think.
No, it's exactly what the situation is. Now the other way, and you do
exactly what we would expect to see, right?
But then when you do the moon and the ISS, and you have a guy that's only you do the same scenario, a guy that's over in 100, 203 miles away, whatever. But we can do it only like a mile away. And there's already been tests of that. 2 people seeing the exact same video of the ISS transiting the moon. They compare the angles and they realize that, oh, it's 250 miles away because of the angles that they get. Not a big deal. Simple
Not a big
trigonometry.
deal. That's exactly what we would expect to see. And
No, you'd see the ISS at 250 miles away based on trigonometry, and the
that's a
right.
long ways. That's a long ways.
The
It's
same
hard to
exact,
even see that
it's
far.
the same exact distance as the airplane you're looking in the video. That's what's so great about that picture. I love it. I copied it just now because I'm gonna use it for my arguments because it's a great
What
picture. It
Which
shows
picture
that.
are you showing? I'm not finding
Oh
this.
my god! Come on, man. You gotta keep up.
Are you showing the map with the red line on it? Is that what you're referring to?
Oh, come on.
No, I'm in
What was
Livestream
that,
2
example?
text.
Am I putting it? Maybe it's my fault then. If it is, I apologize.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure I'm tracking with you here.
There was a I thought I copied it.
We're in Livestream 1.
Oh fuck me,
Have I
that's
not been-
yeah, that's why I'm that's my bad.
Yeah, Zanuck, you've been posting in 2. Oh no, that was earlier. You posted.
Yeah.
Two.
Right. So I'm posting in the right spot now.
Got it. Okay, there it is.
Okay. That just shows you exactly what we're talking about. If you take that picture and say, "What? This is reality." That plane is flying level wings to us with respect to us. That moon is looking kind of like it's setting. It's all yellow and brown. You don't see that usually when it's above your head unless it's during a smoky day. But you don't see the wings, 90 degrees because that's what it would be if you're looking straight up. So you kind of have to think, hey, why is that? That's 250 miles. And ISS is 250 miles. How can it not be in space? Because it's right up and right straight up.
How far away from the observer is that airplane?
Same.
What, 7 miles or 250?
250.
253 miles away, and you don't see it tilting at all?
No, because I said it's a 4-degree tilt, and it's not at the surface, right?
Right.
No, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be somewhat of a tilt. It'd be to fly level. It'd have to have a little bit of a tilt, sure.
You zoom in on that as much as I can, but it doesn't seem like it's tilting. Like it's pretty level.
Yeah, you're right. It does. I guess I didn't think of it that way. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Everything is always
flying across the
level.
sky.
There is no tilt because there's no sphere. You don't have to tilt to go around anything because you're not going around a sphere. You're not dropping around a curve because you're on a level plane and you're flying around a level plane. And the buildings are set up on a level plane. And there's no tilt or parallax or X's in the buildings either behind each other anywhere.
Yeah, it's weird how that plane looks like it's perfectly it's not going, it's not like it's tilting one way or another, like forward, backwards, side to side, like perfectly level, which is interesting, I think.
Well, I can see how far. 250 distance. It'd probably be 7 miles high. So the distance to it is
7 miles high, 253 miles away. That's a shitload of distance
I don't think you'd see it
from the observer, right? You would think that you would be able to see like it would be a little bit distorted, like to where
It's
you
only,
would think it would.
like I said, we're only talking at 200 miles. We're only talking about 4 degrees. It's 69 miles per degree. So 4 degrees for 200 miles. And yeah, but almost exactly 4 degrees. So if you
But
can zoom in and see those
it's
wings,
still not. It's not tilted left, right, or
well, no, it shouldn't be
front to
left,
back
right.
at all.
Shouldn't be left,
Pretty
right.
much straight
It's
though,
not
doesn't
gonna
it?
be, it's not gonna be tilted left, right at all. It's
Good,
going
yeah.
apart. It's only
But
gonna be
if
tilted
it's
away from you.
weird, right?
No, 4 degrees at that distance is not much you could really
Wouldn't
see.
wouldn't that 4 degrees get exaggerated at some point? Maybe.
I don't think. What's the difference in size here?
So like
Yeah.
as you go further away, that 4 degrees would be like, whoa, that looks like more than.
Well, I think it's
4
close.
degrees,
It's a lot close. Well, I think it's a lot closer than the ISS. Probably maybe it's 200 miles or something. Because I don't think you can go. You can't.
You know what I mean, though? It is kind of a weird kind of thing.
No, but the ISS is smaller in that against that moon, and I don't know. Looks like the Looks like the moon arc is a little larger in the right hand side. I think it might be
It's pretty much parallel with the top of that whole image.
you're saying the arc is the same? It
That
could be.
that
It's
trail
close
behind
enough.
it and the,
Close enough there. For argument's sake, I'm not gonna
I
shake.
mean the trail behind it is probably where it was, right? So
Close. Yes.
that looks like it's pretty much equidistant from that top line. I would think it's a square line just from the image just being cut off that way.
Yeah, it's hard. Like I said, if you could zoom into it and with super powerful telescope, the wing, if it was flying level, you would see the wings lift up on one side. You'd be in a 4-degree bank turn from your perspective. So the question is, hey, we just can't see it. So how do we know it's true? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. It's like sometimes I hear a couple of different things. I hear 3 things. One is that's exactly what we would expect to see, and I also hear, well, it's too small to measure, so you wouldn't
That's
really
the answer.
notice.
I mean,
And
I'm
then
not
the
gonna
other
tell-
thing is,
I'm
well, it's
saying, well,
too big. It's too big to notice. So whatever.
Well, yeah, 4 degrees.
So there's 3 things that are always
4
always
degrees of an
are
airplane,
come back to.
Go take a model and move it 4 degrees and see if you can see it from across the room whether it's 4 degrees or not. You can't.
Yeah, I would totally be able to tell.
Not 4 degrees. Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I would.
A model from across the room, you'd never be able to.
What do you think the Tool song 4 Degrees was talking about?
I don't know.
You know, he does say 4 degrees higher, right? In the song 4 degrees higher. That's what he says.
That's the angle that you gotta go to hit the G spot.
You're measuring angles when you're in it.
Yeah, that's the Kama Sutra level right there.
Well, Zanuck, that was riveting. I was on the edge of my seat. I think you make a good argument. But there's always room for improvement, right? And you come to these servers to sharpen your arguments against us, right?
With your help, Sin. With your help.
So it's kind of like
Zanuck, I got a question for you.
in a way.
True or false? You have pressure gradient in water because water is not an incompressible fluid.
Yes.
Alright. You're smarter than like 90% of the Globers.
That's why it's linear rather than exponential for air.
Funny you mentioned that.
Why is that funny?
Well, I mean, you have a linear function on a drop.
Like, I don't hear you laughing, motherfucker.
Well, no. I mean, kind of to back up your point, I think was there's a linear function for 1 degree per 69 miles or whatever it is, 60, 69, 67, whatever it is per degree. However, that doesn't fit with an exponential drop with distance per mile squared. That's quadratic. So, still curious how that works.
It does fit. That's why it's 8 inches per mile every square, and every 8 inches per mile is
Which would equate to degree every 69 miles. Yay.
Right. How does that square to get, how does that, how do you reconcile that?
You keep on going 8
Yeah,
inches
think
per
about
mile
it slowly.
squared, and you get a point. You don't get a 0.04 degree every 3 miles. 3 miles or 1 mile? Every 3 miles. So you get 1 degree for 70 miles, 69 miles. But it's made up of this exponential function because it's a circle. Circles are square. It is a squared function for a circle. That's what the equation is for a circle is. That's how you make a curve. You can't do it with just linear. You got to use a squared function to make a circle.
Yeah, a circle is the edge of a radius line.
As edge of a what?
Is the edge of a radius line?
The circle, the radius line will meet the edge of a circle. Yes.
Yeah.
If you have a radius that's 90 degrees opposed from the other radius, you'll have a 90-degree change in angle. And that's what
So
arc. And you know what arc radian? You know, you've heard of the term arc radian?
I have. Would that just be an arc?
Yeah, was it 27 degrees?
I guess the question is, how do you reconcile the degree difference at 70 miles per degree, roughly, to 8 inches per mile squared over drop? It consistently gets a larger and larger and larger drop from one point of the top of a sphere.
That's how you get it. That's a squared function. You'll get a rough approximation of the curve. It won't work. It works for up to 90 degrees, I think.
That's what I thought. It doesn't work. Thank you.
Zanuck, are gyros affected? Gyroscopes, ring lasers, all that stuff. Are they affected by gravity?
Depends on the gyro.
Well, like take Bob, you know.
The laser gyroscope, it's not affected by gravity. Well, there's some small effect, but not very much.
Is light not affected by gravity? Is that what you're saying?
Light bends a little bit with gravity.
Like a gravitational refraction or some sort?
There's a gravitational effect on light. That does bend light. Light is bent by gravity, so there is a little bit of a effect.
So you can never count out gravity when you're using one of these things, right?
Well, they can figure out how much it's affected, and they can adjust accordingly. I mean, they've been able to use light very successfully in lieu of the fact that gravity can affect it slightly without any problem at all. And we're talking about some pretty highly accurate measurements and characteristics. Fiber optics, for example.
Well, because I've been asking people this question, and I haven't got a satisfactory answer, like from someone on the other side that wants to steel man. Because like if we were living in a geostationary whatever, and the sky is rotating above us as it appears to be, wouldn't there be some centrifugal force acting on the gyro? If the sky was rotating and we were stationary, wouldn't that impart some force on the gyro?
Why would it impart a force on the gyro?
Because it's centrifugal. Like if you're in a bucket, right, and you're in the middle of the bucket, and then there's water turning around on all sides of you, that's centrifugal force, right?
On the water and on you.
Well, there wouldn't be any force imparted on you if you were in the middle and the thing around you were rotating.
How can you be in the middle if you have any volume at all? You can't be an imaginary line in the middle. So you have to have some centrifugal force acting on you, some centrifugal force. That force is going to be the mass that's out there times its tangential velocity squared divided by the radius.
So if the sky was rotating, you don't think it would impart a force?
No, the molecules of water or air that's in a centrifuge that don't affect the center. They're all affected, and they all pile up on each other hydrostatically. That's why you can make a pseudo atmosphere in a centrifuge. You can compress air with a centrifuge for that reason alone.
Interesting.
Can't be moving around you because we can go to spots like on the equator where we see two separate skies rotating completely different directions, meeting in the middle. I don't know how do you rectify that with a flat Earth.
Well, if you have currents, right? Why couldn't they just be going in different directions?
Because there's something called centrifugal force that you mentioned. What would keep them from all these objects from shooting outward based on the radius of their rotation? We don't see that, do we? Everything's fixed. But we know when things are rotating, they have to, for anything to make a change in velocity, which can be either direction or magnitude, you got to have a centrifugal force. There is a change in momentum. And that change in momentum is called acceleration. And if there's an acceleration, there's got to be a force. So if there's a force, what's holding the stars or whatever lights in the sky that are moving around you, what's holding them from flying outward, as you said? You brought it up, not me.
Well, that would be, yeah, you're kind of making an argument for a container.
No, I'm not making an argument for a container at all.
Well, if you took the bucket of water and started spinning it, the bucket would be the container, right?
Would be what?
The bucket would be containing the water if you were
The
spinning
bucket would be containing the water from going outside, yeah, and the water would pile up against
So
the
that's
side.
kind of an argument for a container, isn't it?
Well, we have a container. Container is anything that can cause a force, and the force is the weight of the water. That's the container. It's contained by virtue of its weight, not by a physical plastic or glass containment. And a container wouldn't give you a pressure gradient. That would just contain whatever pressure you had, and it would be even. Like by gas law, in law of hydrostatics, you would not be able to have a gradient unless there was some type of acceleration or force.
Well, like say that the sky is rotating
Don't hand wave
15
that. That's
degrees.
a key point.
Say
How
what?
do you have a gradient in the container? What causes the gradient?
Well, you can have a pressure differential inside of a container.
How? Wouldn't it move? Wouldn't high pressure move to low
Ask
pressure? As you guys
Blue
all say?
Marble Science, right? Didn't he prove this?
Of course, you have a pressure gradient in a container because the air has weight and it
Well,
piles up.
you're making my argument now. So I don't know
No.
why
It
you
has.
would say there's an issue here.
You can have it with a container, sure.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If the
It's not caused by
sky
the
was
It's not
contained,
caused by the container because you can drop the container off a building and there will be no pressure gradient. See, gotcha.
no, I'm trying to, because I think you're approaching it in a way that is sort of antiquated, and I'm trying to figure out the best way of communicating a new idea to you. So it's kind of like a Rubik's Cube. I'm trying to get you on the right track. So you have the sky rotating 15 degrees, imparting a centrifugal force that's detected by the gyro. Now you're saying, well, you're going to have a container or it's going to fly outwards or whatever. But not if it's, the conservation of momentum, right? It's a constant
No.
15 degrees.
No. If it's rotating 15 degrees per hour, per hour, you would have everything flying outward. Well,
Not
we
if
do
it's
measure.
contained. That's the whole point
Well,
I've been making, right?
Then the pressure would be greater at the edge of the container, not at the center, not at the ground. So you're screwing the pooch with that thought anyway. You're wrong, dude. The Earth is round. The sky doesn't rotate. We rotate. The containment is by virtue of the air's weight. No container. We go through it all the time.
Hold on. So you're saying it would impart a force? Would that force be acting inwards?
No, it's always outward.
Yeah,
What
so
about
you're
using
making an argument for the
density
We already
container.
talked about it. You said it would be going outward. You already know that goes outward.
Yeah, but okay, so it's not well. I mean, you could argue that it is going outwards, farther away. It is kind of.
No, we have
Well,
more
that's
pressure
what you
to
say
gra-
the Big Bang is,
No,
right?
we have no. Shh. We have more pressure on the ground than we do up in the air because air has weight. All the spinning does is to make the air 3% lighter. That's all it does. 0.3% lighter. Sorry, 3% lighter. So you weigh 1 pound less at the equator due to the fact that you're at the equator going 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, if I'm at the equator and I weigh one whatever less, then that means the centrifugal force of the sky acting on you at that instant
That's not how
is less
centrifugal
because
force
it
works.
has less of a radial effect.
That's not how centrifugal force works. It doesn't act on things.
How do you go about proving that again?
Yeah,
How do you
that's
come
just
up
a
with-
claim. You're saying it
Put
doesn't work.
get a
It can't
bucket of
work like
water.
this. Why
Get
can't
a
it?
bucket of water and spin it around you. You'll see what happens.
I'm talking about
What's the centrifugal force of the sky? What's the centrifugal force of the sky mean?
Well,
Did you
it's
say spin
measured
the
by the
water around there?
gyro, right? At 15 degrees. I mean, we could get into all the different types of forces that are probably acting on the gyro, but I think we'd be.
What'd you
making
say
the
you
same
got to do to
argument.
water, Zanuck? What'd you say you got to do to water?
D-Mock, there's a huge chance that he's got you muted.
There's a huge chance he doesn't make no damn sense. He said he's got to do some stuff to water. Don't you be molesting the water.
Well, if the Earth is at the center of the universe, because of the angular momentum, the inertial forces, centrifugal, Coriolis would be a real force, right? It wouldn't be a fictitious one. And then
Orbits
you got
would
the
be a
Euler force.
force,
You
then
got a
claim
lot
to-
of different things going on.
We know that they would live stream an orbit all the way to the end of the solar system. Period. They put a solar panel on that bitch. They give us some power. We'll watch that motherfucker. Why do they cut the ISS off? That never made any sense. Come on, man. Come on, bro. We want to see what's going on. How are they gonna prove to me space isn't water if they never go into space and show me the empty space?
They never show you anything live at the same time as something live.
Never, man. Like, y'all seen all these new meteors? There's been some like explosions in the sky recently and shit. They talk about some asteroids and shit. Bro, pull a fucking camera up fucking live. Show the asteroid coming in. All these satellites out there that says show the fucking shit coming in. The fuck, man?
If space were real and the Earth was a globe, think about how much footage we would actually have.
Coming in, yeah, man, I agree. Definitely.
We would have so much like unbelievable high def footage from every angle. You could see airplanes upside down. You'll see people. You'll see it raining upside down from Australia. Zoom in, zoom out. You'd have it all.
They can zoom like that. Don't think that they can't fucking zoom.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was trying to get at earlier, but you were way more direct about it.
Waterfalls going both directions. People walking on the little buildings.
Instead, it's all very controlled. Like you get this one little footage of some guy that looks like he's in an underwater pool with like a background of like some like bizarre looking curvature, and it's just this one little thing. It's very controlled, like what we actually get in terms of all
And
that.
everything is level. Everything is perfectly level at all times, forever. No matter what orientation, no matter where they're going, no matter how cockeyed they're flying through space, they're perfectly level.
And even a picture that Xanax showed with a airplane going across the moon, perfectly level.
Boom. You remember when they caught up to some little rock in space last year or earlier this
Remember
year?
when?
They touched the
No,
asteroid and drilled on it, Dimmock. You remember? They did that
no,
same
I
shit
don't.
that they do when they jump out of space. They supposedly had a picture of the whole thing, right? And then boom, they cut up to them zoomed in to the surface and touching on the surface. And supposedly they have the videos and they made a little video of it, or a little 100 frames or whatever.
We can
They-
see.
Dude, show me the whole shit, bro. Show me the whole shit. Like,
Well, listen to this one. We can see the ISS with our eyeballs. Now, why
supposedly.
can't we go to right now? Why can't we go to Walmart and go buy a fucking telescope and zoom in with our kids and kindergartners, grown kids, grandparents, and zoom in from our front porch, back porch, front yard to the ISS and watch these motherfuckers do live walks, let off some colored smoke or anything happening, dance, anything. Some real humans walking on that motherfucker live. Because if we can see that thing with our eyeballs, definitely we got to be able to zoom 20 times and see a human on the outside dancing.
Did somebody say they did that before? No, ain't nobody did that shit.
From your front porch. No, you, me, everyone. Go buy the telescope, whatever the fuck. NASA send us one, whatever.
Yo, you kind of should be able
you all
to.
one.
You really should be able to, because think about it. If you can get that little silhouette and then something as bright as the sun, like, you know, think about it.
Well, I mean, we can see it with our eyeballs. We can watch this thing. Like they tell us all this bullshit about how good we can see it with our eyeballs. We can watch it fly past. Now, definitely, if we can zoom in 1,000 times or 100 times or 500 times, or we should definitely see little Bob or little Tom in their fucking outfits walking around and doing humanoid, humans doing shit on there.
Ain't no way if they had 24-hour live footage on the ISS that they keep cutting it off like that. Ain't no way.
It's 24/7, not available to see. Every time I've looked at it, footage is gone.
They say, oh, it's because they lose connection when it's on the other side of the earth.
Dumbest shit ever.
Right. Which side is that? Which side is that?
Which state's that over?
The dark side of the earth.
Right.
Fucking dumbest shit ever.
Undercarriage.
Zanuck ain't gonna say nothing about that shit. He gonna say shit about that.
I guarantee you he's got a hot keyboard. Well, I don't know. He doesn't Google shit, so he just makes it up on the fly, I guess.
I mean, he's one of them, he could give you the real information sometimes and stuff like this, but like thinking about the whole situation, his mind isn't ready to think of the dark side of things. I think Zanuck just thinks everybody's nice for some reason. I don't know. Like it all would have to be, but he was pretty. He said, "Man, maybe everything's not real, yo. That's what's up, bro. There's no reason to think serious, like to be overconfident about stuff like that. And there are people that'll trip out, man.
How come the moonwalks are all done right side up?
Fuck, bro. Like
everything is right side up. Don't you worry.
They were planning the bases on the moon. They have so many fucking,
can't wait.
Plans for it and pictures for it and designs and all this is fucking bullshit that they don't have that shit right now, dude. Fucking bullshit.
Like you guys were saying just a little bit ago, like when you even zoom in from Google Earth, you can't zoom in and stop and then look sideways to see anything. It always goes to the local area. After it gets done with the animation part, it goes into the actual mapped and photographed area.
Exactly. To the local section.
Yeah.
It goes from cartoon to the actual reality of the
Yeah.
sections. Yeah.
Right. And when can you see the tilt? When can we zoom in with the eyepiece from the ground and see that motherfucker actually go tilt like around the plant? Like,
Yeah. Well,
I
you know
don't get
what?
it. Get miles
Careful.
up.
Exactly. But I think if, obviously people are listening in, and it wouldn't surprise me if Google Earth made like a button you push, like, hey, here's what it would look like if you did that. Like exactly what we're talking about, just to go, see, there it is.
Well, any view they give you, they can be like, "Oh, we're oriented at 32 degrees, tilted 15 nautical
Yeah.
degrees to the west, and you'll never know." Like, what the fuck?
Well, they could combine that with Stellarium or something like that, and then put all of those, vectors into it. Like, this is what you would expect to see. Not trying to give anybody any ideas, but that's what would, like, if like you guys are saying, yeah. If I saw you could legitimately zoom in on Google Earth without all that animation, and then it would actually show like they do drive-bys. I mean, I've looked at like videos where you can see like weird things on the street cam when they do the local street view, like a mistress leaving a house in the garage, and then, so it turns out that guy got divorced because of Google Earth things, or whatever. It's like that's what I want to see, but like an airplane flying sideways, like ships on an ocean, carriers tilted sideways, kind of like a Brandon server, I think, pick like his the icon on that is like a ship floating sideways on the thing. Like that's I would love to see that demonstrated in real life. And it hasn't happened. There's nothing that shows that. Even ISS doesn't show. I mean, I know apparently it's going a bazillion miles an hour, falling, whatever. But I don't know. I've talked too much, I think.
What do you think about people that tell you it's crazy to want all this extra stuff and you shouldn't want it and you should just believe all this weak ass shit that they have already?
They always say that.
It makes me sick.
They don't owe flat earthers anything. It's like, well, I think everyone would want to see this, right?
It was just in Ranty's server, and it's like Gems 2.0 over there. But they said, "Why do you think the Earth is flat?" And I said, "Well, because when you look out over the horizon, it's flat." I said, "Well, you shouldn't expect it to be curved. That's not what the model says." So I gave him a picture of the curved Lake Pontchartrain, and I said, "Well, then explain this on a globe Earth." And they said, "Well, it's Earth curved." I said, "But you can't see it from the ground, right?" I said, "No, you can't." So what's going on? And it went back and forth. That's how easy it is. You can't see it, but you could see it. But then someone says you can't see it. And then you have pictures of the same thing of Lake Pontchartrain where it's flat. And they say, oh no, that picture is distorted. Then I say, but it's picture narrative that we shouldn't see curve from the ground. I said, no, that's distortion. I said, well, what about the ones where they're curving? And they said, well, you should see that. And they're like, no, you told me that I shouldn't see it from ground level. I mean, this is like, it's pathetic. It's like, get this guy out of here.
Well, yeah, of course it looks flat. You couldn't measure that distance. It's too small to measure. Or it's too big of a thing to be able to actually see. Or number 3 is, well, that's exactly what we would expect to see. I always hear a lot of the times one of those 3 things. Can always kind of break it down to that. And one of the guys in chat when I mentioned that, so that's disingenuous of saying, okay, well, it's too small to measure.
No, I
It's like,
said
oh,
that
no,
is
that's what
because you fucking misinterpreted what I. All I quoted was what the
hey, rocket
value of the
scientist, what's up?
centrifugal force was at the equator. You put upon a conclusion on me, and then try to nail it on
What
me.
did I do? What
Try
did I
again.
do to you?
You're a disingenuous piece
Hey.
of shit.
Hey, rocket scientist, nice to meet you, buddy.
Rocket, you're coming in hot.
It's not. Yeah, I wish I could return the favor.
What favor?
Return the sentiment. There, is that better?
Which sentiment is that?
That it's nice to meet you.
Oh. Interesting. You go that way? Yeah, sure. So what did you want to talk about? The thing that I mentioned in chat?
No, I just want to clarify your so-called attempt to strawman me.
In which way did I do that?
Dude, don't make me repeat myself. It's self-evident in the text chat and self-evident from what I said.
Yeah, so how did I strawman you?
Uh-oh.
What are you, 3 years old? You can't
No,
understand
I'm
a
asking
statement?
you a question. You
No, I already
accused me of
made the
strawmanning
statement.
you,
It's
so I'm asking you, how did
self-evident.
I do that?
So why are you repeating yourself?
I'm asking you a question that you're not answering.
I said it's self-evident in the chat and self-evident from what I said.
Well, I mean, Globers do tell
That's
us
your
that
answer.
their model predicts it, and we should expect to see what we see, regardless whether it shows curve or it looks flat.
Right. So the question in chat that you responded to, which I was asking Zanuck, is because of the question that the conversation that was going on at the time was about centrifugal force, and he was talking about put water in a bucket and spin it around, see what happens. And roughly around that same time, I think I probably posted it before you said that. But I said, at Zanuck, do people at the equator have higher blood pressure or lower blood pressure than other people because of centrifugal force? And then you replied to that saying centrifugal force at the equator is 0.003 meters per second squared. So basically you asked a stupid question. That was your reply to me
Right, so
asking
why don't you
Zanuck
divide
the
that value by 9.8 meters per second squared, and you'll see why it's a stupid question.
Okay, so my response to that was, so too small to measure. Got it. And you told me, don't do that. It's cheap and disingenuous.
Yes, because the way you approached it, you didn't bother asking for clarification. You didn't bother asking what I meant by that, because I just stated the number and said you asked a stupid question, and you interpreted it as that. That's disingenuous.
Okay, so my response was, that's one of 3 pseudo explanations I consistently hear, which is the 3 that I was just talking about. And that's what I was referring to when you jumped in. Because I was referring to the tech. So you rightfully jumped in because this is exactly a conversation that we were having in text. And I said, number one, that's exactly what we'd expect to see. It's number two, it's too small to measure. And number three, it's too big to see. And so your reply was, LOL, wow, I didn't make any conclusions. You projected upon me and I didn't use an ad hoc. Try looking up the definition. So I think there's a big leap. Oh, my bad. I missed one of my replies. I said think twice before making a cheap ad hom. My thought that you made a cheap ad hom was calling me disingenuous.
Look at the definition.
You were calling me disingenuous, and so that's what I construed as a cheap ad hom. So that's my
ad hom. It's
justification
not
for that.
connected to me rejecting an argument that you posed.
Okay, fair enough. I agree with that.
Get a little tense in here now, huh?
Oh, even Zanuck, the last reply in text was Zanuck saying ha ha to the one about the centrifugal force part. About people having a high blood pressure. So it sounds like you're the one that's getting a little bit hot about it. So I mean, if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it and let's work it out. I'm down with that for sure.
Well, what causes blood pressure?
The one that you put in there towards the end of the text there, Zanuck.
Yeah, but what
was
causes blood pressure? Yeah.
Zanuck, why does the ISS got to go to the dark side of the Earth all the time, Zanuck? Why
Yeah, there we go.
Come on, Zanuck.
Yeah, rocket scientist. I don't think of it as a big deal. I shake it off. I think you should too. I don't.
No, I'm not. I think it's a big deal. I think you just, hey, what about centrifugal force adding, to people's blood or taking away?
I mean, it's almost a legit question, so it's not a stupid question because
no, there are stupid questions that qualifies as a stupid question.
It's almost like you said. It's almost operative word is almost a good question. It's not a good question. It's almost a good question. The only thing good about it is a question, but it's not a good one. Because
but according to the goal, centrifugal force pushes outwards, correct?
Okay. So why would that make your?
Do you want to account for the gravitational force of Jupiter on people's blood pressure at the equator as well? Because I can calculate that.
I'm going to ask
It'll
another
be
question.
the square root of fuck all. I can calculate it.
I could call you stupid for asking that question, but I won't.
Here's a really, really smart question as well.
No, because
Do people salivate
the whole
less
statement was to be taken in context. And Nate, you're being disingenuous again.
Because inside a centrifuge, when you have many orders of magnitude greater forces on your body, your blood pressure doesn't change.
Does your blood pressure change when you jump on a trampoline?
I would think so.
Why would it change? I mean, things are always changing. You can sneeze and it could change, but
sure,
we're talking about something 0.3% of your body weight changes on the equator. Why would that change your blood pressure to a point where you even want to?
Because I mean,
I don't believe you.
In all fairness, it is kind of a silly question, but it's a legit question at the same time because if you're saying that the force is going around, and that's where a bulge of how much water is bulging up at the equator, why would that not apply to people that are on the land? So I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, you're right. It is kind of a silly question, but it also is a question to figure out how that works. Like, I mean, does it apply to just the water, or does it apply to the people that are on that equator as well?
It applies to everything, but everything that is smaller than an ocean is affected to a proportion smaller than the ocean. So if all the oceans are 0.3% less, have 0.3% less weight, well, they'll tend to go outward, right? By that percentage, by something relative to that percentage. Whereas each item, like a person or a dog or a rock, will have 0.3% less weight than it would at the North Pole. And so
A more relevant question is: are people
our
shorter?
body's heart creates the blood pressure in your body, and it's not going to be affected by that small of a force, probably at all.
Are people
so,
born
like, for example,
taller on the equator?
well, so for example, in your example of put water in a bucket and spin it around and see what happens, does that amount of centrifugal force change if you have a smaller amount of water in it to the water? Does that force change to the amount of water in it? So that is definitely a relevant comparison. You know what I mean? So that is
the total force changes, but not the force to mass ratio.
Right. Right. So the total force is going to be, like I said, mass times velocity squared divided by the radius. Whatever that tangential velocity is, square it, multiple times the mass divided by the radius. There's your force. That's the force of that bucket.
Okay, so that force on the equator, is that acting differently on oceans than it would on people at the equator?
Yeah, this is almost like the comments I used to hear about, well, if butterflies can fly, how come the oceans, stick to the earth? You know why those are silly questions, right? Because the force is proportional to the mass.
So the force of it changes.
The force will change. The mass dictates the force.
So it's not a constant force, like spinning a bucket of water around.
It's not a
To
constant
me,
force. Force is proportional to the
spinning
mass.
spinning a bucket of water around is a constant force and a constant acceleration because you're going in
Yeah,
a
because
circle.
if you put half the water in there wouldn't be the same force, right? You'd have the same velocity, you'd have the same distance, the radius, but the force would be less.
How do you know
It's
the
like I
radius
said,
of
it's the
space?
same. It's the same force to mass ratio, but if you have more mass, you need more force. If you have less mass, you need less force.